The aloof Empress character takes on her first disciple, but it turns out to be a fool, and it must be a rich fool. No poor ones allowed. Even a pervert would call this requirement perverted, but the man casually throws out $1 million, demanding to be accepted as a disciple. He even declares that he will personally fund both the master and the sect. The Empress turns red with anger. Brat, what do you take me for? The man's name is Yifeng. He died from overindulgence in Valorant, and accidentally transmigrated to the Xintian continent, where strength reigns supreme. Without a cheat system, he planned to lay low for a couple of years, but he unexpectedly encountered the Star Soul sect's public disciple recruitment. 2 streaks of light flashed by, and the beautiful sect leader, Luo Qianxue, made a dazzling entrance. But her opening statement was a bombshell. Our sect recruits disciples regardless of talent, age, or cultivation level. The crowd below erupted in cheers. This was definitely a great chance to get close to the beautiful sect leader. Only Yifeng stroked his chin, sensing that things weren't so simple. Sure enough, Luo Qianxue raised a finger and said, "There's only one requirement to join our sect. Submit 10,000 low-grade spirit stones within an hour." Instantly, everyone's dreams were shattered. They all accused the Star Soul sect of being a scam. This isn't recruiting disciples. It's just a scheme to swindle food, drink, money, and even people. Yifeng was also speechless. Isn't this just working on loan? But just as he was about to leave, he heard a ding sound. Congratulations, host, for awakening the invincible spendthrift system. This system can provide unlimited spirit stones and treasures. As long as you keep squandering, you'll grow stronger. You just focus on spending, and I'll handle the rest. It then issued its first task. Join the Star Soul sect. Meanwhile, the sect's steward, Old Bai, seeing that everyone had left, advised Luo Qianxue to lower the standards. But Luo Qianxue insisted that lowering them was out of the question. No money means no fate with our sect. In truth, she was the reincarnation of the previous generation's holy maid who was betrayed and reincarnated. She was solely focused on cultivating and ascending to take revenge, with no intention of taking disciples. The 10,000 spirit stone requirement was just a deliberate obstacle. Luo Qianxue turned to leave, when a chubby blue hand reached out. Disciple is willing to join. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. At this moment, only Yifeng remained in the vast square. Luo Qianxue and Old Bai quickly confirmed, if they had heard correctly, you didn't mishear. The sect has just been established and is short on funds. I am willing to contribute 100,000 spirit stones to join the sect. Then, Yifeng threw a blue storage item to Luo Qianxue. She inspected it, and found it truly contained 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Luo Qianxue was thunderstruck. How can there really be such a gullible fool in the world? Realizing this was getting out of hand, she cleared her throat. Are you sure you want to join? Our sect doesn't even have a place to live yet. Yifeng replied, that's no problem. I can hire people to build our sect. His foolishly extravagant demeanor made Luo Qianxue's blood pressure spike. She added, our sect is penniless, and we have no resources to offer you. That's even less of a problem. Just tell me what's missing, and I'll buy everything you need. Seeing Luo Qianxue's blood pressure rise again, Yifeng realized that this fairy-like sect leader seemed reluctant to accept him as a disciple. But for the sake of the mission, he refused to back down. Luo Qianxue was trembling with anger, thinking, do I need your money for cultivation resources? She secretly wished she could strangle Yifeng. Can't you tell? I don't want you in the sect. But with Old Bai watching, she had no choice but to continue. Even if you join, I won't guide your cultivation. You won't learn anything. Yifeng was stunned by her words. Then he began to ponder. Seeing him finally show a troubled expression, Luo Qianxue felt smug. As expected, this should scare you off. But the next second, Yifeng said, sect leader, don't worry. I don't need anything. Luo Qianxue knelt on the ground, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Is this guy a clown sent by the heavens? Spending 100,000 spirit stones for nothing, and still wanting to give more? Is he here to torment me? She directly pulled out her sword, furious and ready to strike Yifeng. What's going on? Yifeng's small head was filled with big question marks. Fortunately, Old Bai stopped Luo Qianxue. She had no choice but to reluctantly accept Yifeng as a disciple. Yifeng's rewards also arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 100 spendthrift points. Host squandered 100,000 spirit stones. Reward, 100 spendthrift points. Yifeng was thrilled. Here it comes. Here it comes. The spendthrift points are here. Yifeng immediately asked the system for more tasks, but the system told him to squander on his own first. Any act of squandering would earn him spendthrift points. Immediately, Yifeng turned his attention to Luo Qianxue. He quickly approached her. Sect leader, now that I'm your only disciple, does that make me a direct disciple? Luo Qianxue directly said no. He pouted angrily. Taking you as a disciple is already painful enough, and you still want to be a direct disciple? No way. But Yifeng asked Luo Qianxue to name a price. As long as I can become a direct disciple, any amount is fine. Luo Qianxue was utterly speechless. Since when can you buy your way into being a direct disciple? But this little guy is quite interesting. Since you're offering, here's the deal. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you can produce that, I'll make an exception and take you as a direct disciple. Hearing this amount, Yifeng was shocked. Seeing his expression, Luo Qianxue laughed inwardly. Where's all that confidence now? Even a regular sect can't produce 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. How can a mortal like you manage it? But Yifeng said, Sect leader, is that all you want? The next second, he pulled out a storage item. Sect leader, here's 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. The remaining 400,000 can be my gift for joining. Yifeng was thrilled. Now my status as a direct disciple is secured. Ding! Congratulations, host, for squandering successfully. Reward, 200 spendthrift points. Luo Qianxue, watching Yifeng's extravagance, was trembling in shock. This is 500,000 spirit stones. Even a third-rate sect would call you their ancestor. If you gave them this amount, she sighed helplessly, reluctantly accepting Yifeng as her direct disciple. Take this Xinqing sword. Consider it my gift to you. Luo Qianxue felt too embarrassed to face anyone. As the holy maiden of the Wuji sacred land, I have to accept gifts from my disciple? This is too humiliating. Yifeng, on the other hand, was even more distressed. The system reminded him, as a spendthrift tycoon, how can you accept gifts from others? It even deducted 20 spendthrift points. Yifeng was furious. This damn system is way too strict. Helpless, he raised the spirit sword and knelt before Luo Qianxue. The beautiful woman was utterly confused by his actions. She asked, what's the meaning of this? Master, I cannot accept this without merit. I cannot take the Xinqing sword. If you insist on giving it, please name a price. The next second, Luo Qianxue snatched the sword back. Do you really think money can buy everything? This was my heartfelt gift. But since you don't appreciate it, forget it. She turned away angrily. This kid has no sense. This is a 7th grade spirit artifact, and you actually returned it? Then she stood up directly, flying away without looking back. Yifeng had no choice but to follow Old Bai, flying toward the sect. Along the way, he learned from the system that the Xintian continent's power levels were divided into 9 major realms: Spirit Sea Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Core Formation Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Void Refining Realm, Soul Formation Realm, Body Integration Realm, and Tribulation Crossing Realm. However, Yifeng couldn't cultivate normally. He could only improve his realm by spending spendthrift points. Spendthrift points could also be used in the system's mall to draw various treasures, formations, pills, and other items. Immediately, Yifeng chose to spend 90 spendthrift points to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters surged violently, then rushed into his body like a tidal wave. Old Bai, who was flying rapidly, suddenly stopped. He looked at Yifeng in shock. This guy is actually opening his spirit sea? A few minutes passed, and he felt the endless spiritual energy continuously surging into Yifeng's body. Not only did it not stop, but it seemed to intensify even more. How is this possible? The spirit sea he's opening is equivalent to 20 of mine. I've never seen such a prodigy before. At this moment, Yifeng's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 1st level of the Spirit Sea Realm, but Old Bai noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy was still increasing. This can't be. Is he going to break through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea Realm as well? With a loud bang, Yifeng broke through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea Realm, but the surrounding spiritual energy became even more turbulent. Then, the 3rd level, 4th level. In just 10 minutes, Yifeng had directly broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Old Bai was going crazy. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this kid? At this moment, Yifeng finally opened his eyes. He was very dissatisfied that it took him 10 minutes to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. With a system like mine, shouldn't it be instantaneous? He looked at Old Bai with a pitiful expression. It took me 10 minutes to go from opening my spirit to reaching the peak of the 9th level. Will Master think I'm a failure? What kind of humble brag is this? If you're a failure, then what am I? It turned out that Old Bai was also considered a prodigy in his time. But even with ample resources and guidance from experts, it took him 8 months to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. No wonder you don't need the sex cultivation techniques. You already have your own powerful cultivation method. Yifeng was stunned. What cultivation method? I don't have one. I don't even have a spiritual root. Old Bai shouted. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Then he extended his right hand to inspect Yifeng. After a moment, Old Bai stepped back several steps. He looked at Yifeng, who appeared innocent, as if he were looking at a monster. Kid, you really don't have a spiritual root, and that's not a spirit sea you've opened. It's a damn ocean. Unable to make sense of it, he stopped thinking. Let's go. Your situation is something your master needs to see. Old Bai's reasoning was simple. Since Yi Feng wasn't his disciple, this bizarre situation should be left for his master to deal with. A few minutes later, Old Bai, "What? Miss, your precious disciple was breaking through outside. The spirit sea he opened is 20 times larger than yours, and he reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, and he doesn't even have a spiritual root." Luo Qianxue was shocked. She rushed to Yi Feng to inspect him. After sensing the vast ocean within Yi Feng's body, she couldn't help but gasp. "Yi Feng, you don't even have a spiritual root? How did you open your spirit sea and break through?" Just as Yi Feng was thinking of how to explain, an extremely arrogant voice came from outside the door. "Yuan-Yu sect has come to visit. We request the sect leader of the Star Soul sect to come out and meet us." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue thought that if Yi Feng were to be humiliated by them, he might just leave the sect. But Yi Feng directly asked, "Can I use talismans?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Yi Feng swaggered toward the crowd with an arrogant stride. The 3 disciples of the Yuan-Yu sect, seeing Yi Feng's confident demeanor, felt assured and began to flex their muscles. But then, Yi Feng started pulling out talismans from his system space. Soon, stacks of talismans appeared before everyone. In no time, they piled up into a small mountain. The disciples of the Yuan-Yu sect widened their eyes. Holy crap, so many heavenly thunder talismans. There must be thousands of them. The elder of the Yuan-Yu sect was also shocked. Those are 9th grade heavenly thunder talismans. Just one of them is equivalent to a full power strike from a 9th level spirit sea realm cultivator. How are we supposed to fight this? The next second, Yi Feng grabbed a handful of talismans and threw them into the air. "Heavenly thunder talismans, explode for me." In an instant, dozens of thick bolts of heavenly thunder descended. The training ground was filled with the sound of explosions. The 3 disciples of the Yuan-Yu sect were sent into chaos, frantically fleeing. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was having fun. He kept throwing handfuls of heavenly thunder talismans into the sky, reminiscent of setting off firecrackers as a child. Luo Qianxue and the others were dumbfounded. These are 9th grade heavenly thunder talismans. Each one is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Other cultivators use them as trump cards, but Yi Feng is throwing them around like toys. The 3 disciples of the Yuan-Yu sect were in a sorry state. "Master, let's get out of here. The Star Soul sect is too rich. They're throwing heavenly thunder talismans around for fun. We can't afford to mess with them." Luo Qianxue watched the scene unfold, thinking the Yuan-Yu sect is no match. They're completely being toyed with by Yi Feng. After several hours of relentless bombardment, the 3 disciples, though not dead, were thoroughly battered. Yi Feng, however, was having more and more fun, getting more and more into it. The 3 disciples hurriedly sought out their master, begging him to take them away. The elder swallowed hard. "The Star Soul sect is too formidable. We've really kicked an iron plate today." He prepared to flee with his disciples, but Luo Qianxue flew after them, releasing her nascent soul realm cultivation. "Do you think the Star Soul sect is a place you can come and go as you please? It's not that easy." Seeing Luo Qianxue's nascent soul realm cultivation, the elder was terrified. With her strength, she could annihilate the Yuan-Yu sect single-handedly. Luo Qianxue then declared, "Each of you, cripple one arm, and I'll let you leave." Although the 4 members of the Yuan-Yu sect were inwardly lamenting, they had no choice but to comply. Given the circumstances, they immediately crippled their left arms. Luo Qianxue nodded in satisfaction and let them roll away. Seeing this, Yi Feng also gasped in shock. He thought, "This woman is ruthless." As the Yuan-Yu sect members left, Luo Qianxue told Yi Feng to put away the heavenly thunder talismans. But Yi Feng said, "Master, could you do me a favor? Help me throw these heavenly thunder talismans. There are still over 9,000 left. I can't throw them all by myself." Luo Qianxue's face darkened, her lips twitching, but she held back her words. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Wuji sacred land. If her disciple didn't care about these talismans, how could she? "Fine, I'll help you throw them." The 2 then began an immersive talisman throwing session. As they continuously threw talismans into the sky, the heavens above seemed to burst into countless dazzling fireworks. Watching this spectacle, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but be mesmerized. Her thoughts drifted back to the past. Back in the Wuji sacred land, her junior sister always pestered her to set off fireworks, but she was too focused on cultivation and always refused. At the time, her junior sister advised her not to always cultivate, but to relax occasionally. Otherwise, when you die, you won't have enjoyed life. Wouldn't that be even more painful? Luo Qianxue didn't understand back then, but now she seemed to grasp something. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful lips. Suddenly, she felt that spending time with this troublesome disciple, Yi Feng, made her previously dull life suddenly become interesting. Meanwhile, Old Bai was snoring loudly, but one of his earplugs had fallen out. The booming explosions immediately woke him up. Thinking it was an enemy attack, he jolted awake, only to realize it was the heavenly thunder talismans. When he got dressed and went, he was completely dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Luo Qianxue, while elegantly throwing talismans, replied, we're disposing of these heavenly thunder talismans. Yifeng immediately invited Old Bai to join them. Old Bai smacked Yifeng on the head. This is ridiculous. Each one is worth 1,000 spirit stones. This is just wasteful. Miss you too. How can you indulge in this nonsense with him? The next second, a glowing storage ring appeared before him. Old Bai, you're getting old. If we disturbed your sleep, here's 100,000 spirit stones to buy whatever you need. Kid, are you looking down on me? Old Bai instantly tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Though I'm old, I'm still strong. You youngsters will take forever to throw all these. Leave the rest to me. With a powerful grab, countless heavenly thunder talismans were thrown into the air. Watching Old Bai's hands move so fast they left after images, Yifeng exclaimed, incredible. At this moment, the system's reward notification came. Congratulations, host, for successful squandering. Reward, 100 points. This works too. I should spend more spirit stones to get Old Bai's help in the future. The next day arrived. The sect's training ground had been turned into a massive crater by the heavenly thunder talismans. Old Bai was completely exhausted. He never imagined he'd be physically and mentally drained from throwing talismans. But soon, Old Bai turned to Yifeng with a smile. Kid, feel free to call me for such physical tasks in the future. I'm not old yet. I've still got plenty of strength. Luo Qianxue couldn't bear to watch. She felt that the sect, with only 3 people, was about to fall into chaos. Old Bai, you're one of the Star Soul Sect's 8 elders. How could you sell yourself for 100,000 spirit stones? Old Bai claimed it was a matter of pride for the elderly, but inwardly he thought, Yifeng is just too generous. The system then notified, congratulations, host, for squandering today's resources. Reward, 1,000 spendthrift points. Yifeng was shocked. Does this mean I can now reach the 9th level of the Qi movement realm? And I'll still have over 500 spendthrift points left to open a few treasure chests for fun. At this point, Yifeng had a bold idea. If the sect recruits more disciples, my squandering speed could double, right? Then, if I spend money to expand the sect, I could skyrocket in power. Thinking this, Yifeng felt ecstatic. He couldn't wait to go out and recruit disciples. Just then, a knocking sound came from the sect's main gate. The person knocking gently pushed the door open, revealing a delicate face that immediately caught everyone's attention. But as soon as the young man entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. The courtyard was a massive crater, still smoking. A frail old man on the verge of collapse, a cold, intimidating woman, and a seemingly foolish guy, twisting and turning like an idiot. The young man wondered if it was too late to run away now. Just then, Yifeng swiftly moved in front of him. Young man, how about joining the Star Soul sect? Just 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and you're in. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and you can become the beautiful sect leader's direct disciple. No tricks, you're worth it. And I'm the sect's first disciple, and the sect leader's first direct disciple. Yifeng eagerly waited for the young man to say he had no money, so he could offer to pay for everything. The young man turned to leave. This sect doesn't care about anything but money. Even direct disciples can be bought. This is too absurd. I'm out of here. But Yifeng wouldn't let him leave so easily. He grabbed the young man's shoulder. Don't go. Think about it. Just as the young man was about to refuse, a voice echoed in his mind. Wu Feng, pay the 10,000 spirit stones, and stay. I feel at ease with you in this sect. After hearing his grandfather's words, the young man fell into deep thought. Then, he was dragged by Yifeng to Luo Qianxue. Master, I want this junior brother. Look how obedient he is. The young man didn't understand why his grandfather wanted him to stay in such an unreliable sect, but he decided to follow his grandfather's advice. Luo Qianxue sighed. You have 1 hour to submit 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to join the sect. She thought to herself. This young man clearly wanted to leave, but Yifeng dragged him back. Let's just send him away quickly. But Yifeng didn't care what Luo Qianxue was thinking. He was determined to keep this junior brother. Just as he was about to pay the 10,000 spirit stones for the young man reached into his pocket and said, Here are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept me, sect leader. I wish to join the Star Soul sect. Luo Qianxue was stunned. What's happening to this world? Are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as common as cabbages now? She felt like she'd experienced more shocks in the past 2 days than in the past few centuries. Let me be clear up front. The sect won't provide you with any cultivation resources, and I won't guide your cultivation. Even so, do you still want to stay? To her surprise, the young man, like Yifeng, said he didn't need any of that. Luo Qianxue nearly spat out blood. Old Bai, unaware of the situation, congratulated her on gaining another disciple. But Luo Qianxue felt utterly exhausted. She said she would guide their cultivation tomorrow and show them their dormitory locations, then quickly left with Old Bai. She felt that the events of the past 2 days were too overwhelming and needed some time to recover. Yifeng thought his master was just tired. He looked at his new junior brother with growing excitement. His squandering ambitions now had a brighter future. After some conversation, Yifeng learned that the new junior brother's name was Long Wufeng. He immediately patted his chest, promising Long Wufeng that this made Long Wufeng shiver. His intuition told him that in this unreliable sect, this seemingly foolish senior brother was probably the most unreliable of all. An hour later, both of them had settled into their rooms. Long Wufeng invited Yifeng to sit down. Yifeng happily agreed. When Yifeng saw the various tools and the massive alchemy furnace in the room, he realized that his junior brother was an alchemist. Long Wufeng proudly declared that he was a third-grade alchemist. In this world, alchemists, artifact refiners, and formation masters were highly respected professions. Just by revealing their identity, they could command respect from most people. Long Wufeng imagined that Yifeng, upon learning his identity, would treat him with great respect. Moreover, his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the core formation realm, which he thought would surely shock Yifeng. But Yifeng just casually said, "Oh." Long Wufeng was stunned. "You just say, 'oh' after learning my identity? What's with this cold reaction? Shouldn't you be shocked and shower me with praise?" Before he could think further, Yifeng continued asking, "Which of the 3 types of spirit herbs are the most valuable?" Long Wufeng eagerly listed over a dozen herbs, each of which was a rare treasure, even in the eyes of a 9th-grade alchemist. Yifeng then opened the system's spendthrift mall, selected 3 of the herbs Long Wufeng had mentioned, and began opening treasure chests. After spending 1,200 spendthrift points, he obtained 2 of each herb. Then, he turned to Long Wufeng and said, "Junior brother, you must be thirsty. Let me get you some water." With that, he dashed out like the wind. Yifeng's enthusiasm moved Long Wufeng deeply, and he even considered refining a few extra pills for Yifeng. But less than 5 seconds later, Yifeng returned, holding a bowl of what looked like a delicious soup. Long Wufeng was puzzled by the bowl, but when he saw the contents, he was stunned. Inside were the priceless spirit herbs he had just mentioned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ignoring the heat, he grabbed the herbs, feeling like this was a terrible waste. Such precious herbs were being used to make soup. He was about to explain to Yifeng, when suddenly, his hands were empty. Yifeng said, "I heard that soaking spirit herbs in water, since you don't like it, I'll just throw them away." With that, he tossed the herbs on the ground, and even stepped on them a few times. Long Wufeng was horrified. He immediately lunged forward, trying to protect the herbs, but when he looked down, he was devastated. The herbs were ruined. He collapsed to the ground, wailing like a heartbroken maiden. Such rare spirit herbs. Even my grandfather has never seen them, and now they're gone. Meanwhile, Yifeng, having squandered so extravagantly in front of Long Wufeng, earned 1,500 spendthrift points. Yifeng was thrilled. This round was a huge win. He casually comforted his junior brother, and then left without looking back. Back in his room, Yifeng tossed the remaining herbs into a wooden tub, and started soaking his feet in it. He even let out a satisfied sigh, marveling at how amazing the top-grade spirit. But he didn't notice that his legs were gradually turning black. Just then, Long Wufeng arrived at Yifeng's door. Although he didn't know where Yifeng had gotten the herbs, he felt it was necessary to warn him. Of course, it wasn't because he coveted the herbs. Definitely not. He knew that while each of the 3 herbs was incredibly valuable, 2 of them, when used together, would produce a deadly poison. As he was about to knock, he heard Yifeng shout from inside, "What the hell? Why can't I feel my legs? And why are they so black?" Long Wufeng's heart sank. He kicked open the door, and found Yifeng panicking. Yifeng desperately asked what was happening, but Long Wufeng was too distracted by the sight of the foot-soaking tub. "Those are top-grade 3rd-tier spirit herbs. How could you use them to soak your feet?" Yifeng, meanwhile, earned another 1,500 spendthrift points from Long Wufeng's distress. The system then notified him that he could spend 1,000 spendthrift points to instantly detoxify himself. Yifeng thought, "No problem then." Long Wufeng, suppressing his anger, said to Yifeng, "I was just about to tell you that 2 of those herbs are highly toxic when combined." Yifeng, now calm, simply nodded and said, "Got it. Thanks for the heads up." But inwardly he was already planning his next extravagant squandering spree. "But you actually used them to soak your feet." Yifeng grinned mischievously. In the next second, the black color on his feet gradually faded. In less than a second, all the poison was neutralized. Long Wufeng was shocked when he saw this. How is this possible? Dealing with such a potent poison is usually very troublesome. But then he saw Yifeng dip his feet in again. Long Wufeng felt completely unnerved, and Yifeng, after learning that the system could also detoxify others, directly invited Long Wufeng to join him in soaking his feet. "Come here, my dear junior brother. Come to your big brother's side. Don't be afraid. I'll help you detoxify." This scene sent a shiver down Long Wufeng's spine. "Senior brother, stop joking. I'm not interested in men, and that's highly toxic water. Who would dare soak in it?" With that, he dashed away in a flash. Half an hour later, Yifeng spent another 1,000 extravagance points to detoxify. Then, he spent 900 extravagance points to have the system boost his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement stage. In the main hall of the sect, Ruo Qianxue was feeling frustrated. She felt that Yifeng, that scoundrel, was sent by the heavens to torment her. Now, with Long Wufeng added to the mix, how was she supposed to live like this? Suddenly, she and Old Bai sensed a violent surge of spiritual energy. The commotion was so massive that it enveloped the entire Xinghuan sect, and the direction of all the spiritual energy convergence was the area where the disciples resided. Old Bai was puzzled. Could it be that Yifeng, who just broke through to the 9th level of the Sea Realm, is about to break through again? Recalling Yifeng's, Old Bai felt it wasn't impossible, but this time, would he break through continuously again? Sure enough. 10 minutes later, a beam of light shot into the sky, and Yifeng's aura reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement stage. Ruo Qianxue, who had been furious moments ago, suddenly deflated. Old Bai, in a few days, will he surpass me, the sect leader? Seeing the teary-eyed expression of his young mistress, Old Bai awkwardly scratched his head. Maybe I should comfort her first. On the other side, Yifeng woke up the next day. The first thing he did was open the system panel. When he saw that today's extravagance product was 10,000 pills of the 3 Revolutions Clear Mystic Pill, he was puzzled. What is this? He wanted to ask his junior brother, Bai Yefeng, a 3rd-grade alchemist, but after searching for a while, he couldn't find Long Wufeng. He wondered if he had scared his junior brother away with his antics yesterday. At that moment, the sect's steward, Old Bai, approached. He said that Long Wufeng and Ruo Qianxue had gone to the city to buy spiritual herbs. Since he had business in the city, he could take Yifeng along. Yifeng was overjoyed, grinning like a fool. After 5 hours of flying, they finally arrived in the city, but to his surprise, Old Bai simply warned him not to cause trouble, and vanished in a flash, leaving Yifeng alone in the cold wind. Helpless, Yifeng wandered around the city. Soon, he came across a shop called Tianyu Auction House. Yifeng decided to take a look inside, but then he thought, given how extravagant I am, could there be any danger? At that moment, the system notified him that if he were in danger, the system's Tycoon Guard Army would automatically appear to resolve any threats to his safety. Reassured, Yifeng confidently strode into the auction house. As soon as he entered, a shop assistant warmly greeted him. Upon learning that Yifeng was there to auction pills, the assistant respectfully invited him inside. Inside, an old man with white hair, smoking a pipe, came into view. The scene was set for what would come next. This man was named Chao Anshan, a 6th-grade alchemist. Yifeng casually tossed the clear mystic pill in front of the old man. To his surprise, the old man scoffed. I thought it was something good, a mere 3rd-grade clear mystic pill? But then, when Chao Anshan glanced at the pill again, he was completely stunned. This is a 9 Revolutions clear mystic pill. Yifeng was confused. Is this pill really that amazing? Chao Anshan's body trembled as he explained, although the clear mystic pill can only be consumed by cultivators at the Sea Realm or below, this is a 9 Revolutions pill. Its medicinal efficacy is maximized. In my 100 years of alchemy, this is the first time I've seen a 9 Revolutions pill. Yifeng, who had never dealt with pills before, was baffled. What's this about 9 revolutions? What does it mean? Chao Anshan explained. Young master, under ideal conditions, a complete pill has 9 revolutions. 1 revolution means the pill's efficacy is only 10%, 2 revolutions mean 20%, and so on. He continued to elaborate on how extraordinary the 9 revolutions clear mystic pill was, but Yifeng found the old man's rambling annoying, like a buzzing fly. Impatient, Yifeng slammed the table and said, I don't care how amazing this pill is, just tell me how much it's worth. Chao Anshan pondered for a moment. A 3rd-grade pill normally sells for hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, but this clear mystic pill not only purges impurities from the body, it's also a 9 revolutions pill. So, to determine its exact value, we'll have to put it up for auction. Yifeng was shocked. A single pill is worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones? That's ridiculous. He had forgotten that he had spent over 10 million low-grade spirit stones in the past 2 days. Hearing Yifeng call such an incredible pill a piece of junk, Chao Anshan trembled with anger. But considering that Yifeng might be the young master of some powerful sect, and so extravagantly wealthy, he respectfully said, there's an auction this afternoon. Young master, please wait just half a day. Yifeng then tossed him another clear mystic pill, telling him to auction both pills together. Let me know how much they sell for, and I'll come back to collect the money, he said before leaving. His arrogant demeanor left Chao Anshan gritting his teeth in frustration. As Yifeng walked away, he muttered, if this junk pill is so expensive, I wonder how many fools will bid on these. Hearing this, Chao Anshan, a 6th-grade alchemist and a Sea Realm expert, was utterly speechless. Afterward, Yifeng continued to wander around. He casually munched on the 9 revolutions clear mystic pills, like they were snacks. Then, he noticed a small yellow dog lying weakly under a tree. Seeing the dog's pitiful yet adorable appearance, Yifeng walked over and said, "Little dog, I've calculated that we're fated. How about you follow me from now on?" Unbeknownst to the dog, Yifeng only thought that since it looked so hungry, it would surely eat a lot. With this dog, he could feed it all the extravagant pills the system produced in the future. When people realized they were living worse than a dog, they'd surely be devastated. Thinking of this, Yifeng found the little yellow dog more and more appealing. He then took the dog to a restaurant, planning to give it a proper bath. When the waiter saw the dirty dog in Yifeng's arms, he blocked Yifeng's path, saying the dog couldn't enter the restaurant. "No matter how many spirit stones you offer, it's not allowed." Yifeng smirked. "Oh really? I don't believe you." In the next moment, the waiter obediently brought warm water to bathe the dog. Even Yifeng felt embarrassed and said, "Get lost." The waiter scurried away immediately. After cleaning the dog, Yifeng picked it up and prepared to put it to work. The dog didn't disappoint. It gobbled up the clear mystic pills as if they were free. Yifeng was delighted. "This dog is amazing. It just can't stop eating. You'll be working for me for the rest of your life." Then, Yifeng decided to go out for a stroll. As soon as Yifeng left the room, the dog, which had been devouring the pills, suddenly raised its head. It felt as though something had changed in its mind. After letting out a comfortable groan, it collapsed. After some time, the dog opened its eyes to see Yifeng scolding it for being lazy. But the dog felt dizzy and disoriented. Seeing its condition, Yifeng said he was also tired. "Since that's the case, let's just sleep together." So, he picked up the dog and went to bed. At that moment, Yifeng had no idea that the little yellow dog, after eating thousands of 9 revolutions clear mystic pills, was evolving into a spirit beast. One day, it might just give him a big surprise. Meanwhile, Ruo Qinxue and Long Wufeng arrived at the Tianyu auction house. That 2 9 revolutions 3rd grade clear mystic pills would be auctioned today. For a moment, she felt her 2 disciples were incredibly lucky. She had brought Long Wufeng out to buy herbs, and they happened to encounter the never-before-seen 9 revolutions clear mystic pills. These 2 pills would be immensely beneficial for them. She decided that no matter the cost, she would secure them for her disciples. By then, Yifeng would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude. He would be deeply thankful to her. Just imagining Yifeng being humbled by her filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Old Bai finally met up with his old friend. He complained that after finally making the trip, he hadn't seen his friend all morning. The old man mysteriously said, "Old Bai, today our auction house received 2 special pills, 3rd grade clear mystic pills. Guess how many revolutions they have?" Old Bai replied, "For you to be so excited, they must be at least 7 revolutions. Did one of those old masters refine them?" The old man shook his head. No, they're 9 revolutions. There are 2 of them. I don't know who refined them, but they were brought in by a young man." Old Bai paused for a moment. "Old friend, do you know the young man's name?" "No, he didn't leave any information. Just said he'd come back for the auction proceeds and left." For some reason, Old Bai's mind began to form an image of someone. The old man continued, "That young man didn't seem to care about the pills at all. He's likely a young master from some powerful sect or sacred land." At that moment, the image of Yifeng became clear in Old Bai's mind. Who else could be so extravagantly wasteful but him? Old Bai stood up and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to meet someone. My young mistress has established a sect. I'll introduce you to her direct disciple." The old man was puzzled. What's so special about a direct disciple? Old Bai sighed meaningfully. "You wouldn't understand." Soon, the 2 arrived at Yifeng's residence. But after knocking for a while, no one answered. Old Bai thought, a proper cultivator shouldn't waste precious time sleeping. With a kick, he forced the door open. The moment the door opened, the 2 old men were stunned. On the table was a dog bowl, and pills scattered all over the floor. None other than the 9 revolutions, 3rd grade clear mystic pills. At that moment, Yifeng woke up, drowsily asking Old Bai why he was there. Then, he looked down and noticed the mess of pills on the floor. "Aren't these the 9 revolutions 3rd grade clear mystic pills?" Yifeng, still groggy, asked Old Bai why he had come. Then, he looked down and noticed the mess of pills on the floor. The little yellow dog, which was supposed to be eating the pills for him, was now sleeping even more soundly than he was. Yifeng was furious. "Stupid dog, did you finish all those pills before sleeping?" But to his surprise, the dog had become picky, even kicking the pills aside with a look of disdain. This scene left the 2 old men utterly stunned. These were pills they would have treasured and passed down as family heirlooms, yet they were being rejected by a dog. At that moment, Old Bai noticed something unusual about the little yellow dog. Spiritual energy was naturally flowing into its body. In less than a year, it could become a spirit beast, but it didn't have the bloodline of a spirit beast. It was evolving on its own. The old man in red realized the source of the problem and asked Yifeng, "How many clear mystic pills did you feed this dog?" Yifeng, puzzled, thought for a moment and said, "Not many, really. Maybe around 2,000? The old man in red was completely shaken. He grabbed Old Bai and shouted, "That's 2,000 pills. Such precious pills, and you fed them to a dog? Old Bai, is this how your Xinghuan sect disciples behave? Aren't you going to do something about it? Old Bai sighed helplessly. How can I control him? This kid is ridiculously wealthy. I even work for him. How am I supposed to control him? The old man in red couldn't believe it. You, one of the 8 elders of the Xinghuan sect, a 3rd-level tribulation transcension expert, are working for a disciple of your own sect? Old Bai explained. I didn't want to, but he pays too well. At that moment, Yifeng walked over. Old Bai, can you do me a favor? Same deal, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The dogs become picky, and I still have over 7,000 pills to get rid of. Remembering the time, he had to throw away 9,000 talismans. Old Bai quickly asked, how many pills are left? Yifeng replied, not many, not many. Old Bai sighed. If that's the case, then bring it on. In the next moment, Yifeng dumped out 7,000 pills. This act nearly scared the souls out of the 2 old men. Old Bai was speechless. He didn't want to be exploited by this kid, but these were 9 revolutions top-grade pills, and there were 100,000 high-grade spirit stones on the line. So, with a determined glint in his eyes, he began devouring the pills. Yifeng scolded the little yellow dog. You better start eating too, or I'll stew you. And so, the scene of a man and a dog frantically eating pills unfolded. This shattered the old man in red's worldview. What's wrong with this world? Has everyone gone mad? Yifeng cheered Old Bai on. Keep it up. You're not going to lose to a dog, are you? Old Bai hadn't expected that 9 revolutions pills would taste so delicious. Although they had no effect on him now, he had once taken a 5 revolutions pill in his youth. Back then, he had spent 10 years worth of savings on that single pill. But compared to these 9 revolutions pills, it was garbage. Old Bai couldn't help but cry. If only I had been born at the right time. If I had encountered such an opportunity 60 years ago, when I was young. Seeing Old Bai cry while eating, Yifeng quickly said, Old Bai, it's okay if you can't finish. You'll still get your 100,000 spirit stones. The old man in red said, young man, you wouldn't understand. If we had access to such pills back in our day, we might have already transcended the 9 heavenly tribulations, ascended to immortality. Instead, we're stuck here with no hope in sight. Outwardly, we may seem impressive, but no one knows that if we fail to withstand the next tribulation, we'll perish completely. Yifeng suddenly understood. He turned to the old man in red and asked, would you like to join us and feast on these pills? Of course, I won't ask you to help for free. Same deal, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, the old man in red immediately stopped crying. He hesitated. I'm not a member of the Xinghuan sect. Wouldn't it be inappropriate? But even as he spoke, his hands were already moving to grab the pills. An hour passed, and Yifeng noticed there were still thousands of pills left. He sighed. The combined efforts of 2 men and a dog still aren't enough. Old Bai asked Yifeng, were the 2 pills at the auction house also yours? Yifeng replied yes. He couldn't believe a single pill could sell for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. I wonder who the sucker was who bought them. The old man in red was speechless. $1 million for 1 pill would still be a bargain. Meanwhile, sect leader Luo Qianxue had left the auction house. She sensed that Yifeng and Old Bai were in a hotel room nearby. Long Wufeng was excited, eager to show Yifeng what they had won at the auction. He rushed in and shouted, Senior brother Yifeng, look what master got for us. Luo Qianxue smirked. What does money matter? Pills of this level are priceless. When they reached the door, Luo Qianxue asked Long Wufeng why he wasn't going in. Long Wufeng trembled as he pointed inside. There, 3 men and a dog were feasting on pills, and the dog was even vomiting from overeating. When Luo Qianxue saw this scene, her worldview, along with her sanity, completely shattered. This was the most humiliating moment of her 2 lifetimes. She couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Old Bai and the others noticed Luo Qianxue's arrival. Seeing the pills scattered on the floor, Yifeng realized the sucker was none other than her. Luo Qianxue felt utterly defeated. She had been wrong all along. The pills she had fought tooth and nail for at the auction were now being fed to a dog. She had thought she could finally gain the upper hand, but instead, she had lost everything, even her dignity. Old Bai chuckled. Young mistress, your intentions were noble. After all, you did it for their sake. Yifeng then said, Master, senior brother, if you want to eat the pills, go ahead. Long Wufeng's mouth watered instantly. The 9 revolutions clear mystic pills were incredibly beneficial to him. Yifeng assured him, there's plenty to go around. Eat as much as you want. Don't hold back. Long Wufeng shouted, my insatiable appetite. Today, you're going all out. A great opportunity has come knocking. I must seize it with Luo Qianxue was speechless. Is he in such a hurry to reincarnate? Suddenly, Long Wufeng noticed a few pills falling off the table and landing in front of the big yellow dog. The dog gave him a look as if to say, what's this? Long Wufeng panicked. No beast can resist the allure of these pills. If the dog eats them, it would be such a waste. But then, the scene took a sudden turn. The dog didn't even glance at the pills. Instead, it kicked them away and gave a disdainful smirk. Pfft. Even a dog wouldn't eat this junk. I'd rather step on it. Long Wufeng was utterly shattered. Has the world gone mad? The old man in red approached Luo Qinxue and said, Sect leader Luo, I've been paid to do a job, so I shouldn't say too much. But as their master, you really need to discipline your disciple. That kid fed 2009 revolutions pills to a dog. It's such a waste. Yifeng retorted, it makes sense. Humans can't eat as fast as a dog. Long Wufeng picked up the dog. This thing ate 2,000 pills? My life isn't even as good as a dog's. Yifeng urged the three to stop talking and start eating. He was worried about the slow progress. Luo Qinxue sat across from them, outwardly calm but inwardly exasperated. How did I end up with such a spendthrift disciple? An hour later, the three men, looking as if they were 10 months pregnant, collapsed on the floor, unable to move. Luo Qinxue sat across from them, outwardly calm but inwardly exasperated. How did I end up with such a spendthrift disciple? Hour later, the three men, looking as if they were 10 months pregnant, collapsed on the floor, unable to move. Luo Qinxue sat across from them, outwardly calm but inwardly exasperated. They shouted, we can't do it anymore. We can't eat anymore. Yifeng sighed. Seems like our combat strength still isn't enough. There are still 2,000 pills left. He then glanced at Luo Qinxue. Luo Qinxue immediately refused. I absolutely won't eat anymore. Yifeng told her not to worry about the details. You'll get used to it after a few more times. Luo Qinxue said, these clear mystic pills were bought at a high price. If I take them back to my father's sect, it could significantly boost the sect's strength. Yifeng immediately refused. These are the system's extravagance products. They can only be consumed for extravagance, not traded. Luo Qinxue thought the offer was too low. She slammed the table and said she could offer 10 times the price. The three men were embarrassed. Do you think this guy looks like he's short on money? Luo Qinxue realized her mistake. As a master, she shouldn't be discussing money with her disciple. Besides, this guy was ridiculously wealthy. Then she was stunned. Yifeng was arranging the pills with roses as decoration. Master, try these rose-flavored 9 revolutions pills. As expected, girls love flowers. The trick worked. Luo Qinxue picked up a pill and examined it carefully. A faint blush appeared on her face. She even began to play with her ear, giving Yifeng a look that said, you know what to do tonight. Half an hour later, they finally finished the pills, tears in their eyes. Long Wufeng was so overwhelmed that he passed out. Congratulations, host. Extravagance successful. Reward, 300 extravagance points. Congratulations, host. All today's extravagance products have been consumed. Reward, 1,000 extravagance points. Reward, 9-leaf soul returning grass x3. Reward, 9 grade golden silkworm x15. Note, consuming reward items in an extravagant manner will not grant additional extravagance points. Host may use them freely. Yifeng was pleased. Not only did he receive extravagance points, but there were also other rewards. Luo Qinxue, numb from eating so many pills, asked Old Bai, do you think there's any point in me running this sect anymore? He doesn't need guidance for cultivation, and he doesn't need resources. Instead, I often end up working for my own direct disciple. Old Bai also began to suspect that Yifeng wasn't just a disciple of the sect, he was the sect's god of wealth, a bit too extravagant. Suddenly, Yifeng whispered to the old man in red, you're a 9th grade alchemist, right? Do you know about the 9-leaf soul returning grass? Old Bai and Luo Qinxue were speechless. Here he goes again, showing off. Hearing about the soul returning grass, the old man in red immediately perked up. I'm very familiar with it. Yifeng was startled. For a moment, he thought the old man was about to eat a child. The old man in red shouted, 9-leaf soul returning grass is a legendary spirit herb. Each leaf represents its medicinal efficacy. I've never even seen a single leaf one, let alone a 9-leaf one. Moreover, soul returning grass is essential for refining soul returning pills. These pills can revive someone within 24 hours of death. Even if their soul has reached the underworld, they can slap the king of hell and walk back to life. To put it bluntly, this is the most coveted item for anyone facing a tribulation. With this pill protecting your soul, even if your body is destroyed during the tribulation, your soul can survive and find a way to rebuild your body later. The old man in red asked, why are you suddenly asking about this? Old Bai immediately sensed something was off. If this kid is asking, he probably has it. The old man in red continued, Old Bai, you know about bamboo demon grass, soul returning flower, and purple mist, right? Of course. These 3 spirit herbs always cause a frenzy whenever they appear. Old Bai immediately realized something was wrong. If this kid is asking, he probably has them. The old man in red continued, bamboo demon grass, soul returning flower, and purple mist. You know about them, right? Of course. These 3 spirit herbs always cause a frenzy whenever they appear. Unfortunately, these 3 herbs are extremely rare. Yesterday, this kid used them to soak his feet. The old man in red turned pale. Such extravagance, too extravagant. Old Bai cautiously asked Yifeng, 9-leaf soul returning grass is extremely precious. Please don't use it to soak your feet. Yifeng took out the grass and said, I have 3 stalks. What's wrong with using one to soak my feet? The old man in red nearly lost his mind. His expression turned horrified. Absolutely not. You actually have 3 stalks of 9-leaf soul-returning grass? My goodness. Today, no matter the cost, I must have these 3 stalks, even if it means sacrificing my old, worn-out body. Yifeng was scolded relentlessly. Using it to soak your feet would be an absolute waste. Utter madness. Suddenly, Yifeng rummaged through his clothes and walked over to Luo Qianxue. He pulled out a stalk of 9-leaf soul-returning grass and said, "Master, this is a gift from your disciple." Luo Qianxue was at a loss for words. First, he spent 100,000 spirit stones to become my disciple, then 400,000 on gifts, and now he's giving me priceless soul-returning grass. She couldn't imagine what else Yifeng might offer in the future. She began to imagine Yifeng trying to win her over. Yifeng, using his extravagant methods, might even force her to submit. Instantly, she felt like a master being pampered by her disciple. She tried to remind herself to stay composed. This time, I absolutely cannot accept the 9-leaf soul-returning grass, but thinking about her future happiness and the possibility of needing a soul-returning pill during her tribulation, she couldn't refuse. Yifeng, on the other hand, was thinking, the second stalk of soul-returning grass is definitely going into my foot soak. No one can stop me. As for the third stalk, he said to Old Bai, if you work hard enough, it might just become yours. Old Bai instantly became Yifeng's loyal follower. Then, a hand landed on Yifeng's shoulder. The old man in red asked, if I work hard enough, can I also get a stalk of 9-leaf soul-returning grass? Yifeng was stunned. The old man in red was shamelessly trying to win him over. An 80-year-old man ripped off his shirt and flexed his muscles in public. Old Bai, feeling threatened, angrily shouted, "Old man, what do you think you're doing? Trying to steal my opportunity right in front of me?" At that moment, the old man in red and Old Bai's 50-year friendship shattered over a single stalk of 9-leaf soul-returning grass. Lung Wufeng, thinking about how Yifeng wanted to use the grass for a foot soak, wondered if he could ask Yifeng to save the foot soak water for him to drink. Suddenly, the old man in red struck a flirtatious pose and approached Luo Qianxue. In ancient times, Lu Bu offered his father to Dong Zhuo. Today, I, Xia Tianyu, humbly offer myself to your sect. I regret not joining earlier. Qianxue, if you don't mind, I'd like to join your sect and become an elder. Luo Qianxue told him to stop joking. A 9th-grade alchemist, a 3rd-level tribulation transcension expert, and the owner of the Tianyu auction house, wants to join my small sect? The old man in red insisted. That's right. He even threatened, if you don't agree, I'll go talk to your father. Yifeng casually pulls out 9 revolutions pills and rare spirit herbs, and even uses them to soak his feet. This shows he doesn't value these treasures, meaning he must have even more incredible things. Luo Qianxue asked, if you join my sect, what will happen to the auction house? That's simple. I'll let my incompetent son manage it. Old Bai was furious, but couldn't do anything. The old man in red mocked him. I love seeing you so angry, but unable to do anything about it. Who knows who'll end up with that stalk of soul-returning grass? At that moment, Luo Qianxue began to question her original goals. She had wanted to focus on cultivation, but now everything was spiraling out of control. The old man in red continued to taunt Old Bai. I love seeing you so angry, but unable to do anything about it. Who knows who'll end up with that stalk of soul-returning grass? At that moment, Luo Qianxue began to question her original goals. She had wanted to focus on cultivation, transcend tribulations, ascend to the upper realm, and seek revenge. But now, the sect has inexplicably gained 2 disciples, and today, a 9th-grade alchemist joined as well. At that moment, Yifeng asked, does anyone know about the golden silkworm star key? The old man in red immediately perked up. You have the golden silkworm star key? Even Old Bai and Luo Qianxue's eyes lit up. For the first time, Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. He stammered, I was just asking casually. Damn, if I had taken it out just now, these 3 might have actually killed me to silence me. But the trio of cultivators wouldn't let it go so easily. Yifeng must have the golden silkworm star key. Long Wufeng asked Old Bai, what's senior brother Yifeng's background? He's completely inhuman. At that moment, Luo Qianxue's spirit pearl lit up. She immediately picked it up. It was a message from the sect. Luo Qianxue told everyone to return to the sect immediately. Old Bai asked, what's happened? She replied, my father is coming. He's probably here to inspect the sect. When they arrived at the sect, a figure in black stood at the entrance. Luo Qianxue looked nervous. Father, I'm back, she said. The middle-aged man's face was grim. Qianxue, he said coldly, you've disappointed me. The atmosphere turned tense. The air was thick with a stern aura. No one dared to breathe loudly. Luo Qianxue asked in surprise, Father, why are you here? Her father's face darkened. Disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Your Xinghuan sect just recruited disciples a few days ago, but now, there's not even a dog in sight. I thought there would be a group of disciples serving tea, so I brought 10,000 red envelopes. But now, after waiting for 5 hours, Not a single person showed up. Luo Qianxue sighed helplessly. She hadn't expected her father to inspect the sect so soon after its founding. She quickly introduced the two disciples she had recruited. One is Yifeng, and the other is Long Wufeng. At least she had two disciples to show for it. She then pointed to Yifeng. Look, I've even taken Yifeng as my direct disciple. In her previous life, she had been a powerful empress, but she had been an orphan with no parents. This life, she had finally experienced parental love, and she cherished it deeply. Sect leader Luo carefully examined Yifeng, the so-called direct disciple. He was puzzled. His daughter had always been focused on cultivation and indifferent to everything else. Why had she suddenly taken on a direct disciple? He asked. What's Yifeng's spiritual root? Luo Qianxue replied honestly, he doesn't have one. What about his talent? None that I've noticed yet. Then what's his cultivation level? Luo Qianxue whispered. None. Sect leader Luo nearly spat out blood. So he's just a waste? How did he become your direct disciple? Yifeng said. I paid 500,000 spirit stones for it. Sect leader Luo's face darkened further. You bought your way in? Even a third-rate sect wouldn't be so careless. He thought his daughter had been blinded by money. If you needed money, you could have asked your old man. Suddenly, the old man in red brought over a chair and told Yifeng to sit down. Don't stand. It's tiring. Old Bai scolded him. Don't go too far. The sect leader needs to save face. Then, he brought tea for Yifeng. It's getting cold. Don't catch a chill. Sect leader Luo was furious. Old Bai, do you think I don't exist? Is this how one of the 8 elders of the Xinghuan sect behaves? The old man in red chimed in. Don't be too harsh, sect leader. Yifeng is a treasure. Sect leader Luo was speechless. Is this really one of my elders? The scene was utterly bizarre. Sect leader Luo felt like he was in a nightmare. Old Bai, are you out of your mind? Is this how you treat your sect leader? Moreover, the old man from the auction house arrived a few minutes later. Luo Qianxue explained the situation to her father. Sect leader Luo was overwhelmed. A dog ate 2009 revolutions pills? This is insane. This is a god of wealth, even in my sect. He'd be treated like a VIP. Old Bai said, Sect leader, we've long suspected that Yifeng is from a higher realm. Sect leader Luo gestured for him to stop. Let's not discuss Yifeng anymore. I'm just here to check on my daughter's sect. Now that everything seems fine, I can rest easy. He asked the old man in red to leave, so he could have a private chat with his daughter. Meanwhile, in Yifeng's dorm, Long Wufeng happily brought over a footbath. Senior brother, soak your feet first. I'll throw away the water after you're done. I want to taste it. Yifeng said, I'm not stingy. Go get another basin. We'll split the 9-leaf soul-returning grass. Long Wufeng was moved to tears. On the dorm roof, 2 figures were spying through a hole. Old Bai's face darkened. Yifeng really isn't joking. He's actually using 9-leaf soul-returning grass to soak his feet. The old man in red was nearly fainting. This is inhuman. The next morning, Yifeng felt refreshed. Soaking my feet with 9-leaf soul-returning grass really made a difference. Even my kidneys feel stronger. Too bad only a fraction of the medicinal effect was absorbed through my feet. He checked his system panel. 2,500 extravagance points left. Today's extravagance product, 10,000 yellow spring sword in tint fragments. Yifeng examined one of the fragments. He couldn't figure out what it was. He called the dog over. The dog happily. Yifeng read the system's description. Just touch it to the forehead. In the next moment, the yellow spring sword in tint fragment was absorbed by the dog. The surrounding spiritual energy surged. Visions of martial arts and underworld techniques filled the dog's mind. It was mesmerized. The heavens would be dark without this dog. Yifeng asked, did you just fart? Why didn't the yellow spring sword in tint do anything? He asked the system if he could use the fragments too. The system replied, it's possible, but it will cost a large number of extravagance points. Yifeng. He decided to take the dog to a secluded spot. Meanwhile, sect leader Luo asked his daughter, have you considered taking the 2 youngsters to the Heavenly Tao battlefield for training? Luo Qianxue thought it was a good idea. She wasn't able to teach them much herself. She was confident about Yifeng, but worried about Long Wufeng. Sect leader Luo asked, Yifeng may have many treasures, but he's still just a mortal. Even the weakest demon beasts and cultivators could easily kill him. Why are you so confident about him? Luo Qianxue explained. Yifeng may not have a spiritual root, but he's not an ordinary mortal. He's strong enough to protect himself. Sect leader Luo wasn't convinced. A mortal is still a mortal. Luo Qianxue said, Yifeng has opened his sea of consciousness, and it's 20 times larger than mine. Sect leader Luo was even more skeptical. When you opened your sea of consciousness, you broke the sect's record. How could Yifeng's be 20 times larger? Luo Qianxue insisted. Yifeng is extraordinary. Sect leader Luo sighed. A mortal is still a mortal. Luo Qianxue said, Yifeng has opened his sea of consciousness, and it's 20 times larger than mine. Sect leader Luo was even more skeptical. When you opened your sea of consciousness, A forest 20 times larger than you. It's simply unbelievable. As the two argued, a sudden explosion of microwave energy erupted. Both Luo Qianxue and her father were shocked. Even Long Wufeng and Old Xia felt it simultaneously. An ancient, icy voice echoed through the yellow spring road. On the soul-crossing bridge, the sword remains sheathed, but the person dies first. In an instant, everyone rushed out of the sect. Luo Qianxue asked Old Bai, "Did you feel that? What about Long Wufeng? This sword intent is too terrifying. Wufeng can't withstand it." Sect leader Luo shouted. "Old Bai, Old Xia, I'll lead the way. You two cover me." Their eyes fell on Yifeng, who was not far away. The next moment, everyone froze in place. They saw Yifeng playing a game of fetch with a dog. The scene seemed normal, but the dog was anything but ordinary. It was radiating an overwhelming yellow spring sword intent. They realized the yellow spring sword intent was emanating from a mere stray dog. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe a dog could comprehend such an incredibly difficult and powerful sword intent? Luo Qianxue couldn't hold back anymore. She asked Yifeng, "Did this dog just comprehend sword intent on its own?" Yifeng replied, "How could that be? It's just a dumb dog. How could it comprehend sword intent? I just fed it some sword intent fragments." The four cultivators were utterly dumbfounded. He fed yellow spring sword intent fragments to a dog? Who wouldn't slap him twice for that? Yifeng suddenly realized something was off. The looks from sect leader Luo and Old Xia were unsettling. Luo Qianxue explained, "Yellow spring sword intent is one of the most powerful sword intents in the world. Even in the heavenly Dao battlefield, it's extremely rare. Obtaining something like this depends entirely on luck. Yet you not only have it, but also feed it to a dog? When will you stop being so wasteful?" Yifeng asked. "What's the heavenly Dao battlefield?" Luo Qianxue told him, "My father is here to take us there for training. The Xintian continent is just a lower-tier world. Any lower-tier world can enter the heavenly Dao battlefield, and depending on one's cultivation level, they are assigned to different zones. No one knows how this place came to be, but everyone knows. It contains treasures of the great era, ancient legacies, and cultivation resources. But it's also incredibly dangerous. One misstep, and you'll be crushed by the powerful beings inside." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, "Host, please proceed to the second level of the heavenly Dao battlefield. Kill 100 peak Qi refinement realm demonic beasts." Yifeng looked at the mission rewards. Normally, it was 100 points, but this time, it was a large amount of waste points. The reward was good, but he was currently just a cultivator with no combat skills, a complete noob in battle. Sect leader Luo asked Yifeng, "How many sword intent fragments did you feed this dog?" The dog's sword intent is as strong as a sword master's. It's on the verge of breaking through to the sword heart realm. He recalled that the last person to reach the sword heart realm was his sect's ancestor, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Before barely stepping into the sword heart realm, that ancestor had comprehended the frost sword heart, which was nowhere near the level of the yellow spring sword heart. Yifeng smiled and said, "Not many, just about 10,000 sword intent fragments." He had fed 10,000 fragments to the dog, and it had exhausted him. The next moment, he felt a chill down his spine. The four cultivators were staring at him, as if he were a dead man. The group exploded in anger. "You bastard! You fed 10,000 yellow spring sword intent fragments to a dog? You're utterly heartless and insane. A single fragment could cause a bloodbath in the cultivation world, and you fed them all to a dog." Yifeng also realized something was wrong and quickly apologized. The four cultivators told him that if he ever had such things again, he should definitely call them for help first. What was the point of giving it to a dog? Luo Qianxue urged her father to take Yifeng away immediately. She was afraid she might lose control and slap this wasteful guy to death. Sect leader Luo grabbed Yifeng and took off into the air, saying he would bring him back after finishing their business. He was also afraid he might lose control and kill this wasteful guy. Mid-air, Yifeng asked sect leader Luo, "Where are we going now?" "To the real sect of the Starry Sky sect, to gather your fellow disciples and head to the heavenly Dao battlefield." Yifeng asked, "Sect leader, is our sect strong? Why don't we even have demonic beasts for food? If the sect is too poor, I'm willing to contribute. Do my fellow disciples have enough to eat? Does the sect need investment for expansion?" These words made the sect leader's scalp tingle. It seemed like this guy was about to bankrupt the sect. Sect leader Luo told him to shut up. The Starry Sky sect was wealthy beyond measure and needed nothing. That night, the two stayed at an inn to rest. They booked 2 single rooms. Yifeng said, "Sect leader, I'll pay." Lying in bed, Yifeng pondered, "I wonder what tomorrow's wasteful product will be." Earning 1,000 waste points every day is exhausting. The next morning, Yifeng woke up and immediately opened the system panel. Looking at today's wasteful product, it was actually 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Today's task would be much simpler to handle. With some experience, Yifeng was instantly full of confidence, knowing how to quickly waste it all. Step 1. Buy 5 spirit grass seeds from the system mall, specifically human grade or higher. According to the spirit grass seed description, the probability of low consumption should also be 90%. 100 waste points spent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a human-grade high-quality martial skill, Flame Dragon Fist. Loading now. Yifeng smiled proudly. Just as I analyzed. But wait, the Flame Dragon Fist? The system reminded him, you need fire attribute spiritual energy to use it. Yifeng was dumbfounded. He was a waste with no spiritual roots. Where would he get fire attribute spiritual energy? The system told him, try focusing. You might just get it. Sure enough, the next moment, Yifeng felt a surge of spiritual energy swirling in his palm. He couldn't believe it. A waste with no spiritual roots could actually convert spiritual energy into attribute energy. The Flame Dragon Fist was truly mastered. At that moment, Sect Leader Luo told Yifeng to get up. It was time to continue their journey. On the way, Sect Leader Luo asked Yifeng, why were you eating breakfast so slow? Yifeng said, chewing slowly is good for the body and mind. It's all about health preservation. The next moment, Sect Leader Luo noticed something was off. He suddenly turned and asked Yifeng what he was doing. Yifeng was tossing handfuls of high-grade spirit stones, saying, high-altitude welfare, leaving opportunities for those who are prepared. Without hesitation, he dumped all the spirit stones. This made Sect Leader Luo very Yifeng, although you are truly capable, spirit stones are valuable. You can't be so wasteful. Don't regret it one day, when you have nothing left. Yifeng asked Sect Leader Luo, do you know what the most painful thing in life is? Sect Leader Luo answered seriously. Sword cultivators suffer from failing to comprehend the true essence of the sword. Alchemists regret not leaving behind peerless pills. Yifeng said, Sect Leader, my situation is different. My greatest pain is dying before I can spend all my money. The man's spending habits were utterly inhuman. As the cultivation experts flew, he kept spending. Finally, at the entrance of the Starry Sky sect, Yifeng had looking at the grandeur of the Starry Sky sect, it was incomparable to the previous shabby mountain. Sect Leader Luo said, Song Jishir. This is the new disciple Qianxue has taken in. Sect Leader Luo introduced. This is Yifeng, Qianxue's newly accepted disciple. In a few days, he will go to the heavenly Dao battlefield with the other disciples. Sect Leader Luo instructed Yifeng to prepare, as they would depart in 3 days. Yifeng, being quite sensible, cupped his hands and said, I'll trouble Song Jishir these next few days. At that moment, Yifeng noticed a commotion nearby, likely some event. He asked Song Jishir what was happening. Today is the day for sparring between outer and inner sect disciples. If you're interested, you can go watch. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Host, please become the Leitu Challenge Champion and defeat 100 opponents of the same realm. Mission success reward, 500 waste points. At this moment, Yifeng had completely forgotten Sect Leader Luo's instructions. Now, for the sake of 500 waste points, he was ready to fight anyone. Meanwhile, the sparring arena was packed with outer and inner sect disciples. Suddenly, a stranger walked onto the stage. The disciples were puzzled. This guy isn't wearing the Starry Sky sect's robes. Is he here to challenge the sect? Yifeng immediately. Everyone, my name is Yifeng. At the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, I am Luo Qianxue's only direct disciple. Today, I've come to challenge the Leitu champion. Please enlighten me, seniors. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Wow, the Saintess's direct disciple. I heard she went out to establish her own sect. I didn't expect it to be true. At that moment, a figure stepped onto the stage. A man with curly hair said, I'll take the first match. The crowd buzzed. It's Meng Yang. Rumor has it he reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement in just 3 years. The cultivation technique he practices is the Emperor-grade, Central Palace Divine Art. Yifeng looked at You seem quite famous in the sect. Are you the sect's heartthrob? Meng Yang replied. It took me less than 3 years to reach the peak of the 9th level. How long did it take you, Brother Yi? Yifeng generously told him. From opening my spiritual sea to the peak of the 9th level, it took me 10 minutes. From the spiritual sea to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, it took a full 20 minutes. Meng Yang was stunned. Is this guy insane? What is he even saying? Even a reincarnated cultivation expert couldn't boast like this. The man's spending habits were utterly inhuman, and his ability to show off was unparalleled. Watching the crowd of cultivators, Yifeng thought, this is the perfect place to show off. Just moments ago, Yifeng claimed, he reached the peak of Qi refinement in just 20 minutes. This left both cultivators and non-cultivators speechless. The arena fell into dead silence. Meng Yang stood in the wind, utterly bewildered. This guy has mastered the art of showing off. Disciples of the Starry Sky sect muttered. Meng Yang, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, took 3 years to break through. This guy claims he did it in 30 minutes. Even taking a dump takes longer than that. Does he think cultivation can be bought with money? Others chimed in. Yifeng is clearly full of hot air. Let's see Meng Yang beat him up. Some gritted their teeth, thinking, if he really has such talent, those prodigies will be overshadowed forever. Yifeng turned to the crowd and said, you wouldn't understand. Some things really can be bought with money. Meng Yang, now furious, told him to stop talking nonsense, and charged at him with a technique called blue-silver grass entanglement. Yifeng warned, "This punch carries 20 years of power. Be careful." With that, he unleashed the flaming dragon fist. A fiery dragon phantom appeared, scaring Meng Yang out of his wits. What the hell is this? As the dragon emerged, the temperature around them skyrocketed. Some weaker disciples even fainted from the heat. Meng Yang, being a top-tier genius, knew he couldn't dodge this attack. He braced himself for the impact. The crowd watched in awe as the fiery dragon closed in. Meng Yang knew he was in trouble. Only the 5G wave-splitting technique can withstand it. The fire dragon is charging fiercely. It has already opened its ferocious jaws. Suddenly, he summons a giant sword. Swinging it with full strength, he uses the dense wave-splitting technique to block. The fire dragon collides with the shadow of the dragon. A loud explosion erupts. The power of the collision is too overwhelming. Many disciples activate their protective shields, shouting to protect the weaker junior disciples. But a group of them starts cursing because they overestimated themselves. The terrifying spiritual energy impact is something they can't withstand. After the danger passes, a group of them exclaims in shock, "Look, that fire dragon is still there, and it looks completely unharmed." The most miserable one is Meng Yao. Right now, he's being cooked by the fire dragon, slowly roasted. The fire dragon is clearly dissatisfied with Meng Yang's earlier scratch-like attack. Meng Yang now feels like dying. He no longer wants to show off. The cost is just too high. This guy in front of him has no concept of restraint. Yifeng, on the other hand, strikes a flamboyant pose. He already knew how this would end, so he had his moves prepared. As Yifeng continues to unleash fire dragon punches, more and more fire dragons appear on the arena. Meng Yang is chased to the edge of the arena. He's about to be cooked by the fire dragon. He's completely shattered. This guy isn't human. What kind of monster is he? The amount of spiritual energy he has is terrifying. In the next moment, he makes the right decision. This guy is too inhuman. If this continues, I'll meet Buddha. So he simply surrenders and jumps off the arena. At this moment, Yifeng transforms. Yifeng, the ancestor of the Yi family, shouts with joy, "Who else is there? I can take on 10,000. When a man stops spending recklessly and cultivates immortality, he can punch and kick his way through. Accompanying him, an 80-year-old from Wudong Mountain and a 90-year-old from Mei Mountain. Just as Yifeng completely abandons his humanity, he experiences the joy of being a cultivation master. But the disciples of the sect suffer. They curse endlessly. Every word is laced with sarcasm. Their curses are filled with bitterness. They shout, "This guy is too inhuman." Watching the sect being ruthlessly destroyed, the elders can no longer sit still. Yifeng smiles. "Those who offend me will not escape, but I will destroy them with a single strike." Yifeng's heart burns with passion. Is this the thrill of reckless cultivation? Is this the joy of cultivation? The elder, seeing this flamboyant brat, orders, "All disciples, listen up. Those at the peak of the Qi movement stage, step forward. The rest of you, retreat and clear the arena. Now, charge at him. Remember, don't kill him. Just beat him until even his parents won't recognize him." The disciples are shocked. Is this crazy? 200 people attacking at once? Can Yifeng handle this? No wonder the holy maiden took him as her disciple. He truly has extraordinary abilities. Another disciple says, "This guy is terrifying. Fighting 1 against 100. He has the courage of an army. If he wins this battle, he will surely earn a place on the Qianlong ranking. If he wins, he'll be famous. If he loses, the whole village will mourn." At this moment, commanding all disciples to release they gather it together to form a spiritual energy shield. The disciples obey. One by one, they respond. They continuously release their spiritual energy, forming a protective shield. This makes Yifeng feel uneasy. They're ganging up on me? Even though I have vast spiritual energy, if they use human wave tactics, I'll exhaust myself before breaking their shield. Seeing that he only has 4,000 extravagance points left, he has no choice. He can only spend more to draw a top-tier Earthgrade technique. Congratulations, host. You've spent 700 extravagance points. You've drawn the top-tier Earthgrade technique, 9 Thunderblades. It's clear that once Yifeng starts spending, he won't stop at just a little. In the next second, he continues to draw. Another top-tier Earthgrade technique, Water Dragon's Chant, is drawn. Yifeng continues to splurge, thinking that drawing one more spiritual energy technique should be enough. 700 extravagance points consumed. Obtained Earthgrade technique, Whirling Sandstorm. Seeing his now full arsenal of techniques, he reveals a satisfied smile once again. In an instant, spiritual energy erupts wildly. A top-tier Earthgrade technique, 9 Thunderblades, appears, surrounding lightning crackles. Then, stepping on a formation, another Earthgrade technique, Water Dragon's Chant, emerges. The Water Dragon's Chant and 9 Thunderblades merge, creating a fused weapon. Its power increases hundreds of times. The disciples below, holding up their spiritual energy shields, are struck by the lightning energy. Moreover, the fusion of water and lightning energy leaves them wondering, what level is this weapon? Is he even human? What kind of monster crawled out of the latrine? He actually possesses 3 spiritual roots. Just the residual energy from this attack is enough to inspire awe and fear. Suddenly, someone exclaims, "What's going on? A strong wind?" Having experienced the joy of cultivation, Yifeng completely abandons his humanity. He warns the 200 disciples. This strike is the power of 20 years of singlehood, a fusion of 9 thunderblades, water dragon's chant, and whirling sandstorm. A top-tier earth-grade fusion technique is unleashed by Yifeng. The pressure is overwhelming. The 200 disciples' spiritual energy shields instantly tremble. The group shouts, "This isn't working." They're completely drained. The opponent's range is too vast. No one can withstand such an impact. The most shocked is the sect elder. Seeing the weapon Yifeng used, he's utterly stunned. This guy really has the strength to show off. He's actually a rare quadruple element cultivator. Using Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Lotus, he shouts, "I am already invincible. Why borrow strength from others?" The sect disciples are dumbfounded. He's actually a little hater too. Hearing this, Yifeng mercilessly throws the Buddha's Fury Lotus. In an instant, countless disciples are blown away, leaving only their iron underwear. Yifeng's reputation for evil spreads further. He now wears the smile of a true villain. The disciples of the Star Sect take out their underwear and wave them as white flags in surrender. The elder, Songji, never expected this outcome. He initially thought Yifeng was too arrogant and wanted the disciples to teach him a lesson, but instead, they uncovered a quadruple element cultivator who has mastered 3 top-tier earthgrade techniques. This guy is utterly inhuman, terrifyingly powerful. He'll surely secure a spot in the top 10 of the Qianlong ranking. Yifeng, still unsatisfied, condenses another Buddha's Fury Lotus. He laughs arrogantly. The arrogance of youth must be fully embraced. If you're not wild in your youth, what's the point of being human? The Star Sect disciples are fed up. This guy is truly inhuman. After hours of fighting, he's still full of energy. This battle made him famous. Turns out, we were the clowns all along. Meanwhile, in the Star Sect's main hall, 5 other disciples are waiting. The princess left the sect in a hurry a few days ago. Today, she just returned and summoned us. I wonder what she wants to announce. At this moment, sect leader Luo arrives. He says, "I do have something to announce. You'll soon have a new junior brother." His cultivation is at the peak of the Qi movement stage. The 5 immediately start discussing. Finally, a junior brother. He's no longer the youngest core disciple. Qin Fei speaks up. "We're already a top sect in the Xintian continent. To become a core disciple, his talent and comprehension must be top tier, right?" Someone asks the sect leader, "Does our junior brother have any special qualities?" Sect leader Luo replies, "Yes. He's really good at spending money to show off." The disciples are speechless. This is the little junior brother's extraordinary talent. Even those loose cultivator big shots are nothing. In front of our sect, they're not even worth mentioning. The sect master told them, "You don't understand yet. After spending some time with him, you'll see. That thing is utterly inhuman. Once the Heavenly Dao battlefield ends, you all will follow him to the Star Soul variety show created by the Holy Maiden for a while. By the way, don't blame me for not warning you. Keep your wits about you when you're around him. This little junior brother of yours, even the tiniest thing he scrapes from under his fingernails, could sustain you for a lifetime." Just thinking about how Yifeng can make a dog, Huang Quan suggested that he let the 5 genius disciples stay by Yifeng's side. Not only could the sect nurture 5 peerless experts, but it could also free up resources for the development of other disciples. Thinking about how these 5 disciples might not even compare to a dog, the old man laughed even more joyfully. If the 5 disciples were to meet the dog that Huang Quan recommended, they'd probably be scared to death. The 5 of them looked at the sect who had only been gone for a few days, and it seemed like he had lost his mind. Sect Master Luo turned around and smiled. Some things can only be understood after experiencing them firsthand. Only then will you know what true hardship is. Now, come with me to meet your pay-to-win junior brother. Just moments ago, Luo Wuming repeatedly warned the disciples to remember his words. Their little junior brother is definitely a big shot. At the right moment, the 5 disciples should even be willing to be Yifeng's lackeys. At that moment, outside the sect's arena, a group of disciples was discussing, "Is senior brother Yifeng really that amazing? He's ridiculously strong. 4 spiritual roots, 3 imperial techniques, and unparalleled combat skills. Senior brother Yifeng's comprehension is too monstrous. And the most important thing is that in the Divine War, he fought against 200 opponents of the same level for 200 years, but the battle ended with just a flick of his finger." The 5 disciples felt like they had missed something important. Chun Hao Yu asked, "Sect Master, are you sure junior brother is just a rich wastrel? Doesn't he have any special skills or strengths?" Luo Wuming shook his head and said he didn't know much about Yifeng, only that he was very wealthy. He suggested asking the inner sect disciples for more information about Yifeng. This half-hearted response left the 5 cultivators utterly confused. Was this really the same profound and wise sect master? He didn't even know what his junior brother's strengths were, yet he gave him the status of a star disciple. A moment later, they arrived at the arena hall, which was in complete disarray, resembling a massive disaster zone. Du Yuetian, with her twin tails, asked, "Wasn't today supposed to be a sparring match between outer and inner sect disciples?" Xia Tiantian replied, "Well, it seems like the style of the competition has changed to a free-for-all brawl." Luo Wuming asked Songji, "What's going on? Did a level 17 typhoon hit the sect?" Songji began to explain excitedly, "One battle to become a legend. This kid has the potential of an emperor. Sect master Yi Feng is invincible among his peers. He fought 1 against 100, using a Earth-grade fusion technique, and shocked everyone with his Raging Flames Lotus. He achieved a complete victory." Chen Haoyu was stunned. "What kind of monster is this? He single-handedly defeated 200 opponents of the same level in such a devastating manner." This left both cultivators and non-cultivators speechless. Even the usually calm Luo Wuchen couldn't stay composed. "Tell me everything that happened, and don't leave out any details." 3 minutes later, Luo Wuchen absorbed everything. He then remembered what his daughter had once said. Yi Feng's spiritual sea is 20 times larger than mine, and his daughter's spiritual sea was already 20 times larger than an average person's. Yi Feng's was another 20 times larger than hers. This was like super compounding. In other words, Yi Feng's spiritual energy was equivalent to 400 cultivators of the same level. No wonder he had always treated Yi Feng as a waste. He had never bothered to check the depth of Yi Feng's spiritual sea. Suddenly, Zhao Tianming began to act erratically. Can one person's spiritual energy really be so abundant, to such an insane degree? "Princess, you're not being fair. You hid our junior brother's secrets from us. You only told us he was a rich wastrel, but you didn't mention a word about him having 4 spiritual roots, or comprehending 3 Earth-grade martial techniques. Not a single word. Old man, is it fun for you to mess with us like this?" Chen Haoyu came over and asked Songji, "Where did junior brother go?" "He's already returned to the main peak for inner sect cultivation." The others also got the signal, and in an instant, with a few whooshes, they all disappeared. They all flew toward the main peak of the inner sect. They assured the sect master they would first go see this so-called junior brother. At that moment, Songji asked Chen Haoyu, "You called Yi Feng junior brother. Does the sect master intend to make him the 6th core disciple?" Luo Wuming told Songji to suppress today's events, and not let the 3rd elder know about them. After all, Yi Feng was his daughter's direct disciple. Songji told him it was already too late. Not only did the 3rd elder know, but the other 4 elders were also aware. Luo Wuming sighed softly. "It seems this matter can no longer be hidden. From now on, it's up to Yi Feng to remain consistent and only enjoy the soft life my daughter provides." Just after Yefeng finished showing off, a song started playing in the small courtyard, when suddenly, several figures rushed in fiercely, like an 18-magnitude earthquake. Yefeng shouted, "What are you doing? If it were beauties rushing over, that would be fine, but a few rough old men? Please stop." The group of senior brothers and sisters seemed to be in heat, all revealing eager and thirsty expressions. Yefeng's hair stood on end. How could his small bed withstand such an impact? Chen Haoyu was the first to speak. "Little junior brother, I am your eldest senior brother. I am your 2nd senior sister, Xia Tiantian, 3rd senior brother, Zhao Tianming, and me, your 4th senior brother, Xing Fei. I am your 5th senior sister, Du Tianyue." Yefeng was completely confused. Wasn't he the only direct disciple? How come after returning to the sect, he suddenly had 5 senior brothers and sisters? Now he was the youngest, but having a dual identity wasn't necessarily bad. He was both the master's direct disciple and a core disciple of the star sect. Yefeng asked the system, "Since it's our first meeting, as the youngest junior brother, shouldn't I give some gifts to my seniors? And since they are all geniuses and prodigies, ordinary things wouldn't impress them. How about 100,000 top-grade spirit stones each?" "Deal." The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host. The amount is within the squandering range." Yefeng was delighted. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, but the system actually approved it. Seeing Yefeng trembling with excitement, the senior sister smiled. "Even though our little junior brother is extraordinary, he's still stunned by our identities. So cute. From now on, 2nd senior sister will take good care of him." 5th senior sister was also moved to tears. "Finally, I have a little junior brother to bully." At this moment, Yefeng turned around and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, since you've come so suddenly, I didn't have time to prepare much. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." The 5 cultivators looked at the storage rings in their hands, all completely stunned. Chen Haoyu said, "Let me see. What's inside?" The next second, he was dumbfounded. It was 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. They never expected that upon their first meeting, before they could even give gifts, they would receive such a huge sum from their junior brother. In that instant, they remembered the sect leader's words. "He's rich, very rich, extremely rich." The system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations, host, for successfully squandering. You've earned 200 squandering points. You've obtained 100 enlightenment pills. Yefeng didn't expect to receive special rewards like this. The system explained, enlightenment pills have no grade. Any living being who consumes them will immediately enter a state of enlightenment, lasting for 20 minutes. Cannot be used to earn squandering points. It seemed these pills couldn't be so he could only ask his senior brothers and sisters to help. Chen Haoyu looked at the pills in his hand and asked, little junior brother, what are these? Yefeng told them, this is a great opportunity. These pills are called enlightenment pills. Just now, senior brothers and sisters all received enlightenment pills from Yefeng. Yefeng told them, 1 pill will open your mind, 2 will make you soar. After taking them, you'll immediately enter a state of enlightenment, lasting for 20 minutes. Senior brothers and sisters, hurry and try them. Seeing their junior brother so enthusiastically promoting the pills, Chen Haoyu said, our little junior brother wouldn't harm us. So he took the lead and swallowed one. Second senior sister didn't hesitate either. Even the usually reliable third senior brother gulped one down. The carefree Xing Fei didn't need any convincing. The innocent fifth senior sister even treated it like a snack. But the next moment, all 5 of them emitted a light of enlightenment, entering a state of cultivation and comprehension. Luo Wuming came over and asked, what's going on with them? Yefeng told him to keep his voice down. Don't disturb the senior brothers and sisters. Luo Wuming was utterly confused. These prodigies are usually too lazy to cultivate, but today, it's like they've taken the wrong medicine. They've actually started cultivating on the spot. Yefeng said he gave them 5 enlightenment pills and told them to eat them and focus on cultivation. He warned the sect leader not to disturb them, as it would ruin their great opportunity. Luo Wuming smiled mysteriously and said, Yefeng, you have such pills? Could you spare a few for me to try my luck? Yefeng took out 5 pills and said, this is all I can give. The rest are for my dog. This made Luo Wuming furious. Am I not even as good as a dog? How could he use such divine-level pills to feed a dog? This is utterly inhumane and insane. Yefeng knew these pills were powerful, but using them wouldn't earn him squandering points. Besides, squandering is a spirit. If he squandered them on his dog, he might even get some special rewards. Seeing Yefeng's sly expression, Luo Wuming knew he was thinking about his dog again. He absolutely couldn't stand by and watch Yefeng feed such pills to a dog. So he spoke up, Yefeng, the sect will take all the pills. After all, you're also a disciple of the sect. You know the situation of our sect, right? With your strength, you could take on 200 people alone. I'm sure you understand my dilemma. Yefeng said he understood, but he refused. If he couldn't feed his dog to its fill, it would be worse than eating dirt. Even the dog would cry hearing this. Yefeng told him not to spread rumors. Luo Wuming knew he couldn't do anything about Yefeng, so he stopped. He said, the 5 grand elders want to meet you. It's probably about taking you as a disciple. After the meeting, make your decision carefully. In the secluded cave of the Star Sect's back mountain, one person opened their eyes and said, they're here. As soon as the words fell, 5 figures appeared, like gods descending. Luo Wuming and Yefeng knelt and said, 5 grand elders, this is the disciple my daughter has taken. Luo Tianqing asked, is this the one who fought 200 new disciples of the same generation the other day? Zhang Haoyu added, I heard he also possesses 4 spiritual roots and has mastered 3 earth-grade weapons. Chao Mingfeng also said, and his control of the Buddhist flame lotus is nothing short of miraculous. Chang Xinfei calmly said, crushing his peers, such a prodigy should be nurtured with all our resources. Chu Yunshan. Indeed, such a monster deserves great opportunities. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them surrounded Yefeng. Yefeng was completely stunned. These were the so-called Grand Elders? They began inspecting Yefeng's condition. Indeed, he was at the peak of the qi refining stage, and the vast ocean of spiritual energy within him was terrifying. But the next second, Luo Tianqing suddenly froze. Others were equally shocked. Yefeng actually had no spiritual roots. This was completely unexpected for the 5 Grand Elders. Wasn't Yefeng a quadruple spiritual root holder? Why couldn't they detect any spiritual roots now? This was no less shocking than a nuclear explosion. In the world of cultivation, Chu Yunshan was so shocked that he exclaimed, in 8,000 years of cultivation, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Luo Tianqing asked, without spiritual roots, how does he sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The other elders were equally puzzled. Without spiritual roots, how did Yefeng open his spiritual sea? Did he use a knife to scrape his butt? Yefeng scratched his head and said he didn't know either. When he wanted spiritual energy, the surrounding spiritual energy would flock to him like loyal followers, frantically rushing into his body. He would instantly feel filled to the brim, although he didn't know why he was rootless. One thing was certain. The spiritual energy in his body could be converted into any other type of spiritual energy. This revelation made the 5 Grand Elders feel like they had just stumbled upon a massive secret. Cultivation can be done like this? What kind of phenomenon is this again? Yefeng now asks the system. Given the strength and status of these 5 big shots, as core disciples of the sect, giving a meeting gift of 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones is reasonable, right? The system tells him, Who do you think you're looking down on? Host, your mindset is smaller than Kuan-kun's. Be bold. Yefeng gets angry. Laugh at him? Fine, but mocking his younger brother? No way. The next moment, he shows his true spendthrift nature. 1 million top-grade spirit stones per person. This time, the system gives him a thumbs up. This is how you should be wasteful. Was that stingy behavior earlier? This actually leaves Yefeng stunned. The amount is ridiculously high. These 5 are truly big shots. Their status is incredibly high. Yefeng then smiles. He takes out 5 storage rings. He says he came in a hurry, so he couldn't prepare proper gifts. Here's 5 million top-grade spirit stones. As a token of his appreciation, he hopes the ancestors won't mind. The 5 cultivators are struck dumb. What the heck? Looking at the 1 million per person in their hands, both cultivators and non-cultivators fall silent. Is it reasonable for a core disciple at the Qi refinement peak to possess such wealth? At this moment, Luo Wuming walks over with a smile and asks, Ancestors, have your cultivations been stuck at a bottleneck for over a decade? Here are 5 enlightenment pills. Ancestors, don't ask questions, just take them. These will instantly put you. The 5 cultivators are shocked once again. What kind of enlightenment pill has such effects? The higher your cultivation, the harder it is to achieve enlightenment. This makes Yefeng go crazy. But the construction team actually agreed to it. Luo Wuming pretends not to hear. Yefeng wouldn't sell him the enlightenment pills, and even planned to feed them to dogs. The next moment, the 5 cultivators enter enlightenment. The golden light they emit illuminates the area for 10 miles. Luo Wuming grabs Yefeng and leaves, telling him not to disturb the ancestors. 20 minutes later, the effects of the enlightenment pills wear off. The ancestors open their eyes. Luo Tianqing feels a bit unsatisfied. I was almost there, but I'm still a bit short. Cheng Xinfei nods in agreement. It's like entering but not being filled. The others instantly understand. The analogy is quite fitting. Luo Tianqing speaks up. Wuming, how many enlightenment pills do you and Yefeng have left? Luo Wuming doesn't know how many Yefeng still has in stock. But one thing he does know, no matter how many enlightenment pills Yefeng has left, he plans to feed them to dogs. This leaves the 5 cultivators utterly shocked. Feeding top-grade enlightenment pills to dogs? Does that mean they're worse than dogs? Luo Tianqing steps forward and says, the sect has rules. We can't force or steal. Yefeng, the enlightenment pills are yours. You can do whatever you want with them. But feeding them to dogs is a bit too much. Yefeng senses something unusual. It sounds like a reminder, but it's actually a warning. He still has 90 pills left. Feeding them all to dogs would be too much. Yefeng hesitates, then asks if he can keep 40 for himself. The 5 cultivators chuckle and say they can discuss it further. Then they scold Luo Wuming, who's just watching. As the sect leader, how can you let such a spendthrift run wild? Aren't you going to do something? Luo Wuming says, this isn't the first time he's been wasteful. He once used soul-returning grass to soak his feet and fed imperial jade fragments to dogs. The stuff is his own. If he's determined to be wasteful, what can I do? Luo Wuming can only exclaim, what the heck? He's at a loss for words. All he can say is, wow, traveling the world. Yefeng is utterly speechless at the sect leader right now. Why does he have to spill everything? Luo Tianqing approaches Yefeng again and says, Yefeng, let's discuss this. Enlightenment pills are extremely precious. Can you please not feed them to dogs? Hearing the ancestor actually using the word discuss, Yefeng feels like this isn't the cultivation world he knows. As a 10-year veteran novel reader, he's read countless stories where someone with treasures would be targeted, and some would even kill to steal them. After all, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. But the people he's met recently, that master of his, actually spent a fortune on pills to help him cultivate. An elder Bai is also kind and approachable, always smiling. Even the younger brother he defeated before became good friends with him after losing. And these 5 ancestors and elders, they're all reasonable people. Yefeng thinks that staying in such a sect, there's no scheming or deceit. He decides that from now on, he'll just laze around in the sect, being a spendthrift. Then he smiles at the ancestors. This storage ring contains 70 enlightenment pills. I voluntarily offer them to contribute to the sect. The remaining 20, I'll keep for myself. Please don't try to persuade me. Since he's decided to stay in the sect, Yefeng feels it's necessary to improve the sect. Luo Tianqing isn't an unreasonable person either. He smiles and says, having is a great blessing for the sect. Then he turns to Luo Wuming. Yefeng has made a huge contribution to the sect. You know what to do, right? As long as Yefeng doesn't violate the ancestral rules, even you have no right to punish him. Understand? Luo Wuming nods, of course. This is our god of wealth. I even want to build a temple for him and enshrine him there. Just now, Luo Wuming told Yefeng, as long as you don't dig up the ancestral graves or harass female disciples, you can take as much as you want. Luo Wuming also supports this. A man like this can only be restrained by a wife and children, even if it means sacrificing hundreds of female disciples. Keeping this god of wealth is a sure profit. At this moment, Yefeng starts showing off unintentionally. A strange object falls out of his pocket. Chu Yunshan is shocked and exclaims, what the heck? Am I seeing this right? Yefeng picks it up with one hand, smiling. It's just a broken stone. As a spendthrift tycoon, it's embarrassing not to have something impressive on me. Luo Wuming immediately scolds him. You brat, you actually have golden silkworm star keys. Yefeng asks, Elder, you know about them? Did my master tell you? Chu Yunshan now looks at like he's his own son. He asks Yefeng, can you sell me the golden silkworm star keys? For an artifact refiner like me, this is more addictive than my neighbor's wife. Yefeng sternly refuses. No, I don't have many of these. If I give them away or sell them, I might not have enough to build a toilet. Luo Xingtian spits out 8,000 years worth of blood. All the cultivation experts fall silent. This guy must die. First, he feeds pills to dogs, and now he wants to use golden silkworm star keys to build a toilet? Clearly, Chu Yunshan won't give up easily. He tells Yefeng to name his price boldly. He asks Yefeng, do you know how important golden silkworm star keys are to artifact refiners? Yefeng says he doesn't know and doesn't care. He's thinking of hoarding enough to build a toilet. When he takes it out, it'll definitely shock the cultivation world. Luo Wuming is almost driven mad. This kid actually wants to hoard them? This is an extremely rare spirit, or that can absorb lightning. Yefeng, are you planning to hide in a toilet during thunderstorms? Chu Yunshan is numb, hearing that Yefeng can still hoard more. Does that mean he can keep producing these? Seeing how much the ancestors want it, Yefeng finally says, after I build the toilet, the rest will go to the ancestors. Chu Yunshan finally nods in agreement. Then he says, using golden silkworm star keys to build a toilet. That's a great idea. The other four are left speechless. Luo Xingtian asks, Old Fifth, have you been infected too? Those are golden silkworm star keys. How can you encourage Yefeng to waste them? The five of them then start whispering, not even bothering to hide it from Yefeng, completely ignoring his wishes. Chu Yunshan says, are you all stupid? Once Yefeng builds the toilet, as ancestors, it's perfectly reasonable for us to borrow it, to withstand lightning tribulations, right? We can just squat in it to survive the tribulation. Isn't that amazing? Luo Wuming exclaims, what the heck? The older generation really is sharper. I'm still too naive. With such a tribulation-proof, golden toilet, who needs life-saving treasures? Yefeng is now regretting taking out the stone. He can feel that these old foxes are definitely scheming something. After some discussion, the five ancestors decide to gather all Qi refinement disciples in the sect to accompany Yefeng to ensure his safety. In other words, they're mobilizing the entire sect to protect this god of wealth. Luo Wuming immediately obeys. He also thinks it's necessary. Yefeng says, great ancestor, my strength is enough to protect myself. Luo Wuming tells Yefeng, the heavenly Dao battlefield is no joke. People really die there. It's better to follow the ancestors' arrangements. Luo Xingtian also looks at Yefeng with a no-nonsense expression. The next moment, Yefeng starts crying pitifully, saying, with so many people going together, I'll lose the meaning of training. Instead of going to the heavenly Dao battlefield, I might as well go back to the sect and sing, dance, and play basketball in overalls. Luo Xingtian feels a headache coming on. Another fan of his brother's true love. In that case, he can only reluctantly agree. He says, rest for 2 days. In 3 days, we'll head to the heavenly Dao battlefield's teleportation point. He thinks the ancestors' proposal is good. Strength in numbers is important. But if they encounter something they can't handle, more people will only mean more danger. And more importantly, he still doesn't know what the spendthrift bodyguard the system assigned him looks like. Soon, Yefeng returns to his residence. He opens the door to find his senior brothers and sisters waiting for him. They immediately ask, Junior brother, do you have any more enlightenment pills? The effects are amazing. One pill instantly put us in a state of enlightenment. Although it's shameless to say this, we still want to ask, can you give us a few more? Yefeng is startled and explains, I had 90 pills earlier, but I've already handed over 70 to the ancestors. Second senior sister immediately starts fawning, hinting that she'd like one of the remaining 20. Of course, I won't take it for free. I'll let you charge at me all night. Yefeng immediately refuses, saying he won't let his dog go hungry for a woman. What's going on with this sect? First, the ancestors compete with dogs, and now the disciples are competing too. When the 5 cultivation youths hear that Yefeng wants to feed enlightenment pills to dogs, they're all stunned. They recall their master's words. Your junior brother is wasteful, extremely wasteful. Second senior sister starts crying, saying she lives worse than a dog. But you can't force these things, even if it's such a great opportunity. Yefeng tells them why they can't force it. He's already handed over 70 pills to the sect. As core disciples of the sect, they'll definitely get a share of those 70 pills. As soon as Yefeng finishes speaking, figures in the room dart out at lightning speed, moving faster than they ever have in their cultivation lives, heading toward the great opportunity. Chen Hao's figure slowly disappears, saying, Junior brother, if you ever need help in the future, just say the word. Yefeng looks at this flashy senior brother. Why did you have to break a hole in my roof, instead of using the door? Watching these people striving so hard for cultivation, Yefeng realizes that the life of a spendthrift tycoon is just this monotonous, carefree, and luxurious. By now, Yefeng has gradually adapted to the show-off system. He pulls out a rocking wine glass and asks the system why there was no reward for the 5 million. The system tells him that the 5 ancestors didn't truly accept the gift, as they plan to return the spirit stones to him. Thus, the action is still under evaluation and hasn't been completed yet. Yefeng curses. Are these 5 sick in the head, or is their brain rotting? They don't even want free money? Just as Yefeng is fuming, a figure appears at the door. It's ancestor Luo Xingtian. He says, Yefeng, there's something I want to discuss with you. Yefeng is startled. He just lost his temper and said some highly inappropriate things. He hopes the ancestor didn't hear him. Quickly, he asks, Great ancestor, did the spirit stones I gave earlier not suffice? I throw tons of that stuff away for my dog every day. Are you here to return them? Luo Xingtian takes out 5 storage rings and tells Yefeng, currently, the sect doesn't need your spirit stones. Yefeng immediately refuses, saying that once he gives something away, it's never been returned before. Although he doesn't know how much the sect's spirit stone reserves are, he's certain they're not even a fraction of his own. If the sect ever needs spirit stones, they can come to him anytime. Unlimited spirit stones, lifetime guarantee. A spendthrift disciple you can trust. Luo Xingtian is completely baffled by Yefeng. Since Yefeng wants to show off, he decides not to hold back. He asks Yefeng if he has any spirit crystals. Luo Xingtian believes Yefeng probably doesn't have, as those things are the main source of power for maintaining the sect's formations. The sect has been running low recently. He wants to test how much Yefeng has. If Yefeng really has some, it could solve the sect's urgent needs. The Starry Sky sect is one of the top sects in the Xintian continent, and naturally it has many enemies of the same level. Over the past few centuries, the sect has been obtaining fewer and fewer spirit crystals from the heavenly Tao battlefield, and it's no longer enough for the sect's consumption. Hearing this request, Yefeng smiles. System, the sect is family. I plan to give them 10 billion spirit crystals. Is that? The system tells him that's not just excessive, it's shameless. The sect wouldn't use that much in centuries. The maximum he can give is 100 million. Yefeng is furious. These people in the sect are my closest family and friends. We're sworn brothers. You have to increase the amount. The system tells him. There's a difference between dreams and delusions. Yefeng suddenly realizes that this darn system can actually haggle. It seems it's not a rigid system. Seeing the urgency of the sect's situation, Yefeng has no choice but to compromise. Deal. Luo Xingtian notices Yefeng's strange behavior. He knows spirit crystals are unique to the battlefield, so Yefeng probably doesn't have any. That's why he's making strange gestures to change the subject. He feels he should back off, or he might really drive the kid crazy. But Yefeng suddenly says, Great ancestor, please wait. I only have 100 million top-grade spirit crystals. I hope you don't mind. Luo Xingtian's worldview is shattered on the spot. His senses are blown apart. Did he hear that right? A small fortune? Luo Xingtian thinks he must be hallucinating. What does 100 million spirit crystals even mean? The sect could burn through them day and night and still not run out. Suddenly, Yefeng speaks up. Great ancestor, you heard correctly. This leaves Luo Xingtian utterly confused. Even if they sold the entire sect, they couldn't get that many spirit crystals. Yefeng casually pulls something out of his pants and tells the ancestor. Luo Xingtian senses a surge of spiritual energy. The next moment, he's shocked. He's instantly overwhelmed by an endless ocean of spirit crystals, spreading as far as the eye can see, limitless and boundless. No matter where you place this in the cultivation world, it's absolutely earth-shattering. Yefeng thinks, you're a cultivation big shot, right? Well, I'll just flex a little. Congratulations, host. Successful wastefulness. Reward, 200 wastefulness points. Congratulations, host. Successful wastefulness. Reward, 300 wastefulness points. Reward, 9-star formation enhanced edition secret manual. Luo Xingtian excitedly asks, Yefeng, are you really willing to let the sect use these top-grade spirit crystals? Yefeng smirks. Indeed, even cultivation big shots can't resist the overwhelming power of wealth. No one can withstand the storm of money. Yefeng says he has more, and suggests the sect's grand formation be kept active 25 hours a day. If they run out of spirit crystals, just let him know. Luo Xingtian instinctively reacts, nonsense. Spirit crystals are only to be used in times of crisis. We can't waste them like this. Yefeng tells him, Ancestor, your vision is too small. Open your mind. 100 million spirit crystals? That's pocket change. Anything less than 10 billion, I'd be embarrassed to offer. Feel free to splurge. Luo Xingtian is left speechless. There's more? Yefeng looks at the ancestor like he's a country bumpkin. He says, Ancestor, you can doubt my character, but don't doubt my wealth. If you run out of spirit crystals, just come to me. Who wouldn't be moved by such words? Being force-fed like this feels amazing. Luo Xingtian immediately declares, From today, the 9-star formation will be permanently active. Yefeng hears this and realizes the ancestor just said, the sect's grand formation is the 9-star formation. He pulls out a book and shows it to the ancestor. Funny enough, I happen to have a little something here. When Luo Xingtian sees the contents, he trembles uncontrollably. This is indeed the 9-star formation, but it's an enhanced version. Although it consumes 10 times more spirit crystals, its power has increased 100-fold. Suddenly, Luo Xingtian turns around sharply, about to say something, but Yefeng stops him. Don't ask. If you ask, I don't know. Luo Xingtian has no choice but to comply. Then, he mimics Yefeng, rummaging around in his pants. Yefeng is confused. Is he about to pull out something? But to his surprise, the ancestor beats him to it, pulling out a token. He appoints Yefeng as the youngest honorary elder of the Starry Sky sect. From now on, his status will be equal to the 5 great ancestors. Yefeng asks, so, I'm now second only to one person? Luo Xingtian tells him, even sect leader Luo Wuming will have to respectfully address you as Elder Yi. Yefeng quickly refuses, telling the ancestor not to joke. He just wants to live in the cultivation world as an unknown slacker. His only goal in life is to quietly waste his wealth. Otherwise, if he dies before spending it all, how tragic would that be? Besides, as a certain man once said, with great power comes great responsibility. He, Yifeng, has no desire to be the piggy hero of the cultivation world. If Xingtian told him it wasn't possible, the sect would feel guilty toward him. If Yifeng refused again, he would have to kowtow on the spot. Then it was explained that the identity of the honorary elder could be kept secret, known only to the sect leader and the 5 of them. Yifeng had no choice but to nod in agreement, but he made it clear he would only provide resources to the sect and would not interfere with anything else. This was met with Xingtian's approval. Just as the two secretly reached an agreement, the sect leader, Luo Wuming, entered the room. He asked Yifeng if he wanted to see the demon beasts imprisoned by the sect, but the next moment, he was startled. The Grand Elder was also here. Xingtian was furious, poking Luo Wuming's forehead and scolding him. How dare you call him Yifeng? From now on, remember this. You will address him as Elder Yi. Starting today, Yifeng's status is equal to that of the Grand Elders. He has been recognized as an honorary elder. From now on, when you see Elder Yi, show proper respect. Luo Wuming nodded in confusion. Good heavens. After just 2 days in the sect, his status surpassed the sect leaders. Luo Wuming asked, can I know how Yifeng became an honorary elder? Xingtian hesitated to answer. The sect has wronged Yifeng by only giving him an honorary title. It's too little. He has made contributions worth billions to the sect. Luo Wuming's face twitched. If even the Grand Elder said the contributions were too much, just how much was it? He then turned to Elder Yi and asked, can you give me a hint? This time, how much did you spend? Yifeng said he wasn't that kind of person, and only spent a small amount of spirit crystals, and a revised version of the sect's foundational scripture. Luo Wuming instantly a small amount in normal terms, meant 100 million top-grade spirit crystals, and an improved 9-star cultivation technique. Being an honorary elder was indeed too little for him. Yifeng, fearing Luo Wuming's righteous indignation, quickly said, sect leader, didn't you just say you'd take me to the Demon Beast Peak to see the animals? Half an hour later, the cultivation animals in the back mountain saw Xingtian return. The others asked, boss, did you return all the spirit stones to Yifeng? It's good that you did. Taking money from a disciple is something we can't afford to be ashamed of. But Xingtian sighed and shook his head. The other 4 were confused. What happened? Even with the boss personally handling it, they still failed to return the money? They said, big brother, you're being foolish. We really don't lack a few million. Then Xingtian spoke up. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but this time, not only did we fail to return the money, we also received more benefits from Yifeng. I didn't want to accept it, but he offered too much. So much that no one could refuse. The 5 Grand Elders looked at the storage ring filled with spirit crystals, and fell silent. Chu Yunshan asked, big brother, just tell us directly, how much did that kid give this time? Xingtian sighed, not much, just 100 million top-grade spirit crystals. Zhang Xinfei nearly dropped the storage ring. It contained 100 million spirit crystals. This was too casual. Chu Yunshan was ecstatic. With this 100 million spirit crystals, the sect's foundational scripture can sustain us for the next 1,800 years. Chao Mingfeng urged them to put the storage ring down, as accidentally crushing it would be disastrous. Xingtian announced to the group, from now on, the sect's foundational scripture must be activated for 25 hours a day. Such a boastful statement left the other 4 stunned. Although friendship, it's not something that can be used endlessly. Chao Mingfeng shouted, big brother, have you gone mad? Is there an enemy planning to attack the Star Sect? Xingtian told everyone to broaden their horizons. Yifeng had said, 100 million is just a fraction of my wealth. If it runs out, just come to me for more. The 4 could only nod in agreement. Ever since Yifeng arrived, they always felt like beggars in front of him. But that wasn't all. Xing Tian had already started to imitate Yi Feng's mannerisms, showing half of his shadow. He said, Yi Feng also gifted us an enhanced version of the 9-star scripture. Its consumption and power have increased by more than tenfold. Now, even a peak tribulation transcension expert would be severely injured, if not killed. Shocking news left everyone stunned. Power increased tenfold? Capable of injuring a peak tribulation transcension expert? This was simply inhuman. At the same time, at the bottom of the demon beast peak, Yi Feng and sect leader Luo Wuming had entered a cave. Luo Wuming explained to Yi Feng, each cave here seals demon beasts of different strengths and numbers. The higher you go, the stronger the demon beasts become. Yi Feng asked why the sect sealed the demon beasts, instead of killing them outright. Luo Wuming explained simply, it's for the disciples to undergo life and death trials. To leave the sect, a disciple must have sufficient strength. Challenging and defeating the sealed demon beasts is a mandatory process for leaving the sect. If they can't even defeat these sealed demon beasts, they have no business going out to train. They'd just be cannon fodder, and wouldn't survive 3 days in the outside world. Yi Feng grew more excited as he listened. He asked the sect leader to pick one for him to try. In a few days, he would be heading to the Heavenly Dao battlefield, and wanted to experience the dangers of the world in advance. But Luo Wuming said these demon beasts should be left for his fellow disciples. With Yi Feng's ability to take on 200 people alone, these demon beasts of the same level would be like chopping vegetables to him. After they exited, Yi Feng saw a nearby sealed cave entrance, and asked, sect leader, can I try this one? Luo Wuming replied, today's weather is nice. This left Yi Feng feeling annoyed. The sect leader was ignoring him. Now, with over 2,800 defeats, Yi Feng decided to stir up some trouble. He asked, what level are these demon beasts, and how do we handle their corpses? Chun Haoyu told Yi Feng. The corpses can be refined into essence blood, using spiritual energy. However, essence blood is only useful for body cultivators. This was the first time Yi Feng had heard of body cultivators. He asked, senior brother, what kind of beast is a body cultivator? Chun Haoyu explained. Body cultivation is also a path of immortality. It involves tempering the body and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to continuously grow stronger and larger. These people have extremely strong combat abilities, especially in close combat. And demon beast essence blood is the best supplementary resource for body cultivators. Yi Feng instantly understood and said, I get it now, senior brother. Should I eat the demon beast raw or roast it? Chun Haoyu immediately turned into a monk, telling Yi Feng that not refining the demon beast into essence blood and roasting it directly was utterly insane. It was the epitome of wastefulness. Yet Yi Feng asked, does our sect have any body cultivators? His senior brother told him. The 5th Grand Elder is a tribulation transcension body cultivator. This is closely related to his identity as a chi refiner. Seeing that his senior brother was about to start lecturing again, Yi Feng decided to head west to seek enlightenment. Chun Haoyu watched as his junior brother left, suspecting that Yi Feng might have the corpse of an extremely high-level demon beast. At that moment, Yi Feng returned to the training grounds. The other disciples had no idea what was going on. Some speculated, is Yi Feng planning to fight his fellow disciples again? But when the person in question overheard, the result was that the person involved instantly slacked off. The outcome left everyone speechless. He told everyone not to look at him. Even if he were trampled to death today, he wouldn't get up and beg for mercy. The next moment, Yi Feng made a leap of faith to the rooftop. He told his fellow disciples, let's stop the sparring for today. Everyone, come help me cut the meat. I'll treat you all to a good meal. The disciples below were stunned. Yi Feng was here to treat them to barbecue? Yi Feng directly took out the demon beast's corpse from his storage ring. A few disciples, who couldn't react in time, were immediately overwhelmed. The disciples were all confused, not knowing what was happening. A sky-covering violet ape corpse was brought out by Yi Feng. The senior and junior brothers were all frightened. This demon beast was clearly of an extraordinary level. Yi Feng stood on the violet ape's body and shouted, everyone, come help me process this. I can't cut it all by myself. Really, I can't finish it alone. The scene instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone shouted that they wanted to join the barbecue. But when one disciple swung his sword, his precious sword shattered instantly. The demon beast's scales were too tough. Other disciples also complained. I aimed for the weakest spot on the demon beast, but even my enhanced sword broke in one strike. This gave Yi Feng a headache. He asked the system if there were any good tools he could borrow temporarily to solve this urgent problem. The next moment, the system replied, temporarily, you can borrow 100 sharp daggers for Yi Feng to use. He felt a bit embarrassed. Since he started squandering wealth, this was the first time he had to resort to such a humble method. Yi Feng told his fellow disciples to stop and try using the daggers from his bag. The group of disciples looked skeptical, thinking these daggers were only good for small tasks. But the next second, someone shouted, holy crap, these daggers are amazing. The demon beast scales are as fragile as paper in front of these daggers. The thick-skinned demon beast was easily cut. What level of weapon is this? It's terrifying. Seeing some foolish senior brothers experimenting on themselves, Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't expected these seemingly ordinary daggers to be so powerful. Indeed, the best things often don't show off. The system reminded him not to scheme anything. Borrow and return, and you can borrow again. If you don't return them, the system will deduct a large amount of your squandered wealth. And I mean a large amount. As the disciples enthusiastically worked on the beast, the once sky-covering giant was now reduced to skin and bones. The power of foodies should never be underestimated. Everyone shouted, "This is amazing." Yifeng also gave a thumbs up. The sect barbecue gathering ended successfully. Some of the cultivators, remembering local specialties, told their fellow disciples, barbecue tastes even better with 9-turn large intestines. At the same time, 10 miles east of the Star Sect, a man tore through the void and stepped out of the spatial rift. This man was named Luo Kai. He had come specifically to find Luo Wuming. When he arrived at the Star Sect, he was puzzled. Has the Star Sect encountered a major crisis? Why is the mountain protecting formation already activated? Is there another force that has already arrived at the Star Sect? He sensed the surroundings and found that within 100 miles, he was the only one there. The next moment, he accelerated and charged forward. It had been a long time since he had clashed with the 9-star scripture. Luo Kai wanted to test how much he could withstand after his cultivation had improved. But the next second, a terrifying sword energy swept out. The powerful force made him instinctively dodge. This strike scared Luo Kai so much that he cursed, "Holy crap!" He was mercilessly kicked out by the formation. Luo Kai was no longer arrogant. If he hadn't dodged that strike, he might have been split in half. Who on earth was behind this? Who could have improved the scripture to such a terrifying level? The formation was under attack, and Luo Wuming flew out, cursing, "Luo Kai, has your insanity flared up again? Are you blind? Can't you see the Star Sect's formation is active? If you want to die, go somewhere else." Luo Kai angrily pointed at Luo Wuming and cursed, "I was just 2 inches away from being split in half." Luo Wuming told him to stop wasting time and get to the point. Luo Kai pulled out a few spirit crystals from his pants and showed them to Luo Wuming, boasting about the results he had brought back from the Heavenly Dao battlefield. There were a total of 80 top-grade spirit crystals, but Luo Wuming was unimpressed. "Is that all? You can leave now." Luo Kai was dumbfounded. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Shouldn't Luo Wuming be begging him for a few dozen crystals? Luo Kai asked seriously, "Why has your sect suddenly activated the protective formation? Is there a powerful enemy attacking? And who improved the 9-star scripture to such a terrifying level?" Luo Wuming chuckled and said, "There's no powerful enemy. The sect just has a surplus of spirit crystals and is burning through the stockpile. As for the scripture's power increasing tenfold, the sect can afford it now." Luo Kai was furious. Trying to show off? Huh? "How many spirit crystals does your sect have now? Tell me, so I can laugh at you." Luo Wuming calmly replied, "Actually, it's not much. Just about 100 million. It should be enough to keep the formation running for 3 to 5 months. Luo Wuming added, "You just returned from the Heavenly Dao battlefield, right? Besides bringing spirit crystals, is there anything else you need?" Hearing 100 million. Luo Kai was speechless. Even if he worked his entire life as a cultivator, he wouldn't earn that much. He could only pretend to be calm and said, "I'm here to drink with you." The two soon arrived above the inner sect area of the Star Sect. The next moment, both of them came to an abrupt stop. A tantalizing aroma filled the air. Luo Kai took a closer look and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this can't be real." On the ground was the corpse of a violet thunder ape. This shocked Luo Wuming as well. But with their cultivation levels, it was easy to identify a demon beast. The two fell into a brief silence in mid-air. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of the inner sect, the disciples were feasting enthusiastically. Luo Kai was still in disbelief. Luo Wuming, however, seemed used to it, but he could tell that the violet thunder ape's aura indicated it had survived 9 heavenly tribulations. Such a demon beast could ascend to the upper realm at any time, and was considered a great demon in the cultivation world. Luo Kai asked, "Your disciples seem busy. Are they having a barbecue? How can you, as the sect leader, allow this? Such precious flesh from a great demon is being roasted and eaten? Has the Star Sect become so wealthy that it can squander resources like this?" Luo Wuming replied, "The sect isn't wealthy at all. This must be the work of that squanderer, Yifeng." A disciple laughed and said, "Another plate, please." The two looked over and were shocked again. "What the hell is that thing?" Luo Kai asked. "Old friend, what kind of divine weapon is that? Why does your Star Sect feel so unfamiliar and terrifying to me now?" Luo Wuming looked at the great demon's corpse. If refined into essence blood, it would be extremely valuable. This was a matter that required informing the 5 Grand Elders. He took out a communication token and said, "Grand Elders, Yifeng is squandering again. You need to come He's roasting a violet thunder ape that survived 9 heavenly tribulations and serving it to the disciples as barbecue. Luo Kai asked Luo Wuming, as the sect leader, can't you control a single disciple? Why do you need to inform the 5 grand elders? Luo Wuming cursed inwardly. He couldn't explain that Yi Feng's status was now equal to the grand elders. Luo Wuming was at a loss for words. He wanted to, but Yi Feng was now someone even he had to address as elder. Not to mention, Yi Feng had donated 100 million top-grade spirit crystals and a revised version of the 9-star formation. Although he was the 6th core disciple of the sect, he was also an honorary elder, promoted by the grand elders. At the same time, at the back mountain of the star sect, Xing Tian looked puzzled as he watched Chu Yunshan trembling. The next moment, Chu Yunshan exploded in anger, leaving the other 4 even more confused. He shouted, "Big brother, do you know how important the corpse of a great demon that survived 9 heavenly tribulations is to me?" The other 4 quickly held him back, urging him to calm down. Cheng Xinfei even hugged him, telling him that acting impulsively was foolish. Xing Tian nodded and said, "Of course, such a great demon is incredibly rare. For body cultivators, it's a treasure that's hard to come by." Chu Yunshan was almost in tears. He said, "There's one in our sect right now, and it's almost been completely eaten by thousands of outer sect disciples." Xing Tian and told Chu Yunshan to stop crying. He would go and stop this wasteful behavior. It had to be Yi Feng. But if Yi Feng just wanted to share the meat with the disciples, as elders, they couldn't force him to stop. After all, they had already taken many good things from Yi Feng, and the barbecue was greatly benefiting the sect's disciples. Chu Yunshan would just have to endure it. Since they couldn't get it, they might as well join in and eat some too. They had never tasted such a high-level demon before. I wonder how it tastes. At the same time, in the training grounds, the disciples were cheering wildly. Luo Wuming and Luo Kai, 2 powerful cultivators, were devouring the violet thunder ape barbecue. Under the guise of a competition, the 5 grand elders, who had just arrived, fell silent. Ever since that squanderer arrived, the star sect had completely changed. Luo Wuming looked at the chaotic scene below and was utterly confused. Someone was beating drums and gongs, as if holding a competition, with the violet thunder ape meat as the prize. In the end, Luo Wuming collapsed. Luo Kai, the master of eating, emerged victorious, even finishing the last scraps of meat. Now, the grand elders could only fight with the dogs for the bones. The disciples cheered, "Brother Luo is amazing. What a true man." The powerful cultivators looked at the 1,000-person barbecue below and fell silent. Luo Wuming sensed something was wrong and looked up to see the grand elders had arrived. But the grand elders ignored him and asked Yi Feng if they could join. Yi Feng said, "Of course." Luo Kai chuckled and said to Luo Wuming, "You're a worse sect leader than a dog." An hour later, after everyone had eaten their fill, Chu Yunshan said, "Since these bones are useless, I'll take them." Yi Feng bowed and said, "Thank you, grand elders, for your hard work." Luo Wuming then introduced his good friend to Yi Feng, saying he was also a tribulation transcension body cultivator. Yi Feng bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Luo." Luo Kai quickly replied, "Elder Yi, you flatter me." At that moment, the system notified Yi Feng that the squandering task was complete. The reward was the essence blood of a peak tribulation transcension violet thunder ape, 200 times concentrated. Yi Feng asked what it meant for the demon to have survived 9 heavenly tribulations. The system's explanation was simple. It was an incredibly powerful existence. Luo Kai was in a great mood and gave Yi Feng a big hug. Even so, he had to say, "Yi Feng, you're too wasteful." That was something that could have been refined into essence blood. Yi Feng pulled out a vial of essence blood and asked, "Is this what you mean?" Luo Kai sensed its aura and confirmed it was indeed refined from the violet thunder ape. Yi Feng said, "I have a lot of this. I can give you some." The 2 were stunned. "The rest will be left for the dog." Hearing about the dog, Luo Kai asked, "Is this a close friend of yours?" Luo Wuming told him not to overthink it. The so-called dog was just an ordinary stray that Yi Feng had by feeding it 2,000 high-grade pills. Hearing this, Luo Kai finally realized that the man before him was no ordinary. Luo Kai asked, "You were joking earlier, right?" This made the other 2 extremely awkward. Yi Feng said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to feed the dog." Luo Wuming told Luo Kai to come with him to his room for a big opportunity. Luo Kai kept asking what kind of opportunity needed to be kept in a room. How big was it? Back in the room, Luo Wuming took out a pill. He said, "If it weren't for our 30,000 years of friendship, I would never offer you this." Luo Kai asked, "What is this glowing pill?" Luo Wuming sneered, "Your vision is lacking. This is a rare enlightenment pill. Take it. You'll thank me on your knees later." Luo Kai didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill in one gulp. The next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, filling his entire body. The intense sensation lasted for 20 minutes. Opening his 9th gate, the gate of the anus, Luo Wuming said, "Old friend, I didn't lie to you, did I?" and such enlightenment pills were only given to the sect in a batch of 70 by Yi Feng. He kept 20 for himself and fed them to his dog. You know old man Xia from the Oc. He's now Yi Feng's lackey, working for him, and serving as an elder at his daughter's soul sect. Luo Kai's face darkened, and he prepared to leave. Luo Wuming stopped him. Didn't we agree to drink? Luo Kai exploded in anger. Drink? Drink what? Luo Wuming was startled. He was just telling the truth. Indeed, everyone was living worse than Yi Feng's dog. The next moment, Luo Kai's mood soured. I'm old, alone, with no one to rely on. No sect, no children. Luo Wuming thought he had touched a sore spot, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, but Luo Kai's tone shifted. You old fool, you didn't even tell me your daughter started a sect. Now I've decided to become an elder there, and make it my home. With that, he left, giving Luo Wuming no chance. This made Luo Wuming furious. Are you really going to be an elder? Don't think I don't know your intentions. You just want to be Yi Feng's lackey. You once swore never to join any sect, but now, at the sight of that squanderer, you can't resist. But Luo Wuming had to admit, if he weren't Yi Feng's senior, he'd want to be a lackey too. The next moment, he snapped back to reality. He had almost forgotten the important matter. The essence blood of the violet thunder ape, such a precious treasure, must be reported to the 5 Grand Elders immediately. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Yi Feng was happily singing Wolf Disco when Chun Haoyu burst in. He scolded, Junior brother, I know you're wasteful, but you can't be this insane and heartless. Yi Feng told him to stay calm and not panic over small matters. There was no need to knock so violently. He could hear him just fine. Chen Haoyu pulled out an encyclopedia, saying he had gone to the library to research. The violet thunder ape, the one you fed to the sect disciples, was the size of a small mountain. This means it was likely at the tribulation transcension level, a true ascension level demon beast. But Yi Feng didn't care. What interested him was that the library allowed book borrowing. Chun Haoyu was speechless. Talking about frugality with a squandering tycoon was like playing music to a cow. He could only try to adapt to his junior brother's inhuman squandering habits. Watching the dazed senior brother leave, Yi Feng didn't understand. It's just a violet thunder ape. Was it really necessary to be so upset? The door was broken, so Yi Feng had to fix it himself. Half an hour later, the poor door was finally back in place. Just as Yi Feng was about to rest, the door was blown apart again. This time, it was completely shattered, and even Yi Feng was sent flying by the shockwave. This outrageous act was the work of the 5 Grand Elders. For the first time since Yi Feng started squandering, he was knocked flat on his back, lying there with a look of utter despair. Chu Yunshan looked at Yi Feng, who cut straight to the point. Grand Elders, don't say anything. I understand. This storage ring contains 10 drops of great demon essence blood. It's a gift to the sect. Please take it and don't come back. I just want to sleep. As a Grand Elder, Chu Yunshan said he couldn't accept it. It's too embarrassing to take. Though his words said no, his hands were honest. Yi Feng knew he had been sold out by his senior brother again. With the item in hand, the 5 Grand Elders quickly left, saying, Elder Yi, rest well. If you need anything, just send a message, and we'll be there. Yi Feng looked at the violently destroyed door, and decided it was better to just move to a new house. Yi Feng woke up from a pleasant dream, wondering what today's squandering item would be. He opened the system panel and saw, squandering item, calming incense, 100 sticks. The calming incense was made from 10,000-year-old divine spirit wood. When burned, it emitted a fragrance that calmed the mind and spirit. Yi Feng chuckled. This time, he finally got something useful for himself. Burning the calming incense would help him sleep better. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Yi Feng was unaware that he had been targeted by several thousand-year-old men. Luo Wuming analyzed Yi Feng's squandering habits. Every day, Yi Feng had to squander something valuable, or he would feel uncomfortable. The next moment, he noticed a strange scent in the air. Luo Wuming took a deep breath and realized it was something extraordinary. Without informing the other Grand Elders, he rushed toward the source. That scent was definitely calming incense, and not the ordinary kind. Inside the room, Yi Feng was lighting his 33rd stick. When the door was violently broken down again, Yi Feng cursed, Am I not allowed to have a door in this sect? Luo Wuming paid no heed to his own rough behavior, took a few deep breaths of the incense. The 5 Grand Elders also entered, confirming it was indeed calming incense. From the scent, it's of the highest quality. The 6 bloodsuckers had arrived together, making Yi Feng wonder if he was still dreaming. He asked, Sect leader, Grand Elders, brings you here so early in the morning? Luo Wuming asked, What grade of spirit wood is this calming incense made from? Yi Feng replied, Just ordinary 10,000-year-old divine spirit wood. Luo Wuming forced a calm expression. 10,000-year-old divine spirit wood? The effect is decent. Yi Feng looked skeptical. Just decent. It seems this 10,000-year-old divine spirit wood is just average. Compared to my previous items, it's not even close. Luo Wuming watched as Yi Feng casually lit the incense, his heart nearly exploding. This act of squandering was too much. He almost wanted to kneel and beg Yifeng to stop, but in the end, he decided to let the sect leader handle it. Just moments ago, Yifeng, hearing the sect leader call the incense average, thought it was worthless and tossed it into a metal basin to burn. Luo Wuming secretly transmitted a message to the Grand Elders. Yifeng burned 100 sticks of calming incense. The Grand Elders exchanged glances. The other four couldn't stay calm. Their hearts ached at the sight of such waste. Burning 1 stick versus 100 sticks made no difference to Yifeng. This pained them deeply. It was truly heartbreaking. The Grand Elders watched as Yifeng, who had just woken up, burned 100 sticks of calming incense, and then went back to sleep. Chu Yunshan couldn't take it anymore. He really wanted to slap Yifeng to wake him up. But Luo Wuming warned him, try hitting our benefactor, and you'll regret it. Now, leave and don't disturb Yifeng's rest. Once outside, Luo Wuming vented his frustration, cursing non-stop. Though he didn't swear, his tone was fierce. Half an hour later, he finally calmed down. Letting it all out made him feel better. Zhang Haoyu was on the verge of tears. Not only have I never seen 10,000-year-old divine spirit wood, I haven't even seen 1,000-year-old wood. Luo Wuming speculated that the calming incense might not just be 10,000 years old. It could have been made from the heart of the tree, making it far more valuable. The Grand Elders discussed among themselves, wondering how Yifeng had so many connections that didn't match his status. Well, as long as Yifeng is in the sect, it's a huge benefit for the Star Sect. Even if he's wasteful, we'll get used to it. Luo Wuming told the 5 Grand Elders, if we can't change it, we might as well close our eyes and enjoy the ride. Chu Yunshan chuckled. You old fox, you really know how to put it. Your words are always so profound. Using impact to describe it, earned Luo Wuming thumbs up from the other Grand Elders. Under Luo Wuming's guidance, the 5 Grand Elders sat cross-legged outside Yifeng's courtyard, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. An hour later, Yifeng finished his nap. He woke up feeling refreshed, the calming incense having worked wonders. Most importantly, the incense had finally burned out. Congratulations, host, for completing today's squandering task. Reward, 200 sticks of calming incense, made from 10,000-year-old divine spirit wood. Yifeng was stunned. What is this? Even the sect leader said it's worthless. What's the point of giving me more sleep aids? If the system doesn't want to give rewards, just don't give them. No need to be stingy. Inside the room, Yifeng looked at the system reward. Even a dog wouldn't want this. Yet the system gave me 200 more sticks? He tossed them all on the ground, thinking they didn't match his squandering style. Carrying them around would ruin his image as a tycoon. So, he decided to throw them all away. As Yifeng opened the door, he was met with countless eyes staring at him. Yifeng was puzzled. Why are the sect leader and Grand Elders still here? What are they waiting for? Sitting on the ground, Luo Wuming, with a straight face, began to ramble. Cultivators should meditate wherever they feel at ease. As long as the heart is calm, the location doesn't matter. Luo Wuming gave him an approving look from behind. Whatever the Grand Elders said was right. Yifeng thought, since the Grand Elders are here, even if they don't want this stuff, they can distribute it to the sect disciples. Without a second thought, he tossed the 200 sticks of calming incense on the ground and walked away. Luo Xingtian was dumbfounded. This guy's squandering is truly insane. Watching Yifeng treat the calming incense like trash, Luo Wuming asked, do you guys feel like we've turned into beggars? And why did Yifeng just throw the incense on the ground, without saying anything? What does it mean? Luo Wuming stopped the Grand Elders. Earlier, he had only said the calming incense was decent, and Yifeng's expression had immediately changed. This realization hit Luo Wuming hard. Luo Wuming, Grand Elders, Yifeng probably thought your praise wasn't high enough, so he treated the calming incense as trash, and casually tossed it to us to deal with. Uncertain, Luo Wuming decided to knock on Yifeng's door and ask, should we help you dispose of this calming incense? Yifeng shouted, thanks, Grand Elders. Just throw this junk away for me. Having this stuff at home is embarrassing. With Yifeng's confirmation, Luo Wuming chuckled like a chicken, shouting, brothers, let's go. Back at the cave, Luo Wuming distributed the calming incense equally among the Grand Elders. Luo Wuming, the fool, came to claim his share, asking, where's my portion, Grand Elders? Luo Xingtian looked displeased. You eat and use the sect's resources, now you want more? Don't even think about it. This stuff isn't for you. He then opened a 10-meter high window and threw him out. Luo Wuming never expected to be the clown in this situation. They were all beggars together, but when it came to dividing the spoils, he was left out. Chu Yunshan shouted, Big brother, being a beggar feels amazing. Should we keep doing this? The 5 Grand Elders had already prepared their old traveling. They told their leader, from now on, we'll camp outside Yifeng's door every morning. No matter what he throws out, we'll say it's average. Though begging sounded strange, getting rare treasures every day made Chu Yunshan determined to be a beggar. The others nodded, agreeing that begging was the way to wealth. Grow big and strong. Luo Wuming said, "You're all being shallow. This isn't begging. We're preventing Yifeng from squandering good stuff. As Grand Elders, it's our duty to help disciples solve problems." Then, the Grand Elder went to the window and said, "Luo Wuming, did you hear? Yifeng is heading to the Heavenly Dao battlefield tomorrow. You must ensure his safety at all costs. Not even a single hair should be harmed." Luo Wuming was stunned, but considering Yifeng was their benefactor, such protection wasn't excessive. Luo Wuming even instructed him to personally escort Yifeng to the Heavenly Dao battlefield's teleportation array. The next day, in Yifeng's courtyard, he was full of energy. A new day of squandering had begun. Yesterday's failure wouldn't be repeated. Today, he would leave his useless self behind. He confidently opened the system panel to check today's squandering item. Squandering item: 10,000 Earth Prison Talismans. Earth Prison Talismans can summon an Earth Prison to trap enemies. Yifeng smiled. Interesting. Control-type talismans? The system really loves me. It knows I'm heading to the Heavenly Dao battlefield and sent me some life-saving squandering items. This time, Yifeng decided not to waste them and planned to save them for the battlefield. Meanwhile, outside Yifeng's courtyard, Grand Elder Luo Wuming was hiding in a corner. Knowing Yifeng was leaving today, he decided to try his luck and see if he could get one last haul before Yifeng left. Though it felt a bit unethical, not to tell the others, begging wasn't exactly honorable. This humiliation was something he, as the leader, would bear alone. But then he saw the second Grand Elder, who had come even more prepared, with a well-crafted prop. This made Luo Xingtian furious. This guy is going too far. I didn't even think of using props. If we're begging, we might as well do it professionally. The second Grand Elder said, "Big brother, how about we team up today and split whatever we get?" Luo Xingtian finally smiled. Good brother indeed. They were truly close, but the next moment, he noticed something was off. He pointed to a spot ahead. The figure hiding behind the tree looked familiar. Isn't that the third elder? Turns out, the third elder's equipment was even more advanced. He asked, "Big brother, second brother, do you mind if I join you?" Luo Xingtian said, "You brat, that bowl of yours is quite nice. You must have some side hustle." A soft hum echoed in their ears. A delicate, jade-like figure slowly came into view. The alluring scene made the three of them exclaim, "Holy crap, this is against the rules. You're using this to test your disciple?" This kind of trick shattered their morals, senses, and worldview, completely corrupted. At that moment, a delicate jade-like figure appeared. But could you believe that the owner of those legs was actually the fourth elder, a cultivator over 30,000 years old, dressed in a sexy, retro Taoist robe, with wild makeup, trying to pull off a pure yet seductive style? The other three exclaimed, "What the hell?" Luo Xingtian looked around, knowing the fifth elder must be here too. That guy is the most shameless. The fourth elder told him to look behind. He's been lying there all along. When they turned around, they thought, what's the point of competing now? We agreed on a fair competition, but this guy is taking it seriously. With that outfit, people would throw coins at him anywhere. Luo Xingtian couldn't take it anymore. He yelled, "Are you all beasts? It's just begging. Do you have to be so competitive?" The sudden outburst startled the fifth elder, who was hiding nearby. Meanwhile, Luo Wuming planned to take Yifeng early to the Heavenly Dao battlefield's teleportation point. But when he arrived at the courtyard, a shocking scene made him spit out blood in disbelief. His eyes seemed to have seen something unclean. When the elders saw Luo Wuming arrive, they asked if he needed a bowl too. Luo Wuming turned and ran, afraid he might be silenced on the spot for seeing something he shouldn't have. As he ran, he shouted, "I didn't see anything." 10 minutes later, Yifeng finally woke up. When he opened the door, he exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Before him were the 5 contestants of the most pitiful competition. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Yifeng had no idea what was going on, but when he saw the bowls in the elders' hands, each of them holding one, he realized the 5 elders were testing their willpower, imitating ascetic cultivation to transcend worldly desires. They came to him to judge who among them was most in harmony with the heavens and earth. Luo Wuxing, not planning to say a word. The next moment, drops of demon blood fell into the bowls. Yifeng was truly exhausted. Not only did he have to judge the best beggar of the year, but he also had to reward them out of his own pocket. A disciple like him might still exist somewhere, but they're almost extinct. He didn't want to stay in the courtyard any longer. After Yifeng judged the best beggar of the year, the 5th elder proudly asked, "Who else?" This method was indeed safe and effective, but his arrogance led to him being grabbed by the throat and dragged away on the spot. The others smiled with murderous intent, asking if he planned to keep all the rewards for himself. "We agreed to share both fortune and hardship. You're not thinking of running off with the loot, are you?" Only then did the 5th elder realize he had been a bit too cocky. He hadn't expected his excitement to backfire. Of course, good brothers share everything. Meanwhile, in the sect's main hall, Luo Wuming was already waiting for Yifeng. Yifeng said he had already bid farewell to the elders. The elders truly lived up to their reputation as cultivators, training their minds with such dedication. Their commitment was unparalleled. They were truly the pillars of the cultivation world. To experience the mortal world's trials, they willingly lived a beggar's life of heartbreak. Yifeng said the elders didn't say anything, but he understood. So he rewarded the fifth elder, who performed the most pitifully, with a drop of great demon blood. Luo Wuming was completely dumbfounded. How could this be called training? They were clearly pretending to be beggars, to swindle treasures from him. This situation was terrible. Since they succeeded this time, next time, these five would only become more shameless. Thinking of this, Luo Wuming sighed helplessly. Life was hard. Who made him not an elder? If he were, he could have controlled them. Meanwhile, Yifeng excitedly asked, Master, are the other disciples ready? When are we going to the heavenly Dao battlefield? Luo Wuming took out a treasure and told Yifeng that the elders had instructed him to escort Yifeng alone. Watching the god of wealth leave, the five elders felt a bit reluctant. He would be gone for several days, and they would miss him. Moreover, once he left, after his training ended, he might return to the Star Soul sect. They began discussing how the sect already had a protective formation, so they might as well visit the Star Soul sect to check things out. This infuriated Luo Wuming. He asked if they could have some shame. The moment Yifeng left, they immediately tried to follow him. Look at the fifth elder. How pragmatic he is. He knows what's meant to leave cannot be stopped. But then, Chu Yunshan had already packed his bags, saying, Big brother, after I leave, the sect will be in your hands. Thank you for your care over the years. Goodbye, Xinjidong. With a bang, a figure shot into the sky, breaking through the heavens. It was Luo Wuming, his anger boiling over. He ordered them all to go back. No one was allowed to sneak off to the Star Soul sect. This was his final word, or they would face the consequences. Instantly, the elders quieted down. They realized Big Brother was truly angry. Meanwhile, on the way to the heavenly Dao battlefield, Yifeng asked why the journey was so quiet. With not even a single demon beast or cultivator in sight, Luo Wuming said it was normal. The nearby demon beasts might have been wiped out by cultivators practicing their skills. As for not seeing any cultivators, that was also normal. After all, the profound sky continent was vast and boundless. But as soon as he finished speaking, something happened. Yifeng and Luo Wuming were startled. The person who appeared was a female bodhisattva. The woman smiled and said, Meeting is fate. I wonder if the two of you can entertain me and make me happy? Luo Wuming saw that this demon was powerful and not easy to deal with. He warned Yifeng to be careful. She might attack with her assets, but he assured Yifeng that he was still strong and could hold on. He told Yifeng to find an opportunity to escape. Hearing this, the demon laughed. Young meat wants to leave? Who would want to eat this old jerky? A purple lightning attack descended from the sky. Stay a while. Why rush? Let's have some fun first. Luo Wuming was trapped in a formation, his face pale. She was indeed a great demon at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm. Yifeng also looked serious. He had never seen such a powerful demon before. The female demon smiled and said she only wanted to make a deal with them. If they could offer her a treasure that moved her heart, enough to buy their freedom, she would let them leave safely. Luo Wuming transformed into One Punch Man, declaring that demons could not be trusted. Did she think he was a child? How dare she try to swindle him with such a lowly trick? But the next moment, he was stunned. Drops of great demon blood flew out. This outcome left Luo Wuming speechless. But the female demon was equally shocked. She repeatedly checked if she was seeing things correctly. At this moment, Luo Wuming scolded Yifeng fiercely, asking if his squandering disease had flared up again. She's a demon with no credibility. Now that you've taken out such a treasure, she'll never let you leave safely. But Yifeng smiled darkly and said, Master, isn't this even better? When the time comes, I won't mind slaying another Ascension-level demon. This shocked Luo Wuming. Did this kid have some hidden trump card? Meanwhile, the female demon was also frightened. The blood essence just now was indeed from a demon who had survived 9 heavenly tribulations. She herself had only survived 2. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the true origins of the two men. Being cautious, she told them they could leave now. Their attire suggested they were and their identities might be dangerous. She couldn't afford to gamble. If she lost, her life would be ruined. Watching the spatial barrier open, Luo Wuming urged Yifeng to leave quickly. No matter what her intentions were, escaping now was the best option. But Yifeng told him to wait. Why rush? What's the hurry? The demon, and the two not immediately leaving, felt even more convinced of their confidence. Luo Wuming, on the other hand, urged Yifeng to stop provoking her. Showing off once is enough. But if someone wants to court death, no one can stop them. Yifeng shouted to the sky, Hey, beauty, look, I have 50 drops of great demon blood essence. If you kill me now, they're all yours. This made Luo Wuming cry out in despair. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. He looked utterly defeated, muttering, What a disaster! But Yifeng had his own plan. He knew that if he were in danger, his bodyguards would come to his rescue, so he was tempting the demon to kill him. But this only made the female demon more afraid. This kid is definitely not ordinary. There must be some terrifying powerhouse nearby. If I dare to attack, I'll be turned to ashes in an instant. Thinking this, she transformed into her full demon form. She knew she only had one chance. If she failed, it would be the end. Yifeng, excited, pointed and said, "Master, look, this demon is a mantis." Luo Wuming explained, "A bloodthirsty mantis. As long as it has a steady supply of powerful blood essence, it can grow stronger. It's an extremely troublesome and powerful demon beast." Just as they were discussing this, the female demon turned and fled. She never expected the pressure from the two to be so overwhelming that it forced her to reveal her true form. The squandering addicted man had just auctioned off a female sect leader, now encountered a powerful demon. He even offered to squander more, asking the demoness to stay for 10 more rounds. The mantis demoness had been fleeing for 3 days and nights, exhausted and gasping for breath. She thought she had escaped safely. Looking at the great demon blood essence in her hand, she sighed. I was too cautious. What if they just stumbled upon this treasure? I might have missed a huge opportunity. She stored the blood essence, thinking it wasn't a loss. Coming out this time, I gained such a treasure. It's a pity I couldn't taste that old man and the young one. Just then, she heard a voice behind her, roaming the world, seeking freedom. Today is the day to slay demons. Heroes sing the song of the wind. How many petty villains can stand against us? It was Yifeng, riding on Luo Wuming, who had transformed into an ox horse, charging towards her. The mantis demoness was terrified. These two were actually chasing her. Luo Wuming shouted, "We're almost there, but I can't keep this up much longer. Yifeng, hurry." The mantis demoness was on the verge of collapse. She had never been pursued like this before. Her life was hanging by a thread. Yifeng squandered money like crazy, telling Luo Wuming to charge ahead without worry. He had nothing but money, and snacks were plentiful. Hearing this, Luo Wuming's energy instantly replenished. This reckless scared the mantis demoness to tears. She had just turned 18, and these two men actually wanted to capture her as a pet. Seeing the demoness within reach, Yifeng shouted, "Demon, don't run. Let's fight fair and square. If I lose, all my wealth is yours. If you lose, you'll be my bed warmer." The mantis demoness cried out, turned, and fled, screaming, "I don't want to fight. I don't want the great demon blood essence anymore. I just beg you to spare me, so we can meet again in the future." Luo Wuming, watching the demoness flee again, suggested to Yifeng, "Maybe we should let her go. I'm severely drained and can't keep up." Yifeng patted Luo Wuming gently, telling him to just throw him forward. Luo Wuming nodded, wishing Yifeng good luck, and Yifeng shot forward like a cannonball, closing in on the mantis demoness with a sonic boom. When the demoness saw Yifeng suddenly behind her, she was stunned. She made one last desperate move, swinging her scythes wildly behind her, yelling at Yifeng to go away. She didn't want to be a bed-warming servant. The next moment, a cracking sound echoed in the sky. Luo Wuming, watching from below, was shocked. Did her backup arrive? He was confused, unsure of what was happening, but Yifeng was excited, staring intently at the crack in the sky. The mantis demoness also stopped attacking and looked up. The void slowly split open, and with a loud crack, the void shattered. A golden-armored Super Scion emerged, roaring, "This place is indeed noisy." The squandering guardian team had arrived, intimidating the demoness. Submit or die. The mantis demoness, a 9th-level Tribulation Realm demon, could only kneel and surrender. As the pet contract was being signed, Yifeng's burning passion overwhelmed her. The golden-armored warrior from the void grumbled about the noisy thunder. During the spatial crossing, the mantis demoness was too scared to move. The guardian bowed to Yifeng, apologizing for being late. "Master, I apologize for the delay. Please don't hold it against me." Yifeng, sitting on the mantis demoness, told him not to worry about the details. "After all, I'm still alive, right? You came just in time." The guardian punched the void, creating a crystal path, telling Yifeng he could now walk on it. Yifeng asked if the squandering guardian team only had one member. The golden-armored warrior replied, "With your current level of danger, I alone am more than enough. There are tens of thousands of us, and we deploy based on the threat level." The guardian then looked at the mantis demoness, asking Yifeng if he should eliminate the threat. The demoness immediately apologized, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "I was blind. Please spare me. I know I was wrong." Seeing the problem resolved, Yifeng told the guardian to stand down for now. "If she tries anything again, I'll call you back." The guardian assured Yifeng he was always on call. Yifeng, smiling, gave the mantis demoness 2 options. First, become my mount. Second, die. As soon as he finished speaking, the mantis demoness quickly chose the first option. She didn't want to die. Yi Feng laughed, satisfied with his new pet. The adventure continued. The mantis demoness knelt before Yi Feng, saying, "Master, I'll agree to anything." This startled Yi Feng. Happiness came too suddenly. A piece of paper slowly appeared before Yi Feng, covered in runes he couldn't recognize. He had no idea what it was. Luo Wuming explained it was a heavenly Dao contract. Just drip your blood on it, and her life will be in your hands. You can do whatever you want with her in the future. The mantis demoness now looked at him with pitiful eyes, hoping to evoke his sympathy. But Yi Feng was not only a squanderer but also a lecher. A drop of blood for a beauty like her? Totally worth it. He wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. When his blood dripped onto the contract, an ancient runic aura awakened. The mantis demoness, now bound by the contract, felt a surge of heat within her body, her entire being burning up. It felt like waves of heat were crashing inside her. She couldn't withstand it, and with all her strength, she let out a scream. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a bloodthirsty mantis. A joyous occasion indeed. Yi Feng looked at the mantis demoness, gently stroking her forehead and saying, "My name is Yi Feng. From now on, I'm your master. Being my loyal follower won't disappoint you." The squandering man entered the heavenly Dao battlefield, with his rule-breaking guardian team by his side. Yi Feng, now in a place without acquaintances, squandered even more recklessly. He captured prisoners without mercy, spending money like water on the battlefield. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had convinced the mantis demoness to carry him and Luo Wuming on her back. Luo Wuming, sitting atop her, calmly said, "Yi Feng, I know you're from above, but what exactly is your background?" Yi Feng just laughed, telling him he was merely the head disciple of his master. Though Luo Wuming didn't get a clear answer, he was still pleased. His daughter had truly recruited a god of wealth. Yi Feng noticed that the old man didn't seem to care much about his identity. The three of them traveled westward, reaching the heavenly Dao battlefield's teleportation tower, just as the sun was setting. Yi Feng looked at the dense crowd below, remarking, "There are so many people." Luo Wuming explained, "Though the heavenly Dao battlefield is extremely dangerous, each realm is an independent space. There are no cross-realm battles, so it's relatively safe. That's why the benefits outweigh the risks, and so many cultivators come here to seek great opportunities." Yi Feng pondered that he could take on 100 enemies alone. In a direct fight, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He was among the top in his realm, but just to be safe, he asked the system if the squandering guardian team could intervene if he encountered danger in the heavenly Dao battlefield. The system replied, "First, the squandering guardian team completely ignores the rules of the heavenly Dao battlefield. They can appear at any time." Yi Feng immediately praised the system. With this, he could act recklessly in the battlefield without worry. Yi Feng turned to the mantis demoness, Xiao Shui. "Escort Master Luo back to the sect first. I don't know how long this training will take." Luo Wuming also wanted to return to the sect quickly. This demoness had survived 2 heavenly tribulations. Now that she had joined the Star Soul sect, their strength would rise to a new level. Yi Feng entered the heavenly Dao battlefield. After walking for a few minutes, he fell silent. The place was eerily empty. Not a single person, nor even a demon beast, was in sight. Suddenly, a voice called out, "First time here?" Yi Feng, unsuspecting, nodded. The chubby man introduced himself as Li Fei, asking Yi Feng about his strength and if he needed guidance. After all, he was a regular in the battlefield. Yi Feng glanced at the man's strength. Both were at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. The two exchanged a smile, each recognizing the other's cunning. The next second, they bumped fists, becoming monster-hunting teammates. Li Fei wondered if Yi Feng was naive, foolish, or if he had some incredible trump card that made him so fearless. Yi Feng also smiled, thinking Li Fei was trying to manipulate him, coming over to act like brothers right away. "I haven't even killed anyone since I transmigrated here. I feel like I'm letting down the transmigrator community." Li Fei suggested forming a team, splitting all resources equally. Yi Feng excitedly said, "Thank you, brother." Li Fei smirked. If Yi Feng was strong, he'd team up honestly, but if Yi Feng was weak, he'd have no qualms betraying him. The two soon sneaked into the demon beast territory. Li Fei told Yi Feng, "Since it's your first time, let's test your strength with some ironback rats. They're around levels 5 to 8 of the Qi condensation realm. There are about 300 of them here." Li Fei asked Yi Feng to attack, so he could see his spiritual attributes. But as soon as he finished speaking, talismans filled the air. "That squandering man is at it again." Yi Feng smirked, flinging talismans everywhere. Li Fei was stunned for 3 minutes. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you throwing so many talismans around?" And they were all high-grade talismans. Yi Feng calmly said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm wiping out the demon beasts in one go." Watching Yi Feng show off, Li Fei fell into deep thought. Someone actually tried to scheme against the squandering man? The result was obvious. He got completely dominated. Then another person showed up, demanding Yi Feng hand over his wealth and leave. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Yi Feng's wealth had vanished. Just moments ago, A group of ironback rats noticed the commotion and sent their minions to investigate. But the next second, the rats found themselves immobilized, trapped by cages on the ground. Chaos ensued. The ironback rats were completely baffled. Who the hell is raiding our nest? The loudest rat was instantly stabbed through the heart by Yi Feng's sword, serving as a warning to the others. Watching the ironback rats get wiped out, Li Fei exclaimed, "Holy crap, brother. You're ruthless. You used 300 precious control talismans just to kill some low-level rats? Are you here to hunt, or just to squander money?" 20 minutes later, the restrained ironback rats were peacefully sent off by Yi Feng. He sighed, "Killing demon beasts is exhausting. What do you think of my strength, Li Fei?" Li Fei looked at this shameless squandering man, wanting to slap him twice. Damn, this guy has no shame. He had secretly tested the talismans earlier. Unless he used his full strength, couldn't break them. Now he was full of questions. Did Yi Feng use these talismans just to kill demon beasts, or to show off to me? If it's the latter, that's just insane. Yi Feng asked, "Brotherly, why are you standing there? Are you planning to build tombstones for the rats?" Li Fei shouted, "Aren't you going to collect the demon cores? Even though they're low-level beasts, they're still worth a fortune." Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't realize you were struggling so much, brotherly. You can have the demon cores." Li Fei was speechless. This guy is really good at pretending. Everyone's here for resources, and selling these beasts could make a fortune. I'll stick with him and see how long he can keep this up. Just then, an unexpected situation arose. A cultivator quickly approached the two. Seeing the ground littered with ironback rat corpses, he sped up even more. Li Fei decided to follow Yi Feng closely, curious to see how far he could go. But then, an unexpected situation. A cultivator quickly approached the two. Seeing the ground littered with ironback rat corpses, he sped up even more. The next second, he stood in the air above, looking down disdainfully at the two below. He said, "If you don't want to die, leave the ironback rat corpses behind. Leave now, and I'll spare your lives." This brazen act left the two speechless. Yi Feng asked, "Which faction are you from? How dare you provoke me?" Inside, Yi Feng was thrilled. Finally, someone fearless enough to rob him. He was ready to kill, planning to make this guy his first victim. Since transmigrating here, without wasting words, Yi Feng immediately attacked, flinging talismans everywhere. Seeing the talismans flying toward him, the masked man was horrified. He couldn't understand how Yi Feng still had so many talismans after using 300 earlier. Before he could react, a deafening explosion rang out, sending a shockwave across a 10-mile radius. The masked man was trapped in a talisman cage, attacking it for 3 hours and breaking through 13 layers. As he was about to break the final layer, Yi Feng walked over calmly, pulling out another dozen talismans. He smiled and said, "You're not getting out anytime soon. I've got plenty more where these came from." Li Fei finally realized, this guy is definitely a big shot, and an insanely wasteful one at that. The masked man cursed, "Yi Feng, you bastard, if you're a man, let me out and fight me fair and square." But as soon as he finished his tough talk, Yi Feng stabbed him through the heart, ending his life without hesitation. This shameless act left the masked man speechless. He had completely miscalculated. Yi Feng wasn't just a squanderer. He was also sharp and ruthless. The man wasn't stupid, and his intelligence was clearly intact. Yi Feng smiled mysteriously, looking down at the man. "You're not worthy of fighting me. You don't have the qualifications to make me take you seriously." Yi Feng, the squandering man, finally exhausted himself after 5 hours of reckless spending. He then took out some recovery pills to replenish his energy, letting his teammate continue squandering in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. At this moment, Yi Feng kicked the masked man, who was still trapped in the talisman cage, and Li Fei felt a wave of fear. The seemingly kind and harmless guy was actually a ruthless schemer. He had thought Yi Feng was a naive fool, but his innocence and kindness were all an act. He had almost been fooled. This was a cold-blooded, squandering killer. Yi Feng handed Li Fei a stack of talismans, telling him, "Fighting is too crude. If you run into trouble, just throw these talismans. Don't hold back. I've got plenty more." Li Fei was stunned. This guy didn't care about money at all. Suddenly, Yi Feng's expression darkened. There were less than 5 hours left until the next day, and he had only squandered 1,000 talismans. He still had 9,000 left to waste. Soon, explosions echoed through the Heavenly Dao battlefield. The demon beasts thought the apocalypse had come. As countless talismans rained down from the sky, Li Fei became Yi Feng's second-in-command, indulging in the thrill of reckless spending. Yi Feng was also thoroughly enjoying himself. Here, no one could stop him. Anyone who tried would be blown to bits before they got close. 5 hours later, Yi Feng finally completed his mission. Congratulations, host, for squandering today's resources. Reward, 1,000 squandering points, and 100 enlightenment pills. Li Fei thanked Yi Feng for the extravagant experience. He had made a fortune overnight, earning more than he usually would in a year. He thought to himself, Yi Feng must be a core disciple of some major sect. I must never cross him. Just then, Yifeng stood up and said, "Good brother, let's continue our journey." Li Fei nodded, ready to follow Yifeng on more wild adventures. The two set off, ready to conquer the heavenly Dao battlefield together. "Today, you've done me a huge favor. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. Here's a stewed peony pill. Take it to replenish your energy. Eat it while it's still warm." For a moment, Li Fei was hesitant. This thing looks black and suspicious. Could it be a poison pill? Is the other person planning to silence me after using me? But if I don't eat it, I'll offend him. Would he use some secret weapon to kill me? Thinking this, he swallowed it without hesitation. Good stuff goes down in one gulp, clean and hygienic. But as soon as it hit his stomach, a strange sensation surged. Instantly, Li Fei's brain began to develop rapidly. Yifeng asked him why he was just standing there. "Are you stupid? The enlightenment pill only lasts 20 minutes. Hurry up and cultivate while you can." Yifeng thought to himself that if he didn't have so many enlightenment pills, he wouldn't have given one to a stranger. These were just snacks for his dog at home. 20 minutes later, Li Fei slowly woke up. Now, he was filled with regret. When he had taken the enlightenment pill, his pig brain had just been standing there in a daze. He had wasted a full 2 minutes. Then, he knelt on one knee and declared to Yifeng, "From now on, I'm your little brother. I will never forget this kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word, Brother Yi." But Yifeng suddenly asked him which world he was from. Hearing this, Li and whispered in Yifeng's ear, "The myriad worlds, the heavenly fire world." The prodigal man had actually returned to Earth as a prodigal transmigrator. That man was ready to start showing off again. Just moments ago, Li Fei had said he was from the heavenly fire world of the myriad worlds. Yifeng had never heard of it. He only knew of the profound heaven world. Li Fei chuckled and said he was from a small place. Indeed, the heavenly fire world wasn't well known. The scene Li Fei had imagined didn't happen. He had thought that since Yifeng was so generous, he must be from the heavenly fire world too. If he said he was from the heavenly fire world, Yifeng, as a fellow native, would surely give him gifts. But Yifeng mentioned the profound heaven world instead, completely ruining Li Fei's plan to get closer. As expected, free lunches aren't easy to come by. The two walked through the heavenly Dao battlefield for about 10 minutes. When Li Fei noticed a glowing spot ahead, Yifeng curiously asked what it was. Li Fei, holding a small shovel, shouted, "Brother Yi, we've hit the jackpot. This is a huge score." Yifeng asked curiously, "What is it?" Li Fei excitedly yelled, "Brother Yi, we're rich. This is spirit gold. Even though it's low grade, there are about 200 pieces here. It's a considerable fortune." Yifeng asked, "Are you really that poor? You call anything you find a jackpot?" Hearing Yifeng's teasing, Li Fei stopped what he was doing and asked Yifeng, "What are you even here for in the heavenly Dao battlefield?" Yifeng replied, "It's simple. I'm here to squander my wealth. I have plenty of good stuff. The resources in this heavenly Dao battlefield don't interest me at all." Li Fei was stunned. Is this how prodigal experts talk now? Li Fei told Yifeng that if he wanted to squander his wealth, the heavenly Dao battlefield wasn't the right place. Heavenly Dao City was the perfect spot for prodigal spending. Heavenly Dao City was the most unique place in the heavenly Dao battlefield. It was filled with endless treasures, resources, and techniques. As long as you had money, you could buy almost anything there. It was a paradise for prodigal men. The entire city was governed by the laws of the heavenly Dao, so there was no need to worry about being robbed or killed. However, to enter heavenly Dao City, you needed a heavenly Dao token. One token only allowed you to stay for a day. Li Fei happened to have one. Yifeng asked where he got it. Li Fei scratched his head and said he had found it in a ruin. Although he had the token, he was too poor to afford anything inside. So, he had never dared to enter. Yifeng asked, "Where can you get these tokens?" Li Fei scratched his head again and said, "I found mine in a ruin by chance. But even with the token, I'm too poor to do anything there." Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that heavenly Dao City was the place. He smiled at Yifeng, thinking that this was a sure deal. As long as he handed over the heavenly Dao token, the other party would definitely reward him with a great opportunity. But Yifeng stopped him. He never took things from others for free. He indeed needed the heavenly Dao token, so he accepted it. However, he insisted that Li Fei take this bottle of enlightenment pills. Li Fei clutched the bottle of enlightenment pills, knowing that Brother Yi was not a stingy person. As soon as Yifeng got the heavenly Dao token, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the golden talisman. With a poof, smoke surrounded him. Yifeng was startled, but it was too late. In the next moment, he disappeared, teleported away by the heavenly Dao token. Li Fei opened the bottle and saw 13 enlightenment pills inside. Another day of huge profits. Above heavenly Dao City, a spatial rift appeared. Yifeng was teleported out of the rift. With 8 kidneys, he felt like 2 of them had just been smashed. But the next moment, he was shocked by what he saw. The plain concrete ground, the high-end office buildings of the 996 work culture. Was this really heavenly Dao City? The prodigal cultivator instantly transforming into a trendy rapper. But the next moment, He was shocked again. Wasn't it said that fighting was forbidden in Heavenly Dao City? Yet, two super scions were cursing at each other. A luxury Rolls-Royce was out running errands, asking if anyone needed a ride. A group of people noticed Yifeng's weak cultivation level, wondering how a weakling like him had come to Heavenly Dao City. Yifeng cursed at them, calling them crazy. Suddenly, someone nearby was furiously cursing. The intensity of the insults was off the charts. When Yifeng turned to look, he was completely stunned. It was Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a blonde and a black-haired guy, hurling insults at each other. Yifeng quietly asked someone nearby, "Isn't it said that fighting is forbidden in Heavenly Dao City?" The man told Yifeng that they were just bickering. One was from the Xuanshu world, and the other was from the Binzi world. Every time they met, they had to fight. Every time they collaborated on a project, they would end up fighting. Yifeng asked, "What about you, old brother? What's your deal?" The old driver snorted coldly and asked Yifeng if he needed a ride. The price was affordable. 5 Heavenly Dao Points to start. Yifeng was confused. What were Heavenly Dao Points? The man was furious. "You don't even know what Heavenly Dao Points are? You must be a newbie, a country bumpkin. You're clearly a poor bastard." He had wasted 2 seconds on Yifeng. The old driver stepped on the gas and drifted away, looking for the next customer. Yifeng was speechless. He had only asked a simple question. This guy was way too irritable. Half an hour later, Yifeng arrived at the Heavenly Earth Bank. This should be the place where he could exchange for Heavenly Dao Points. As soon as Yifeng stepped inside, a receptionist warmly greeted him. "Sir, what business would you like to conduct?" Yifeng asked if this was where he could get Heavenly Dao Points. Qianhu immediately knew that the other party was a newcomer. He explained that in Heavenly Dao City, 1 top-grade spirit gold could be exchanged for 1 Heavenly Dao Point. All transactions in Heavenly Dao City were conducted using Heavenly Dao Points. Yifeng thought to himself, 1 top-grade spirit gold for 1 Heavenly Dao Point? In that case, he could still squander his wealth freely. He glanced at the employee's badge. The staff member was from the water spirit world, and his cultivation level was at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Qianhu explained that working here allowed one to earn Heavenly Dao Points. Moreover, the time spent working in Heavenly Dao City did not count against one's lifespan. Qianhu was deeply frustrated. A mighty Tribulation Transcendence realm expert, working as a lowly bank clerk. If others found out, they would laugh themselves to death. But Yifeng stabbed him in the heart again. "Aren't you wasting your time here? Don't you need to cultivate? Don't you have a sect position? Don't you have disciples to teach? And is spirit gold really that hard to obtain?" In the Heavenly Dao battlefield, a series of pressure-filled questions left Qianhu, the Tribulation Transcendence realm expert, silent. In the next moment, he politely told Yifeng that if he wasn't there to conduct business, he could leave. He had professional ethics and wouldn't waste time chatting with idle people. Seeing Qianhu's gesture of dismissal, Yifeng knew it was time to show off. Today, the spendthrift man has truly reached the peak of his life, dating a sexy Miss Universe, surrounded by millions of beauties. If a man is bold enough, the campus belle will be on maternity leave starting tomorrow. At this moment, Yifeng, who was being kicked out by Qianhu, opened his mouth and told Qianhu to wait. "Not sure if I should say this." Qianhu was speechless. This guy really has a lot of nonsense to say. Yifeng activated the system's magic card, asking the system to exchange for 100 million top-grade Ming gold. Yifeng calmly said, "How about a small goal of 100 million? Are you interested?" Hearing the small goal of 100 million, Qianhu's expression instantly changed. He asked young Master Yi to wait a moment, transforming into a sycophant to handle Yifeng's business immediately. He even gave Yifeng a heart gesture, then left happily with the small goal. Yifeng, however, revealed a faint smile. He found this fantasy world increasingly fascinating. If he comes back next time, he must find a way to get 2 Heavenly Dao tokens, bring his master along to spend and splurge, go shopping, and indulge in extravagance. Finally, stay in a 5-star hotel, everything falling into place. At this moment, Qianhu returned at top speed, holding a card and saying, "Young Master Ye's Heavenly Dao card, please check it." Yifeng was shocked. The efficiency of processing the card was ridiculously fast, but looking at the Heavenly Dao card, he fell silent. "Why is it a cartoon?" Qianhu, seeing Yifeng in a daze, asked, "Young Master Yi, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. We will provide you with the most comprehensive answers." This was a god of wealth, and he must sincerely keep this nouveau riche. But Yifeng left without looking back, saying, "No need." Seeing that the other party seemed busy, he decided not to disturb. Qianhu felt as if struck by lightning. With the god of wealth gone, his commission was also gone. A few minutes later, Yifeng arrived at a comic convention, looking at the modern decor. He guessed this must be the work of some time-traveling big shot. It was just too modern. Even his 2D idol was here. Looking at the figurine box, support your beloved idol, and receive a figurine of the same character. Yifeng looked at the idol Di Huang inside. Seemed pretty good, but GGZ was even cuter. But he still chose the thrilling option. Just as Yifeng was about to swipe his card, a spatial rift appeared behind him, instantly sucking Yifeng away. But for the sake of his beloved figurine, Yifeng resisted for the first time. As the card swipe succeeded and the merchandise dropped, the machine was already in the second layer of the Heavenly Tao battlefield. Yifeng had already been teleported out. The ore slag beside him was something Li Fei had discarded. Suddenly, Yifeng became furious, cursing Li Fei as a bastard. He promised a day, but it was only half a day. The worst part was, he didn't even get his merchandise. Yifeng looked at the Heavenly Tao token in his hand, remembering what Li Fei had said earlier. This guy seemed to have obtained it in a single move. Helpless, he could only go look for him. But next time, if he encounters Li Fei again, he will make sure Li Fei knows how terrifying a man's grudge can be. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Fei was sneezing uncontrollably. Looking at the weather, was it getting colder? But that shouldn't be the case. With his layer of fat, he hadn't caught a cold in 20 years, alone sneezed. The spendthrift big shots are indeed cut from the same cloth. Others work at the Heavenly Tao battlefield construction site for 30 years, saving every penny to buy 2 defensive treasures. But the spendthrift ancestors, carrying the 90 million spirit crystals Yifeng left behind, went to splurge and indulge. Today, an uninvited guest arrived at the entrance of the Star Sect. The visitor was Xing Tian's close friend, named by Gang. At this moment, he saw the Star Sect's protective formation activated. Could there be a powerful enemy attacking? Who exactly are they guarding against? Sensing his friend's aura, Luo Xingtian opened the protective formation to welcome him. He asked, "Old friend, what brings you to my sect?" Bai Gang was momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier, he had accidentally obtained a Heavenly Tao token, entered the Heavenly Tao city, and worked there for a full 30 years. Saving every penny, he finally managed to save up enough to purchase 2 defensive treasures capable of withstanding the Heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation. After being teleported back to the Heavenly, he chatted with other cultivators, only to learn that 30 years in the Heavenly Tao city was merely 1 second in the outside world. This bizarre incident made him come to ask his old friend Luo Tianqing about it. Luo Tianqing invited the old man in, telling him not to stand there hesitating. Bai Gang asked, "Is the sect's protective formation powered by top-grade spirit crystals?" Luo Tianqing proudly confirmed it, saying he had plenty of top-grade spirit crystals. Now, the sect's formation would be active 24 hours a day. If Bai Gang needed spirit crystals, he could give him a few later. Bai Gang immediately slapped him, asking if he had gone mad. After all their years of traveling, they had encountered very few top-grade spirit crystals. Getting low-grade spirit crystals was already a gift from heaven. Wasting such top-grade crystals was simply shameful. Luo Tianqing didn't listen, telling the old man not to hit his face, and not to take things so seriously. Bai Gang pulled out 2 shiny defensive artifacts, boasting that each could withstand a heavenly thunder. With these treasures, he could endure up to the 7th heavenly thunder. Such powerful treasures cost him over 300 top-grade spirit crystals. Luo Tianqing ruthlessly mocked him, saying there was no such thing as treasures that could withstand the heavenly thunder. It was all an illusion. Only one's own strength truly mattered. But as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Gang slapped him again, cursing, "What the hell do you know? Have you heard of the Heavenly Tao city in the Heavenly Tao battlefield? The currency used there is exclusively top-grade spirit crystals. Even a supreme cultivator would have to grovel to serve you there." Luo Tianqing asked in surprise, "You're saying the currency in the Heavenly Tao city is top-grade spirit crystals?" Bai Gang nodded silently. To earn money, he worked at a construction site there for 30 years, while only 1 second passed in the outside world. The next moment, Luo Tianqing packed his bags, preparing to set off with the remaining 90 million top-grade spirit crystals. Bai Gang asked if he had lost his mind, saying that to enter that place, one needed a Heavenly Tao token. Otherwise, it was pointless. Luo Tianqing broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had overlooked such a crucial detail, thinking that if he suddenly died with 90 million left unspent, how painful that would be. Seeing that Luo Tianqing wasn't joking, Bai Gang was instantly terrified, exclaiming, "Where the hell did you get so many top-grade spirit crystals?" Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Tao battlefield, Li Fei was searching for his great opportunity. At that moment, he thought he heard Brother Yi calling him. That couldn't be right, as Yifeng had only just left. Was he hallucinating? But the voice grew closer. Li Fei turned around, and it really was his Brother Yi. Seeing Brother Yi running towards him, Li Fei waved frantically, shouting, "I'm here." But Yifeng, running at full speed, had a sinister expression, muttering, "Very good. You actually dared to stand there and wait for me." Hearing Yifeng's strange words, Li Fei felt a headache coming on. He couldn't understand what Brother Yi was talking about. The spendthrift man was at it again, but this time, without his dog to help, he consumed suggestion fragments. But it didn't matter. Having Little Pig fly was enough. This despicable man immediately scared people into running away. At this moment, Li Fei saw Yifeng rushing towards him, and opened his arms wide, ready for a hug. What he got was nearly being skewered by Yifeng. He was completely baffled. What on earth was going on? Why did Brother Yi suddenly want to kill him? Yi Feng cursed while attacking. Damn it! You made me search for so long. The heavenly Dao token only lasts for half a day, Li Fei quickly explained. When I saw the imbalance in the movie, only one person was left barely alive. He was clutching the heavenly Dao token tightly, and I used some unconventional methods to extract information. I was also a victim. That person had deceived me. Seeing his sincere explanation, Yi Feng finally stopped. For the first time, he believed such an explanation. Li Fei asked, Brother Yi, why did you say half a day? You only left for half an hour. At this moment, Li Fei felt secretly relieved, thankful that he had exchanged the heavenly Dao token for 13 beast pills. Yi Feng tentatively asked Li Fei, does your world have technology? This question left Li Fei confused. Realizing he didn't understand, Yi Feng seriously said, if you want to go to the heavenly Dao battlefield, you must save up top-grade spirit crystals. They are extremely important. Li Fei was speechless. He wanted to save them too, but the problem was, he didn't have any left. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Today's Spendthrift product has been refreshed. Death suggestion fragments, 10,000 each. Looking at the new Spendthrift product, it wasn't hard to waste them all. It was a pity his dog wasn't around. Otherwise, he could have taught it a new defensive skill. Then he looked at Li Fei. No dog? A pig would do. Yi Feng asked Li Fei, are you a swordsman? Li Fei said he didn't like practicing swordsmanship. It's too exhausting, he complained. Suddenly, Yi Feng's face twisted into a sinister grin, and he laughed with a righteous tone. After today, you'll be a swordsman. This made the 200-pound man sprint at full speed, saying he left his goji berry thermos outside. But in this era of cultivation, the poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. How could a cultivator outrun an off-road vehicle? At this moment, Li Fei wailed, begging Brother Yi to let him go. He didn't want to become the man who sees eternity as a long night. Under the spendthrift man's spending, even a dog could be raised into a great demon, and a pig could be turned into a peerless swordsman, becoming the legendary Li who sees eternity as a long night. Just now, Yi Feng drove a jeep chasing Leo, shouting that he didn't want to be a swordsman. Half an hour later, Yi Feng had caught him and was force-feeding him. Li Fei begged for mercy, saying he really didn't want to be some swordsman champion. Yi Feng told him to shut up, saying he was almost done. Over 9,000 death suggestion fragments had already been fed. After stuffing the last one into Li Fei's stainless steel mouth, Yi Feng finally clapped his hands. Finally, it's all spent. Today's product has now accumulated to 5,800 points. Li Fei asked Brother Yi, why waste such precious suggestion fragments on a useless guy like me? Although he knew that he was now incredibly powerful after comprehending the suggestions, he really wasn't cut out to be a swordsman. He told Yi Feng to watch carefully. Even if he learned it, he would still be a useless waste. Suddenly, in the green grassland, the sheep sensed a wave of death. In an instant, the land was shattered. The green grassland was split open by a sword strike from a powerful swordsman. Li Fei looked at the devastating damage he had casually dealt, and his heart sank. He muttered, this is bad. If my master finds out, he'll definitely force me to practice swordsmanship. My carefree life will be gone forever. Yi Feng patted him on the shoulder, saying, Brother Li Fei, no need to thank me. This is a great opportunity I'm giving you, brother. Now, whenever you want, you can break through and enter the Sword Heart realm. Hearing this, Li Fei almost cried. Their sect leader was the most talented person, but it took him hundreds of years to cultivate a sword heart. If he found out that Li Fei had the sect leader would definitely chop him into pieces for research. Although Li Fei was suffering inside, he didn't dare to say it. He could only hold back his tears and thank Yi Feng for the great opportunity. Then he asked why Yi Feng didn't use it himself. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, saying, I'm not a swordsman. Why would I practice this? Li Fei was speechless. Am I a swordsman then? This is such a double standard. Yi Feng suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a spiritual technique, telling Li Fei that he would protect him now. They could now dominate the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Li Fei was shocked again. Earth-grade superior technique. 9 Suns Thunder Chain. Isn't this the secret technique of my Thunder sect? Yi Feng asked Li Fei. Did you recognize this technique just now? Li Fei pouted. How could I not recognize it? I was born with dual spiritual roots of thunder and fire, but after studying it for a month, I still couldn't even get started. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. No one in the Star Sect recognized this technique. They only knew it was an Earth-grade superior technique, and the elders even suspected I created it myself. Now it seems, the techniques contained in the technique jar aren't limited to the Xintian continent. The next moment, Yi Feng got an idea. He told Li Fei their next target was to hunt 9-layer peak-level demon beasts. Looking at Yi Feng's enthusiasm, Li Fei was more curious about where Yi Feng learned this technique. No matter where the spendthrift man goes, he can't hide his nature of spending. He even brought his underling to dominate the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Such spendthrift behavior made even the demon beasts curse his lack of humanity. At this moment, in the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, watching Yi Feng and his companion stroll around arrogantly, A group of people secretly cursed their arrogance. Which realm are these two from? They whispered. Not only are they arrogant, their strength is ridiculously high. That fat guy is actually a swordsman with a sword heart, and the man beside him is utterly inhuman. Even when he sees a weak demon beast, he throws out hundreds of talismans to kill it. These two are completely untouchable. Li Fei glanced at the secretly observing cultivators and smiled. He had been to the Heavenly Dao battlefield many times, but this was the first time he had been so arrogant. However, he remained cautious, guarding against ambushes from hidden enemies. He asked Yifeng, "When will you come back to the Heavenly Dao battlefield next time?" "I'll definitely be here on time," Yifeng said. "Next time, I'll go to the third layer of the battlefield." Li Fei asked in confusion, "Brother Yi, do you already have signs of breaking through to the melting spirit realm?" Yifeng told him, "Breaking through realms depends only on whether I want to or not. Once I break through, I'll reach the 9th layer peak directly, but that's not the key point. The most important thing now is how to spend and splurge." Yifeng told Li Fei, "Leave the 5 9th layer peak beasts to me. You handle the rest of the miscellaneous monsters." The hidden enemies had no sense of honor. From a distance, they threw a 9 suns thunder chain at a group of chickens, but that wasn't enough. Seeing that one thunder strike wasn't enough to cook the chickens, he unleashed a dense barrage of thunder chains. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted. The chicken's nest was hit by a nuclear strike, and their bodies were roasted to perfection. They all ascended to heaven. Li Fei was shocked again. Is this Brother Ye's true strength? Even killing chickens requires a big move? Truly a remarkable man. The next moment, he was shocked again. Was that really necessary? Not only did he kill them, but he also tried to destroy the evidence. Where on earth did this guy come from? How deep is his background? On the mountain, a group of people secretly discussed Li Fei below. Is that fat guy a spellcaster or a swordsman? Why does he have a sword heart but doesn't use a sword? A wise man explained, "You all don't understand. Such low-level demon beasts aren't worthy of his attention. This fat guy is incredibly arrogant." Li Fei felt a surge of frustration hearing this flattery. Damn it, I'm really not a swordsman. I just happen to have a sword heart, that's all. 2 days later, Yifeng and Li Fei continued their reckless spending and demon slaying. Congratulations, host. You have killed 100-foot, 9th layer peak demon beasts in the 2nd layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Reward, 5,000 spendthrift points. Total spendthrift points. Seeing his spendthrift assets finally exceed 10,000, Yifeng told the system, "This little fatty has been helping me kill monsters these past few days. Even if he didn't contribute much, he still worked hard. Rewarding him with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't too much, right? Since he possesses the extreme death suggestion, the reward amount is reasonable." At this moment, Li Fei told Yifeng, "I need to return to my sect. The sect rules require us to return every 2 months, to prove we're still alive." Yifeng couldn't force him to stay. After all, he was going back to prove he wasn't dead. He then tossed a storage ring to Li Fei, saying, "This is your hard-earned reward for the past few days. We'll meet again someday. Take care until then." Li Fei watched his generous big brother leave, tears streaming down his face. "Tell me, how many such extravagant gods of wealth exist in the cultivation world?" Yifeng continued his lonely journey alone. From the moment he embarked on this spendthrift path, he was destined to walk it alone for eternity. The man, due to his excessive arrogance and spending, finally triggered the first ambush in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The spendthrift man showed the world what it means to be unmatched in extravagance. Just now, after Li Fei left Yifeng, the spendthrift mission was completed. The system rewarded 200 spendthrift points and 10,000 death suggestion fragments. Yifeng was speechless. Even Piggy is gone now. Not even the dog would eat this stuff. He began to miss the Huang. If the dog were here, I could have fed him at least 9,000 of these. Helpless, Yifeng could only choose to squander and fuse them himself. But just as Yifeng began fusing and consuming the death suggestion fragments, unbeknownst to him, a group of people had already set their sights on him. They whispered, "That swordsman fatty has left, and this man's spiritual energy must be almost depleted. Let's observe him for a few more days." At this moment, a man slowly spoke up, "We're just ordinary cultivators, with no background. Now, we have a chance to kill a genius and seize his treasures. Do you really want to miss this opportunity?" This white-haired youth was the unnamed leader of the cannon fodder. The other cultivators discussed among themselves, "Killing a genius will make us famous for eternity. And most importantly, that man has a lot of demon beast cores on him." The white-haired youth calmly said, "One question, do we do it or not? Opportunities like this don't come twice. Have you all thought it through?" The crowd burst into laughter, all of them being manipulated by the white-haired youth into becoming villains. Countless people shouted, "Kill the genius, seize the treasures, steal the weapons." In an instant, deafening war cries shook the heavens. Hundreds of cultivators raised their weapons. Yifeng saw that there were indeed many people, over 100 more than when he was in the sect. But this was perfect. He had just fused the techniques. Now, let them experience the ultimate death suggestion. The crowd looked at Yifeng on the mountain, confused about what he was doing. Did he just wake up and But the next moment, the heavens and earth changed. The crowd collectively shouted, "Holy crap, this guy has no honor." Yi Feng unleashed waves of death suggestion, striking the group of stubborn cultivators below. Someone realized something was wrong, shouting, "He actually has the death suggestion too." But it was already too late. They were all suppressed by an overwhelming death suggestion, unable to move. At this moment, the unnamed white-haired youth's face was filled with regret. Yi Feng descended like a god, saying, "Gentlemen, were you just trying to kill me?" The white-haired youth told everyone not to panic. This man is at his limit. But as soon as he said this, Yi Feng waved his hand, preparing to show them why the cherry blossoms in their hometown were blooming so brightly. He smiled at the group of leaks below. "Some choices, once made wrong, are irreversible. Your lives are ruined." The crowd, suppressed by the death suggestion, looked at him in terror. "We can't win. There's no way we can win. This man is the one who defeated 10,000 alone." The spendthrift man took the role of the sect leader. For the first time, he unexpectedly ran into his sister-in-law in the wilderness. Just now, Yi Feng defeated everything alone, stepping onto a path of invincibility littered with corpses. Although he was a spendthrift tycoon, he wasn't some saint. If you dared to target him, you had to be prepared to reincarnate. At this moment, a member of the Yu clan appeared, asking, "Brother Fire Fist, are you from the Xintian sword sect?" Yi Feng asked, "Who? State your name." The little loli said, "I'm Luo Yaoyao, from Wanghua Valley." She looked at Yi Feng with pride, asking, "Brother, did you have a tough fight just now?" Yi Feng rolled his eyes. He hadn't heard of Wanghua Valley. This made the little loli pout. "Brother, you're not from the Xintian realm, are you? Did you sneak out from some no-name sect?" Yi Feng was on guard. This little girl didn't seem like a good person. The little loli asked Yi Feng to tell her why he came to the heavenly Dao battlefield. She might even grant him 3 wishes. The little loli turned out to be a chatterbox, constantly bothering Yi Feng. She said she liked his aloofness, and then continued, "Brother, did you overexert yourself just now? Do you need some tonic medicine?" Yi Feng told her, "If you don't leave, I'll really kill you." Luo Yaoyao laughed, telling Yi Feng he couldn't kill her. Her true cultivation was at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Yi Feng asked the system, "Is there really a treasure that can suppress cultivation and deceive the heavenly Dao?" The system confirmed it was true, and the treasure was the hairpin she was wearing. Yi Feng was surprised that such a young loli had such high cultivation. Though she was small, her strength was immense. He said, "I'm Yi Feng from the Star Soul sect. Now, stop bothering me." Luo Yaoyao asked, "What kind of no-name sect is the Star Soul sect? And did you really believe the lie I just made up? Do you really think I'm a nascent soul peak expert?" Yi Feng told her to dare to remove the hairpin and see what happens. This made Luo Yaoyao realize that the hairpin didn't emit any spiritual energy or external aura. How did he see through it at a glance? She had underestimated this man. The next moment, she said, "I've never heard of the Star Soul sect. It must be some insignificant sect. Why not join the Star sect? If you agree, I can guarantee you'll become a core disciple of the sect. This man has a 4-element spiritual root and can break through to the Sword Heart realm at any time. With a little guidance from me, he could rank in the top 3 of the dragon ranking in the future." Yi Feng analyzed that this loli held a high position in the Star sect, and she shared the surname Luo. He asked, "Loli, who is Luo Qinshue to you?" The loli said, "You know my sister?" At the same time, Luo Qinshue from the Star Soul sect kept sneezing. The old servant hurried over to ask, "Miss, do you have a cold or a fever?" Luo Qinshue said, "I feel something is off. It's like someone is talking about me." How shameless is the spendthrift man. He's actually in the wilderness, using underhanded methods to win over his sister-in-law. Indeed, a wealthy man is both handsome and imposing. Just now, the two fell silent after realizing their complicated relationship. The little loli turned out to be his little sister-in-law. Luo Yaoyao was also shocked. This man was actually her sister's legendary emperor, and what she found hardest to accept was, Yi Feng held multiple positions. He was both a core disciple and an honorary elder of the Star Soul sect. Her head was about to explode. Should she call him brother-in-law or elder Yi? Yi Feng smiled and walked over, saying, "Let's address each other separately. I'll call you little sister-in-law, and you call me elder Yi." Luo Yaoyao shook her head in refusal, but Yi Feng directly reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, "It's not too much for an elder to pinch a disciple's face, right?" He thought about what to give his sister-in-law for their first meeting. Snacks seemed too trivial. Enlightenment pills could be given, but they weren't suitable as a gift. The remaining golden silkworm star key, 9-leaf soul returning grass, or the purple thunder berserker's demon blood. Yi Feng asked, "Little sister-in-law, are you a body cult?" He prayed she wasn't a violent loli. Luo Yaoyao was instantly shocked. Yi Feng had seen through her at a glance, and she hated having her face pinched. She decided to report this to her sister later. But the next moment, Yi Feng pulled out a red date from his pants, saying, "This is from a demon beast that survived 9 heavenly tribulations. From now on, every time I pinch you, I'll give you one." But since little sister-in-law doesn't want to be pinched, Forget it. The little loli immediately changed her tune, saying, brother-in-law can pinch wherever he wants. As a sister-in-law, what's wrong with letting her brother-in-law pinch her? Yifeng looked at the little money-loving sister-in-law. She turned out to be a body cultivator, and likely also a chi refiner. This little girl was clever and mischievous. He had to keep her under control. Thinking this, Yifeng pulled out another item from his pants, then pretended to be surprised, exclaiming, oh no, this golden silkworm star key is really rubbing against my pants. The little sister-in-law immediately perked up at the mention of the golden silkworm star key. Little sister-in-law, do you recognize this? Yifeng asked, holding it up. The little loli's eyes widened, asking eagerly, where? Where is it? Yifeng held it in his hand and asked if she knew what it was. The little sister-in-law's eyes were glued to it. Yifeng smirked and asked, do you want it? The little loli nodded furiously, even urging Yifeng to make his demands. But Yifeng suddenly smirked and said, no, I won't give it to you. Hearing this, the little loli was stunned, anger rising within her. She used her 800-pound violent little fists to pound on Yifeng's chest, saying, how dare you bully me? Yifeng, you're a bad guy. Yifeng told her to keep scolding him, as he loved hearing it. But the next moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly defeated. This violent loli was no joke. A few more punches, and he'd be meeting Buddha in the West. The saintess, disgusted by the poor man's attitude, promised that if he could produce 100 million, she would become his disciple, serve him like a cow or horse, and do anything he asked. But the man casually produced 100 million, eyeing the saintess outright. Only then did the saintess realize how talented the man was. Just now, the sister-in-law questioned Yifeng, how did you become an honorary elder? Yifeng didn't hide it, telling her, I bought the position of core disciple and the honorary elder position for 100 million top-grade spirit stones and a set of improved sword techniques. Luo Yaoyao was shocked. Since when did the sect become so corrupt? You can buy positions with money now? Suddenly, a voice rang out, how ridiculous! Have you ever seen top-grade spirit stones? You casually throw around 100 million. Do you even know what that means? This person was the master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, Hua Yumao. He asked Yifeng, don't you like using money to pressure people? If you can produce 100 million, I'll marry you on the spot. He even took out a marriage contract. Here, sign it if you dare. Luo Yaoyao quickly explained to Yifeng, master has always hated people who show off. Brother-in-law, don't take it to heart. She then ran to her master and told him to stop messing around, using a marriage contract to scare people like Hua Yumao said. I've always hated show-offs. I'm doing this to make my disciples see the ugly reality of men. Luo Yaoyao was almost in tears. This is the honorary elder of my sect. Even my father would call him Elder Yi. Hua Yumao retorted, even an honorary elder can't just brag like that. But Yifeng spoke up, little sister-in-law, your master is being too much. If this continues, don't blame me for not giving face. Then, Yifeng rummaged through his pants and tossed out a storage ring, saying, good disciple, take this 100 million spirit stones. It's my gift to you. Hua Yumao looked disdainful. Still showing off? I don't believe this man can produce 100 million spirit stones. But then Hua Yumao opened the storage ring to check, and Yifeng successfully showed off and humiliated him. The system rewarded Yifeng with 10 golden silkworm star keys, 100 drops of purple thunder, and 5 sword heart advancement fragment. Yifeng was surprised. Showing off and humiliating others actually gives rewards? It seems the system has many hidden features I haven't discovered yet. Hua Yumao was stunned. This man really is talented and resourceful. Yifeng smiled. If you want to show off, I won't hold back. A small goal of 100 million isn't enough to impress me. When the spendthrift man makes a move, even women's chests tremble 3 times. At this moment, Yifeng pulled out the sword heart advancement fragments. As long as your sword heart reaches its peak, absorbing these will allow you to break through to the sword heart realm effortlessly. Luo Yaoyao and Hua Yumao were dumbfounded. The sword heart realm, the embryonic form of the sword embryo. Hua Yumao looked at the man and blushed slightly. This spendthrift man, I'll marry him, and from now on, I, Hua Yumao, will be his disciple. But this is personal, not representing the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Seeing her master's infatuated gaze, Luo Yaoyao knew things were getting complicated. Her whole family was now entangled with Yifeng. Even her master had fallen for him. The most frustrating part was that she now had to call Yifeng master. Hua Yumao, true to her word, took out a contract and respectfully performed a bow to Yifeng as her master. Congratulations, host. You have gained your first disciple. Based on the disciple situation, you are rewarded with 100 ghost confusion grass, 100 lone soul branches, 105 poison fragrant flowers, and 100 turbid soul spirit water. The system told Yifeng, host, you must pass down this spendthrift tradition to your disciples. Depending on their spendthrift behavior, the system will also provide certain rewards. Yifeng instantly understood. Recruiting disciples gives rewards. The system wants me to grow stronger and achieve greater glory on this spendthrift path. A beautiful girl, disgusted by the man's spendthrift attitude, actually bet against him in a spendthrift contest. In the end, she lost everything, even her underwear. Then, she heard the spendthrift man offer her a great opportunity to become the chief spendthrift woman of the spendthrift sect. At this moment, Yifeng looked at the system rewards and felt something was off. Why are all these rewards? He glanced at Hua Yumao. Is the 10,000 Flowers Valley a poison sect? Then, with a look of disdain, he pulled out a strand of seaweed and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Hua Yumao was instantly shocked. Luo Yaoyao's jaw dropped as well. Is this the legendary ghost confusion grass? We've only seen it once before, and that was in a secret manual. With the ghost confusion grass, our 10,000 poison body cultivation will undergo a qualitative leap. Yifeng then tossed out another item, saying, "Hua Yumao, come here today." He was about to reveal something even more shocking. The two women were left speechless. "You are now my first disciple, and the future senior sister of the spendthrift sect. So, you need to understand our sect rules." The two looked at Yifeng as he pulled out another legendary poisonous herb, the fierce soldier. The third ancient master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley traveled for tens of thousands of years and only encountered the ghost confusion grass once. Luo Yaoyao, hearing about the sect rules, asked Yifeng if he had joined another sect. Yifeng explained that these were his personal sect rules. He didn't plan to establish a formal sect, but in the future, disciples of the spendthrift sect would spread across the heavens, and everyone could become invincible through spending, walking the path of the invincible spendthrift. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reward 100,000 spendthrift points. Unlocked sect communication function. Unlocked sect teleportation function. The sudden influx of spendthrift points made Yifeng ecstatic. He had worked hard for half a year to accumulate 10,000 spendthrift points, but now, with just a few words, the system explained the sect communication function. Host and disciples can communicate via spiritual sense, no matter where they are. The host can also issue commands to disciples. The sect teleportation function allows the host to teleport to any disciple's location, once per day per disciple, lasting for 1 hour, after which they return to the starting point. Yifeng immediately thought, if I recruit disciples from other realms, I can teleport to them anytime I want. Hua Yumao, hearing that Yifeng's sect was called the Spendthrift sect, could barely contain his laughter. But as professional cultivators, they usually wouldn't laugh, unless they couldn't help it. Luo Yaoyao covered her mouth, saying, the Spendthrift sect? That's hilarious. If people hear about it, they'll laugh their teeth out. Yifeng then told them to look at the blackboard. He was about to highlight the key points. As the first-generation patriarch of the Spendthrift sect, I demand that Hua Yumao, as the senior sister, must thoroughly understand the sect rules. Yifeng asked her, what would you do with the ghost confusion grass? She was stunned for a moment, then stood up to answer. Blushing slightly, we usually use it during baths, and the rest is stored carefully, unless the patriarch allows otherwise. But her answer was clearly wrong. Yifeng was furious. What do you mean by storing it carefully? That's not the spirit of the Spendthrift sect. Hua Yumao was completely baffled. Shouldn't we use the ghost confusion grass sparingly? Yifeng scolded her. The ghost confusion grass is rare, but that doesn't mean you should hoard it. It's just grass. If you don't use it, are you saving it for the dogs? Yifeng was so angry he cursed, damn it. Hua Yumao was speechless. As the master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, she had been lectured by a young man. Yifeng continued his teaching, asking if they were afraid of the ghost confusion grass's poison. Hua Yumao explained that she and Luo Yaoyao had 10,000 poison bodies, so the more potent the poison, the more they liked it. Yifeng nodded and told them, from now on, before bed, you must use a few stalks to soak your feet as a reward. If you have time, when you're tired, throw a few into your bath. Only then will your cultivation not feel dull. Hua Yumao, having been educated by the spendthrift man, felt utterly defeated. As the master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, she had been schooled by a brat. Yifeng continued his lecture, asking if they were afraid of the ghost confusion grass's poison. Hua Yumao explained that she and Luo Yaoyao had 10,000 poison bodies, so the more potent the poison, the more they liked it. Yifeng nodded and told them, from now on, before bed, you must use a few stalks to soak your feet as a reward. If you have time, when you're tired, throw a few into your bath. Only then will your cultivation not feel dull. Hua Yumao, having been educated by the spendthrift man, felt utterly defeated. As the master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, she had been schooled by a brat. You should vent your frustrations even more. Tear up a few stalks to release your pent-up emotions. At this point, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This must be the worst group of students I've ever taught. Hua Yumao thought, if I follow the patriarch's instructions, these 100 stalks of ghost confusion grass will be gone in a few days. This made Yifeng furious. If you run out, then spend something else. I have nothing else here, but plenty of treasures to squander. This insane display of extravagance left the two of them dumbfounded. Luo Yaoyao was stunned and asked, Patriarch, Are these poison spirit grass and poison spirit water from the secret records? Hua Yumao said. They do exist in the heavenly Dao battlefield, but they're extremely rare. Even the 10,000 Flowers Valley doesn't have any in stock. Yi Feng, now transformed into a giant of light, said, this is a gift for you. Spend it freely. If you perform well, there will be more rewards in the future. He specifically reminded his senior disciple, after you return, spend what needs to be spent. Increase all disciples' benefits tenfold. Buy what needs to be bought, and even what doesn't need to be bought. But remember, the purpose of the spendthrift sect is to spend, not to be a sucker. Hua Yumao was momentarily stunned, and Yi Feng, frustrated by her lack of understanding, thought, how did I end up with such a foolish disciple? Even spending money is a struggle for her, and she's a master? The next moment, he waved his hand, granting Hua Yumao the sect communication function, and the sect teleportation function. Then, he sent a message via the communication function, asking, what is the purpose of the spendthrift sect? The sudden spiritual sense communication shocked Hua Yumao. The technique Yi Feng just used isn't even something people in the upper realms might have. With such a master, what more could I ask for? She completely dropped her act, admitting that she couldn't suppress her. Spending must be done at all costs. Yi Feng was pleasantly surprised. Finally, she's starting to. At this moment, Hua Yumao fully revealed her true colors, her inner arrogance unrestrained. She could no longer suppress her extravagant, spendthrift nature. Luo Yaoyao hid in a corner, trembling. Master has gone crazy, and so has the patriarch. I don't know what to do now. Yi Feng finally saw the first step toward the spendthrift sect's dominance. He thought, in the future, I'll focus on quality over quantity for disciples. If I meet Li Fei again, I'll recruit him into the spendthrift sect too. Then, he flashed a mysterious smile and looked at Luo Yaoyao. This made her immediately reject him, calling Yi Feng a pervert. I won't do anything. The girl kept saying she didn't want to join, but when she saw what Yi Feng pulled out, she fell silent. Half an hour later, Luo Yaoyao was telling Yi Feng not to get too cocky. This is just a temporary victory for you. Yi Feng laughed. Little sister-in-law, you've been caught. Hua Yumao told Yi Feng they needed to leave soon. The treasure suppressing their cultivation could only last for 10 days. Luo Yaoyao told Yi Feng to wait for her at the Star Soul sect. What I've lost, I'll take back. Hearing this, Yi Feng shouted, little sister-in-law, I'll be waiting for you. However, his relationship with this girl was getting more and more complicated. Sometimes she called him big brother, sometimes elder, and sometimes patriarch. Yi Feng didn't even know what to call her master Luo Qianxue now. As the little sister-in-law left, she stuck out her tongue at Yi Feng. Seeing everyone leave, Yi Feng felt there was no point in staying in the heavenly Dao battlefield. After all, he now had 100,000 spendthrift points. He decided to return and improve his strength to the melting spirit realm. An hour later, Yi Feng finally emerged in the Xintian continent. He looked at the sun to determine his direction. This location is about 3,000 miles from the Star Soul sect. He began planning his next move. Yi Feng decided to find a town first to confirm his location. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Star Soul sect, Luo Kai's arrival startled Luo Qianxue. Old Bai also thought, this is bad. It seemed like another one had come. Luo Kai peeked at the two of them, looking somewhat embarrassed. He asked, Xiao Shui, do you remember, when you were young, I gave you whatever books you wanted? Wasn't I good to you? Luo Qianxue was stunned. Of course, Uncle Luo had been good to her, but she immediately said. Luo Kai continued, Uncle is getting old, and doesn't want to grow old alone. How about making me a sect elder? Luo Qianxue's expression darkened. Who was it that always told my father they loved freedom and a carefree life? Old Liang, standing nearby, was both shocked and angry. The Star Soul sect only has a few members. Now, there are more elders than disciples. Luo Qianxue asked, Uncle, you're a tribulation realm expert. Wouldn't joining us be beneath you? Luo Kai shamelessly replied, not at all. Uncle isn't bothered. The next moment, a powerful aura swept into the Star Soul sect. This made Luo Qianxue and Luo Kai's expressions change. It's the aura of a great demon. As several figures slowly appeared, a voice rang out. Luo Qianxue was completely confused. Why are you all here? And what's with this terrifying demon? It turned out that the young prodigies of the Gue clan had arrived. Chen Haoyu explained that they were sent by the sect leader, and would now stay at the Star Soul sect. This made Luo Qianxue's head spin. These people are also staying at the Star Soul sect? I only created this sect to relax, but now it's growing bigger and bigger. The Saintess, hearing about the spendthrift man's recent actions, completely lost it. The master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley became the chief disciple of the spendthrift sect. My sister was turned into a spoiled brat, constantly saying she only wants to protect her beloved brother Yi Feng. On the way, they even encountered a powerful demon, captured it, and brought it back. Now, looking at the 5 cultivators, Luo Qianxue told them to return. If something happens to the core disciples, the Star Soul sect will collapse. The next moment, he turned around, and the atmosphere became awkward. Everyone fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. After a moment, Chen Haoyu spoke up, Sect leader ordered us to follow wherever junior brother goes. This shocked Luo Qianxue. When did the Star Soul sect gain another junior brother? Chen Haoyu said. It's Yifeng. He single-handedly defeated 200 people of the same realm, making a name for himself in the Star Soul sect. The 5 elders promoted him to the 6th core disciple. At this moment, the bloodthirsty mantis, who had survived 2 heavenly tribulations, spoke up. Saintess, don't worry. With me here. No one dares to cause trouble. Luo Qianxue was stunned. Who is this great being? His aura is terrifying. Chen Haoyu explained. He's a bloodthirsty mantis. At the peak of the tribulation realm, the sect leader said junior brother captured him on the road and can use him as a guardian beast. Luo Qianxue felt completely overwhelmed. Yifeng really is capable of such things. Then she asked Luo Kai, Uncle, did you come here because of my spendthrift disciple too? Seeing his evasive gaze, Luo Qianxue was completely speechless. Yifeng has only been out for a few days, and he's already brought back so many big shots. The boss of the Tianyu auction house is here, Uncle Luo at the Tribulation Realm, the sex prodigies, and even a Tribulation Realm demon. At this moment, Chen Haoyu shouted, Saintess, can we talk privately? He whispered to Luo Qianxue, whatever you do, don't offend junior brother. Not only is he your chief disciple, but he's also been appointed as the honorary elder of the Star Soul sect by the ancestral elders. Luo Qianxue was left utterly speechless. Even your father would address him as Elder Yi. He would call him Elder Yi. Luo Qianxue asked, when was there a position for an honorary elder? Chen Haoyu told Shengyun, keep it down. This isn't something to be proud of. Junior brother, the elder position must have cost a fortune. And before we left, the sect leader repeatedly warned us to keep it a secret. Only after learning about Yifeng's actions did he realize how far Yifeng had gone in squandering the family fortune. At that moment, his jade pendant chimed, and a divine message came through. It was from his younger sister, Luo Yaoyao. Sister, you call my master's master grandmaster. What do you call him? Since he's your grandmaster, he's naturally my grandmaster too. Sorry, sister, but your eldest disciple is now my grandmaster. I'm giving you a heads up. Since big brother hasn't returned yet, please don't blame brother Yi. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue angrily smashed the jade pendant. That damn Yifeng, he's finally made a move on my sister, and he even dragged his master into it. The esteemed master of the 10,000 Flowers sect has become his squandering disciple. At this moment Luo Qianxue could no longer suppress the violent aura around her. In an instant, and she completely transformed into a demon. The master of the 10,000 Flowers sect would actually bow to a junior as her master. A fine disciple, the #1 fortune teller in the world, just because he helped that squandering man with a divination, leaked heavenly secrets, and was completely purged by the system. His already thinning hair was completely ruined. Luo Qianxue of the Soul sect, after learning of Yifeng's squandering deeds, completely transformed into a demon. She told the others they could stay if they wished, but the sect would not provide any resources. Seeing the blackened saintess, Chen Haoyu's legs went weak with fear. He replied that they needed nothing, just to survive. Luo Qianxue asked Elder Xia. Returning to her room, Luo Qianxue had already thought of 1,000 cruel ways to torture Yifeng. The sect is in complete chaos. When he returns, this debt must be settled. Elder Bai watched. Though he didn't know why the young lady was angry, he would help calm her rage. When Yifeng returns, he'll definitely owe a few 9-leaf soul restoration herbs. Meanwhile, in an unknown small town, Yifeng felt something strange. It's the height of summer, so why does he feel a chill? He learned that this place is over 300 kilometers from the Starry Sky sect, and it would take more than 20 days to walk there, let alone how long it would take to return to the Soul sect. Then he noticed a group of people behind him discussing a fraudster. This person claimed to be the #1 fortune teller in the world, able to divine heaven, earth, and even the air in between. As long as the price was right, he could assume any posture. Yifeng looked at this so-called Elder Zhou Tong of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and realized even the cultivation world had its charlatans. Yifeng asked the old man to divine his fortune. Zhou Tong said, the usual rule. 1 meal, 1 divination. First, eat, then, divine. Then the two went to an unspoken inn. Yifeng's choice of dishes earned the old Taoist's approval. He praised Yifeng for being considerate. Yifeng looked at this old man, who probably hadn't eaten properly in days, and thought he seemed unreliable. Half an hour later, the old Taoist was full and satisfied, and asked Yifeng for a drop of blood to perform the divination. Yifeng was stunned. Sure enough, it was the same trick as other charlatans. Then Yifeng cooperatively gave a drop. Zhou Tong activated his Heavenly Secrets technique and began to peek into Yifeng's destiny. Suddenly, a system voice rang out. System detected special energy, scanning host's fate trajectory. Antivirus function will activate automatically. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared inside the hotel. It struck the old Taoist, leaving him charred and crispy. Virus removal successful. Yifeng was stunned. This wife of his wasn't a fraud after all. She truly had real skills. She even forced the system to use its virus removal function to stop her. At this moment, the old Taoist looked at Yifeng in terror. Yifeng knew he had acted unethically. He quickly apologized to the old man. He said that due to some special reason, the old man's soul had been severely injured. He had accidentally caused the old man to go bald. This wild grass was considered a rare treasure by the world, but the man casually took out 5 of them. Not only that, he even used them to soak his feet during a live broadcast to the world. Just now, the old Taoist had divined Yifeng's fortune, and his scalp went numb, nearly dying on the spot. Because he had glimpsed the secrets of the heavens, the system forcibly summoned heavenly lightning to remove the threat. Now, the old man was screaming from the electric shock. The overwhelming power almost caused him to disintegrate. He had only wanted to peek at this person's opportunities and fortunes within the next month. The old Taoist told Yifeng not to come closer, to let him recover first. But Yifeng said, I happen to have a 9-leaf soul restoration herb here, which can help heal severely damaged souls. He also thanked this old charlatan, as he had learned about another hidden function of the system. The old Taoist told him not to waste it, as using such a spiritual herb on him would be too extravagant. It would be better to sell it to an alchemist. He also warned Yifeng not to reveal such treasures, as without the ability to protect himself, he would surely attract trouble. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Yifeng glanced at the old charlatan, realizing that not only was the old man skilled in divination, but he was also a genuinely good person. In the next moment, Yifeng pulled something out from his pants, assuring the old man, Don't worry, I've kept this item well, and its medicinal effects are guaranteed. If you don't need it, I'll reluctantly use it to soak my feet. The old Taoist clearly didn't believe him, thinking Yifeng was just trying to make him feel better. He thought Yifeng was joking about using it for foot soaking. But then, the 9-leaf soul restoration herb was handed over, and the old Taoist consumed it directly, like an old cow eating tender grass. Yifeng was very satisfied. When it came to being extravagant, he held nothing back. At this moment, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for uncovering 2 hidden system functions. Reward, 10,000 extravagance points, 100 9-leaf soul restoration herbs, and 100 heavenly mystery enlightenment pills. Yifeng mused that the heavenly mystery enlightenment pills were no ordinary items. An hour later, the 9-leaf soul restoration herbs were completely consumed, and the old Taoist looked satisfied. The medicinal effects were indeed extraordinary. His injured soul was mostly healed. But Yifeng carefully observed, wondering if 1 herb wasn't enough to fully heal the soul. In the next moment, he took out 5 more herbs, telling the old man to eat without hesitation. If you can't finish them, we'll just use them to soak our feet. The old man was shocked. Soaking feet with them wasn't a joke after all. A few minutes later, he was completely convinced, brainwashed by Yifeng's philosophy of extravagance. One should live life to the fullest and enjoy it. The old Taoist felt ashamed. Young friend, you truly live freely. At this moment, he was on the verge of tears. Eating them raw was one thing, but actually using them to soak his feet? What a sin. Yifeng suddenly asked, Elder Zhou, aren't you a elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Why are you wandering the streets? Elder Zhou told Yifeng he was on a secret mission, and those who knew, knew. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Heavenly Secrets Peeking function activated. Host must participate in a Heavenly Secrets Peeking event to unlock it. Zhou Tong once used the Heavenly Mystery technique to peek into the host's destiny. Host has met the conditions. Heavenly Secrets Peeking function unlocked. Yifeng looked at the newly unlocked hidden function, surprised that the fortune-telling Elder Zhou had helped him unlock 2 functions. Yifeng never left debts unpaid. He handed over 5 Heavenly Mystery Enlightenment pills, telling Elder Zhou to keep them safe. Elder Zhou accepted. Old Zhou was stunned. Yifeng brought food, and even invited him for a foot soak. Shouldn't he be the one thanking Yifeng? But Yifeng just chuckled, saying it was all part of his plan. The next second, Old Zhou's brain caught up. He asked, what did you say this pill was called? Another character, a saintess, is about to be swept off her feet by a talented man. Using his charm, the spendthrift man employs 80s-style romance, thinking he looks cool with a rose in his mouth, only to be ruthlessly mocked by the saintess as a country bumpkin. This made the spendthrift sect leader experience social embarrassment for the first time. At this moment, Old Zhou, hearing it was the heavenly profound enlightenment pill, was so shocked he nearly wet himself. He shouted, what the hell? Yifeng was utterly shameless. To him, even rare treasures were like trash. Yifeng asked Old Zhou if he wanted to try one. Old Zhou pretended to stay calm, but inside, he was desperate. Seeing that Old Zhou was hooked, Yifeng had the system use its peek into destiny function to check Old Zhou's mission. Zhou Tong's mission was to find the future saintess of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yifeng thought this secret mission was quite bold. Finding a future successor? Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Random mission issued. Recruit the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion saintess into the Spendthrift sect. This mission involves a large amount of Yifeng immediately saw through the system's shameless scheme. It wanted him to poach someone. This sneaky system was playing dirty. Looking at Old Zhou, who was lost in the pill's effects. Yifeng could only apologize in his heart. He then had the system check the saintess's name and current location. 20 minutes later, the pill's effects wore off. Old Joe slowly opened his eyes. He eagerly asked Yifeng, "How many more of these pills do you have? I'll take them all on behalf of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Yifeng paused, then said, "I do have some more, but I won't sell them to you." Old Joe's brain short-circuited. "Why not?" he asked. Yifeng whispered, "I'm saving them for your sex saintess." Old Joe was stunned. Yifeng added, "I want Yilingxue to join my spendthrift sect. You can handle her training, and I'll provide the resources." But Old Joe was adamant. "The saintess will never join your sect." He now saw Yifeng as anything but trustworthy. He vowed not to let Yifeng find her first, but Yifeng just smiled. Old Joe had fallen into his trap. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion hadn't calculated the timing. Yilingxue hadn't arrived in Fengye City yet. After 2 hours of hard travel, Yifeng was exhausted. He missed his buddy Li Fei. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. A young woman walked toward him. Yifeng knew immediately this was Yilingxue. Young, beautiful, and full of charm. He decided then and there she would join his sect. He instantly forgot about Li Fei. Someone was coming. A woman approached slowly. Yifeng knew it was her. This innocent, lovely girl was Yilingxue. Young, beautiful, and full of grace. He was determined to recruit her. He instantly forgot about Li Fei. The next moment, Yifeng made a dramatic entrance, holding a rose and greeting her. But the innocent girl was startled. Yifeng introduced himself as the leader of the Spendthrift sect. "Seeing your beauty and grace, I want to recruit you as my disciple." Yilingxue almost burst out laughing. The situation was too ridiculous. Yifeng was drowned in mocking laughter. For the first time, he felt the sting of embarrassment. The saintess questioned his wealth, but the spendthrift man proved his worth with 1,000,000,000 coins, effectively buying her loyalty. The saintess was shocked. She realized this wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. She panicked, realizing she was now bound to him. The saintess was in turmoil. This man's actions were no accident. He had done this many times before. This was the 3rd time he'd done this. Yifeng asked the girl, "Were you surprised by the rose earlier?" The girl gave an awkward but polite smile. "It was special. Special trash. You're a sect leader, but your cultivation is only at the chi refining stage. In the world of cultivation, your sect is a third-rate one that could be wiped out at any moment. What gives you the confidence to recruit disciples?" After all, she was at the foundation establishment stage, level 7 or 8. Yifeng was stunned. He said, "If you're talking about cultivation level, I am indeed a bit weak. Compared to your senior sister, who joined a few days ago, the gap is quite large. Her cultivation is at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, level 9, but you don't need to feel inferior. Our sect doesn't focus solely on strength. At least, you need to learn a certain spirit." Yilingxue was so angry she walked away with a proud expression. A sect leader with lower cultivation than her actually said his disciple was at the Tribulation Transcendence stage? Did he think she was stupid? If it weren't for his handsome face, she wouldn't even have bothered talking to him, especially when he tried to show off earlier. He deserved a couple of slaps. Seeing that soft tactics didn't work, Yifeng decided to go hard. He began brainwashing the girl with big promises. "Once you join the sect, you'll have access to endless resources, and there's a guaranteed commission." But the girl still hesitated. Is this some kind of reverse psychology? This made the proud saintess even angrier. Would I use reverse psychology on an idiot? If it weren't for his ridiculously handsome face, I'd have crushed him already. She decided to lay her cards on the table. "If you really want to recruit me, fine. Just give me 100 million top-grade spirit stones." She then told Yifeng to start his performance. Yifeng smiled. Again? Today is the 3rd time. If his master knew, he'd regret it to death. Back then, his price was only 1,000. Yifeng said calmly, "Your vision is too small. Compared to your senior sister, your ambition is indeed lacking." Then Yifeng pulled out a storage ring from his pocket. Yilingxue muttered to herself, "This guy kept staring at me earlier, and he kept saying my vision was small." The next second, Yilingxue opened the storage ring, and her perspective instantly expanded. It suddenly became much bigger. Looking at the mountain of spirit stones before her, all she could do was scream. She hesitated. What should she do? If she took the stones and joined the so-called spendthrift sect, where the sect leader's cultivation was lower than hers, it would be humiliating. But if she took the stones and ran, what if she faced a heart demon during her tribulation? Then it hit her. She had a senior sister at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, level 9. If such a powerhouse could join the sect, why couldn't she? Yilingxue asked Yifeng, "How big was my senior sister's ambition? How much did she ask for?" Yifeng said, "Ambition requires nourishment." Realizing he'd gone off track, he smiled and said, "The same, 100 million. Yilingxue was stunned. "That's not much different." Yifeng stepped closer and said, "But she didn't ask for spirit stones. She asked for 100 million top-grade spirit crystals." This revelation struck Yilingxue like a thunderbolt. What did 100 million top-grade spirit crystals mean? She was so shocked she cursed out loud. She couldn't believe this talented man standing before her. When a spendthrift man gets serious, even Aladdin's lamp would grant him 3 wishes. Just now, when Yi Lingxue heard her senior sister's price, her worldview shattered. She immediately leaned closer, asking for more. As long as the money is right, I might not even need lessons. Yi Feng saw that the girl was hooked. The next second, he rewarded her with $1 billion. As a reward, he gave her $1 billion. Yi Lingxue immediately knelt down on the spot. This scene, to an outsider, it might look like a girl proposing marriage. Yi Feng told her to get up. Formalities can be reduced, but the core principles of the prodigal sect must never be forgotten. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Reward, 30,000 prodigal points. Congratulations, host, for gaining a second disciple. Reward, 10,000 heavenly profound secret insight pills. Reward, 1 British Tao text. After fusing with the British Tao text, it can partially resist the backlash from peeking into the heaven secrets. Yi Feng knew this was a good thing. Fortune-telling can lead to disaster, but with this, he could freely reveal heavenly secrets. Yi Lingxue looked at her master, who was grinning foolishly, and felt very confused. Yi Feng told his second disciple, although you've joined the prodigal sect, there's one thing the sect doesn't lack: resources. Thinking of how Elder Zhou had been chased around while searching for this girl, Yi Feng told her, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is looking for their destined saintess. You are her, but the Tao text of cause and effect will help you resist the backlash of peeking into heavenly secrets. It can partially offset the karmic consequences. Be careful when peeking into the heaven's secrets in the future. Yi Feng then took out 10,000 insight pills and told his disciple to take them when she hit a bottleneck. If she ran out, she could come back for more. Yi Lingxue looked at this prodigal and wealthy man and felt an impulse to offer herself to him. Who in the world wouldn't love such a generous man? She even began to suspect that her master was the manipulator of the profound sky continent. Thinking this, Yi Lingxue assured her master, Master, rest assured, I will make the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion a subsidiary of the prodigal sect. Yi Feng felt that this eccentric disciple's thought process was a bit off. Just as Yi Feng was about to explain, Yi Lingxue asked, is my senior sister a high-ranking member of some major force? Yi Feng nodded. Yi Lingxue said she understood, and would fully become the saintess to infiltrate the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Yi Feng smiled and said, Lingxue, you might have misunderstood. But the eccentric disciple walked over with a smile, assuring her master, don't worry, master. You can trust my ability to infiltrate. At this moment, Yi Feng felt like giving her a little golden statue. Damn it, stop adding drama to yourself. You understand nothing. This disciple must have watched too many spy movies. How terrifying is this eccentric disciple? If you dare to say something, she'll dare to imagine it. At this moment, Yi Feng took Yi Lingxue and secretly found the old Taoist priest. The esteemed elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was actually setting up a stall on the roadside. Yi Feng hid nearby and told Yi Lingxue that scruffy old man ahead is the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxue immediately sprang into action. Master, don't worry, I'll go out and have him tell my fortune. Before Yi Feng could say anything, this eccentric girl had already rushed out, leaving him no time to stop her. Yi Lingxue told her master, I'll succeed, and I won't let you down. But then she wondered. Wait, master seemed like he wanted to say something earlier. Yi Feng looked at his overly enthusiastic disciple and gave up. Go ahead, do your best. It's better to let the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion deal with the headache. Yi Lingxue and immediately recited the code. The wind blows, the water is cold, the hero departs, never to return. As soon as she said this, Yi Feng saw the shameless old Taoist priest snatch her away. Watching his disciple being taken away, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten something. Damn it, he forgot to activate the sect's telepathic and teleportation functions for Yi Lingxue. Meanwhile, the old Taoist priest had already carried her outside the city. The old charlatan laughed hysterically. That brat, who's still wet behind the ears, thought he could compete with me? But Yi Lingxue smirked, thinking this old man had no idea he was being played by her master. Despite his age, his fortune-telling wasn't as accurate as her master's. Soon, the sun set, and the moon rose. Yi Feng walked out of the forest alone, knowing he'd have to continue his journey tomorrow. In the wild forest, after dark, Yi Feng could only rest and resume his journey the next day. But after walking a few steps, he froze. Inside a small cave, there was actually a decent bed laid out. Half an hour later, a man and an old man slowly approached. After a busy day, they hadn't encountered a single demon beast. The man was Zhang Hao, the young master of Moonlit Manor. The old man beside him was his protector, Fatty Lao. Fatty Lao secretly thought, this young master is useless, with dull talents, a broken spiritual root, arrogant and domineering, only interested in eating, drinking, and having fun, with no desire to cultivate. If it weren't for the family head's orders, who would want to be his protector? At this moment, Zhang Hao noticed the bed in the cave ahead. Tonight's resting place was secured. Little did he know, danger was quietly approaching. Behind him, Fatty Lao prepared to strike. At the critical moment, Zhang Hao called out to Fatty Lao to come over. This sudden call startled the protector. He asked, "Young master, have you discovered something?" The man was prodigal, spending money on cultivation, breaking through 9 realms in a single day, and his sleeping habits were even more outrageous, using spirit crystals as a bed. At this moment, Zhang Hao saw that there was someone in the world even more prodigal than him. This time, he had learned something. Using spirit crystals to build a bed was quite interesting. The protector beside him was furious. This waste of a young master only learned how to be prodigal. Zhang Hao ordered Fatty Lao to kill the person. This luxurious bed was his for the taking. Fatty Lao urged, "Young master, think twice. Someone with such wealth must have a significant background. Perhaps their protector is nearby." He suggested that the young master observe the situation first. The next moment, Zhang Hao approved the suggestion and told him to kill the person he had observed, and there was no problem. At this point, Zhang Hao had already made up his mind. After obtaining the bed, he would bring a few girls over for some shameless fun. Then, Fatty Lao made his move. A surge of spiritual energy shot toward Yifeng at incredible speed, but an unexpected twist occurred. As the attack approached, a golden light suddenly erupted. Zhang Hao and the protector were instantly annihilated, without any pain. The golden armored protector muttered, "That was close. These two idiots almost disturbed my master's cultivation." The next second, he noticed a small creature, a mother-child insect. This insect could mark a target through death. This was quite interesting. After some thought, he released the insect. It could cause some trouble for the enemy, giving him a chance to come out for some fresh air. Early the next morning, Yifeng slowly woke up, but he was in a bad mood, waking up with sore muscles. He thought it was necessary to have the system provide a proper bed next time. This was too uncomfortable. He then opened the system panel. He had over 14,000 prodigal points. Today's prodigal task was to purchase 6 9th grade Heavenly Thunder talismans for 10,000 points. The power of these talismans was equivalent to a full force strike from a 9th level nascent soul cultivator. Seeing so many prodigal points, Yifeng decided to use them to boost his cultivation. He ordered the system to consume the points and raise his strength to the peak of the foundation establishment, 7th level. Instantly, spiritual energy surged into him. The dense spiritual energy was almost tangible. Inside the cave, Yifeng greedily absorbed it. This time, the system was exceptionally generous. He was almost overwhelmed, on the verge of bursting. The next moment, a lotus flower slowly grew, blooming rapidly in an instant. Yifeng sat atop the lotus, and after half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully reached the peak of the 7th level of foundation establishment. The final role, Saintess, Master, and the eccentric young woman who fell into the prodigal man's bed. The prodigal man, with just a 30-carat diamond ring, married the most beautiful saintess of the profound sky continent. She even agreed to bear him a football team of children. Just now, Yifeng had been training in the cave. After breaking through 2 major realms in one go, he felt like he could float. Who in the world could break through 9 realms in one night? His arrogance and prodigality were justified. But unfortunately, such a monumental achievement, yet no one witnessed it. However, as he walked out of the cave, he discovered 2 corpses that had witnessed everything. As Yifeng approached, he was startled and exclaimed, "What the hell? Whose corpses are these?" They were taken out in one strike. At this moment, he was frustrated. The witnesses to his bone-shaking breakthrough were actually 2 dead people. His mentality collapsed. He speculated that these 2 must have tried to ambush him last night, but were killed by the prodigal guardian team. But what was this glowing little bug? He couldn't figure it out. Deciding not to overthink it, he resolved to pack up and continue his journey. Meanwhile, a classic scene was unfolding. "Master, I entrust everything I have to you. Will you marry me?" Luo Wuming, with tears in his eyes, handed his daughter over to the prodigal man. As soon as Yifeng married the saintess, he made an unreasonable. He wanted 10 children. Luo Qianxue blushed shyly and nodded, agreeing to everything. The next moment, he woke up from the nightmare. Immediately, a scream erupted from Luo Qianxue. At this moment, she was gasping for breath in her bedroom. It turned out it was just a dream. Suddenly, Yifeng asked from behind, "Wife, what's wrong?" Her younger sister also asked, "Sister, why aren't you sleeping at this hour?" Hearing their voices, Luo Qianxue finally relaxed. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Since it was just a dream, everything was fine. She could go back to sleep. But soon, she realized something was wrong. What the hell is this? The next second, a massive explosion shook the Soul Star sect. Luo Qianxue rushed out of her bedroom. She didn't dare stay in the room anymore. The 5 cultivators asked the saintess, "What brings you here so late? And what was that explosion just now?" Luo Qianxue was completely flustered. She explained it was just a nightmare, and said she would sleep here tonight. She asked them to make room for her. The two were baffled by the saintess coming to borrow a bed in the middle of the night. They were completely confused. The prodigal man encountered a rival for the first time while showing off. He decided to teach the other person a lesson. At this moment, the directionally challenged Yifeng was lost in a small forest. Just as he was about to give up and wait for death, he heard the sound of a carriage. Yifeng stood up and looked around. It seemed to be a merchant caravan. Seeing a lifeline, Yifeng hurried over. The leader of the caravan saw someone waving and signaled the caravan to stop. What's going on? Meng Tongyu asked why. Yifeng said he wanted to discuss something. Could he join the caravan and leave with them? Meng Tongyu snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I would let a stranger who appeared out of nowhere join the caravan so easily?" Watching the caravan slowly leave, the prodigal man was furious. For the first time, he realized that money wasn't everything. When he reached the next town, he would definitely form his own caravan of 10,000 people. The next moment, Meng Tongyu turned back and asked Yifeng if he really wanted to join the caravan. Their young master said he could give Yifeng a chance, on the condition that Yifeng could defeat him in a fight. The person who arrived was Huang Xiaofei, the young master of the Qinghai Merchant Guild. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Treasure Realm. Yifeng was immediately intrigued. He was just a little brat. Yifeng introduced himself as being at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Seeing Yifeng's weaker strength, the little brat immediately became arrogant. He said he would let Yifeng have 3 moves, no matter what methods he used. Yifeng laughed. This kid loved showing off even more than he did. Today, he had to teach him a lesson and let him experience the harsh realities of society early. Seeing Yifeng's lack of martial ethics, Meng Tongyu rushed over and warned the young master to be careful. This man is dangerous. He scolded Yifeng, saying it was just a sparring match. Regardless of the outcome, the young master would let him join the team. But bringing out these talismans was going too far. Yifeng told him the talismans weren't meant to harm anyone. It was just for fun. Then he used the peek into Heavenly Secrets function once. The system told Yifeng that the other party was telling the truth. This time, he had been overly suspicious. Meng Tongyu stared intently at Yifeng and asked, "Is this his life-saving trump card? Using this for fun?" Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. Yifeng sighed helplessly. He knew it would turn out like this. But the next second, he raised his hand and tossed the talismans into the sky. Consider this a fireworks display as an apology to the caravan. As the saying goes, art is explosion. Meng Tongyu was stunned. He was actually serious? To show off, this man was willing to be so prodigal? The prodigal man's extravagance created a heaven-shaking spectacle. He even gave everyone a reward, with a minimum of 10,000 and no upper limit, making ordinary people believe that overnight wealth was no longer a dream. Just now, Yifeng raised his hand and scattered the talismans, leaving everyone in the forest in awe. Meng Tongyu realized the man was true. He took back his earlier words, but as soon as he finished speaking, he found several talisman leaves in his hand. Yifeng distributed small cards, one for each person. He didn't even spare the horses. Meng Tongyu was genuinely shocked this time. Each of these talismans is worth a drop of life essence. Yifeng told everyone to follow his lead. Next, he planned to lead everyone in a heavenly thunder feast. Yifeng, this prodigal genius, thought of having others help him be prodigal, and then rewarding them. Meng Tongyu looked at the man exuding an aura of wealth and extravagance. He had taken out 6 bottles of 9th grade talismans in a row. This man's status was probably beyond even his young master's. Thinking of returning the talismans, he saw his young master had already been corrupted by the prodigal man. Suddenly, Yifeng shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived. Everyone, throw the talismans into the sky." In an instant, the area within a 10-mile radius shook, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. A plane flying tens of thousands of feet high was nearly scared out of its wits. Their heads were buzzing. Everyone looked at the deep crater on the ground and exclaimed, "So big and deep." Huang Xiaofei, however, went to the steward and cried, asking him to testify to his father that his prodigality was nothing compared to others. He couldn't even compare. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host, for squandering today's prodigal items. Reward, 1,000 foot. Prodigal points. Reward, divine ability, good and evil Buddha." Yifeng was surprised. This time, the reward was actually a divine ability. He was very satisfied. So he made a constructive suggestion to the system. Reward everyone with 100 million. The system was furious. It told him that prodigality had its limits. At most, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per person. Seeing that he couldn't milk the system further, Yifeng had no choice but to give up. A gentle breeze swept by, and each person found a ring in their hand. Just as everyone was questioning their life choices, Yifeng spoke up. "Thank you, everyone, for helping me dispose of those useless talismans. These top-grade spirit stones are a small token of my appreciation." When everyone checked the rings, they almost knelt in gratitude. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even if they worked 3 jobs every day, they wouldn't earn this much in 10 lifetimes. Meng Tongyu fell silent. 10,000 per person, totaling 1.08 million top-grade spirit stones. Huang Xiaofei was furious. His usual extravagance couldn't even be called At best, it was just spending. He would definitely tell his father about this when he returned, making him bear the false accusation of being prodigal for 10 years. Meng Tongyu warned him not to learn bad habits. But this scene was witnessed by Yifeng. It made him question human nature. He muttered, "Steel machine old man. The prodigal man with the god of wealth system. Would make even Daddy Ma call him Big Bro." Big Bro. The man helped over 100 people achieve financial freedom. From then on, they were freed from being overworked. The once 100-member caravan was instantly emptied. Just now, Meng Tongyu and the young master were in the middle of a discussion when a group of people approached. The caravan members spoke up. "This journey is too dangerous. Now that we've achieved financial freedom, we don't want to risk our lives. We'd rather go home to our 3 wives and 5 children. Meng Tongyu instantly felt something was wrong. Before he could speak, he was stunned. In just a few minutes, he witnessed the complete collapse of a 100-member caravan. Meanwhile, Yifeng was hiding behind a carriage, trembling. These people had kindly offered him a ride, but he had gone overboard with his prodigality, accidentally causing the caravan to disband. Congratulations, host, for successfully squandering. Reward, 200 prodigal points. Reward, blood revival pill recipe. Yifeng could only smile helplessly. Steward Ming, I really didn't mean to. I truly didn't expect these people to be so greedy and forget their loyalty. Luckily, I didn't give them 100 million top-grade spirit stones. I only gave them 10,000 as a treat. Hearing this, Meng Tongyu exploded. This brat is really good at showing off, throwing around 100 million like it's nothing. If they really got 100 million, why would they work 996 every day? If they could get rich from unexpected wealth, why would they even need to work? Huang Xiaofei told Yifeng to stop. Steward Ming was about to die from anger. Yifeng saw that the man was in bad shape. He asked the steward if he had any last wishes. The steward said he didn't want to die. Yifeng immediately agreed, saying he could fulfill that wish. He quickly pulled out a treasure from his pocket. The next moment, he was speechless. Although these items were good, they didn't seem useful at the moment. When Steward Ming saw the treasures Yifeng pulled out, he instantly recovered. 9-leaf revival grass, heart of the waning star, purple thunder berserker's blood, insight pills, sword heart advancement fragments, heavenly profound secret insight. This guy wasn't trying to help him heal. He was just showing off. Yifeng complained. The system only rewards useless things. When it's critical, none of it is useful. Hearing this, the old man and the young master fell silent. Yifeng asked, Steward, you know your condition, right? Tell me what pill you need for treatment, and I'll make sure to get it for you. I'll take full responsibility. Meng Tongyu laughed. Alright, you're showing off again. Huh? I'm suffering from a qi and blood imbalance. I need an 8th grade blood revival pill to heal, and it must have at least 5 spirit patterns to be effective. Yifeng thought, blood revival pill? Didn't the system just reward me with the recipe for that? He smiled. This time, he couldn't help but show off. System, give me 10 8th grade blood revival pills, the best quality available. The prodigal man finally turned his attention to the horses. He started feeding them top-grade pills like crazy. The 2 onlookers were utterly shocked by his prodigality. It was downright insane. Just now, Yifeng started opening blind boxes. He opened 80 pill jars, spending 8,000 prodigal points, and obtained 10 9th grade, 8-pattern blood revival pills. Yifeng was puzzled. He had only spent 8,000 points to get them. He asked the system where the other items he had drawn went. The system brushed him off, saying it didn't know. Huang Xiaofei, the wealthy young master, said, Steward, this guy is just showing off with his prodigality. Asking for a pill with 5 patterns might be too demanding. Meanwhile, Yifeng was arguing with the system. This damn system. Last time, it swindled me out of several Earth-grade weapons. This time, it's blatantly stealing from me. The system told him to calm down. Don't start a fight now. Someone's coming. Steward Ming approached with a smile. Brother, I was just joking earlier. After all, the blood revival pill has been lost for years. It's normal not to have it. But he didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Yifeng politely pulled something out of his pocket and asked, Is this what you're looking for? Steward Ming was almost scared out of his wits. Good heavens, he actually had it. And from the looks of it, it might even be a 9-pattern pill. Yifeng urged Steward Ming to take the pill quickly. His life was at stake. This terrified the steward. He couldn't afford to consume such a priceless pill. Helpless, he declined. Young master, my injury isn't serious. I'll recover in a little while. There's no need to waste such a precious pill. Yifeng suddenly said, Is this trashy pill really that valuable? This made the horse freeze in shock. The old man and the young master were utterly speechless, standing there in stunned silence. That was a legendary 9-pattern pill, and he called it trash? Huang Xiaofei was completely corrupted by this. He now saw Yifeng as his prodigal idol. The next moment, Yifeng started acting inhuman again. He actually rewarded the horse with the pill. The horse was so excited it almost spoke human words. Steward Ming, however, was on the verge of breaking down. He shouted in desperation, No, don't do it. Current prodigal method meets the standard. Congratulations, host, for successfully squandering. Reward, 3,000 prodigal points. Yifeng smiled. Earning prodigal points is way too easy. I should squander a few more pills. He then started feeding the horse like crazy, letting it eat to its heart's content. This outrageous behavior left the two onlookers utterly stunned. Steward Ming's face turned dark. He begged Yifeng to stop squandering. But Yifeng, who was now fully immersed in his prodigal act, wasn't about to stop so easily. The stallion was now fully immersed in the prodigal experience with him. It was the first time it had felt the joy of being a prodigal. Yifeng then took out another pill and asked Steward Ming, "How do you take this 9-pattern blood revival pill?" Steward Ming didn't dare say anything more. He could only swallow it with tears in his eyes. After taking it, he realized it actually tasted pretty good. But in the end, he had become the very thing he despised. Current prodigal method meets the standard. Congratulations, host, for successfully squandering. Reward, 3,000 prodigal points. Reward, 1,009 pattern blood ginseng pills. These pills will not grant additional prodigal points. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. It seemed Steward Ming hadn't lied to him. His injury really wasn't serious. Only by consuming the pill would the system consider it prodigal behavior. But what to do with the sudden surplus of 1,000 pills? He suddenly turned to the two behind him. Holding a handful of pills, he asked, "Young Master Huang, would you like to try the taste of these 9-pattern blood ginseng pills? How do they taste?" Today, the prodigal man finally succeeded. He earned the reward from his master, and even brought out a legendary pill recipe, allowing the Merchant Guild to enter the Forbes list of the cultivation world. At this moment, Yifeng told Huang Xiaofei to eat as much as he wanted. He had plenty to spare. This made the horse outside extremely jealous. Huang Xiaofei immediately acknowledged Yifeng as his big brother, promising to support him whenever needed. The next moment, the two suddenly locked eyes in a deep gaze. Steward Ming reassured Xiaofei, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to your father when we return." This made Yifeng feel like he had stumbled upon a huge secret. But then, the situation took a sudden turn. Steward Ming comforted the young master. "All these years, you've borne the name of a prodigal, and it's been too hard on you." The guild leader's vision was too narrow. His perspective was limited. He never encountered a true prodigal. Yifeng was speechless. He thought it was going to be some romantic drama, but it turned out to be this. He had even prepared sausages and instant noodles, but instead, he got this. He then asked, "Why is the blood ginseng pill considered so precious? What makes it so valuable? Aren't there even more precious 9th-grade pills?" Steward Ming explained, "The blood ginseng pill's value lies in its recipe. Its healing effects are exceptional, ranking it among the top-tier pills. Although the refining method and ingredients are simple, the recipe has been lost for years. As a result, every blood ginseng pill used now is one less in existence." Hearing this, Yifeng pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket again, and asked Steward Ming, "Is this the so-called recipe?" This shocked Huang Xiaofei. "Brother Yi, how do you manage to pull anything out of your pocket like—" Yifeng smiled and said, "The recipe? I can give it to you." This made Huang Xiaofei ecstatic, but it was priceless. However, Yifeng also made a request. He wanted a share of the profits, and the pills had to be delivered to his sect. Huang Xiaofei immediately agreed on behalf of his father. Thinking about the huge contribution he had made to the sect, Yifeng was excited about the rewards he would receive from his master upon returning. He was so thrilled he could fly. With a silly grin, he muttered, "Master, the sect will be greatly expanded by your disciple." He then asked the two about the value of the goods on the carriage. He would buy everything and have it all discarded now. He also needed them to take him back to his sect, as he had forgotten the way home. Steward Ming immediately complied, offering Yifeng the best seat in the carriage. Huang Xiaofei was full of anticipation. What kind of sect would such a prodigal man belong to? In a small town, after a busy day, Yifeng finally got to sleep in a luxurious bed. Meanwhile, in another guest room, Steward Ming asked the young master, "What did the guild leader say?" Huang Xiaofei looked utterly defeated. "My father said to wait until I get home. I'm dead this time." The so-called invincible for 3 seconds battle saint body completely captivated the prodigal man, but the system warned him, "Host, you need to raise your standards. Such a trashy physique is completely unworthy of your status." Just now, Huang Xiaofei had reported the caravan situation to his father, the guild leader. At this moment, Huang Dahai, the leader of the Qinghai Merchant Guild, had a dark expression on his face. His son, who led the caravan, had gone mad. All the subordinates were gone, and the goods had been completely lost. They had all followed a man named Yishao. He ordered the gray-robed elder, Meng Haifeng, to rescue his son and the steward. The next morning, Yifeng woke up and looked at today's prodigal item, 10,000 Battle Saint body fragments. The Battle Saint body, an incredibly powerful combat physique. The more severe the injuries, the greater the power it could unleash. The stronger the fight, the stronger the body. Battle Saint body, dominating all directions. Yifeng was shocked. Is this thing really that powerful? He asked the system if it could make an exception, and let him squander it on himself. Prodigal point warning. Host, do not do anything foolish. Reminder, although the Battle Saint body is strong, It is still unworthy of you. Do not concern yourself with such a trashy physique. Hearing it was a trashy physique, Yifeng said, never mind, I don't need it. Since he couldn't use it himself, how could he squander it? As soon as he stepped out, Huang Xiaofei had already arranged everything for him. He told Yifeng that breakfast was ready. This thoughtful service instantly reminded Yifeng of an old friend, Li Fei. The next moment, he had an idea. He thought of a great way to squander. If prodigal items could be used on Li Fei, then Xiaofei would be no exception. He asked Xiaofei if he wanted to become a battle vanguard. Steward Ming said the young master had poor comprehension, a weak spiritual root, and was naturally deficient. This made Yifeng pause. He asked the system if the battle saint body had none. As long as one engages in life and death battles, their strength will improve. In battle, one can also comprehend suitable superweapons. The battle saint body is incredibly profound. Yifeng sighed. Such a trashy physique, yet the description makes it sound so impressive. He then said, Xiaofei, how about I make you a warrior who charges for love? Are you willing? Huang Xiaofei immediately replied, Brother Yi, joking is fine, but don't mess with my life. I'm not bragging, but I'm no good at fighting, but I'm a master at running away. Yifeng, however, smiled confidently, clearly having made up his mind. This look made Huang Xiaofei feel that something was off. Something was definitely wrong. The next moment, Yifeng began to tell him a story. Once, there was a handsome guy who had 10,000 death sword fragments, but he didn't want them, so he found a fat guy who hated swordsmen and gave him the ultimate death sword physique. The second story, the battle saint body, an incredibly powerful combat physique, and now, this handsome guy is about to give the battle saint body to a little brother who can't fight and only knows how to run away. This made Huang Xiaofei freeze. Yifeng might as well have said his name directly. He quickly explained, running away isn't about being cowardly, it's just a natural flaw. I actually admire battle kings. Yifeng looked at this hopeless guy and told Steward Ming, I'll leave the decision to you. This is the only chance. If you want the young master to succeed, go tie him up. Hearing this, Steward Ming bowed in gratitude. Huang Xiaofei, sensing trouble, had already started to flee. He thought to himself, if my father finds out I have such a powerful physique, he'll definitely force me to fight. The next moment, he felt something was wrong. Above him, a dark shadow seemed to appear. The prodigal man had been tricked by the system this time. The great saint body was truly terrifying. Battle energy transformed into a horse, unyielding and fused, causing celestial phenomena, dyeing the sky with blood. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei was pinned to the ground, screaming, help, I don't want this. Please, Brother Ming, let me go. Steward Ming immediately slapped the young master across the face. The sharp pain shot straight to his brain, making Huang Xiaofei instantly fall in love with the sensation. Yifeng walked over and instructed the steward, make sure to hold him down later. He then put on a mask and protective gear. Huang Xiaofei, seeing Yifeng was serious, fainted on the spot. Yifeng reassured him, don't worry, the first time is always the hardest. Steward Ming also comforted him, young master, stay strong. It won't hurt at all. The next moment, a battle saint body fragment was placed on Huang Xiaofei's forehead. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed. He was subjected to this 10,000 times. He was completely shattered. Weakly, he asked Yifeng, didn't you say it would only take a little while? Why did it last 3 hours? Suddenly, the sky darkened, dyed with blood. The saint body's aura manifested, as if something extraordinary had awakened. Yifeng and Steward Ming were the first to feel it, terrified by the overwhelming aura. Then, an ancient voice echoed through the heavens. Iron horses and long swords, frightening the enemy. Blood stains the white hair, securing the world. Blood red became the dominant color of the earth, and darkness marked the beginning of chaos. The two were sent flying by the force, crashing into trees. This is the legendary battle saint body, Steward Ming exclaimed, truly terrifying. If the young master doesn't work hard, he truly doesn't deserve this physique. Congratulations, host, for squandering today's prodigal items. Reward, 1,000 prodigal points. Reward, 3 sets of 9th grade, 9-tier yin-yang maze formation flags. At this moment, Yifeng couldn't stay calm. Damn it, this damn system calls this a trashy physique? The 9th grade 9 streets yin-yang maze formation is extraordinary. Release spiritual energy to activate. It can trap even a Tribulation Realm expert. The yin-yang maze formation for peak 9th level experts. Duration, 10 hours. A one-time consumable item. This item does not trigger the squander reward. Looking at the rewards this time, Yifeng is quite satisfied. There are still 3 days left to reach the new soul sect. Just enough time to get a good night's sleep. The system tells him, as expected of the host, you're quite the squanderer, but it's very wasteful. Huang Xiaofei, who just woke up, asks Yifeng if it's over. Why doesn't he feel the spiciness? The burning sensation? Has he become numb? As soon as he says, Steward Ming begins to ponder. He says he will personally step in to guide. From now on, there will be a life and death battle every day. A thrilling and intense fight. If the young master doesn't take it seriously, he won't hold back either. In the end, It might even lead to death. The next moment, he approaches Huang Xiaofei and says, "Rest today. We start tomorrow." Yifeng can't bear to watch. He can only silently pray for Xiaofei. A mere rag can cover a 10-mile radius as an invincible domain, and this is actually a magical artifact that even immortal cultivators dare not touch. At this moment, 3 sword shadows flash by. Steward Ming, who is like a nanny, tells Yifeng, "It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest and continue tomorrow." Yifeng looks at Huang Xiaofei and asks Steward Ming, "Is this kid going through puberty? He's been silent all day." Steward Ming replies, "Maybe he's just in a rebellious phase." The next moment, they land on a mountain peak. Yifeng praises Steward Ming for being an experienced traveler. He even chose a feng shui treasure spot for lodging. Huang Xiaofei, who hasn't spoken all day, suddenly bursts into tears. He says, "Steward Ming, teach me tonight." This shocks Steward Ming. He thinks, this kid has finally come around. Yifeng is also confused. What's going on? He was resisting earlier, but now he's changed his mind? But he doesn't stop them. After all, everyone has their quirks. He takes out the system-rewarded broken flag. Instantly, a golden formation covers the area. Yifeng watches the two fight intensely. He shouts, "I've left 100 blood life pills here. Remember to replenish your energy after the fight." With the formation here, no one should be able to disturb them. Steward Ming hears Yifeng's instructions and nods. But in that moment of distraction, Huang Xiaofei launches a sharp attack. He smirks, "Steward Ming, your ultimate move missed." Steward Ming realizes something is wrong. Sure enough, experience prevails. Steward Ming kicks him, teaching him a lesson. He says, "Young master, don't think I'm too old to fight just because I don't have a sword." Meanwhile, their battle attracts others. A black-robed elder sees the two. It's his son and the young master. But the next moment, he's shocked. He can't believe his eyes. It's as if he's witnessed something unbelievable. Huang Xiaofei has actually pinned Steward Ming down, but Steward Ming remains calm. He changes his position and says, "Young master, this little strength won't hold me." Steward Ming laughs, "You're still too green." Huang Xiaofei, pinned beneath him, shouts, "Damn it." The black-robed elder watches this intense scene. He mutters as the rumors say, "These two have gone mad. He must stop them before they do something even more outrageous." But as he steps forward, he's repelled by the formation. Inside the formation, Steward Ming says, "Young master, prepare yourself for a storm of attacks." Huang Xiaofei grits his teeth, "Bring it on." The black-robed elder is stunned. He mutters, "These two are really insane." He must intervene before things get worse. But the formation blocks him again. Inside, Steward Ming and Huang Xiaofei continue their fierce battle. The elder sighs, "What a mess." Meanwhile, Yifeng watches from a distance, shaking his head. He mutters, "This is going to be a long night." The formation ensures no one can interfere. Steward Ming says, "Young master, you'd better be ready for what's coming." Huang Xiaofei smirks, "I'm ready." The battle intensifies, and the elder can only watch helplessly. Yifeng sighs, "This is going to be exhausting." The scene fades as the two continue their relentless fight. The elder mutters, "This is beyond madness." In reality, this is just the beginning of the squandering man's journey. At this moment, the black-robed elder watches as the two fight passionately all night. He looks at the formation before him and falls silent. Formations are what he's least skilled at dealing with. What's worse is, this is a high-level formation. He then looks through the essence of the world and sees a man sleeping on a coffin lid. Elder Ming immediately confirms that this is the young master Yi the guild master mentioned. At such a young age, he possesses such wealth. He's clearly no ordinary person. Suddenly a loud noise startles the black-robed elder again. He sees that his son and the young master have separated. Just as he thinks it's finally over, the young master pulls out a giant sword. This makes the black-robed elder's jaw drop. What the hell? Weren't they supposed to be fighting hand-to-hand? Why is he using a sword now? Inside the formation, Steward Ming remains calm. Another fierce clash begins. The black-robed elder shouts frantically, "Stop! Are you two insane?" 5 minutes later, the battle finally ends. Both are exhausted inside the formation. The next moment, the black-robed elder is shocked again. What's going on? What are they doing now? Is this still the sweet and innocent Xiaofei I know? And what's with the blood life pills? Steward Ming praises Xiaofei, saying, "That move you just made was impressive. Most people wouldn't have been able to withstand it." After taking the blood life pills, the two return to their passionate battle. Huang Xiaofei even says, "I can feel a hint of combat power now." The black-robed elder outside is numb. Has the world changed? Has it gone mad? Such precious pills like the blood life pills are being squandered like this? Soon, the night passes, and the sun rises in the east. Yifeng wakes up on the coffin lid. Looking at the two, he guesses they must have fought fiercely. Suddenly, Yifeng notices someone outside the formation staring at them. The person has a fierce gaze and a gloomy expression. Clearly, this person has ill intentions. Fortunately, he used a formation flag last night. Otherwise, he might have been ambushed by this sneaky old man. But the first formation flag is about to expire. So, He has no choice but to squander another one. As the formation begins to fade, the black-robed elder charges forward at full speed, shouting angrily, "So, you're the one controlling this." But he's too careless. He crashes into the second formation. Yifeng tells Steward Ming to hurry and leave. The black-robed elder can only watch in anger. As the three walk away, Yifeng gives the sneaky old man an international hand gesture and curses at him. He insults the old man's entire family. How arrogant can a squandering man be? Unlimited blood life pills and a seaside villa for meals. Today, he's mastered the art of hunger marketing, staging a wave of chaos in the Tianxian realm. The bigger the order, the higher the price. The black-robed elder watches the three leave, nearly dying of anger. Yifeng sighs. Thankfully, I was smart enough to set up the formation last night, protecting these two idiots from their enemies. He knows the guild's power easily attracts jealousy. He then checks today's squandered items. 10,000 blood life pills. Even a dog would shake its head at this amount, but soon, he comes up with a perfect plan. Since they can't eat them all, he'll just throw them to random people. This seems like a reasonable way to squander. He asks the system. These 8th grade blood life pills are lost treasures. Throwing them on the road would be wasteful, right? If a beast eats them, or someone picks them up, it might not be a bad thing. Does this count as squandering? The system confirms it's a valid squandering act. This answer pleases Yifeng. The next moment, Yifeng gets busy. He asks Steward Ming if the two have had breakfast yet. Huang Xiaofei looks embarrassed. Huang Xiaofei says it's their fault for not considering the issue of meals while camping. Yifeng says, "What's the use of apologizing? Now, finish this super Wu-Di, invincible, seaside meal." This scene shocks the two for an entire year. Yifeng laughs. "Why are you standing there? Not eating is like not giving me face." Huang Xiaofei looks helpless. "Eating too much of this will make me vomit, but I don't dare to refuse Yifeng's kindness." An hour later, the two finally finish the seaside meal. Yifeng smiles and tells them to move around a bit. He still has over 9,000 pills left. He instructs them to help throw some away later. Huang Xiaofei panics. "If someone picks them up, our guild won't be the exclusive seller anymore." Yifeng sighs. "How can you be the guild's young master and still think so narrowly? Although these are rare, there are only 9,000 pills left. Once they're gone, they're gone. The Xintian continent has countless people. These pills, even if the guild's alchemists could refine more, it's nearly impossible. And even if they could, few could afford the high-grade pills. Most sales are for 5th or 6th grade blood life pills. So, we'll use the 9th grade pills for free promotion." The system exclaims, "Wow, you've really mastered hunger marketing." Yifeng smiles. "The bigger the storm, the higher the price. The guild will profit more." Huang Xiaofei kneels in admiration. "Indeed, a master's thinking is different. No wonder you squander so logically. I've learned a lot." A squandering man doesn't envy lovers or immortals. He envies those who bond deeply. Watching the old and young exhaust themselves daily, he becomes their protector. The next night, in the wilderness again, Yifeng tells them it's time to start. Although this time, apart from squandering, he didn't get any extra rewards. Seeing the two fight passionately makes him feel like a proud father. He's put so much effort into these two. Tonight, Yifeng will guard the wilderness. System voice chimes in. "Host, you can sleep peacefully. If there's danger, the guard team will protect you." Yifeng grumbles, "I'm not a useless person. I don't need a guard team to protect me. If I rely on others every time, it'll make me look incompetent." This reminds him of his past life, where he worked overtime for a year and finally rewarded himself with a night off, only to wake up in the Tianxian continent. Cultivation is just like working, daily grinding, and earning squandering points like a salary. But this time, he's determined not to overwork. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder uses his blood sense to locate his son's jade pendant. He follows the trail and finally senses the location at night. As he prepares to continue, he suddenly freezes. In the wilderness, he finds rare blood life pills. When he sees them clearly, his scalp tingles. Good heavens, when did these rare pills become so common? These priceless pills are now scattered everywhere. He exclaims, "Such waste. Who's behind this?" Half an hour later, he's even angrier. He's picked up 500 pills, but over 2,000 are already broken. An hour later, he's numb. He's collected 2,000 pills and doesn't want to pick up more. Another night passes. Yifeng is woken by a rooster's crow. He didn't expect it to be morning already. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees the two fighting passionately again. Huang Xiaofei says calmly, "Steward Ming, you can't escape this time." But the next moment, someone rushes out of the woods and sees his son. The scene shocks him. "Stop, young master." He laughs loudly. "Young master, you're still too green." This scene makes the black-robed elder furious. "I'm indeed too late." Yifeng also notices the newcomer. It's the unfriendly old man from last night. Without a word, he throws out another formation flag. This makes the black-robed elder so angry he almost curses. The formation doesn't even give him a chance to speak. In an instant, the formation covers a 10-mile radius again. Yifeng mocks the old man. You old turtle, if you dare, keep chasing us. This infuriates the black-robed elder to the core. You little brat, no matter where you run, I swear I'll kill you in this lifetime. Can money really let you do whatever you want? The answer is yes. The spendthrift man. Today, he took out a... As a result, Huang Xiaofei couldn't control himself while freely flying. Everything was completely out of control. At this moment, Yifeng and the other two continued their journey. If nothing unexpected happens, they will reach the Soul Sect tomorrow. This made Huang Xiaofei pause. Yifeng, a man who values sleep so much, actually planned to stay up all night to travel. 10 minutes later, the three of them headed west. Yifeng looked at today's wasteful product, top-grade cultivation manual. He was plotting something. This was the first time he encountered a heaven-level top-grade cultivation manual. This was probably the top-tier cultivation manual in the Xintian continent. Then he began to think about how to waste it. Simply throwing it away seemed too plain. Tearing it apart would be wasteful but lacked style. Finally, after his brain worked furiously, he came up with a plan. He asked Xiaofei, haven't you gone to the bathroom in dozens of days? Manager Meng laughed and said, Young Master Yi, after reaching a certain cultivation level, one can use spiritual energy to cleanse impurities. Huang Xiaofei nodded. Although his cultivation level was low, he still had some spiritual energy. Yifeng was stunned. Is there really such a thing? What kind of paper-thin setting is this? But since he liked to push people to their limits, he stared at Huang Xiaofei with dead fish eyes and said, No, you don't have that ability. Instantly, Huang Xiaofei's butt clenched. He thought, holy crap, Brother Ye's tastes are so heavy, what should I do? Should I really refuse? After thinking about how good Yifeng had been to him, sacrificing his but didn't seem like a big deal. Couldn't he endure this little hardship? After a fierce internal struggle, he told Yifeng that his stomach suddenly hurt. Yifeng immediately revealed a mysterious smile and walked over. This made Huang Xiaofei realize that things were indeed not simple. In the next second, a small, glowing booklet appeared in his hand. Yifeng told him, remember to use this to wipe. Don't use rocks anymore. A moment later, Huang Xiaofei, hiding behind a rock, began to freely fly. He had already forgotten how many years it had been since he last used the bathroom like a mortal. However, he noticed that the book Yifeng gave him seemed quite profound. Although he couldn't fully understand it, in the next moment, strange symbols began to fly out of the book. This immediately caught Manager Ming's attention. He couldn't believe that the young master could enter a state of enlightenment while taking a dump. Manager Ming quickly connected the dots and asked Yifeng, what kind of book did you just give the young master? The spendthrift man finally encountered a moment of true love in his life. Today, he failed for the first time in wasting resources and was deducted 50,000 waste points. This meant he had worked 5 days for nothing. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei, while taking a dump, entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. This shocked Manager Ming. What exactly did young Master Yi give him? Yifeng told him it was just a heaven-level cultivation manual for Xiaofei to use as toilet paper. Manager Ming immediately knelt down, deeply moved. He vowed to remember this kindness forever. Suddenly, Yifeng heard a ding-ding-ding system notification. His waste points were rapidly decreasing. The speed was comparable to a life-altering disaster. In the next moment, Yifeng's face turned dark. Huang Xiaofei came running over, holding the heaven-level cultivation manual. Smiling, Yifeng quickly tried to minimize the damage, throwing a punch with all his might, but it was too late. Today's wasteful product was completely wasted, resulting in failure. 50,000 waste points were deducted. Now, with only 10,000 points left, losing 50,000 points was like going back to square one. He cried, lamenting the hardships of being a worker in the cultivation world. Seeing Yifeng's unhappy expression, Huang Xiaofei immediately knelt down and said, Brother Yi, it's my fault. Yifeng asked him, what exactly did you do wrong? Huang Xiaofei cried bitterly. He said it was because his willpower was insufficient, and he couldn't resist the temptation of the heaven-level cultivation manual, forgetting the essence of the battle saint body. As soon as these words were spoken, Manager Ming's body trembled. So that's how it is. Earlier, he thought young Master Yi was deliberately sabotaging the young master's great opportunity. Realizing his own ignorance, Manager Ming also knelt down, begging for punishment. For a moment, all three parties fell into silence. Yifeng was utterly confused. Why is Manager Ming kneeling? What does this have to do with him? Why was he forcing himself into the drama? When it came to self-delusion, his second disciple was the strongest, but Manager Ming's train of thought was definitely not inferior to the second disciple's. Huang Xiaofei, seeing Yifeng still fuming, knew he had truly disappointed Brother Yi this time. Yifeng eventually sighed. What is wrong with this cultivation world? It's either sick or delusional. Yifeng had enough. He was genuinely tired. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei seemed to mature instantly. He vowed solemnly, Brother Yi, I will never disappoint you again. One day, I will become a sharp blade in your hand. clearing all enemies in your path. Yifeng felt a chill upon hearing this. Good grief. All I want is to laze around, but this kid wants to ruin my peaceful life. Seeing Yifeng ignore him, Huang Xiaofei continued. Whether you need it or not, brother Yi, I will train hard, and always be ready to be your weapon. In the next moment, Yifeng snapped. He told him, it's too late to be a bootlicker now. I already have a wolf at home. Yifeng, the first elder of the sect, finally made his move today. Because Yifeng stepped into the sect with his left foot first, he was almost killed by the sect's holy maiden. By evening, the black-robed elder finally broke through the formation. This time, that brat won't escape. Meanwhile, Manager Meng had already spotted the soul sect, but as soon as they approached, they were met with an overwhelming pressure. They guessed that powerful figures inside were as common as dogs. Half an hour later, the three of them stood in silence. The entrance was covered in spiderwebs, but Yifeng didn't care and walked in. In the next moment, a surge of killing intent rushed toward him. Luo Qianxue appeared in front of Yifeng at lightning speed. The sword in her hand was now just 0.000001 millimeters away from his neck. Yifeng was shocked. Master's way of welcoming me is quite unique. He quickly asked the system to save him. As he was in grave danger, the system replied, at most, it's a minor scratch. If you wait a bit longer, it'll heal on its own. It told Yifeng to handle it himself, as the guards wouldn't intervene. At that moment, a few figures rushed over, shouting, Holy Maiden, show mercy. Yifeng, confused, asked why they were here. Luo Qianxue grew even angrier. She asked him if he had no idea what he had done at the Xinji sect. Then she glanced at the two behind him and asked who they were. She warned Yifeng to think carefully before answering, and not to say they were also here to join the sect. After learning they had just met by chance, Luo Qianxue finally lowered her sword. Old Bai and the others asked if Yifeng was injured. Even minor wounds needed treatment to prevent infections like tetanus. Seeing that it was Xia Tianyu, Manager Meng and the other were shocked. The boss of the Tianyu auction house was actually staying in a small sect. Yifeng then told Luo Qianxue that he had brought some business for the sect. But Luo Qianxue bluntly said, the soul sect lacks funds. Let's not talk about cooperation. What a way to say, we're broke. Poverty truly limited their imagination. Huang Xiaofei slowly took out a prescription and said, Sect leader Luo, there's been a misunderstanding. A few minutes later, Luo Qianxue couldn't understand why they were willing to let the soul sect participate in the production of an 8th grade blood body pill. But this had little to do with her. After all, she hadn't started the sect for money. She had other reasons, but this was none of her concern. She had never been interested in wealth. Running the sect was never about money for her. A foolish figure suddenly appeared. Yifeng appeared with an expression that seemed to say, quick, praise me. This instantly made Nuo Qianxue understand. It was indeed related to this troublesome disciple. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. The gray-robed old man will arrive at the Soul Star Palace in 3 minutes. Deducting one use of today's peek into the heavens ability. Soul Star Palace. Soul Star. Yifeng sent the bloodthirsty mantis to intercept this person. Don't kill him. Just beat him until he's unrecognizable. The bloodthirsty mantis made a flashy move, instantly catching the attention of the others. Yifeng thought, what the heck? Is it showing off? Meanwhile, in the small forest east of Soul Star Palace, the black-robed old man laughed. He didn't believe that Brat could produce another high-level formation. Formation energy. The man finally succeeded in winning over his master, knowing that the love-struck cultivation goddess must also enjoy shopping. Seeing his master's shy smile, the spendthrift man fell in love on the spot, just as Elder Ming, who had been trapped for 3 days, finally broke free. As soon as he tried to move, he sensed a murderous intent. Elder Ming asked, who are you? Hurry up, I don't have time to kill. The bloodthirsty mantis laughed. A mere insect who's transcended 7 tribulations. Who gave him the courage? Watching the opponent blink, the fist had already arrived. Elder Ming let out a scream. The bloodthirsty mantis thought, if I don't teach him a lesson, my master will be very angry. But don't worry. My master only said to teach you a lesson. I haven't beaten anyone in days. My hands are itching. Please, uncle, humor me. Just sacrifice a little. Elder Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. It's not that I don't want to humor you, but my body can't take it. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty mantis smirked. My master said, as long as I don't kill you, it's fine. Meanwhile, in the guest room of Soul Star Palace, Huang Xiaofei listened to Elder Ming's intermittent transmission. It was broken. Finally, he only heard one sentence. I'm about to be beaten to death. Come save me. Huang Xiaofei immediately begged Yifeng for help, asking if he had seen a black-robed old man in the past few days. Yifeng told him that this person had been chasing them for 3 days. If it weren't for him, Elder Ming and the others would have been killed by that old man. Huang Xiaofei begged Yifeng to call off the attack. That person is Elder Ming's father. As soon as these words were spoken, Yifeng was shocked. The next moment, with a thud, a figure was thrown down. Elder Ming's father was almost beaten to death. The next moment, another figure crashed down. This completely shocked the 3 of them. The bloodthirsty mantis fell from the sky, pinning the person into the ground. Elder Ming let out a painful scream. He was in agony, tears streaming down his face. "Father, are you okay? You must hold on. I'm only 50. You can't die yet." But Elder Ming just mumbled a few incoherent words, and then he was gone. This left Elder Ming completely shattered. A younger generation mourning the older. Huang Xiaofei and Yifeng were both horrified. Their scalps tingled. Even little blood was in disarray, realizing that something had gone wrong. Half an hour later, Elder Ming was revived. Yifeng and the others explained the situation. He even bowed in apology. At this moment, Bosya walked in, introducing the group to the sect master of Soul Star Palace, as well as 5 core disciples of Star Soul Sect, and 3 of the top figures. Elder Luo Kai of Star Soul Sect, Sect Master Little Blood, the guardian beast of the sect. Outside, someone from Soul Star Palace was overlooked. He was the second disciple of Soul Star Palace. How could he be so unnoticed? Elder Ming looked at the unremarkable sect and felt a chill. Moreover, behind the door was a hidden sword prodigy. Elder Ming thought, could this also be Yifeng's fellow disciple? The next moment, a mysterious sword cultivator made their grand entrance. Elder Ming was struck dumb. What the heck? The one with the peerless sword intent was actually a dog. Yifeng happily looked at his loyal dog, Luo Kai. The others were speechless. Why are all the good things given to this dog? Seeing this situation, Yifeng was ready to start squandering again. Sure enough, a sword-wielding dog appeared out of nowhere. The dog that could make eternity seem like a long night had arrived. Elder Ming was completely shattered. Sword heart sword. Sword embryo formed. Luo Qianxue, with a proud expression, comforted herself. Don't be angry. It's his stuff. If he wastes it, so be it. Luo Kai thought, good heavens, this trip was worth it. This kid definitely has more good stuff. Chun Haoyu told the group. These are just small scenes in the grand scheme of things. Soon, Elder Ming and the other 2 bid farewell and left Soul Star Palace. Returning to the study, Yisong knelt on the ground. Master, is there anything else? Luo Qianxue held a large sword and said, my dear disciple, I've underestimated you. Just a few days away from the sect. How many identities do you have now? Core disciple, honorary elder, founder of your own faction, taking the master of the Flower Bone sect as your disciple. I wonder if I should call you my disciple now, Elder Yi, or perhaps Ancestor Yi. Yifeng immediately pledged his loyalty. Master in life, I am your person. In death, I am your ghost. He even shed tears of emotion, saying he only wanted to share the burden of the sect with his master and strengthen the sect. Luo Qianxue was deeply moved by these words. Yifeng then continued to kneel. If master doesn't like it, I can give up all these titles. Luo Qianxue told Yifeng to stop kneeling. Don't waste the Jipinling Jing, top-grade spirit essence. There's a mysterious place in the Heavenly Dao battlefield that will be of great use. Yifeng said, Master, are you talking about Heavenly Dao City? Unfortunately, I only stayed there for half a day. Luo Qianxue wanted to pique his curiosity, but he had already been there, while she hadn't. It's so embarrassing. Yifeng told Luo Qianxue that Heavenly Dao City was a lot of fun. There are bags that girls love. Yifeng promised to take his master there next time. For a moment, Luo Qianxue thought, having a spendthrift disciple is really nice. Yifeng noticed his master's gaze had changed. He knew love was coming. Luo Qianxue realized she had been testing him, and told the foolish-looking Yifeng to leave for now. Half an hour later, Yifeng finally left. He knew that love takes time and shouldn't be rushed. The next moment, someone tapped his shoulder. Luo Kai smiled and said, Yifeng, I've been waiting for you. The black sect leader, whose sect was dirt poor, suddenly found the spendthrift man turning into a god of wealth, bestowing blessings. At this moment, Yifeng was startled by Luo Kai. He chuckled. Elder Bai's kidneys have been hurting lately. Elder Xia seems to have a bad cold. But as a body cultivator, I'm strong and healthy. If you need anything, just ask me. Elder Bai suddenly appeared. Good kid, you really don't hold back. Elder Xia also emerged from the bushes, with a dark expression. This kid is sneaky. He's definitely up to no good. Luo Kai was shocked. When did these two start eavesdropping? Elder Bai asked. Do I look like my kidneys hurt? Elder Xia told Luo Kai. When I was holding up the heavens, you were still drinking milk. Yifeng told the 3 of them. There's no heavy work today. Elder Bai and Elder Xia exchanged glances, and knew it was time to retreat. Can't disturb the god of wealth's rest. But Luo Kai looked terrified. Where are you taking me? Yifeng, save me. If I go today, my life might be ruined. Half an hour later, Yifeng finally returned to his dorm. As soon as he entered, he saw his senior brothers and sisters there. They noticed that after just a few days away, Yifeng's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. They asked what he had gained in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Meanwhile, Long Wufeng hid in the corner, muttering, I feel so invisible. He knew that if he didn't act now, he would be completely forgotten. He ran out and asked, Senior brother Yifeng, how many seconds did it take you to break through from Qi movement to foundation establishment? The second senior sister told him not to talk nonsense. No matter how strong junior brother Yifeng is, he couldn't have crossed 2 major realms. But at this moment, Yifeng was moved to tears. The scene of my breakthrough, which shook the ages, no one witnessed it. How heartbreaking. Indeed, Only my junior brother understands me. Chun Haoyu was shocked. Could Long Wufeng be telling the truth? Junior brother is actually this fierce? Immediately, he asked Yifeng to demonstrate. Yifeng had no choice but to divert attention. Junior brother Wufeng, have you digested the 3,000 clear mystic pills? Long Wufeng immediately became proud, meaning everyone, look at me. He originally planned to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but Master said to wait for senior brother Yifeng to return. After all, the foundation establishment stage is crucial for cultivators. Yifeng immediately gave him a thumbs up, knowing that my junior brother, who gives me tough challenges, is indeed impressive. But the others cried in frustration. Their fate is so bitter. Why didn't they meet a spendthrift like Yifeng during their foundation establishment? But they still have a chance. Now, at the 9th level of the Z Mansion, they haven't even refined their spirit yet. So, they unanimously decided to hold off. Wait for Yifeng to release the first random task. Host, lead your fellow disciples to participate in the secret realm competition hosted by the Tianyang sect. Achieve second place in the competition. Do not take first place. Success or failure of the task, rewards or deductions of a large amount of spendthrift points can be refused. Yifeng looked at this and felt it was difficult. He asked his senior brother, is there a big event in the sect? Chun Haoyu said he didn't have any impression. The senior sister spoke up. A few days ago, the Tianyang sect sent an invitation, but after discussing it, the sect master directly refused. A few minutes later, Yifeng hurried to his master's room to inquire about this matter. Luo Qinxue told him, that's right, but any sect that agrees to the invitation must contribute a certain amount of resources to the small secret realm. This small secret realm is controlled by the Tianyang sect. They are very familiar with it. Other sects will definitely suffer losses if they go. After hearing this, Yifeng told his master he wanted to participate. Luo Qinxue told him no, the sect is impoverished and has no resources. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. The sect may not have resources, but this man in front of me is filthy rich. He almost forgot. His direct disciple is a crazy spendthrift. Yifeng asked Luo Qinxue, can't you provide the resources? Luo Qinxue thought, this is bad. He's about to start squandering again. Master, I'll take 50 enlightenment pills, 50 stalks of 9-leaf soul revival grass, 13 pieces of golden silkworm star oregon, and 100 drops of great demon blood. Luo Qinxue was shocked. He's going to squander again. All the resources of other sections probably aren't as precious as a single drop of great demon blood. Yifeng smiled. Master, is this enough? When the disciples of other sects see these things, they'll probably go crazy. Luo Qinxue smiled. All of these will be handed over to the sect. The resources needed for the competition will be prepared by me. He thought, you like squandering, don't you? This time, I'll directly attack. As soon as Yifeng heard this, he immediately took back all the treasures. Luo Qinxue asked, what do you mean? I told you to hand them over to the sect. Why did you take them all back? Yifeng said, because Master must be planning to treat these scraps as treasures and enshrine them. This disciple absolutely cannot allow that. If Master wants to soak her feet in 9-leaf soul revival grass, this disciple will immediately offer it. Luo Qinxue didn't expect Yifeng to guess her thoughts. Helpless, she said, you must hand over those things to the sect. Tell me how you want to squander them, and I'll do as you say. Yifeng thought, this time, Master is being so obedient. Master has always been frugal. If I can make her indulge in squandering, I believe she won't be able to resist. The system asked, host, those resources won't be? Yifeng told the system, you don't understand. The sect competition is not as important as Master. The system nodded silently. That seems reasonable. Then, Yifeng took out all the items. Let Master indulge. Luo Qinxue asked Yifeng, how should we use the enlightenment pills? Yifeng said, Master, each of you gets 2 pills. The rest will be fed to the dog. As for the soul revival grass, same as usual. Use it for foot soaking. Each person gets 2 stalks. The rest will be used for the dog's bath. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qinxue could no longer suppress her emotions. Yifeng was startled. He thought, I overestimated Master's mental resilience. He said, how about we put all of it into the secret realm? But at this moment, Luo Qinxue smiled and looked at him. She said, no need. I feel your distribution method is very reasonable. The beautiful sect master heard that the spendthrift man used a heaven-grade technique as toilet paper. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, she heard Yifeng created a battle saint body. She couldn't take it and spat out watermelon juice. At this moment, holding the treasures Yifeng handed over, Luo Qinxue asked him, what about the 3 pieces of golden silkworm star ore? How do you plan to squander them? How about forging some kitchen knives? What does Master think? This surprised Luo Qinxue. She didn't expect Yifeng to have such ambition, knowing to use them to forge weapons for the sect. But Yifeng told her no, not weapons, just some kitchen knives or hoes for chopping vegetables in the kitchen, and Luo Qinxue struggled to suppress her rising anger. She asked Yifeng, what about the last 100 drops of great demon blood? Yifeng originally planned to say, use it to water the garden. But seeing Master's expression was already a bit off, he changed his tone. leave it for the sect's cultivation progress, or reward those who make great contributions. Only then did Luo Qianxue's expression soften a bit. Yifeng thought, this is Master's first time squandering. Her mental resilience is still weak, so we need to cultivate it slowly. Can't squander too much at once. At this time, Luo Qianxue took out a communication. Elder Bai, notify everyone to gather at the sect hall. Luo Qianxue asked Yifeng again about his time with Elder Meng. You spent a few days together. Tell me, what did you squander? Yifeng said, nothing much. Just let them eat blood ascension pills until they were full. Luo Qianxue didn't think much of it. After all, with the recipe, the blood ascension pills aren't that precious. She then asked Yifeng to continue. The spendthrift man said, I used a heaven-grade technique as toilet paper for Xiao Fei. Luo Qianxue forced herself to stay calm. Heaven-grade techniques aren't that valuable in the upper realm. Suddenly, Yifeng remembered he had a battle saint body fragment and casually gave it to Huang Xiaofei. Luo Qianxue shouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could something like the battle saint body still exist? That insane battle saint body. She had once seen a battle saint body challenge her master. Even when reduced to just a head, it would never fall, and it had astonishing regenerative abilities, even though her master was a full realm above. In the end, he still lost miserably. She asked Yifeng, what's special about the battle saint body you mentioned? Luo Qianxue thought, it's just a coincidence. It's not that powerful. It doesn't need to cultivate any techniques or weapons. It just gets stronger the more it fights. The more severe the injuries, the stronger the power it unleashes. In short, it just gets crazier the more it fights. Luo Qianxue finally couldn't hold back and spat out watermelon juice. It really is that thing. She told Yifeng, the battle saint body is no ordinary thing. Remember to get closer to Huang Xiaofei in the future. His future achievements will be limitless. Yifeng's expression grew increasingly grim upon hearing this. He wished that kid would stay far away, always saying, he wants to be a sharp sword in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng asked, is there something wrong? Luo Qianxue was truly exhausted. This once-in-a-generation genius is offering himself, and you don't want him? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. It was Elder Bai. Sect Master, everyone has gathered. The Holy Maiden's decisions were even more extravagant than a man's. When the squandered items were brought out, everyone trembled. As the squandered products were revealed, everyone was in shock, because they finally understood what it means to be inferior to a dog. At this moment, an emergency meeting was being held in the Soul Star Palace Hall. Elder Bai noticed Luo Qianxue looked haggard. It seemed something had happened between her and Yifeng last night. Suddenly, Yifeng grabbed a tissue and said he needed to go to the bathroom. He had some urgent business to attend to. The rest is up to Master. He thought, squandering is such a good thing. Master must handle it herself. That way, she'll get addicted and experience the joy of squandering. But Luo Qianxue stood there in a daze. Good heavens, you're leaving the embarrassing stuff to me and running away? She thought, if it weren't for the fact that he's my direct disciple and always cares for the sect, I would really drag him back and beat him up. Knowing that squandering was inevitable, Luo Qianxue could only silently endure. Is everyone here? Today, I've gathered everyone to announce something. The Soul Star Palace's squandering event has begun. Everyone was stunned. Did I hear that right? The frugal sect master is talking about squandering? Only the little dog barked twice, probably meaning, sect master is amazing. Luo Qianxue realized this dog had become a spirit, truly worthy of being raised by a spendthrift. The next moment, she was struck by a thought. If even a dog can squander like this, why should I feel heartache? After all, Yifeng will foot the bill in the end. She then took out all the treasures. See this? All of this was offered by Yifeng. Elder Bai was the most shocked, because he was instantly filled with the aura of squandering. Luo Qianxue also completely let go, feeling the joy of being a spendthrift. Men of the sect looked eager, all letting out primal roars. Luo Qianxue told everyone to calm down. Now, let's distribute the enlightenment pills. 2 pills per person, and 2 stalks of 9-leaf soul revival grass each. A disciple asked, Holy Maiden, what about the rest? How will it be distributed? Luo Qianxue asked, distribute what? The rest belongs to the little yellow dog. Elder Bai almost couldn't catch his breath. Humans are inferior to dogs. Then, Luo Qianxue began a new round of benefits. Take out 100 drops of great demon blood, as rewards for disciples advancing in strength, and for the contributions of the sect elders. Luo Kai instantly smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. This trip is definitely worth it. Seeing no objections from the crowd, Luo Qianxue told Elder Bai to distribute the items and dismissed the meeting. The members of Soul Star Palace began discussing. This meeting was really exciting. Now, I'm looking forward to what the sect's year-end rewards will be. Returning to her room, Luo Qianxue looked at the star Oregon. This made her feel a bit troubled. I don't know what to forge with this. I've never handled it before. But the next moment, she had an idea and thought of someone. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. This kind of thing should be entrusted to him. Today, the spendthrift man saw his goddess being threatened with a knife. He completely lost his temper. This was absolutely unacceptable, even if the opponent was an old man wielding an 80-meter-long machete. At this moment, in a blacksmith's shop, A girl was hammering away furiously. This kind of physical labor left her panting and sweating profusely, drenched in sweat. This person was none other than the Reup cultivator, Chu Xiaoxiao, Luo Qianshue's best friend. At this moment, Luo Qianxue appeared. Chu Xiaoxiao asked, "What wind blows today? To bring sect master Luo here?" Luo Qianxue asked her best friend for help to forge some things for the sect. This instantly piqued her interest. This sect master, who only knows how to slack off, is actually starting to care about the sect. Something's fishy. There must be a secret affair. Chu Xiaoxiao knew this girl had an icy personality. Besides her father and me, no one else would like her. Luo Qianxue told her, "There's also my direct disciple, who can tolerate me." Chu Xiaoxiao's gossipy heart instantly flared up. Is it a man or a woman? What's their cultivation level? How big is it exactly? Where does he work? What's his income? Does he have a mortgage, car loan, or savings? Who would have thought? You've actually learned to hide a lover. Starting to secretly raise a man? Luo Qianxue told her best friend to stop. This direct disciple is the infamous spendthrift of the sect. And today, I'm here mainly to forge some kitchen knives. But Chu Xiaoxiao looked confused. Aren't we going to continue the disciple topic? She then said, knives and hoes are small matters, but it'll take a couple of days. Grandpa is busy lately, forging a divine weapon. At this moment, a figure walked out of the forge. He told Luo Qianxue, I have time. These are just ordinary iron tools. They can be done quickly. The speaker was none other than Chu Hongshan. He asked Luo Qianxue, the 5 old fogies from the Star Soul sect, aren't they dead yet? Then he told his granddaughter to stop what she was doing and help Qianxue with the forging. Luo Qianxue said, this time, I have a request. Chu Hongshan agreed without hesitation. No matter what it is, I'm confident I can forge it. The next moment, Luo Qianxue took out 3 pieces of golden silkworm star oregon and placed them on the table. The request is simple. Mix these into the tools. When the grandfather and granddaughter saw this, they were utterly shocked. Chu Hongshan's face darkened. Those 5 old fogies. Best friend. Chu Xiaoxiao looked horrified. What did you just say? You want to mix golden silkworm star or into kitchen knives? To kill chickens and sheep? And use hoes forged with golden silkworm star oregon to till the fields? Luo Qianxue looked at the 2 of them with an expression that said, She thought, is this the joy of squandering? Suddenly, Chu Hongshan turned his back to everyone. He couldn't hold back anymore and exploded. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, Yifeng was eating skewers on the next street. A loud explosion made the 2 of them freeze. He asked, what's happening up ahead? The bloodthirsty mantis reassured him, Master, don't worry. With me here, there's no problem. Then, the 2 curious onlookers rushed to the scene. As soon as they got close, they saw a shocking sight. A burly man was holding a large machete, glaring fiercely at him. Master, Yifeng thought, this is bad. Master is definitely in danger. But Chu Hongshan was filled with rage. He thought the 5 old fogies had corrupted Luo Qianxue and wanted to go cut them down. Luo Qianxue was completely baffled. This has nothing to do with the 5 elders. Chu Hongshan roared, these old devils actually want to mix the clan's treasure into kitchen knives and hoes. Don't stop me. I'm going to have a word with them. I've lived this long, and I've never seen such squandering. Today, I must get an explanation. Luo Qianxue helplessly explained. This matter has nothing to do with the elders, but with the honorary elder. This made Chu Hongshan even angrier. What honorary elder? Where is he now? Luo Qianxue hesitated. Should I reveal Yifeng's identity? At that moment, 2 figures made a grand entrance. Seeing the imposing duo, Chu Hongshan was momentarily stunned. Yifeng exuded an overwhelming aura. Who dares to harm my master? He declared. The spendthrift man finally took action for the sect master. A full force strike from a cultivation expert didn't even scratch the spendthrift man. Instead, he was easily subdued. Chu Hongshan asked, who are you? Yifeng stood in front of Luo Qianxue. Your humble disciple has come to rescue you. He then introduced himself. I am the chief direct disciple of the Soul Star sect. Yifeng said with concern, Master, you really worry me. Luckily, I was out eating skewers. Otherwise, what would you do if someone bullied you? Luo Qianxue's heart fluttered. Yifeng really came to my rescue when I was in danger. Just as Luo Qianxue was about to explain the misunderstanding, Yifeng told Xiaoxue to escort the sect master out of the forge. A battle is inevitable soon. The next moment, the bloodthirsty mantis suddenly leaped into action. It instantly locked Luo Qianxue in a chokehold and flew away with her. Yifeng completely dropped his act. He shouted, you old fool. How dare you steal my master's things in broad daylight, and even try to hurt her? What the hell? Who gave you the courage, old man? Chu Xiaoxiao, hearing Yifeng insult her grandfather, instantly turned into a raging fire. But Chu Hongshan stopped her. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Young man, you're quite something. This left Chu Xiaoxiao completely baffled. Grandpa, have you gone mad from anger? He just insulted you, and you're praising him? Chu Hongshan explained his reasoning. If my granddaughter also had a disciple who would risk everything to protect her, I would be very happy too. At this moment, the bloodthirsty mantis returned. Master, the task is done. I've set up a barrier to isolate the sect master outside. Chu Hongshan said, I admit, your beast is indeed strong. But what if my strength surpasses his? How will you handle that? Yifeng suggested the old man make a bet with him. Chu Hongshan was amused. What's the bet? Yifeng bet that even if Chu Hongshan used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to harm him at all. The bloodthirsty mantis, watching from the side, secretly laughed. Another fool who's about to get played. Chu Hongshan exclaimed, interesting. You're quite to my liking, kid, but I wonder if you can take a hit. Since you have the guts to say such things, I assume you have some strength to back it up. Chu Hongshan threw a powerful punch. The sheer force of the punch shattered the ground. Though the attack was fierce, the result was laughable. His powerful fist was stopped mid-air. With just a single finger, a skinny, one-armed man slowly emerged from behind Yifeng. He laughed maniacally. Finally, it's my turn. The man, born with only one arm, could suppress a cultivation expert with a single finger. But today, he was disobedient, rebelling against his master, and was immediately subdued by Yifeng using a fishing net. Just now, Chu Tianhong's attack was stopped with a single finger. The man smirked. With a flick of his middle finger, he sent Chu Tianhong flying. With just a casual gesture, he completely overwhelmed the cultivation expert, even to the point of instant defeat. One of the members of the Spendthrift Guard, the one-armed man, he asked, Master, should we start slaughtering the city? If needed, I can wipe out the entire city in an instant. Yifeng realized this guy was a troublemaker. He said, are you here to protect or to slaughter? But the one-armed man didn't listen. His eyes turned fierce, staring intently at Chu Tianhong. So, who tried to harm my master? Don't worry. I won't kill you outright. Instead, I'll slice you up and turn you into a head-only specimen. This terrified the grandfather and granddaughter. This man is too strong, and his cruelty is beyond imagination. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly explained, this is a misunderstanding. Your master Luo Qianxue is my best friend, and my grandfather didn't mean to harm her. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qianxue yourself. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. This is no joking matter. I need to clarify this. He told the bloodthirsty mantis to go ask his master. Remember, don't let her in. To avoid seeing the gruesome scene, a few minutes later, the bloodthirsty mantis returned. Master, it seems we made a mistake. The sect master calls the old man Grandpa Chu. It must be a misunderstanding. He even played a recording of Luo Qianxue's voice. But the one-armed man wasn't satisfied. He urged Yifeng, regardless of the misunderstanding, anyone who dares to attack you must die. The one-armed man smirked. Master, you're too kind. Just as the one-armed man was about to continue speaking, a sudden change caught him off guard. He was completely unprepared. Yifeng's expression had changed. He looked at the one-armed man. Were you just telling me what to do? At this moment, the one-armed man, trapped in the fishing net, showed a hint of fear. Seeing the man's defiance, Yifeng asked the system, what should be done with unruly members of the Spendthrift Guard? The system's response was simple. Execute immediately. Eliminate on the spot. Now, the one-armed man began to panic. He shouted, Master, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Yifeng coldly walked up to him and said slowly, I'll give you one chance to live. Follow me now. Looking at this man who had seemed harmless just moments ago, but had now turned so cold, the one-armed man was utterly terrified. The spendthrift man, having just finished fighting, called it a misunderstanding, and even took out a hefty sum of hush money, warning the grandfather and granddaughter not to leak anything, or next time, they'll really die. The one-armed man was taken to a dark room by Yifeng. Yifeng asked him to explain the situation with the Spendthrift Guard. The one-armed man didn't dare hide anything. He said, including myself, there are only 10 official members, but to join the guard, you must first pass a test. Not only that, even after joining, you must undergo regular assessments. If you fail, you'll be mercilessly eliminated. The task of the Spendthrift Guard is simple. Just one. Protect the master's safety, even if it costs our lives. We will never betray or flee. Yifeng finally understood a bit more. He decided to give this troublemaker one more chance. If he dares to defy me again, I'll make him die on the spot. The one-armed man didn't expect that after making such a big mistake, his master would... This left him stunned. After recovering, he thanked his master for sparing his life, then tore open space and retreated. Yifeng asked the system, what exactly is the Spendthrift Guard? The system clearly didn't want to explain, and simply gave up, but Yifeng knew. The guard isn't just made up of strong, armored men. Its members are likely a bizarre mix. I imagine the other members won't be much different. After a while, Yifeng slowly walked out. He smiled apologetically at the two. Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. He even took out hush money on the spot. Just forget the unpleasantness. And these 5 pieces of golden silkworm star, or are yours? Chu Xiaoxiao asked Yifeng. Who are you? What's your purpose in getting close to my best friend, Luo Qianxue? If you don't explain clearly, I won't let this go. But then, she was grabbed by her grandfather's rough hand. Chu Tianhong smiled and said, I understand. Yifeng said, Good that you understand. Then he told the bloodthirsty mantis, go and invite my master in. Chu Xiaoxiao questioned her grandfather. Why did you stop me earlier? Chu Tianhong explained. We just need to know he won't harm Qianxue. That's enough. Other matters are unnecessary. Now, let's help them forge the hoes and knives. Chu Xiaoxiao knew the situation was beyond her control. She could only silently accept it. But thinking about this smirking man, she secretly vowed, this isn't over. I'll follow my best friend to the sect. And keep an eye on this. I refuse to believe I can't see through him. At this moment, Luo Qianxue arrived. She asked, what were you all doing just now? Yifeng said, it was all a misunderstanding. Nothing serious. He even shifted the blame to the bloodthirsty mantis. Xiaoxue sensed danger earlier and rushed over. But now, the misunderstanding is cleared up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Watching Yifeng leave, Chu Tianhong smiled. Qianxue, my girl, you have a good disciple. By the way, what's this about an honorary elder you mentioned earlier? As far as I know, the Star Sect doesn't have anyone called an honorary elder. Hearing this, Ruo Qianxue immediately looked embarrassed. Her man spends money on cultivation. His wealth knows no bounds. Today, he conquered another rough, 80-year-old Iron Man. Even more exaggerated, it was a buy-one-get-one deal. The old man even packaged his granddaughter, ready to gift her to the man. Just now, Luo Qianxue blushed shyly and stammered, honorary elder. He's his direct disciple. Chu Tianhong exclaimed in disbelief. No way, those 5 old fogies shouldn't be so absurd. Does this person have some special talent? Chu Xiaoxiao was shocked. Wouldn't my best friend have to respectfully call him Elder Yi? How on earth did he manage this? Ruo Qianxue felt even more embarrassed to speak. Because he's rich, he contributed 100 million top-grade spirit crystals, allowing the Star Sect to splurge recklessly. Chu Tianhong's jaw dropped. 100 million top-grade spirit stones? That's quite a lot. It's indeed not a small amount. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao added, Grandpa, it's spirit crystals, not spirit stones. Chu Tianhong glared at his sharp-tongued granddaughter. How could you make an 80-year-old man face such a harsh truth? But then he thought, and his eyes lit up. He asked Luo Qianxue, Grandpa Chu has treated you like his own granddaughter all these years. From now on, why don't you and Xiaoxiao? Chu Tianhong didn't finish his sentence, leaving the rest for Luo Qianxue to figure out. Luo Qianxue knew exactly what he meant, but our sect already has more elders than disciples. If we take in more, it'll really become a retirement home. Chu Tianhong saw her hesitation and thought he hadn't made himself clear. Luo Qianxue was nervous and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Chu Tianhong smiled. I'm a 9th-grade alchemist, with an extensive network. Joining your sect would be a great deal. This made Luo Qianxue pause. She thought, oh no, this is the feeling of being tempted. Sure enough, his words immediately got a response. Grandpa Chu, from now on, the sect's alchemy will be entrusted to you. Since the sect is already chaotic, we might as well go all out. Chu Tianhong immediately showed a wise smile. So, it's settled then? The most confused was Chu Xiaoxiao, who was inexplicably packed up and taken away. At the same time, on the tower of Tufeng City, countless cultivators gathered. Each one had a kind expression, while the crowd below whispered among themselves. Who are these people? Their aura is so overwhelming. Aren't they afraid of provoking public anger? One person told him to be quiet. A trash cultivator like you wouldn't understand. Don't you see the crescent moon on their cloaks? These are the top experts from Moonlit Manor. Rumor has it that Manor Lord Zhang Shufeng has successfully overcome the first heavenly tribulation. His strength far surpasses other tribulation transcendence experts. At this moment, Zhang Shufeng, standing midair, ordered, move out at full speed. The reason for his fury was that his son, Zhang Heng, had been killed. Today, whoever dares to kill my son, no matter who they are, will die. The Moonlit Manor group marched with great momentum, shouting, blood for blood, avenge the young master, kill, kill, kill. The man had no sense of restraint. Every time he shops, prices skyrocket. After spending 3 million, he told the vendor, his goods were actually worth about 100 million. This reckless move completely provoked the vendor's murderous intent. Meanwhile, Yifeng wandered aimlessly on the road, saying he was bored. His urge to splurge was acting up. The bloodthirsty mantis knew its master loved spending money. Taking him shopping for fun might not interest him much. Suddenly, it had an idea. Master, there's a fair... There seemed to be a lot of strange and unique things there. This made Yifeng's eyes light up. The items themselves aren't important. As long as I can splurge, it's fine. Near the north gate of Zifeng City, on the bustling merchant street, Yifeng immediately heard the noise as soon as he arrived. Step right up, don't miss out. High quality, low prices, honest business. You won't regret it. No scams here. A flirtatious woman immediately asked Yifeng, wanna relax a bit? An old man selling fake medicine shouted, miracle pills, cures all ailments. Yifeng and Xiaoxue were startled by the enthusiastic vendors. Then, they began their spending spree. Yifeng, with his immense strength, picked up a weapon. It looks good, but it's too heavy. Just then, The system's voice rang out. Discovered Heavenly Dao Token. Random task activated. Purchase the achievement token containing the Heavenly Dao Token. Success reward, 100 points. Failure penalty, deduct 100 points. You may refuse. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then frantically began searching. Where is it? Where is it? Soon, he spotted it in a corner, at an inconspicuous vendor's stall. Yifeng asked, how much for this token? The vendor, Xiao Ming, secretly smiled. Finally, a big sucker had taken the bait. He said with a grin, young master, you have a good eye. This is the most valuable item in my entire stall. Back then, I almost died in the Heavenly Dao battlefield, just to get this token. Yifeng looked impatient. Stop wasting time. Just give me the price. Xiao Ming, with a straight face, quoted a price for the token, which was normally worth 50 with free shipping. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Yifeng laughed. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? All this fuss for just 3 million? That's way too cheap. Xiao Ming was stunned. What did this guy mean? If you think it's too expensive, we can negotiate. He explained, young master, the price might be a bit high, but Yifeng didn't bother haggling. He tossed out 3 million and said, I'll take it. This shocked Xiao Ming. It's a deal, without even bargaining? He thought, this token must have some big secret. He then asked Yifeng, now that the deal is done, can you give me a hint? How much is this thing really? Yifeng told him, this thing is very useful to me. Even if it were 300 million top-grade spirit stones, if you dared to quote that price, I would have bought it without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiao Ming experienced a life-changing moment. 300 million top-grade spirit stones, gone. His eyes turned cold. If you're not ruthless, you won't survive. This kind of loss is unacceptable. These two aren't leaving today. Today, these two won't get away. The man finally got what was coming to him. They came for his 3 million, but the spendthrift man only prepared 2,000 for the robbers. Just as Yifeng took 2 steps, Xiao Ming, behind him, didn't bother hiding his murderous intent. Xiao Shui warned Yifeng, that guy behind us has a strong killing intent. It looks like we've been targeted. Yifeng asked, really? Hearing that someone wanted to kill him, Yifeng was thrilled. He decided to book a luxury room, clean his neck, and wait for the robbers to come. His master's bizarre logic left the bloodthirsty mantis utterly confused. Being targeted and still so happy? Even if the opponent is weak, this is too much. An hour later, Xiao Ming found his boss, Hu Tu, and told him, the target's assets are definitely over 100 million, and the token he bought seems to have some secret. Hu Tu, the rogue cultivator, warned Xiao Ming, if this intel isn't accurate this time, your ass is mine. Then, the two headed to the Heavenly Blessing Inn, but as soon as they reached the door, they heard some unusual sounds. A voice inside said, Master, you can't do this. This is too much. Too much? Looks like you're too inexperienced. The two robbers were momentarily stunned. Luffy, he started imagining the scene in his mind, the scene inside the room. At this moment, Xiao Shui asked the master, are you using 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to deal with the robbers? Isn't that too humiliating? Yifeng, who treasures wealth, spoke up, dream on. If they take these 2,000 spirit stones, they won't live to spend them. Although I'm known for being wasteful and having no bottom line, if I don't want to give it to them, no one can take it from me. I'll give them hope first, and then crush it completely. The bloodthirsty mantis thought to himself, what kind of heartless playboy talk is this? The next moment, the door was blasted open. 2 cannon fodders made a grand entrance. They shouted, Fubalek, room inspection, now, everyone, hands on your heads. Yifeng smiled and said, I knew you two were coming. Here's a little something I prepared. Not too much, not too little, just right. The robbers were stunned. What the hell is this? 2,000 low-grade spirit stones? This is downright disrespectful. Only 2,000? Are you kidding me? Even his dog eats more than 2,000 worth of food a day. Yifeng asked, did I give too little? This made them even angrier. You spend 3 million without hesitation when buying things, but when robbed, you give this? Yifeng's face turned red with embarrassment. He argued with the system, asking it to see that he had only given this much. It's definitely not enough. Now, as a spendthrift tycoon, I'm being stingy, and even the robbers are disgusted. The spendthrift man is completely ruined. His senior sister even offered to give him her glamour photos. My senior sister has no bottom line. She even offered to help him relieve his stress. But what scared him the most were these 3 rough old men. At this moment, the robbers were getting impatient. They demanded Yifeng hand over 3 million, or else they'd kill him. Yifeng told them to shut up first. Wait, or you won't even know how you'll die. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. 2 golden arms grabbed the robbers' heads. With a squelch, their heads were crushed instantly. The golden armored guard said, how dare you try to rob my master? Yifeng asked the system, what's going on? I wasn't even threatened. Why did he come out and kill them? The system told Yifeng, as a spendthrift tycoon, your first robbery is of great significance. You can't let these weaklings tarnish your record of extravagance. These guys aren't even worthy of being recorded in your spendthrift history. Yifeng was furious. Xiao Shui asked Master, aren't you taking the spirit stones? Yifeng told her to throw away the trash and return to the sect. Seeing Yifeng was truly angry, the system quickly made amends. It compensated him with 100,000 spendthrift points, rewarded him with a 9-tier 1,000 feather sword formation, and a 9-dragon heavenly cauldron. The 1,000 feather sword formation, when activated, gathers spiritual energy within its range, condensing it into 1,000 swords that autonomously attack all living beings within the formation. The 9-dragon heavenly cauldron contains 9 demon dragon souls and refines countless spiritual herbs, absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy to create divine pills. Seeing the system's sincerity, Yifeng instantly forgave it. Moments later, back at the Soul Star sect, Yifeng was stunned. Deafening wails echoed from inside. Yifeng looked and saw. The training ground was unusually lively today. 3 old men were sitting there. Old Bai said disdainfully, ancient prodigy, did you not eat? When sparring, you must go all out, fist to flesh, and convert with love. Old Xia directly ordered Long Wufeng to swing his sword 10,000 times. Yifeng, hiding in the corner, shivered. He thought, what the hell is going on? Yifeng suddenly popped his head out and was spotted by his junior brother, Wufeng. The group seemed to have seen their savior. Long Wufeng shouted, senior brother, save us. Junior brother is about to die. The 3 elders of the East Gate have gone mad. The 5 prodigies saw Yifeng and shed tears. They shouted, little junior brother, if you had come any later, we would have died here. The crowd asked Yifeng if he wanted the secret manual. If you don't mind, senior sister's photo album, I can give you a set. Save senior sister. And tonight, 5th senior sister will help you relieve some stress. Long Wufeng could only cry silently. He told his senior brother, tonight, I can help massage your legs. At this moment, 3 burly men slowly approached. Each of them glared at Yifeng with malicious intent. This made Yifeng feel a chill down his spine. He said, to be continued. A man just mentioned his hemorrhoids acting up, and it actually attracted a cultivation expert. They crafted a golden treatment chair for him. Being stared at by the 3, Yifeng felt a great fear. Elder Bai walked over. He slowly said, now, let's arrange Yifeng's training program. Yifeng immediately shouted, I don't want to train. Hearing this, the 3 elders chuckled darkly. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Elder Bai told Yifeng, it's getting cold. You need to nourish yourself more. Elder Xia asked, your legs must be sore from traveling, right? Only Luo Kai was shocked. What's going on? Weren't they planning to make Yifeng participate in the training? Elder Liang laughed. Kid, you're still too naive. With your intelligence, you still want to compete for the wealth god eagle? Go back and play with mud. Luo Kai was furious. Fine. You want to play like this? Let's play. In an instant, Yifeng let out a scream. He asked, I was doing just fine. Why did you suddenly lift me up? Chin Hao you watched and found it thrilling. No special treatment for the little junior brother. This is the upright Elder Luo we know. Elder Luo's righteous actions instantly earned everyone's admiration. Yifeng was thrown into the air. Luo Kai unleashed a series of powerful palm strikes below. Moments later, he panted heavily and said, Yifeng, come here and experience this. Being a dirt pile is too lowly. Just now, I used a palm strike to turn it into dust. Elder Xia sneered. This kid clearly landed over a dozen palm strikes secretly. Stop pretending. Do you think I'm blind? Stop showing off. Do you think I'm blind? Yifeng realized they had made a chair for him. He was really scared for a moment, but Luo Kai's actions instantly drew countless disdainful looks. Luo Kai said, what are you all standing around for? Keep sparring. Hearing sparring, Yifeng immediately thought of something. He asked the system, can the power of the 100-faced 1,000 feathers array be adjusted? Yes, the duration can be up to 10. But for non-hosts, they need to perform a blood oath to control its power. Luo Kai and the others looked at the item Yifeng pulled out of his pocket, their faces filled with confusion. Yifeng explained, if we're sparring, brothers, why not use the 9-rank killing array chest for training? This thing can adjust its power. Chen Haoyu was dumbfounded. He scolded, little junior brother, we tolerated your wastefulness, but can you at least act like a human? This thing can even kill someone at the tribulation transcendent stage. Do you want senior sister to die young? You're amazing. You're noble, but instead of helping, you're screwing us over. Luo Kai looked at the array chests and felt a bit embarrassed. He told Yifeng, isn't this a bit too much? Don't be so ruthless. We just wanted to mess with them, not kill them outright. But Yifeng took out the 1,000 feathers array chests. He shouted, Elder Luo, your vision is too narrow. Your mindset is too small. The upright senior brother reported the wasteful man to the higher-ups, but the wasteful man just whispered something in his ear, and instantly, he transformed into a patriot. He declared, I don't eat beef. Now, Luo Kai watched as Yifeng screwed over his teammates, breaking out in a cold sweat. But Yifeng argued, I'm doing this for the future of the sect. The suffering of my senior brothers and sisters will not be in vain. Yifeng continued, this is all for the sake of the sect's future. The hardships of my senior brothers and sisters will not be wasted. Although they are the ones suffering, I also feel tormented inside. Luo Kai told Yifeng to stop the act. Even if it's a bit over the top, it's just a formation flag. Just endure it and it'll pass. Senior sister is crying. This is going to be the death of him. Chun Haoyu told him. Junior brother has already shown mercy. Luckily, he only took one formation flag, but the next second, he was proven wrong. Yifeng told them, one formation flag can only last for 10 hours. He was afraid it wouldn't be enough, so he prepared more. The eldest brother immediately took out the Chuan-in token, calling the sect leader for help. He really couldn't stay in the soul sect any longer, but just as he connected the call and before he could speak, Yifeng placed a hand on his shoulder. He asked the eldest brother if he wanted to be a patriot. If he cut off the call now, he would be responsible for supervising the others. The Chuan-in token on the other end urgently asked what was happening, and if they still needed help. The next moment, with a crunch, the Chuan-in token was crushed into pieces. Now, Chun Haoyu was the patriot of the cultivation world. Guiding his juniors was his duty. Meanwhile, sect leader Ruo Wuming's face darkened. He hesitated whether to go and pick them up. The elder asked what they should do about the situation. Ruo Wuming said it was nothing serious, just that the disciples wanted to return. Luo Tianqing was furious. Such a big matter, and they didn't report it earlier? Ruo Wuming was stunned. How could this be considered a big deal? Luo Tianqing then told them. His friend Bai Gang had come to the sect, but hadn't been able to meet Yifeng. Now, he would take them to meet him. Any objections? He then whispered to them to watch their words, as there were outsiders present. The other elders were furious, but didn't dare to speak up. No wonder Bai Gang had been staying for so long, without being allowed to leave. So this was their plan all along. Shameless and despicable. Seeing that no one dared to object, Luo Tianqing immediately took off. Bai Gang told him to slow down. He had already seen his great-grandmother waving at him. Luo Tianqing quickly slammed on the brakes, causing Bai Gang to nearly vomit. He was speechless, asking if they were in such a hurry to reincarnate. And could someone explain why they were dressed like beggars, wearing such shabby clothes? Luo Tianqing told him he didn't understand. These weren't beggar clothes, but victory robes. What kind of victory robes look like this? Today, Luo Tianqing was determined to be ruthless. He promised to refine pills, but instead took out a divine dragon cauldron. Luo Tianqing told Bai Gang, the pure spirit incense they had been using daily was given by Yifeng, and he obtained it by wearing these. Bai Gang immediately asked Luo Tianqing to give him a set of these clothes. Meanwhile, the senior brothers and sisters of the soul sect were nearly exhausted. Senior sister cried out that she couldn't take it anymore. The juniors cursed the eldest brother for being heartless, choosing to be a patriot. Now, all the pressure fell on the eldest brother. Extreme pressure can change a person. Long Wufeng was so scared he cried. He realized how much the eldest brother cared for him. Yifeng told him not to misunderstand. He called him over to ask something. Hearing that he had to go back, he was stunned. Did the eldest brother call him out to ask about pill refining? Yifeng laughed, saying he was clever to guess correctly. Long Wufeng hugged his leg, about to speak, but Elder Xia kicked him back into the formation, telling him to continue training in the killing array. After all, he was a 9th grade alchemist. Yifeng was surprised and thanked Elder Xia. In the office, Elder Xia asked Yifeng what the cauldron was called. The 9 Dragons Heaven-Burning Cauldron, refining countless spiritual herbs and burning heavenly energy, creating divine elixirs. Elder Xia was dumbfounded after hearing this. Could Yifeng have been scammed? Burning heavenly energy? What a load of nonsense. He sneered. Refining heavenly spiritual herbs requires at least a heavenly grade cauldron. Otherwise, it would explode. And to absorb heavenly energy, the cauldron must have a spirit. Yifeng looked smug, believing that this cauldron was beyond heavenly grade. He told Elder Xia to watch closely. The next moment, dragon roars echoed as a golden dragon soared into the sky. This astonishing phenomenon immediately caught everyone's attention. It was a sea of flames burning the heavens. A dragon's might stood above the soul sect. Ruo Qinxue was shocked. This was a dragon soul cauldron. How could it appear in the summer realm? Yifeng told the little golden dragon to stop and return to the cauldron. Seeing the phenomenon Yifeng had just caused, Elder Xia was utterly shocked. Sect leader Ruo Qinxue even grabbed a knife, ready to scold the wasteful man. The reason? The wasteful man wanted to use the divine dragon cauldron to roast a whole lamb. Yifeng looked at the cauldron and thought it was amazing. Now, whenever he wanted barbecue, he had the perfect tool. The only downside was how much energy it consumed. Elder Xia, standing nearby, felt utterly speechless. I knew you'd use this cauldron for something ridiculous. Such a powerful dragon spirit, and you're wasting it like this. As Elder Xia lamented, Ruo Qinxue rushed over from the main hall. She flew over in a hurry. Yifeng, I knew only you could cause such a commotion. Tell me, was that dragon spirit released from the cauldron in your hands? Yifeng grinned and nodded proudly, even inviting his master to try it out. Ruo Qinxue didn't hesitate and immediately poured her spiritual energy into the cauldron. However, the energy disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea, with no reaction at all. Ruo Qinxue was stunned. Could it be that you've already bonded with this cauldron? Yi Feng nodded, but complained that the cauldron consumed too much energy. In just a moment, his spiritual energy was completely drained. Ruo Qianxue was shocked. She couldn't believe Yi Feng had gained the cauldron's recognition. In just the short time, Yi Feng had released the dragon spirit. It could have leveled the entire soul sect. Even a powerhouse who had survived 9 heavenly tribulations would have been sent flying by its power. As Ruo Qianxue pondered, Elder Xia floated around like a ghost, startling her. She quickly asked Elder Xia if something was wrong. Elder Xia didn't hold back, saying, "Sect leader, you need to discipline Yi Feng. He wants to use this divine cauldron as a barbecue grill. This is a complete waste of a treasure." Ruo Qianxue was equally appalled, calling Yi Feng a spendthrift for not cherishing such a precious artifact. When Yi Feng mentioned that the cauldron could roast an entire lamb, Ruo Qianxue immediately scolded him. "Do you even know how powerful this cauldron is? With it, you could travel the entire profound heaven continent without fear." As Ruo Qianxue continued, Yi Feng interrupted her, saying, "Master, you know me. I'm not interested in fighting. All I care about now is eating." Ruo Qianxue was almost speechless. "Yi Feng, this cauldron can help you refine supreme pills, and even annihilate enemies in the future. Such a precious divine tool. And you're treating it like a kitchen utensil. With it, you could travel the profound heaven continent without fear." As Ruo Qianxue was about to say more, Yi Feng interrupted her, saying, No, master. You know me. I'm not interested in fighting. All I care about now is eating." Ruo Qianxue was almost at her wit's end. "Yi Feng, this cauldron can help you refine supreme pills, and even annihilate enemies in the future. Such a precious divine tool. And you're treating it like a kitchen utensil. You must make good use of him." But when Yi Feng heard this, he lay on the edge, pretending to be deaf and mute in front of Ruo Qianxue. He even had the audacity to ask his master, "What do you want to test tonight?" At this moment, Ruo Qianxue, seeing Yi Feng's stubbornness, could no longer hold back. He immediately drew a sharp sword, intending to strike his rebellious disciple. Elder Xia, seeing this, quickly intervened to stop him, shouting repeatedly for Yi Feng to run away. Seeing the situation, Yi Feng quickly complied, waving at the two of them, and without a word, immediately fled. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the main hall of the Xinyan sect in the Tianhua realm, the long-unseen fatty Li Fei was lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He kept muttering, "Master, this disciple is wrong." Sect leader Sun Tianyu, sitting above, upon hearing Li Fei's words, coldly said, "You dare to go to the heavenly Dao battlefield without permission? You really have some nerve. And this isn't the first time. If I hadn't discovered it this time, I can't imagine how long you would have kept hiding it." Li Fei, lying on the repeatedly saying, "Master, please don't come any closer. This disciple knows he's wrong." But Sun Tianyu paid no attention to his pleas. Just as Li Fei was begging for mercy, Sun Tianyu's large hand came down on Li Fei's head. Without a word, he lifted the 200-pound fatty into the air. This terrified Li Fei, who kept shouting, "It hurts. It hurts." Sun Tianyu, ignoring Li Fei's cries, on the verge of exploding, immediately issued a confinement order. "Li Fei, from today onward, until you break through to the foundation establishment stage, I forbid you from taking even a step outside the sect." Just as Sun Tianyu was sternly lecturing Li Fei, a loud voice echoed from outside the hall, "Ha ha ha. Which esteemed sword Dao master has come to visit our Xinyan sect? I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." As soon as the words fell, the Xinyan sect's grand elder, Wang Qingshan, suddenly appeared in the hall. When Wang Qingshan saw the sword aura emanating from Li Fei, he was utterly shocked. Sun Tianyu, seeing the Grand Elder's arrival, immediately released Li Fei, and asked in confusion, "Grand Elder, why are you here? And today, our sect hasn't hosted any sword Dao masters." Wang Qingshan, hearing this, grew impatient. "You don't know anything. Quick, let Li Fei explain why he has such a pure death sword aura on him." Sun Tianyu, hearing this, immediately turned to look at Li Fei, who was writhing on the ground. "Speak up, Li Fei. What have you done? Weren't you the one who hated sword cultivation the most? How did you end up with this sword aura?" Li Fei, who, realizing he could no longer hide the truth, finally spilled everything like beans from a basket. "The origin of this sword aura dates back to when I was on the heavenly Dao battlefield and met a prodigal son. We teamed up, and one day, after completing a monster hunt, while resting, I casually mentioned how much I hated sword cultivation." Hearing this, he suddenly pulled out a pile of death sword fragments and forced them onto me. I resisted, but the more I said no, the more he insisted, shoving them onto me even harder. After fitting the 10,000th piece, I finally understood the essence of this deathly suggestion. Hearing this, Wang Qingshan was immediately dumbfounded. He never expected things to turn out this way. Cuckoo Wang, I've been comprehending the heavenly sword intent for 60 years, yet in the end, I couldn't match your few minutes of understanding. Beside him, Sun Onyu was also filled with shock and disbelief. Then, with a serious expression, he turned to Li Fei and said, "Tell me, Li Fei, are you thinking now?" Hearing his master's question, Li Fei answered without hesitation. "Master, ancestor, I've made up my mind. From now on, I will avoid anything related to swordsmanship. This way, over time, I will surely forget all about that sword intent. In short, being ordinary makes me happy." Hearing Li Fei's words, Wang Qingshan could no longer hold back. He grabbed a whip and started lashing at Li Fei. After the chaotic scuffle, Wang Qingshan, without a word, dragged Li Fei toward his training ground. Meanwhile, Li Fei kept insisting to his master, "I won't practice swordsmanship." Seeing this, Sun Onyu smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Hee, our sect will prosper for another few hundred years." At the same time, elsewhere, inside the Star Soul sect, Yifeng, who was sleeping on his bed, seemed to sense something, and suddenly sneezed violently. Waking up, he muttered to himself, "Damn it! Who is it that disturbed my dream with the 7 fairies?" As Yifeng continued to grumble, the system suddenly delivered some good news. Ding! Today's items have been refreshed. Today's squander item, Heavenly Grade Cauldron and Stone Statue. When Yifeng saw today's squander item, he was almost stunned. How am I supposed to... As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered Elder Xia mentioning that there were fewer than 5 Heavenly Grade Cauldrons in the Xintian continent. With that in mind, he thought he could still squander it. As Yifeng was plotting, Luo Qianxue kicked open the door to Yifeng's room. Yifeng was utterly panicked, unable to understand why his beautiful master would break his door early in the morning. Luo Qianxue, on the other hand, was furious. She angrily questioned Yifeng. "You rebellious disciple, why did you leave that heavenly grade cauldron in the courtyard? I thought something major had happened." Hearing this, Yifeng replied helplessly, "Master, that broken cauldron, I left it in the courtyard because I thought it was already generous of me. Do you expect me to enshrine it, or something?" Luo Qianxue, hearing this, was at a loss for words. A cauldron of this level should indeed be enshrined. Isn't that the proper thing to do? Seeing Luo Qianxue about to say more, Yifeng quickly changed the subject. All right, master, let's not worry about that broken cauldron outside. I have something more important to discuss with you. Hypothetically, if I had 10 heavenly grade cauldrons, how do you think I should squander them?" Hearing this, Luo Qianxue was instantly enraged. You dare ask me hypothetical questions? Do you think I don't know you by now? Whenever you ask about something, every time, he fails to squander it. Thinking of this, Luo Qianxue angrily turned and left. Seeing this, Yifeng felt a little helpless, but as Luo Qianxue was about to leave, he quickly followed behind her. "Master, where are you going? You haven't given me a good suggestion for my question yet." However, Luo Qianxue ignored Yifeng's question. After walking out of the courtyard, she leaped into the air and flew away without stopping. A few minutes later, outside the Star Soul sect's Moonfall Peak, Elder Xia was wiping a large cauldron while humming a tune. At that moment, he noticed out of the corner of his eye Luo Qianxue storming toward him with an angry expression. Curious, he asked, "Sect leader, are you going out to buy spirit herbs?" Hearing Elder Xia's question, Luo Qianxue replied irritably, "Honestly." Elder Xia, oblivious to her mood, continued, "I bought a batch of spirit herbs a few days ago. We shouldn't be short of them." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue was utterly speechless. Frustrated, she quickly changed her answer, saying she was going out to buy ores. Seeing Luo Qianxue's dark expression, Elder Xia finally realized something was wrong. He then asked, "Sect leader, did Yifeng upset you again?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered, "Oh no, I almost forgot. It must be Yifeng's squandering time again." Thinking this, Elder Xia quickly turned and ran away. Hearing Elder Xia's words, Luo Qianxue trembled with anger. After some time, Elder Xia arrived at the courtyard and saw Yifeng digging the ground. He hurriedly said, "Stop. Such manual labor isn't for a young man like you. It should be done by an energetic old man like me." Without waiting for Yifeng's reply, Elder Xia grabbed the shovel from his hands and started digging vigorously. Yifeng was left stunned by this scene. Before long, Elder Xia had dug a huge pit. Stopping to catch his breath, Elder Xia asked, "Yifeng, why are you digging such a deep pit?" Hearing the question, Yifeng didn't explain much. Instead, he pulled out a large alchemy cauldron from his spatial storage. Seeing this, Elder Xia was utterly shocked. At that moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. Yifeng had casually pulled out a heavenly grade cauldron. Trembling, Elder Xia asked Yifeng, what are you planning to do with this cauldron? Yifeng replied that he wanted to use the cauldron as a makeshift outhouse over the pit. Hearing this, Elder Xia couldn't hold back. As a 9th grade alchemist, he immediately declared he would beat Yifeng to tears. Elder Xia was furious. When he heard Yifeng wanted to use the cauldron as a toilet, he couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to teach Yifeng a lesson, Luo Qianxue suddenly appeared from the shadows. She grabbed Elder Xia and pleaded, please, show mercy. After all, he is my direct disciple. However, Elder Xia was still fuming. He shouted, sect leader, let go. I'm going to beat this squanderer to death. Yifeng, this scoundrel is clearly insulting my profession. Seeing this familiar scene, Yifeng suddenly realized something and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of plot twist is this? Without hesitation, Yifeng decided to run away. Elder Xia, wait a moment. I'll have junior brother Wu Feng come and handle this. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue was utterly speechless. Good heavens, Yifeng, this scoundrel, is even scheming against his own junior brother. Is he trying to wipe out the only 2 alchemists in our sect? Elder Xia, standing beside Luo Qianxue, kept complaining, sect leader, look, just look. What has Yifeng become under your guidance? Hearing this, Luo Qianxue was also filled with indignation. Humph, Elder Xia, who was it that stopped me when I wanted to teach him a lesson yesterday? Elder Xia was stunned by her words. Damn it, so you came here specifically to ambush me? Luo Qianxue didn't deny it. Instead, she smiled and said, Elder Xia, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. You can stay here and wait patiently. A few minutes later, Long Wufeng arrived cheerfully at Elder Xia's location. After approaching, he asked Elder Xia, are you here to help build the outhouse too? Hearing this, Elder Xia felt a sense of foreboding. Hee, you may be smiling now, but you'll be crying later. As Elder Xia was lost in his thoughts, Long Wufeng, seeing through his intentions, delivered a fatal blow. Elder Xia, are you waiting for the heavenly grade cauldron? Hearing this, Elder Xia was utterly shocked. Damn it, Long, how did you know? And aren't you upset that Yifeng wants to use a top-grade cauldron as an outhouse? Long Wufeng, hearing this, replied smugly, Elder Xia, of course, I know about it. Senior brother Yifeng just gave me one. Before coming here, I even used it to raise fish. Hearing this, Elder Xia felt a surge of anger. Truly, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and the son of a rat. Who would have thought that you, with your honest appearance, would betray the cause? Long Wufeng, oblivious to Elder Xia's mood, replied, Elder Xia, you're mistaken. It's more like birds of a feather flock together. Elder Xia couldn't hold back any longer. Get out of here. Do you think I don't know that? Although Elder Xia told Long Wufeng to leave, he was the one who staggered away. As he left, he muttered to himself, there are only 2 alchemists in the sect. The junior brother gets one, but as an elder, I get nothing. With such unfair treatment, perhaps it's better for me to leave early. As Elder Xia returned to his quarters, ready to pack up and return to the auction house, Chu Gongshan, who shared the courtyard with him, suddenly spoke up. Elder Xia, that's a heavenly grade cauldron. How can you just leave it lying around in the courtyard? Elder Xia was puzzled at first, but then he realized something and became overjoyed. When Elder Xia rushed to the courtyard, he was moved to tears. There, in his courtyard, stood a gleaming golden cauldron. Seeing this, Elder Xia gently caressed the cauldron. Chu Gongshan, standing nearby, quickly asked Elder Xia, can I borrow the cauldron for research? Elder Xia replied smugly, Elder Chu, what are you saying? Take this piece of junk if you want. Otherwise, I was planning to use it to raise fish in the courtyard. Hearing this, Chu Gongshan couldn't hold back. He picked up the cauldron and rushed out of the courtyard. When he reached an open area, what he saw left him utterly stunned. Before him stood a whole row of heavenly grade cauldrons. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, there are so many top-grade cauldrons here. What's the point of me researching them? Chu Hongshan was utterly baffled. Before him lay 7 heavenly grade cauldrons. This made him question whether there was any need for him to study such things. As he was deep in self-doubt, Yifeng suddenly popped his head out of one of the cauldrons. Startled, Chu Hongshan exclaimed, Yifeng, what are you doing hiding inside the cauldron? You nearly scared this old man to death. Hearing this, Yifeng, instead of apologizing, asked weakly, Elder Chu, as one of the top alchemists on the continent, how do you think I should use these heavenly grade cauldrons? To squander them properly? Chu Gongshan was stunned by the question. Good heavens, you hid inside just to think about this? And I'm just an old man who forges weapons and armor. Squandering is something an alchemist like me wouldn't understand. Yifeng, hearing this, immediately perked up when Chu Hongshan mentioned weapons and armor. His eyes sparkled as he quickly jumped out of the cauldron. He thanked Chu Hongshan and told him to pick any one of the 7 cauldrons. Chu Hongshan, confused, waved his hand and said, I'm just an alchemist. What would I do with a cauldron? Am I supposed to fight with it? Yi Feng, hearing this, immediately became excited. Elder Chu, you're amazing. You hit the nail on the head again. Elder Chu, look at this heavenly grade cauldron. It can attack, defend, and is versatile. Isn't it the perfect weapon for a brute? Chu Gongshan was slightly moved, but still retorted, even if that's true, no one would treat such a precious treasure like this. Hearing this, Yi Feng immediately began persuading Chu Hongshan again. If you went all out, how long would it take you to destroy this heavenly grade cauldron? Chu Hongshan hesitated and replied, Old man, my strength is limited. No matter how long I try, I can't destroy this cauldron. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt his plan was almost complete. Without waiting for Chu Hongshan's agreement, he handed the cauldron to him. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Luo Qianxue looked at the row of cauldrons. With a mix of frustration and confusion, he couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Feng, what madness is this? Yi Feng, hearing this, smiled and said, Master, these heavenly grade cauldrons are indestructible. They make excellent weapons. So, I'm giving one to each of you. This way, no one will be left out. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hong excitedly said, Master, this cauldron feels great. With my strength, I can take down anyone with it. Elder Bai and Luo Kai, seeing Xiao Hong effortlessly lift and swing the cauldron, were utterly shocked. Xiao Hong, as a member of the powerful beast race, can actually wield the cauldron so easily. Such strength is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, ignoring their reactions, proudly approached Luo Qianxue. Master, don't you think these gifts are perfect? Luo Qianxue, instead of answering, asked, Let's not talk about that for now. Tell me, why did you give a cauldron to the dog? Hearing this, Yi Feng excitedly began explaining his plan. Master, look, the dog loves the cauldron too. Besides, when the dog gets stronger, it can carry in its mouth to fight for our sect across the land. After pondering for a while, everyone agreed that this made sense. As everyone happily picked out their top-grade cauldrons, a discordant voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Listen up, Star Soul Sect. Hand over the person who killed my son, or in 3 incense sticks time, I, Jin Yu Villa, will annihilate you all. At that moment, the members of the Star Soul Sect, who were busy dividing the cauldrons, heard someone outside, threatening to wipe out their sect. Everyone was shocked and began discussing. Elder Xia, after a moment of stunned silence, exclaimed, Good heavens, this is like a toad yawning. Such a big mouth. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue's eyes were filled with killing intent. Having been thoroughly annoyed by his rebellious disciple all morning, he immediately ordered, Everyone, follow me out to face the enemy. Just as everyone was filled with fighting spirit, a discordant voice interrupted. Master, you forgot to take this cauldron. It's a great item. Hard, heavy, and perfect for both offense and defense. It will definitely keep you safe in this battle. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue could no longer contain his anger. He scolded Yi Feng. Is that all you know? The enemy is at our doorstep, and you're still fooling around here. Hurry up and prepare to fight those troublemakers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man was speaking to the Villa Master, asking, Master, why waste words on this pathetic sect? Let's just charge in and wipe them out. Zhang Shufeng, the master of Jin Yu Villa, gritted his teeth and replied, Shut up. You don't understand. I won't let a single one of them go, but first, I need to force them to hand over the murderer of my son. Then, I'll make them die slowly in fear. As Zhang Shufeng was speaking, his subordinates noticed something strange below. Elder Bai and the others were carrying cauldrons, and had appeared in their line of sight. The disciples of Jin Yu Villa burst into laughter at the sight. They mocked. Are the people of the Star Soul Sect out of their minds? They're dragging cauldrons around. I've never seen anything so ridiculous. In my 20-plus years of life, are they trying to make me die of laughter so they can inherit my belongings? Hearing this, Luo Qianxue, standing below, was furious. I knew we shouldn't have brought these cauldrons to fight. Meanwhile, at Jin Yu Villa, Zhang Shufeng's expression turned grave as he noticed a burly man below, exuding an intimidating aura. Chu Kunshan, noticing Zhang Shufeng's gaze, growled, Zhang Shufeng, no matter why you're here today, daring to provoke the Star Soul Sect means your Jin Yu Villa has no reason to exist anymore. Hearing such bold words, Zhang Shufeng was stunned. Before he could respond, Chu Kunshan continued, I am Chu Kunshan. Even Shi Chunfeng would bow before me. Hearing this, Zhang Shufeng was terrified. He never expected that the burly man before him was Chu Kunshan. I heard he never joins any faction. Why is he here at the Star Soul Sect? Knowing Chu Kunshan's strength, Zhang Shufeng was filled with dread. He had no idea how to deal with this situation. Chu Kunshan's presence changed everything. Zhang Shufeng's confidence crumbled as he realized the gravity of his mistake. Chu Kunshan's reputation was unmatched. Zhang Shufeng immediately began explaining. Elder Chu, my son was killed, and I used a tracking insect to trace the killer here. So, I have reason to believe that the murderer is in the Star Soul sect. Hearing this, Chu Kunshan let out a cold laugh. Humph. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a reason. Zhang Shufeng, you want to annex small sects, without even bothering to come up with a decent excuse. You're utterly shameless. Chu Kunshan sneered. Do you really think I don't know that your useless son always travels with a protector? And in my sect, there are only 2 weak disciples. One at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, and one at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. How could they possibly have done such a thing? Although Zhang Shufeng understood this logic, he couldn't ignore the fact that the tracking insect had led him here. Unwilling to back down, he tried to argue, but Chu Kunshan didn't give him a chance to speak. He harshly interrupted. Do you think I don't know what kind of trash your Jinyu villa is? With that, Chu Kunshan turned to the others behind him and asked, tell me, have any of you killed a warrior recently? Everyone in the Star Soul sect immediately shook their heads, saying no, but Zhang Shufeng refused to believe them. He began shouting, accusing them of lying. Luo Qianxue, already furious from Yifeng's antics earlier, couldn't tolerate this any longer. He immediately ordered everyone to attack and subdue the scum from Jinyu Villa. At the signal to fight, the elders and Xiaohong unleashed their terrifying auras. The members of Jinyu Villa, sensing that Elder Bai and the others were all at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, were terrified. Just as they were about to flee, a cauldron came crashing down, shattering their escape plans. The one who threw the cauldron was none other than Luo Kai, who loved physical cultivation. Seeing this, Elder Bai and Elder Xia each grabbed a cauldron and joined the fray. Soon, the screams of Jinyu Villa's members filled the air. Luo Qianxue, watching this scene, was both shocked and impressed. If a cauldron used for alchemy can be so deadly as a weapon, what would happen if I started using one too? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted. Master, are these people really here to find a murderer? Luo Qianxue replied, it's just a pathetic excuse to annex small sections. But Yifeng, still feeling uneasy, decided to consult the system. He activated the peek into the heavens function to investigate the incident. The system responded immediately. Ding. Host has used one opportunity to peek into the heavens. Querying the incident involving the mountain guard team will reveal whether it is related to you. Hearing this, Yifeng realized that the murderer Jinyu Villa was looking for was indeed himself. Just as he was about to explain, Chu Kunshan sliced Zhang Shufeng in half with a single strike. Yifeng, witnessing this, was at a loss for words. Master, the murderer Jinyu Villa was looking for might actually be me. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue was stunned. What? So, they weren't here to provoke us for no reason? They were genuinely looking for a murderer? But how could someone as weak as you have killed them? Yifeng felt awkward and thought to himself, how should I explain this? I can't just tell you that while I was sleeping, they were killed by my squandering guards. As Yifeng struggled to find the right words, the lawless members of the sect, Zhang Shufeng's corpse over. Sect leader, all the invaders have been dealt with. Jinyu Villa is no good, so today we've done some justice. Elder Xia, standing nearby, added decisively. Just to be safe, in a couple of days, I'll go to Jinyu Villa and clean them out. Seeing Luo Qianxue's silent expression, Yifeng quickly asked, Master, what's wrong? Luo Qianxue replied, I'm fine, I just feel like dying a little. In his heart, he thought, not only did we shelter the murderer, but the elders are also planning to wipe them out completely. Our sect's reputation is probably ruined. As Luo Qianxue fell into self-doubt, the system began sending Yifeng a series of notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Star Soul sect has become famous overnight. After this battle, when cultivators learn the details of this incident, they will all marvel at the evil of the Star Soul sect. Luo Qianxue, the sect leader, has been dubbed the #1 demoness of the Xintian continent. Seeing this notification, Yifeng was stunned. Damn it, system, how could you turn our sect into a terrifying demonic faction? Luo Qianxue's face was filled with helplessness. Becoming a master and sect leader had brought him no sense of accomplishment. As Luo Qianxue sighed and turned to leave, Yifeng called out to him, Master, when will the Secret Realm sect competition begin? Luo Qianxue paused, thought for a moment, and replied, the sect competition starts in 7 days. You and your fellow disciples should go a day early with the cultivation resources. Also, choose an elder to lead the team. I have matters to attend to and will stay at the sect. As Yifeng watched Luo Qianxue walk away, he felt that his master seemed troubled. Thinking this, Yifeng immediately ordered the system to use the peek into the heavens function. The system promptly notified him. Warning host. The information from this peek is extensive and will consume all 3 daily opportunities. Proceed. Yifeng confirmed without hesitation. According to the records, your master was the holy maiden of the Wuji Holy Land in her past life. While out training, she was ambushed by 3 major sects led by the Ethereal Sword sect. After a fierce battle, she perished. Fortunately, using a sect treasure, she preserved a trace of her soul and reincarnated. Since then, your master has trained diligently to ascend to the upper realm and seek revenge. As Yifeng seriously reviewed his master's past, the system suddenly teased him. Your master has a Dao companion. Yifeng was shocked. After a long pause, he suddenly snapped out of it. Just as Yifeng was considering whether to eliminate his master's Dao companion, the system, with a playful tone, said, "Just kidding. Your master, in both her past and present life, has never had a Dao companion, so, don't worry." Hearing this, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, system. If you had a physical form, I'd definitely take your life. Also, I just wanted to know what my master has been up to recently. You could have just told me she's been cultivating in the sect. Why all the unnecessary details? And you said the information was extensive? This just wasted 2 of my peek into the heavens opportunities. But my master's background is so bizarre. The Ethereal Penglai Immortal Island and the Tianwu Alliance, the 3 major sects of the upper realm. Yifeng will remember this debt. One day, I will ascend to the upper realm and slaughter those despicable villains to avenge my master and wife. As Yifeng gritted his teeth in anger, the system delivered some good news. Ding! Congratulations, host, for confirming a Dao companion. Based on your thoughts, you are rewarded with 100 million water cleansing pills. Ding! Water cleansing pills have no grade and can completely cleanse impurities from the body, granting a true impurity-free spiritual body. Any other cleansing pill is inferior in comparison. Ding! Disadvantages of water cleansing pills. A single pill has a weak effect. Large quantities must be consumed to see results, and the taste is unpleasant. Hearing this, Yifeng was stunned. System, your rewards are way too slow. My master was already my destined woman. Why did you take so long to give me this reward? The system replied awkwardly. My mistake. Next time, I'll deliver the reward earlier. Hearing this, Yifeng was furious. Damn it, system. There won't be a next time. Don't you know my love for my master is unwavering? A few minutes later, Yifeng was holding a golden water cleansing pill, studying it carefully. I heard that Xiaohong has an impurity-free spiritual body. An impurity-free spiritual body absorbs spiritual energy incredibly efficiently. It seems Xiaohong hasn't fully achieved that state yet. By the way, these pills are special rewards from the system based on my thoughts. I should distribute them to strengthen the sect. With that in mind, Yifeng hurried over to Xiaohong. Without a word, he tore off her clothes. Xiaohong, who had been single for thousands of years, was shocked by this behavior. She immediately scolded Yifeng, asking why he had torn her clothes. Yifeng explained that he needed the fabric to carry the pills. Hearing this, Xiaohong was furious. She pointed at the elders in the distance and said, "Why didn't you tear their clothes?" Yifeng whispered, "Your clothes are better. Theirs are too ugly." With that, Yifeng packed a large bag of water cleansing pills and approached the elders. "Elders, I have something good for you." The elders were thrilled. Wow, the rewards are here so soon after the battle. But when they eagerly approached to see what Yifeng had brought, they were stunned by a large bag of green pills. Inside the Star Soul sect, the elders sat together, staring at the pile of oddly scented pills. They were unsure how long it would take to finish consuming them all. As the elders whispered among themselves, Yifeng was messaging the system. "System, I've finished squandering today's items. Where's my reward?" The system replied calmly. "Ding, host. You still have a cauldron left unused. So, the task is not yet complete." Hearing this, Yifeng suddenly realized, "I almost forgot about that." With that, Yifeng grabbed the cauldron and ran outside. Elder Bai, seeing this, asked curiously, "What is Yifeng doing? He doesn't look too happy." Luokai, while vomiting, replied, "I have no idea." As the elders whispered among themselves, Yifeng approached Zhang Shufeng's body. Without a word, he swung the cauldron and smashed it down, shouting, "It's all your fault, you scoundrel. Hand over my squandering reward." The group, watching from a distance, was stunned by Yifeng's actions. Luo Kai trembled and muttered, "Damn. Yifeng is no pushover when he's angry." Elder Bai, equally shaken, added, "Yifeng must be upset because we're not eating the pills." With that, they began hastily consuming the pills. Meanwhile, Yifeng, after smashing the remaining cauldron, heard the system's notification. Ding! Host has squandered all items. Today's squandering reward, 1,000 squandering points, and a piece of Mystic 1 undergarment. The Mystic 1 is a women's garment. Made from 1,000-year-old mystic silk, offering unparalleled defense, soft and comfortable texture, and providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. It's simply too luxurious. Hearing that the reward was a women's garment, Yifeng was delighted. This Mystic 1 sounds like a top-tier item. Maybe I can give it to my master to improve our relationship. As Yifeng was lost in his fantasies, the system issued a new task. Ding! Random task issued. Give this women's undergarment to your master, Luo Qianxue. Task reward, 500,000 squandering points. Yifeng, hearing the generous reward, was both excited and nervous. Damn it, system. Are you messing with me? The system replied with a meaningful tone. Host, what are you talking about? I'm just helping you live a carefree life sooner. Don't be ungrateful. Yifeng, though outwardly calm, was secretly thrilled. As he was considering how to approach his master, Luo Qianxue suddenly appeared beside him. Yifeng, what are you doing here? Caught off guard, Yifeng blurted out, Wife, why are you here too? The moment the words left his mouth, everyone, including Luo Qianxue and the elders, was stunned. After a long pause, Luo Qianxue, filled with killing intent, asked, Yifeng, who did you just call wife? Trembling under her gaze, Yifeng stammered, Master, it's just a beautiful misunderstanding. But Luo Qianxue, furious, wasn't buying it. She was ready to teach her rebellious disciple a lesson he wouldn't forget. Meanwhile, the elders watched in shock. Damn, Yifeng is bold, calling the sect leader wife? He's truly a role model for us all. As they whispered among themselves, Luo Qianxue turned to Yifeng and demanded, if this is just a misunderstanding, then what is that in your hand? Yifeng, without thinking, blurted out again, wife. Luo Qianxue, now even angrier, began hitting Yifeng while scolding him. What are you barking about? Yifeng, seeing his master's fury, quickly tried to explain. Master, it's just a joke. But Luo Qianxue wasn't having it. As the elders prepared to flee the scene, Luo Qianxue turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, you said this was a misunderstanding. Then tell me, what is that in your hand? Yifeng, without hesitation, shouted again, wife. Luo Qianxue, hearing this, was filled with rage once more. She immediately jumped at Yifeng, hitting him while yelling, what are you barking about? Yifeng, seeing his master's embarrassment, quickly tried to explain, Master, this is a Mystic 1 undergarment. Made from 1,000-year-old mystic silk. It's soft, comfortable, and keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. Plus, its defensive capabilities are top-notch. Luo Qianxue, however, was skeptical. After all, mystic silk was a legendary material. Even the treasures of the Wuji Holy Land might not have much of it. As Luo Qianxue hesitated, the undergarment in Yifeng's hand suddenly emitted a dense spiritual energy. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue's doubts were dispelled. Although the Wuji Holy Land was prominent in the eastern continent, it was still insignificant in the upper realm. If Yifeng could casually use mystic silk to make women's undergarments, he must belong to some extraordinary faction. But the allure of the undergarment was too great to ignore. After a long pause, Luo Qianxue made a decision. Fine, I'll take it. But whether it's a misunderstanding or not, don't call me wife again. Yifeng immediately nodded, saying understood. With that, he handed over the undergarment, thinking to himself, my master is soft-hearted but tough on the outside. This mystic silk must be a top-tier item. Maybe I should press my advantage now. With that thought, Yifeng acted quickly. He wrapped his arm around Luo Qianxue's slender waist and said, from now on let's agree that I'll call you wife, and you can call me whatever you like. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue's face turned even redder. No. One thing at a time. If you dare call me wife again, I'll strip you of your status as my direct disciple. Yifeng chuckled. I, Yifeng, have been in the romance game for decades. Do you think I can't handle a little wildcat like you? Luo Qianxue, as an honorary elder, I order you not to strip Yifeng of his status as my direct disciple. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue grew even angrier. You're threatening me? Yifeng, seeing Luo Qianxue's flustered expression, couldn't resist teasing her further. It seems wife thinks this status isn't enough. Fine, as your husband, I, as the sect ancestor, declare that Yifeng's status as my direct disciple cannot be revoked. Luo Qianxue, now thoroughly flustered by Yifeng's antics, couldn't argue further. Fine, call me whatever you want. With so many people here, it's already too late to explain. With that, Luo Qianxue, her face bright red, took the undergarment and left. Yifeng, watching her go, was overjoyed. Hee, this is what it means to be a king in another world. A piece of mystic silk was enough to make my master agree to being called wife. If I give her more gifts, I might get even more in return. A moment later, Yifeng cheerfully walked to the dormitory courtyard. As he opened the door, he called out, "Junior brother Wu Feng, come to the main hall. I have something good for you to try." Without hesitation, Long Wufeng immediately knelt down. Yifeng was stunned. "Damn, junior brother, what are you doing?" Long Wufeng, tears streaming down his face, replied. "I was too narrow-minded." Yifeng was utterly confused. As soon as he met his junior brother, the latter knelt down, saying he had been too narrow-minded. When Yifeng asked why, Long Wufeng explained, "Senior brother, I was too narrow-minded. When you spent 100,000 high grade to become the sect leader's direct disciple, I thought you were just a fool with too much money. But now it seems that I am the foolish one." As Long Wufeng continued to speak, filled with deep regret, his senior brothers and sisters stepped forward to speak. "Not bad, junior brother. Spending 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy a saintess as your wife. Only you would dare to pull off something like this. Yeah, the ice goddess of Starry Sky sect. You actually managed to win her over. Tell us, when can I be your bridesmaid?" At this moment, Heir Shiji also chimed in, her face full of excitement. "I never thought what's written in those romance novels. It's all true. I absolutely love this kind of plot." After teasing Yifeng for a while, the senior brothers and sisters finally left, satisfied. Meanwhile, Yifeng was left feeling extremely awkward. He never expected the elders to be so bold. A few hours later, inside the sect's main hall, Chu Xiaoxiao shouted at Yifeng as soon as he entered. Yifeng, what did you do to my Qianxue?" Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's furious expression, Yifeng couldn't help but feel smug. With a sly grin, he said, "Hey, Xiaoxiao, why don't you say something nice to congratulate me? I'm in a good mood today. If you want something, just ask." Chu Xiaoxiao, already furious, was now even more enraged by Yifeng's taunts. If it weren't for her grandfather stopping her, she would have lunged at him immediately. Chu Xiaoxiao, would rather starve to death or be struck. If it weren't for her grandfather stopping her, she would have lunged at him immediately. Chu Xiaoxiao, would rather starve to death or be struck than take anything from you. Yifeng was stunned. He thought to himself, damn. This woman is even fiercer than my master when she's angry. As Yifeng was lost in thought, a sharp gaze suddenly fell upon him, making him shiver. When he looked up, he saw Luo Qianxue sitting on the main seat, coldly staring at him. Seeing her trying to look authoritative, Yifeng couldn't help. "Looks like my master wife is still mad at me. I'll have to give her more gifts to win her favor." With that thought, Yifeng quickly approached Xiao Hong. Only then could he win his wife's favor. With that thought, Yifeng hurriedly approached Xiao Hong. Without a second thought, he tore her clothes apart. Xiao Hong was on the verge of tears, but Yifeng didn't care. He quickly grabbed some cloth, wrapped up a bundle of cleansing pills, and placed it in front of his wife. "Master, these are cleansing pills. Their effects are even stronger than the clear profound pills. If taken in large quantities, they can bring unexpected benefits. Even an ordinary person's physique can be transformed into a flawless spiritual body." As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Luo Qianxue remained silent, not saying a word. A dog nearby eagerly ran over. Yifeng immediately kicked it away, saying, "Stupid dog, stay down. You'll get your turn later." Everyone present burst into laughter. "Wait until the end, then you can eat." Upon hearing this, several people in the room, immediately, they were overwhelmed with joy and couldn't contain themselves. Ha ha ha, the Human Bruce Dog series has finally come to an end. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, at this moment, she arrived in front of Luo Qianxue. She began to speak hesitantly. "Qianxue, we must not consume these pills." Just as Chu Xiaoxiao was about to say more, Luo Qianxue directly interrupted her. "Even so, Xiaoxiao, this is something that can purge impurities from the body. As someone who wants to become stronger, I have no resistance to these pills." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately turned to look at Yifeng. Fuming with anger, she shouted, "After all this, I want to see if these pills are as powerful as you claim." "Yanba." Chu Xiaoxiao immediately picked up a pill and put it in her mouth. But the next second, Chu Xiaoxiao collapsed to the ground. The reason was that the pill was unbearably disgusting. At this moment, Yifeng, seeing Xiaoxiao collapse after eating the pill, immediately furrowed his brows. Could the pill really be that bad? Refusing to believe it, he immediately pulled out his dog, and without a second thought, grabbed a handful of pills and shoved them into the dog's mouth. As soon as the confused dog swallowed the pills, it seemed as if it had tasted the most disgusting thing in the world. Its eyes bulged, and its body stiffened. Then, with a pft, it spat everything out. Yifeng, watching the dog's reaction, showed no sympathy. Instead, he mercilessly said. You stupid dog, are you messing with me? Looks like you need more discipline. Yanba watched as Yefeng grabbed the dog and began to scold it. The onlookers, seeing this scene, burst into laughter. Half an hour later, the dog had been stuffed with so many pills that it looked like a giant ball. Yefeng, seeing the dog's expression of utter despair, could only sigh. You ungrateful dog, this is something others would kill for, and you dare to complain? You're such... After ranting for a while, Yefeng finally turned to the system and asked, System, everyone's constitution is different. How many water purification pills do they need to transform into a pure spirit body? The system quickly responded, Ding. Water purification pills are effective for all constitutions. Each person only needs to consume 100,000 pills to transform into a pure spirit body. Yefeng was stunned. 100,000 pills? Wouldn't that kill someone? At this moment, Chu Hongshan also asked, Yefeng, Xiao Xiao and I have already taken 300 pills. Although there are some changes in our bodies, I still want to know how many more we need to take. At this moment, Yifeng and Wen Yin both looked extremely embarrassed. Old Chu, if we're talking, it might, perhaps, probably, should be around 100,000 grams. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present immediately became furious. After being stunned for a while, the core group of 5 immediately expressed their refusal. No, they had already given it their all, and there was no way they could continue eating. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately knelt on the ground, crying and shouting that this thing was simply disgusting. After eating it, she felt like her soul had been tainted. If the price of obtaining a pure spirit body is to eat 100,000 of these, then you might as well just kill me. Seeing their strong reactions, Yifeng felt somewhat displeased. He scoffed, Humph. Young people these days, can't you show a little more perseverance? With that, he picked up a water absorption pill and tossed it into his mouth. But before he could say another word, the next second, he was heard retching loudly, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Damn system. Is this what you call slightly unpleasant? It's no different from eating crap. They managed to eat 200 or 300 of these, and I already think that's commendable. Maybe we should just keep these water absorption pills for wasting money instead. Hearing Yifeng's words, the system immediately responded seriously. Ding. A pure spirit body may not seem significant in this lower realm, but once you ascend to the upper realm, the benefits will be immense. Please consider carefully, host. To avoid future regrets. Hearing this, Yifeng was stunned. Well, it seems I have no choice but to eat this crap. Just as Yifeng and the system were discussing this, a rough voice reached his ears. Yifeng, even you can't eat it. Let's just forget about this thing. We really can't handle 100,000 of these. After hearing old Chu's advice, Yifeng spoke with a serious expression. Since that's the case, old Chu, I'll be blunt. If that's how it is, then I'll say this up front. Last time, we mentioned old Chu trying to persuade Yifeng to stop making them eat the pills, but Yifeng just smirked sinisterly and threatened to summon a mad dog. Hee hee, for every pill you don't eat, I'll let that one-armed madman out once, and I can't guarantee what he'll do to you when he comes out. Hearing this, old Chu was stunned. That little brat is actually threatening me with that mad dog. This 800-year-old man is simply inhuman. Furious, he immediately approached Yifeng, took a large pile of pills, and enthusiastically declared that he would lead by example and not disappoint Yifeng's expectations. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong and Chu Xiaoxiao, hearing Yifeng's malicious words, started panicking uncontrollably. Seeing this, Luo Qinxue and the others were stunned. Hey, don't just focus on eating the pills. Tell us about that one-armed man. Why are you all so scared of him? As the elders were asking, the core group of 5, terrified by the atmosphere, immediately started eating the pills without hesitation. Meanwhile, old Chu, who couldn't eat anymore, tried to distract Yifeng by bringing up another topic. By the way, Yifeng, I just remembered something. Now that we've killed the master of Jingyue Villa, when Shi Chunfeng finds out, he'll probably come for revenge. Yifeng, puzzled, asked, didn't he owe you 3? Old Chu sighed and explained, if there's no conflict, the favors still matter. But now that we've killed his people, it's a different story. Yifeng, confused, asked, but didn't he owe you 3 favors? Old Chu shook his head helplessly and explained, if there's no conflict, the favors still count. But now that we've killed his people, it's a different matter. Your face, Shi Chunfeng, you will definitely turn your back and deny everything. While Yifeng and Old Man Chu were talking, the system suddenly popped up with a mission notification. Ding, mission issued. Host, please lead 10,000 Jade Guards to annihilate the Black Demon sect of the Shirshin sect. Mission success reward, 300,000 extravagance points. The mission can be refused. Upon hearing the mission, Yifeng felt a bit confused. Previously, the system mentioned the Golden Armor Guards, and said there were tens of thousands of guards. But later, why did the one-armed madman say there were only 10? the system immediately provided an explanation. Because the Golden Armor Guards are only one of the reserve forces, the Golden Armor is a symbol of their status. Once they remove the Golden Armor, they become official guards. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifeng was completely stunned. He never expected that the one-armed man would be so desperate. Thinking of this, Yifeng's mind suddenly noticed a small advantage. Wait, no. The first time I encountered danger, you sent a reserve force to save me. What if they couldn't handle it? Wouldn't I be done for? The system, feeling a bit awkward, responded with a ding. Don't say it like that. I just randomly selected them. Besides, in this weak Xinyuan continent, even the reserve force is considered overpowered. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately raised 2 middle fingers at the system. Damn it, system, you really don't take my life seriously. Forget it. I already have over 610,000 extravagance points. Another 300,000 won't make much of a difference for me to spend recklessly. But this black demon sect is too powerful. It actually requires 10,000 reserve troops to annihilate them. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Hearing this, the system immediately responded. Host, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to let the reserve troops get some fresh air. After all, they've been training for a long time and need a break. Yifeng was speechless upon hearing this. But I have to attend the sect's grand competition in 7 days. Will there be enough time? Hearing this, the system assured him, don't worry, 7 days is enough. Afterward, the guards can tear through space and send you directly to the competition venue. Only then did Yifeng feel relieved. After finalizing everything with the system, Yifeng shamelessly turned to Luo Qianxue and called out, Darling. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue immediately drew her sword and pressed it against Yifeng's neck, saying, You brat, dare to call me that again, and I'll slit your throat. See if I won't end you right here. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately backed off. Master sister, I just wanted to go out with Elder Chu to handle some matters. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Luo Qianxue immediately agreed fine. Yifeng was stunned. Master sister, I haven't even said what I'm going to do. Aren't you worried about your disciple? Hearing this, Luo Qianxue coldly replied, How dare I care about you? You're going out to handle matters. Why would a junior like me need to worry? After bidding farewell to everyone, Yifeng immediately set off with Old Man Chu to the mountain gate. When he saw the flying device Old Man Chu took out, he was utterly shocked. Holy crap, isn't this Aladdin's magic flying carpet? Seeing Yifeng's interest in the carpet, Old Man Chu began to explain the flying device. When Yifeng learned from Old Man Chu that the carpet was powered by spirit stones, he was immediately intrigued. Wow, this is the ultimate extravagance tool I've always dreamed of. With spirit stones, it can fly indefinitely. This is totally my style. With this thing, I can truly live the dream. I won't have to waste time learning sword flight anymore. Just as Yifeng was lost in his fantasies, Old Man Chu delivered a harsh reality check. This is a 3rd-grade flying spiritual tool I use for travel. Its speed is comparable to your current cultivation level. With it, we can leisurely enjoy the scenery along the way. Upon hearing the speed of the flying device, Yifeng was speechless. Good grief. Its speed is as slow as a snail. If we rely on this thing, we probably won't reach the Black Demon Sect in 7 days. When Old Man Chu heard that Yifeng's destination was the Black Demon Sect, he was stunned. Hey, kid, what are you taking me to the Black Demon Sect for? Are you planning to cause trouble for the Shurching Sect? Yifeng waved his hand, cutting off Old Man Chu's next words. Old Man Chu, don't worry about why we're going there. Just tell me, can we reach the Black Demon Sect in 7 days? Hearing this, Old Man Chu immediately shook his head and replied, With you along, 7 days definitely won't be enough. Unless I go alone. Hearing this, Yifeng refused to give up. After some thought, he came up with a brilliant idea. At that moment, he sat on the carpet, feeling the speed and excitement, while Old Man Chu acted as the nuclear-powered propulsion system for the flying carpet. Time flew by, and the days passed quickly. The days without extravagance always seemed to slip away in a flash. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. At that moment, Yifeng stood in front of a guest room on the 9th floor. He then kindly called out to Old Man Chu inside. Old Man Chu, don't forget to take your pills. Old Man Chu was immediately frustrated. Good grief, I never expected that even after leaving home, I couldn't escape taking those damn pills. After reminding Old Man Chu to take his medicine, Yifeng wandered aimlessly down the hallway. As he walked, he suddenly remembered his disciples, the eldest and the youngest. How could I forget about them when it comes to the water absorption pills? With this in mind, he made up his mind and ordered the system to activate the sect's fixed-point teleportation to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Once the system initiated the teleportation, Yifeng was sent into a spatial tunnel. The next second, he fell directly into a large bathhouse. As soon as Yifeng landed, a high-pitched scream echoed through the empty bathhouse. Yifeng was extremely embarrassed. Realizing he had caused trouble, he quickly stammered to Hua Mengyu, disciple, why don't you turn around and let your master give you a massage? At that moment, Yi Feng's face was filled with excitement. The reason for his joy was that he had just witnessed the most beautiful scenery in the world. The reason he was able to enjoy such a wonderful benefit was because the system had teleported him into the bathhouse of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Facing his eldest disciple, who was about to kick him in anger for being seen naked, Yi Feng neither dodged nor fled. Instead, he swiftly removed the guards, who were about to interfere. After being punched and kicked for 10 minutes, Hua Mengyu, who was extremely frustrated, now had a shy expression and kept saying that Yi Feng should choose a less awkward location next time. Still savoring the wonderful scene, Yi Feng nodded repeatedly, without hesitation. Seeing this, Hua Mengyu sighed and then asked him why he had come. Hearing the question, Yi Feng took out a spatial ring and said, "This ring contains 200,000 water absorption pills. You and Yao Yao each take half. Although the taste of these pills is terrifying, if you endure it and consume 100,000 of them, you can attain the legendary pure spirit body. This physique, though not highly regarded in the Xinyuan continent, is extremely powerful in the upper realms. So, you must finish all of them." Hearing this, Hua Mengyu's expression turned serious. Understanding the importance of the matter, she immediately spoke earnestly, "The upper realms? Don't worry, master. I will definitely consume all 100,000 water absorption pills." Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Feng told Hua Mengyu that he was going to destroy the black demon sect and wouldn't stay long. After saying this, he activated the teleportation channel and turned to leave. Hua Mengyu, upon hearing that Yi Feng was going to destroy the black demon sect, thought for a moment and immediately decided to assist her master. She took out a communication talisman and ordered Luo Yao Yao to come to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers and eliminate all black demon sect members who had come to purchase supplies. After completing the task, she was to report to Hua Mengyu's room immediately. After completing the task, come to my room immediately. 10 minutes later, a frantic Luo Yao Yao arrived in front of Hua Mengyu. Hua Mengyu, seeing her arrival, smiled gently and handed her a plate of golden water absorption pills. The little demon girl, without hesitation, popped a pill into her mouth, muttering, "Water absorption pills? I wonder what they taste like." But the moment the pill entered her mouth, Luo Yao Yao immediately fainted from the unbearable taste. Before passing out, she managed to say, "Master, if I've offended you in any way, you could have just told me. Killing or punishing me would have been fine, but why torture me with these pills?" Hua Mengyu was shocked by the scene. Good grief, what are these water absorption pills? How could just one pill knock out a nascent soul cultivator? Thankfully, I had Yao Yao try it first. If my embarrassing state had been seen, my image would have been ruined. Yao Yao, these pills were sent by our grandmaster. Don't ask questions, just eat them. There are 200,000 pills in total here. We each take half, so we must consume 100,000 each. Hearing this, Luo Yao Yao couldn't hold back her anger. Furious, she immediately exclaimed, "What? 100,000 water absorption pills? Master, are you trying to kill me?" At that moment, Hua Mengyu was trying to persuade Luo Yao Yao to take the pills, but the little demon girl insisted on confirming with her sister first. She took out a communication talisman and contacted Luo Qianxue. When the call connected, Luo Yao Yao heard her sister vomiting and immediately felt worse. "Master, let's do this. From the sound of it, my sister is beyond saving." From the tone of my sister's voice, it seems she's beyond saving too. Early in the morning, Yi Feng stretched lazily and said, "Today is a good day." After saying this, he began checking the system's daily extravagance rewards. When he saw the items displayed on the screen, he was stunned. He immediately reported to the system, "Today's items are 10,000 alchemy insight fragments. Using these fragments will greatly enhance my alchemy insights, allowing me to craft low-grade spiritual tools." Seeing this, Yi Feng exclaimed, "Good grief, I never expected that combining these fragments would allow me to craft spiritual tools. This is truly mind-blowing. Don't open your eyes. But I'm afraid this kind of bullying can't be practiced, so how should I go about squandering my fortune?" Just as Yi Feng was racking his brains on how to waste these fragments, a tall and burly figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer was none other than the old man, Chu Gongshan. At this moment, seeing Yi Feng frowning deeply, he immediately asked what was troubling him. At the same time, after asking, the old man thought to himself, according to Old Bai and the others, Yi Feng spends every day thinking about how to squander his fortune. I wonder what good stuff he'll bring out today. By now, Yi Feng had snapped out of his thoughts. Hearing old man Chu's question, he immediately asked, "Elder Chu, what kind of aspirations do you have as a cultivator?" The old man, hearing this, replied with great satisfaction, "Ever since you gifted me the heavenly tear cauldron, My aspirations have almost been fulfilled. Hearing Old Man Chu's words, Yifeng grinned mischievously and said, since you have no other desires, it seems you don't need this thing. With that, Yifeng took out a glittering golden fragment from his spatial ring. Old Man Chu, who had been sitting calmly earlier, now became extremely excited. Upon seeing the fragment, just as Yifeng thought, Old Man Chu would gladly accept the insight fragment. The old man outright refused with a wave of his hand. Yifeng, I've already lost my life pursuing the Tao of Qi. This treasure has no connection to me. Giving this to me would be a waste. But Yifeng, hearing Old Man Chu's firm refusal, still didn't give up. After all, today's task was to squander a full 10,000 insight fragments. So, after some coercion and persuasion, Old Man Chu, who just wanted to laze around, had no choice but to reluctantly accept. And as Old Man Chu, after fusing all the Qi cultivation insight fragments, he could create a Qilin. But now, another problem lay before him. The Qilin would attract heavenly thunder tribulation, and that terrifying thunder tribulation was not something a small fry like him could withstand. So, at this moment, he was deeply troubled. Hearing this, Yifeng was utterly dismissive, because he remembered that previously, Bu Bainan had effortlessly driven away the thunderclouds with a wave of his hand. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately assured Old Man Chu, don't worry, Elder Chu. If thunder tribulation appears, just notify me. I'll handle it. Hearing this, Old Man Chu, who was standing nearby, immediately protested, no, no, no. The Qilin's thunder tribulation. Whoever blocks it will. Little Yi, don't be impulsive. Yifeng, however, just smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, Elder Chu. The person I'll call doesn't even care about the heavenly Tao. So, just focus on helping the sect. Forge pots, pans, and utensils. Hearing this, Old Man Chu was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe that in this world, there could be someone who could defy the heavenly Tao. And that person was actually under Yifeng's command. What kind of identity does little Yi have? Just as Old Man Chu was lost in thought, Yifeng suddenly called out to snap him out of it. Elder Chu, wait a moment. Look down there. What's going on? At this moment, Chu Hongshan looked down to where Yifeng was pointing. There, he saw several people engaged in a fierce battle with ice fist wolves. Good heavens! He hadn't expected to encounter inner disciples of the Black Demon sect here. Beside him, Yifeng, hearing the old man say that the people below were disciples of the Black Demon sect, immediately asked Old Man Chu, how strong are those people below? When he learned that they were all at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he was stunned. He immediately got up, ready to take action. Haha, perfect. I can test out the divine ability I obtained from a previous quest. 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own story. At this moment, the leading disciple of the Black Demon sect was engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful ice Xian wolf, while shouting angrily at the others, damn it, today is really unlucky. I didn't expect to run into 5 powerful demon beasts as soon as we stepped out. If you have any trump cards left, use them now. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all be doomed. Hearing this, the other disciples immediately looked furious. Damn it, Xiahai, this time, all the items for the Heavenly Tao battlefield are with you, and yet you're asking us for our hidden treasures? I'm warning you. If you try to harm us, we'll drag you down with us even if we die. Xiahai, hearing this, was furious. He never expected that the people who usually treated him with respect would dare to threaten him like this. It was practically a direct challenge to him. Just as they were scheming against each other, Yifeng descended like a god from the heavens. He leaped down from the sky, shouting at them to get out of the way quickly. Leave these demon beasts to me. The Black Demon sect disciples, hearing this, were overjoyed. They never expected to have a savior in their moment of crisis. As Yifeng landed, a terrifyingly powerful energy erupted from the ground. As the smoke cleared, a giant figure, resembling both a demon and a Buddha, appeared before everyone. In just a few moments, several ice Shin wolves were immediately controlled by the demonic figure's purple eyes. Under the control of the demonic figure's purple eyes, they immediately began to slaughter each other. The onlookers, seeing this, were utterly terrified. Just as they were about to sneak away, while Yifeng wasn't paying attention, Yifeng suddenly turned his head. As if sensing their intentions, the demonic figure slowly dissipated, and the Buddha statue's eyes widened, releasing countless golden rays of light that enveloped everyone. Their pupils dilated, as if they had lost their souls, and they kept muttering, "We are the ones who deserve to die." Old Man Chu, watching from atop his carpet, was deeply shocked. The Buddha of good and evil is truly terrifying. In such a short time, he's already dealt with everyone. The good become evil, losing their rationality, and attacking each other. The evil become good, also losing their rationality, and choosing to harm themselves. In all my years, I've never seen such a divine ability that can defy the rules of the heavenly Tao. Just as the old man was deep in thought, Yifeng's system suddenly popped up with a notification. Detected a heavenly Tao token on the inner disciples of the Black Demon Sect. Host, please retrieve it promptly. Seeing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. He rubbed his hands together and happily walked over of the Black Demon Sect. At this moment, Yifeng took the heavenly Tao token from the Black Demon Sect disciples. He began to fantasize about traveling to the heavenly Tao city with his master and wife. His face turned red. As Old Man Chu, utterly confused, watched him, the old man couldn't help but ask, "Why are you only taking that small token? There are so many good things on the ground, yet you're ignoring them?" Yifeng, hearing this, replied, "Those things are just a pile of trash to me." Hearing this, the old man was left speechless. It seems I need to redefine the word trash. After a while, Yifeng and Old Man Chu were already flying through the sky. The old man, acting as a nuclear-powered booster, felt bored and asked Yifeng, "Aside from the Buddha of good and evil ability, what other trump cards do you have?" Yifeng hesitated before replying, "Does reaching the Sword Heart Realm count?" The old man was shocked. He never expected Yifeng to be a sword cultivator, and one who had already reached the Sword Heart Realm at that. Seeing the old man's astonishment, Yifeng coldly stated that it was nothing special. "I think the fact that I've tamed a dog who hasn't reached the Sword Heart Realm is something worth bragging about." Hearing this, Old Man Chu was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Yifeng to be such a reckless spendthrift. Just as Old Man Chu was silently lamenting, his sect token suddenly started vibrating. The old man picked it up and realized it was Shi Chunfeng calling. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately told Old Man Chu to relay a message to Shi Chunfeng. Tell him to wash his neck clean, and wait. In 6 days, I'll make sure the Black Demon Sect is wiped off the face of the Xintian continent. 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own story. At this moment, inside the Black Demon Sect's main hall, Shi Chunfeng, sitting at the head, was furious after he never expected that Old Man Chu would dare to speak to him like this. Filled with rage, he immediately issued an order to recall all sect disciples to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He had just calculated that in 6 days, the Black Demon Sect would be completely annihilated from the Xintian continent. Hearing this, the other elders, including Zhou Tong, were equally shocked. It turned out that the Black Demon Sect had previously borrowed a powerful artifact from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion at great cost. Now that they heard the Black Demon Sect was about to fall, they naturally wanted to retrieve the artifact beforehand. As they were noisily discussing this, Yi Linxue, standing in the corner, felt somewhat dissatisfied. She muttered to herself, "It seems the elders still don't value me enough. They didn't even give me a chance to sit in on the meeting." Little did she know, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had invested almost all its resources into her. All the elders had practically spoiled her, to the point of pampering. Just as Yi Linxue was silently complaining, the Grand Elder inside made a decisive decision. He decided that someone must be sent within 6 days to retrieve the artifact. As for who to send, he would use the Heaven's Mirror to determine the best candidate. Hearing this, Yi Linxue immediately volunteered. After all, using the Heaven's Mirror was said to shorten one's lifespan. If the elderly man used it again, he might just drop dead. When the old man heard Yi Linxue wanted to help with the calculations, he immediately refused. "Nonsense. You are the future of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If something happens to you while using the Heaven's Mirror, what are we supposed to do?" Yi Linxue, however, insisted, "I have plenty of karmic Tao marks on me. Using the Heaven's Mirror won't be a problem at all." When the old man saw Yi Linxue take out a glowing karmic Tao mark, he was utterly shocked. Just as the old man, with his failing eyesight, reached out trembling to take a closer look at the mark, Yi Linxue slapped his hand away. "Disgusting old pervert, where do you think you're touching? Remember this. From now on, such matters should be handled by female elders." At this moment, Yi Linxue innocently asked the Grand Elder if her karmic Tao mark was ordinary. Hearing this, the old man felt extremely uneasy. He pointed at the Heaven's Mirror and said excitedly, "Do you know how much it cost me in lifespan to use the Heaven's Mirror just once? But with your karmic Tao mark, you could use the Heaven's Mirror 10 times a day without any issues. So, tell me, is this karmic Tao mark ordinary?" Hearing this, Yi Linxue was overjoyed. So, her karmic Tao mark was actually this powerful. Now, she just wanted to shout, "Master Yifeng, you're amazing." A few hours later, after checking the Heaven's Mirror and learning that she was the one to go to the Black Demon Sect, she immediately turned to leave. Seeing Yi Linxue's boldness, the Grand Elder quickly instructed Zhou Tong to go and protect her. Meanwhile, he looked at the records in his hand and muttered about his miscalculations. The others, hearing this, were shocked, thinking something had gone wrong. with their Saintess's mission. But the old man scolded them, nonsense. It's because I used the heaven's mirror 66 times. Only the first time was serious. The other 65 times were spent snooping on everyone's gossip. Haha, our secrets are almost all exposed. The Grand Elder then pointed out everyone's little secrets. Those who were pointed at immediately turned pale. But the one with the most gossip was none other than Zhou Tong. It turned out that in 3 years, he had visited brothels 1,095 times, scammed people 93 times, and had 4 illegitimate children. All of this had been dug up by Yi Linxue. By now, Zhou Tong had caught up with Yi Linxue. Hearing his dark past being revealed by Yi Linxue, he immediately tried to stop her. Saintess, the Dao mark isn't meant to be used like this. Are you trying to squander your fortune? When Zhou Tong mentioned squandering, he suddenly froze. This way of squandering felt eerily similar to Yi Feng's style. Thinking of this, his eyes widened. Immediately, he turned to ask Yi Linxue, "Do you know someone named Yi Feng?" Hearing this, Yi Linxue naturally pretended not to know him. "Master sent me here as a spy. How could I be exposed so easily?" 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own story. At this moment, Yi Feng, who was sleeping, suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your second disciple, Yi Linxue, has successfully squandered wealth. Reward, 800 squandering points and 200 golden silkworm star keys. Seeing this pop up, Yi Feng was stunned. Wow, as expected of my second disciple, the great god Weiya. It hasn't been long since I took her in, and she's already learned to squander on her own. After receiving the squandering reward, Yi Feng asked the system what had happened. When he learned that Yi Linxue had used her karmic Dao mark to snoop on others' secrets, and the system had judged it as successful squandering, he couldn't help but laugh. That's my girl, Linxue. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Haha, as your master, I can't fall behind either. With that, Yi Feng took out 2 golden silkworm star keys from his spatial ring and handed them to Old Man Chu. Seeing this, Old Man Chu thought Yi Feng was giving him a reward. Just as he was about to happily accept them, Yi Feng said, "These are for you to build a latrine." Hearing this, Old Man Chu was furious. "Yi Feng, do you know how precious gold and silkworm star keys are? Stop thinking about toilets all the time. If you have money to burn, just give it to me." Hearing this, Yi Feng put on a look of defiance and said, "My squandering is supported by the elders of the Star Clan. Why are you so angry?" Hearing this, Old Man Chu became even more furious. He immediately took out his communication token and called the elders. He wanted to hear how they could tolerate such precious items being squandered so recklessly. But after a few minutes of listening to the replies from the token, the old man, who had been frowning, suddenly put on a kind expression. He said, "Haha, Yi Feng, I admit, I was a bit too loud earlier. My perspective was too narrow. That latrine you mentioned, Yi Feng, should definitely be built." 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own story. While Yi Feng and Old Man Chu were passionately discussing how to effectively squander wealth, on the lawn of the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Xiao Huangmao and Ming Tongyu were engaged in an intense EV-1 battle. Meanwhile, the president of the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce was confirming with Old Man Ming whether the recipe they had brought back was effective. Old Man Ming nodded repeatedly, praising the recipe. At the same time, he reminded the president not to always complain about his son being a spendthrift. In fact, his son had been quite frugal. "You haven't seen a real spendthrift. Do you know what it means to be worse off than a dog?" Hearing this, Xiao Huangmao's father became very interested in Yi Feng. He immediately said, "If there's a chance, I'd like to meet this spendthrift, Yi Feng." Time flies, and days without squandering pass by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Old Man Chu, who had been sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a loud thunderclap. The old man felt that this thunder was unusual, resembling the legendary power of a thunder tribulation. Just as he was wondering if a cultivator nearby was undergoing a tribulation, he saw Yi Feng walking toward him with a talisman in hand. Seeing this, the old man immediately asked Yi Feng what was going on. Yi Feng didn't answer. Instead, he casually tossed the talisman, and a bolt of lightning immediately struck the sky. Seeing this, Old Man Chu was utterly stunned. He never expected that the legendary power of a thunder tribulation could be turned into a talisman, and Yi Feng was wasting it so casually. Unable to stand the squandering, he decided to go back to sleep. To avoid feeling anxious, just as he was about to walk back into the cave, Yi Feng grabbed him. As he pulled him, he kept saying, "Don't sleep. With these talismans, Elder Chu, we can walk sideways like crabs today." Hearing this, Old Man Chu trembled with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Yi Feng is getting better at joking. Haha, walking sideways like crabs? More like being carried away in a coffin. At this moment, Old Man Chu was staring blankly at the dazzling bolts of lightning in the sky. muttering to Yi Feng. "Kid, do you think those thunder tribulations up there might accidentally hit us?" As he lamented that he had ultimately fallen into Yi Feng's trap, Yi Feng chuckled and assured him, "Absolutely not." But as soon as he finished speaking, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck right next to Old Man Chu. The old man was terrified. "Good heavens, is this what you meant by no misfires?" While Yi Feng and Old Man Chu were frantically throwing talismans inside the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's main hall, the Grand Elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that someone could control the power of heavenly thunder tribulations. 3 days later, inside a guest room in the Black Demon Sect, Zhou Tong was trying to persuade Yi Linxue to hurry and retrieve the treasure. Otherwise, it would be too late. But Yi Linxue calmly replied, "Don't worry, the timing isn't right yet. This is what the profound heaven secret technique is telling me." Hearing this, Zhou Tong finally relaxed and stopped urging her. 2 flowers bloom, each telling its own story. At this moment, Yi Feng and Old Man Chu had finally arrived at a vast mountain range stretching thousands of miles. Old Man Chu pointed to a peak ahead and said to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, look, the grand buildings deep in these mountains are the Black Demon Sect's headquarters." Hearing this, Yi Feng was overjoyed. He then prepared to show Old Man Chu what it meant to be the most powerful force in the Xintian continent. After a dazzling transformation, he now wore a black gold helmet, a majestic robe, yellow iron armor, and flower-patterned boots. This outfit made Yi Feng declare it absolutely perfect. Seeing Yi Feng's new attire, Old Man Chu couldn't help but say, "Good heavens, what happened to the latrine? You turned it into golden armor?" Yi Feng ignored Old Man Chu's complaints. In the next moment, Yi Feng pointed toward the Black Demon Sect's territory and shouted, "Where are my golden armored guards?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless heavenly thunder tribulations and towering figures appeared in the sky. Inside the Black Demon Sect, many disciples were shocked by the celestial phenomenon. They never expected to witness the legendary heavenly tribulation in their lifetime. In a secluded area of the Black Demon Sect, an old man felt the overwhelming, world-destroying aura approaching the sect. He was utterly stunned. Zhou Chongshan, the former sect leader of the Black Demon Sect, was filled with shock. He never expected that their sect would provoke such a powerful enemy. In utter despair, he punched the current sect leader, who was still in a daze, and began laughing maniacally. He then looked up at the sky, waiting for death. Today, no one in the Black Demon Sect will escape alive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Feng was calmly listening to Old Jin's report. When he learned that the troops were ready to attack the Black Demon Sect, Yi Feng smiled. "Good job, Old Jin. Keep up the good work. Strive to join my guard corps soon. Let's grow stronger and achieve greater glory." After giving Old Jin a pep talk, Yi Feng walked over to Old Man Chu and said with a smile, "Elder Chu, stop daydreaming. Lead the way. Today, we'll settle all grudges and debts. Don't miss this opportunity." Hearing this, Old Man Chu was overjoyed. He never expected to finally have a chance to get his revenge. Thinking of this, he immediately pointed in the direction of Zhou Chongshan and ordered all the guards to charge forward. But at this moment, a confused Old Jin approached Yi Feng and asked, "How should we attack?" Hearing this, Yi Feng was stunned. "Good heavens! Do you really need to ask me how to do this?" Without clear orders, Old Jin pondered and then suggested, "Master, what if we use the massive thunderclouds above to bombard the Black Demon Sect and send them all to the afterlife? What do you think?" Hearing this, Yi Feng immediately agreed. "Haha, I didn't expect you, who always look so righteous, to be such a closet pervert." Just as Yi Feng was about to give the order to carry out Old Jin's suggestion, the system suddenly popped up with a notification. "Ing. Reminder, host. Your second disciple is currently a guest in the Black Demon Sect. Please make arrangements to avoid accidental harm." Hearing this, Yi Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that his second disciple, Yi Linxue, was also here. After regaining his composure, he immediately issued orders to send 3 golden armored guards to protect her. The rest were to act decisively and eliminate the treacherous Black Demon Sect. As soon as Yi Feng gave the order, the Black Demon Sect's plaza was immediately struck by heavenly thunder tribulations and attacked by the golden armored guards. Seeing this devastating scene, Zhou Chongshan was utterly stunned. He knew this was the end. At this moment, Zhou Tong looked at the room, now as bright as day due to the intense light, and felt a deep sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Yi Linxue remained completely unfazed by the chaos. She even leisurely began sipping tea. Seeing this, Zhou Tong couldn't help but mutter, "Good heavens, the saintess is so calm. She's even drinking tea at a time like this." He then decided to step out and check the situation. but as soon as he stepped outside, the horrifying scene left him utterly stunned. Seeing the Black Demon Sect disciples being struck by lightning, he immediately turned around and ran back into the room, slamming the door shut. Yi Linxue teased, "Haha, Elder Zhou, not planning to go out anymore?" Zhou Tong immediately replied, "No, I'm staying here. I think it's safer inside." Yi Linxue didn't press further. Instead, she began to wonder why the Heaven's Mirror had led her here. It had even said that someone would deliver the treasure to her directly, as long as she stayed safely in this room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the former sect leader of the Black Demon Sect, Zhou Chongshan, was staring blankly at the ruins around him. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately ordered the guards to finish him off. But just as the golden-armored guards were about to strike, the system suddenly sent another notification. Reminder, host. Yi Linxue needs a certain treasure, and it's currently on Zhou Chongshan. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately shouted, "Wait! Don't act yet. My disciple's treasure is in this old bastard's hands. You too. Give him a good beating, but don't kill him." Zhou Chongshan, on the verge of tears, cried out, "Who is your disciple? When did I ever take her treasure? My sect and disciples are either injured or dead, and now you're accusing us of theft? This poor old man. You're simply outrageous." As the old man was being tortured by the two guards, he begged Yi Feng to end his suffering quickly. Hearing the old man not only refusing to give in, but even making demands, Yi Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. He then immediately ordered old Jin, who had been standing by watching, to join the fight. Several hours later, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh at the sight of Zhou Chongshan, who was now covered in bruises. "Haha, as expected of the former leader of the Black Demon Sect, your willpower is truly remarkable." Tears streaming down his face, the old man cried out, "If you want something, just say it. Why torture an old man like me? If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know what you want me to hand over?" Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a bit embarrassed. How was he supposed to know what the treasure even was? After thinking for a while, he shamelessly said, "I don't know what that little thing is, but my disciple is the saintess of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. After all this, you should know what you stole from her." Zhou Chongshan, who had been mercilessly beaten, finally understood. He then tremblingly pulled out a small furnace and placed it in his hands. Seeing this, old man Chu immediately understood. He then explained to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, you've wronged him. This treasure was borrowed from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Yi Feng, however, replied, "I already knew that, Elder Chu. Can't you tell I was just messing with him? I never gave him a chance to explain earlier." Despite being beaten black and blue, Zhou Chongshan still burst into laughter when Yi Feng asked why he was laughing. Zhou Chongshan replied with deep sorrow, "Haha, who would have thought that I, the former leader of the Black Demon Sect, would be reduced to a tool for someone else's entertainment? This is simply absurd." With that, the old man, ready to die, suddenly charged at Yi Feng, intending to self-destruct and take Yi Feng with him. Seeing this, old man Chu immediately understood Zhou Chongshan's plan. He quickly stepped in front of Yi Feng, ready to shield him from the explosion, ready to take the brunt of the explosion. But just as old man Chu closed his eyes, preparing to face his fate, old Jin suddenly flashed to Zhou Chongshan's side and slapped him away with a single strike. Old man Chu, seeing this, was utterly stunned. He thought to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? Why does this defy all logic? And why does it defy the laws of this world?" Meanwhile, Yi Feng, seeing old Jin's bravery and quick thinking, was in high spirits. He immediately decided to give old Jin a name as a reward. After pondering for a while, he finally settled on a name that felt right. "Alright, from now on, your nickname will be Saucy Man, and your name will be Yi Yi. Do you have any objections?" Hearing his new name, old Jin was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he knelt before Yi Feng, repeatedly saying, "Yi," thanks his master for the name. Yi Feng was also very pleased. After encouraging Yi Yi for a while, he waved his hand and ordered, "All golden-armored guards may now return." Meanwhile, Yi Yi was sent to deliver the treasure that Zhou Chongshan had handed over to Yi Linxue. At the same time, inside a guest room in the Black Demon Sect, Zhou Tong pressed his ear against the tightly shut door, trying to eavesdrop on the commotion outside. As he listened, he couldn't help but think, how strange. Just moments ago, the battlefield was filled with the roar of cannons. Why did everything suddenly fall silent outside? As Zhou Tong turned around, puzzled, and was deep in thought, he never expected that behind him, a tall figure had silently appeared without a sound. Seeing this, Yi Linxue opened her mouth to warn him to be careful of what was behind him. But before Zhou Tong could react, Yi rushed into the room, and with a single memory erasure palm, knocked him out cold. Seeing this, Yi Linxue was instantly furious. Just as she was about to fight back, Yi Feng, who had been sighing for a while, appeared in front of her. He gave Yi Linxue a bold surprise, and also handed over the treasure he had taken from Zhou Tong. When Yi Linxue saw that the person before her was her long-lost master, she was overjoyed. Without hesitation, she immediately threw herself at him, hugging him tightly, and clung to Yi Feng like a koala, refusing to let go for a long time. When Old Man Chu saw this scene, his mind immediately became... He realized he might know too much, and he wasn't sure if Yi Feng, this scheming guy, would silence him. At this moment, Yi Feng was helplessly dragging the complicated disguise he was wearing. Meanwhile, Yi Linxue curiously asked her master if there was any other purpose behind destroying the Black Demon sect. Hearing this, Yi Feng paused for a moment. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't just say it was arranged by the system. Seeing that her master didn't respond, Yi Linxue sensed that he seemed to have some unspeakable difficulty. She tactfully changed the subject. By the way, master, with the karmic Tao insights you gave me, I've realized that the time for me to help you take control of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is almost here. Hearing this, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, this is ridiculous. When did I ever say I wanted to take control of the Heavenly Mechanism? Isn't this all just your own imagination, you silly disciple? At the same time, while Yi Feng was complaining, he noticed Old Man Chu hiding in the corner. He was secretly holding a brush, writing something unknown. When Yi Feng asked him what he was doing, the old man, who already had misunderstandings about Yi Feng, immediately swore to the heavens. I know too much. But please rest assured, Old Man Chu, will definitely keep these secrets. If I leak even a single word, may the heavenly thunder strike me down. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt like his mind was about to explode. Good heavens, do you all love making assumptions like this? But when he heard Old Man Chu swear to keep the secrets, he smirked and said, Old Man Chu, remember what you just said? If you leak anything, I really will summon thunder to strike you. Hearing this, Old Man Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, things could have gotten dangerous. While Old Man Chu was secretly complaining, Yi Feng turned to Yi Linxue and asked her how they should handle Zhou Tong when he woke up. Yi Linxue patted her chest and assured him, don't worry. I have plenty of ways to cover up what happened after he was knocked out. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. After he and Yi Linxue finished upgrading the sect's communication and teleportation functions, he instructed Old Man Chu to pack up and prepare to leave quickly. But just as Yi Feng finished speaking, the system suddenly sent a pop-up message. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 300,000 extravagance points. Reward, 10,000 souls bloodthirsty banner. Translated version. This banner is a special demonic spiritual artifact that seals 10,000 malevolent spirits. It can launch soul attacks against enemies. The holder must feed it with their own blood to strengthen it. The stronger the blood, the faster the evil spirits grow, and the greater the damage. Hearing this, Yi Feng was instantly shocked. Good heavens, this special reward is way too sinister. If I take this to the upper realm, it might even advance to a divine-level artifact. Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, the system interrupted his wild imagination with a ding. Host, have some dignity, will you? Since when did you start coveting such trash? Even though you've been living a poor life, you still have me. I can completely replace those rewards. Your days will get better. Looking at the pop-up message, Yi Feng, for some reason, felt like he was reminded of someone. His fists itched with irritation. The system, sensing Yi Feng's emotional fluctuations, immediately said, I'm not messing around, and gifted him the Divine Eye of Destruction. The Divine Eye of Destruction. When closed, all things flourish. When opened, all life perishes. It's a must-have for travel and killing. The host can use it once per day. Hearing this, Yi Feng finally smiled in satisfaction. System, you've finally done something decent. Eager to test the power of the Divine Eye, Yi Feng prepared to give it a try. At this moment, on a towering mountain within the Black Demon sect's territory, a golden light suddenly flashed. Then, Yi Feng appeared, looking utterly shocked. When Old Man Chu asked why he was blinking so much, Yi Feng pointed toward the mountain and asked, Can't you see that? Confused, Old Man Chu turned to look. When he saw what was happening, he was instantly shocked. In his vision, the towering mountain had been erased. As the stunned old man, what had happened? Yi Feng interrupted him. Stop, Elder Chu, let's not talk about the vanished mountain. You've worked hard on this journey, so I'll give you this 10,000 souls bloodthirsty banner. It's a growth-type spiritual artifact. Just feed it with your blood daily, and it will grow stronger. When you ascend to the upper realm, its grade can be further enhanced. When Old Man Chu sensed the aura of the banner, he was utterly stunned. Good heavens, if I take this powerful bloodthirsty banner, won't I become a demonic cultivator? Hearing this, Yi Feng chuckled and said, Elder Chu, Don't worry. Every soul in this banner is guilty. They're all great evildoers who have slaughtered countless lives. So, you can use it without hesitation. Reassured, Old Man Chu accepted the banner. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chan Zhengyang, the sect master of Tianyang sect, stood solemnly in the main hall. He was sternly asking his subordinates if they had delivered the resources to the demon ceiling cave. When he received confirmation, he smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. After centuries of planning, we've finally reached the day when the heavenly demon ancestor will break the seal. Once the seal is broken, other sects will either be destroyed or submit. No one can stop the rise of Tianyang sect. Meanwhile, after sending Yifeng into the secret realm, the system retreated. Yifeng, now inside the cave. At this moment, Yifeng was studying the dark cave. What an obvious cave. Since the system sent me here, there must be something wrong with this place. Just as Yifeng was deep in thought, the system suddenly sent a daily squander wealth pop-up message. Ding! Today's squandered item. Soul Orb, 200 grams. The Soul Orb contains extremely pure soul energy. It is a special item, created by soul cultivators who specialize in spiritual power. When Yifeng saw the purple crystal orb, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "System, soul cultivators are amazing. What are the uses of this crystal orb they created?" Hearing Yifeng's question, the system immediately responded. Ding! Reminder, soul cultivators train their spiritual power and can unleash terrifying mental attacks in battle. Their strength is immense. The soul orbs they create are extremely important for alchemists, blacksmiths, array masters, and others. As the system rambled on, Yifeng couldn't help but feel exasperated. Stop, stop. I figured it out. You've revealed so many secrets. Are you trying to trigger some related plot in this unnamed cave? The system awkwardly admitted this, and reminded Yifeng that he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Stop, stop. I figured it out. You've revealed so many secrets. Are you trying to trigger some related plot in this unnamed cave? The system awkwardly admitted this, and reminded Yifeng that an abnormal force was about to attack his soul. However, the system's antivirus function had already activated. Hearing this, Yifeng laughed. Wow, someone's trying to mess with me again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, a mysterious old man, Xiaochan, was holding a soul orb and muttering to himself. Although I've been sealed in this cave for 200 years, I've managed to refine so many soul orbs. It seems like I haven't lost out. Just as Xiaochan was rambling, Yifeng suddenly interrupted him. Old man, what are you counting there? Xiaochan was startled. He quickly put away the soul orb and turned to demand, "Who are you, and how did you get here?" Yifeng smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm a man. As for how I got here, well, I just walked in." With that, Yifeng took a few steps toward the old man. Xiaochan was stunned. "As for how I got here, well look, I just walked in like this." With that, Yifeng took a few quick steps toward the old man. Xiaochan was utterly stunned. What the? This is a seal set by the Golden Wheel Emperor. How could he just walk in so easily? Has the seal failed? Thinking the seal had broken, Xiaochan rushed toward the exit. The next second, he crashed headfirst into an invisible barrier, blood streaming down his face. When he realized the seal was still intact, Xiaochan broke down in tears. How much longer must I stay in this cursed place? Seeing Xiaochan crying and making a scene, Yifeng curiously ordered the system to use a peek into the heavens opportunity to find out who this old man was. The system immediately responded. Ding! This person is named Xiaochan, also known as the Heavenly Demon Ancestor. He is a peak-level soul cultivator at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, having survived 9 heavenly tribulations. 200 years ago, he offended Ding Yi, a direct disciple of the Golden Wheel Emperor, and was sealed in this demon sealing cave by the Golden Wheel Emperor's avatar. Hearing this, Yifeng chuckled to himself. Looks can be deceiving, huh? Therefore, he was sealed in this demon sealing cave by the Golden Wheel Emperor's avatar. Hearing this, Yifeng chuckled to himself. Looks can really be deceiving, huh? By the way, if I squander soul orbs in front of him, would that count as squandering wealth? With that thought, Yifeng casually walked closer to the old man. He acted as if they were old friends, getting close to the elder. He opened his mouth and asked the elder, "Do you know what a soul orb is?" Hearing this, the old man replied with a look of disdain. Of course I know. And I have quite a few in my possession." Hearing this, Yifeng immediately took out a soul orb the size of a wash basin from his spatial storage and placed it in front of the old man. With a smug expression, he asked, "Elder, how many soul orbs like this do you have?" When the old man turned to look, he was instantly shocked. What the? How could there be one this big in the Xintian continent? Just as the old man was still marveling at this incredibly rare soul orb, Yifeng, without hesitation, threw it away. In the next second, there was a loud crack, and the soul orb shattered into several pieces. Seeing this, the old man flew into a rage. In all my years, I never thought there would be someone so reckless in this world. Meanwhile, Yifeng put on a defiant expression, as if he didn't care about the consequences, and said, "Anyway, I've already offended Ding Yi, and I can't leave now. Rather than letting this soul orb become a burial object, it's better to use it for something interesting." Hearing this, the old man was startled. He hadn't expected that this person, like himself, had been trapped here by Ding Yi. At the mention of Ding Yi, the old man's eyes immediately filled with bitterness. He swore fiercely, "If I can escape in my lifetime, I'll definitely give that scoundrel a painful lesson." After ranting about Ding Yi for a while, the old man suddenly asked with curiosity, "By the way, kid, you just said you wanted to use the soul orb for something interesting. I'm curious, what is it? Can you enlighten me?" Yifeng chuckled and said, "Elder, of course, no problem. Just watch closely." Then, a familiar BGM, background music, slowly began to play. "Too far away, baby." After the chaotic BGM finished playing, the old man was left utterly stunned. In his mind, images of fragrant fried fish, savory rice, and cilantro chicken, various affectionate greetings for Yifeng, flashed by. At this moment, Yifeng was passionately playing one-on-one with Xiao Chun under the basketball hoop. The two of them didn't feel the slightest bit of regret about the shattered soul orbs scattered at their feet. Just as they finished throwing their 200th ball, the system, that sneaky old trickster, suddenly issued a reward notification for successful squandering. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully squandering today. Reward, 1,000 squander points. Reward, 1,000 soul orbs. PM. Note, consuming these soul orbs will not grant additional squander points." Just as Yifeng was gleefully checking the system rewards, Xiao Chun, growing impatient, called out to remind him, "Hey, kid, are you out of soul orbs? Why aren't you continuing to play? If you don't have any, I still have plenty here." As he spoke, he immediately pulled out a large pile of soul orbs from his clothes. While taking out the soul orbs, he muttered to himself, "These soul orbs of mine are a bit small. How do you think we should play with these little ones?" Hearing this, Yifeng immediately replied, "We can use them to play ping pong." After setting up the court, the two began another series of intense matches. A few hours later, after playing with both large and small balls, Xiao Chun was drenched in sweat and exclaimed, while Yifeng, also panting heavily beside him, cheerfully chimed in, "Haha, old man, your spiral ball technique is incredibly powerful. I almost couldn't return it." After discussing their ball skills for a while, Xiao Chun smiled and changed the subject, turning to Yifeng and asking, "Do you know about a sect called Tianyang sect?" After thinking carefully for a moment, Yifeng finally replied, "Tianyang sect? I do have some impression of it. I remember my master wife mentioned it once." When the old man heard that Yifeng knew about Tianyang sect, he immediately became excited and said, "Kid, you have no idea. This sect is downright evil. They once tried to harm me. But when I casually gave them some benefits and lied that I was the heavenly demon ancestor, promising to protect them after breaking the seal and escaping, they immediately started gathering resources for me like crazy." Hearing this, Yifeng was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Just by making up a random identity, you managed to trick Tianyang sect into serving you for so many years? You're really a clever one. Thinking this, Yifeng began to consider recruiting Xiao Chun into his own sect. Such talent shouldn't be allowed to slip away. With this in mind, he started asking Xiao Chun, "Is there really no way to break out of this cave?" The old man was momentarily stunned by the question. After thinking for a long time, he pointed to the golden stone above them and said, "That's the core of the sealing array. As long as it's destroyed, we should be able to leave." Hearing this, Yifeng immediately became interested. "Good heavens, this is the perfect test for the power of my destruction divine pupil." Thinking this, Yifeng looked up and quickly activated the destruction divine pupil. After a flash of golden light, the golden stone above them shattered with a loud crack. The old man was both shocked and delighted. He couldn't understand how something he had tried countless times to break was destroyed by Yifeng with just a glance. "Have I been living like a dog all these years?" While Xiao Chun was still in shock, Yifeng asked, "The seal is broken. Why aren't you leaving?" Hearing this, Xiao Chun snapped out of his daze and immediately ran out of the cave. Once outside, he looked up at the starry sky and felt as if he were dreaming. Overwhelmed with emotion, he even turned to Yifeng and asked. He looked up at the starry sky, feeling as if he were dreaming. Overwhelmed with excitement, he even turned to Yifeng and asked, "Is this real?" At that moment, Yifeng, who had also stepped out of the cave, was utterly stunned when he saw Xiao Chun turn around. The old man, who had just been a bearded elder, had transformed into a handsome young man. The moment he stepped out of the cave, had transformed into a dashing and extraordinary handsome man. Utterly shocked, Yifeng immediately rubbed his eyes. After a long while, he looked up again, only to find that the once dashing and handsome man had instantly turned back into the white-haired, 80-year-old man. At this moment, Yifeng even began to suspect whether the system's destruction divine pupil was malfunctioning. Otherwise, how could he explain the bizarre events that had just occurred? At the moment Yifeng activated the destruction divine pupil and destroyed the core of the sealing array, Golden Wheel Emperor in the upper realm immediately sensed it. How interesting. I didn't expect someone in the lower realm to be able to break the 5 great seals. It seems I have something new to play with. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Xiaochun were chatting casually outside the cave. From the old man, Yifeng learned that the reason he had been trapped in the cave, a legendary soul tree, which had been coveted by villains. After being outnumbered, he was sealed away. Hearing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. He immediately extended an invitation for the old man to join his sect. After some thought, the old man nodded in agreement. Seeing the old man agree, Yifeng asked him if he still wanted to seek revenge. Xiaochun waved his hands in panic. No, I don't want revenge. That would be suicidal. If the Golden Wheel Emperor catches me again, my life would be in danger. Hearing the old man's cowardly words, Yifeng was speechless. After silently venting his frustrations for a while, Yifeng began to consult the system. Xiaochun is incredibly powerful, and he's agreed to join the Soul Sect as a guardian elder. Would it be too much to give him 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones as a welcome gift? The system immediately responded. The amount is within the squandering range. 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones have been issued. As soon as the words fell, Yifeng took out a storage ring and handed it to the old man, saying, "This is a welcome gift for joining the sect. It contains 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. I hope you don't mind." Hearing this, Xiaochun was completely stunned. At this moment, he began to wonder if the economy of the Shintian realm had collapsed over the past 200 years. Otherwise, how could someone casually give away 1,000,000 spirit stones as a gift? There was also another possibility. Perhaps this kid also had a grudge against the Golden Wheel Emperor. If not, how else could this be explained? Thinking this, Xiaochun immediately waved his hands and quickly said, "Yifeng, I've thought about it, and I'm too lazy and unruly. Joining a sect isn't for me." Hearing this, Yifeng wasn't angry at all. Instead, he took out 2 soul orbs from his spatial storage and held them in his hands. If you won't agree, I'll just have to give away all the soul orbs." Hearing this, Xiaochun immediately panicked. He stopped in his tracks and turned back to Yifeng, exclaiming, "Yifeng, I was just joking earlier. I'm actually eager to join." As soon as Xiaochun accepted the 1,000,000 spirit stones, the system immediately issued a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a squandering behavior. Reward, 300 squander points. Reward, 100 drops of pure soul water. Ding! Pure soul water can purify impurities in the soul. When purified to the extreme, the soul has a chance to evolve in a positive direction. Seeing this reward, Yifeng felt the system was truly useful. He immediately approached Xiaochun and asked, "Elder Xiao, I have a question. If your soul were purified to the extreme, what would happen?" The old man thought for a long time before excitedly saying, "What do you think? I could even ascend to immortality." Hearing this, Yifeng immediately decided not to give him the pure soul water. If it was that powerful, he'd save it for others in the sect. At this moment, Xiaochun was preparing to summon his flying artifact to leave the secret realm. Before boarding the old man's gourd, Yifeng tossed out a spirit stone. Xiaochun was puzzled. He had never seen anyone casually throw away cultivation resources. When Xiaochun asked Yifeng what he was doing, Yifeng smiled and said, "This spirit stone is a trap for the Tianyang sect. Anyway, the great treasure is gone. Whoever picks up this spirit stone will be the first place winner of this secret realm competition." Hearing this, Xiaochun finally understood. Right, the Tianyang sect had dumped all the sect's resources into the cave earlier. After breaking the cave's seal, I took everything with me. When others come to explore the secret realm, they'll only find a single mid-grade spirit stone. By then, the Tianyang sect will be in big trouble. A few hours later, Xiaochun was enjoying flying through the sky, watching the rising sun. But the next moment, Xiao Hong came charging at him with a giant cauldron, shouting, "You dare kidnap my master! Release him at once!" Seeing this, the old man was utterly confused. Thinking it was an enemy attack, he didn't dare fight back. Instead, he gathered a terrifying amount of spiritual energy in his palm, ready to strike if necessary. Just as the two were about to clash, Yifeng, who had been woken up by the commotion, shouted, "Stop! Don't fight! We're all on the same side." Xiao Hong and Xiaochun were both stunned. After Yifeng explained the situation, the misunderstanding was resolved. At this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't take his eyes off the giant cauldron Xiao Hong was holding. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Hong smiled and explained, Elder Xiao, this is a heaven-grade cauldron. Every elder in our sect has one. It's great for fighting. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that heaven-grade cauldrons had become so common. Could it be that the economy of the Xintian realm had truly collapsed? In the past, such an item would have caused a bloody struggle. As Xiao Chen was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Yifeng felt a bit awkward. He thought to himself, Elder Zhao's mental resilience is surprisingly weak. This is just the beginning, and he's already breaking down. If he finds out about the number 1 cultivator in the Xintian realm, he might just cry to death. After some more chatter, Yifeng asked Xiao Hong if he had led the team to the Tianyang sect. If so, he should inform the senior brother to just go through the motions in the secret realm. There's nothing valuable left in the secret realm. Once they're done, they can return to the sect. With that, Yifeng and Xiao Chen flew away on the gourd. A few hours later, Yifeng and Xiao Chen returned to the sect. Seeing the cobweb-covered walls, Xiao Chen felt uneasy. But as he stepped into the courtyard, an overwhelming aura immediately suppressed him. Is this the Sword Heart Realm's Imperial Sword Intent? Good heavens, I never expected such a powerful sword cultivator to be hiding in this rundown sect. Just as Xiao Chen was marveling at this discovery, a dog appeared, dazzling him. The dog was excitedly holding a sword in its mouth, releasing bursts of terrifying sword intent. As Xiao Chen watched in shock, Elder Bai walked out from the backyard and noticed the two newcomers. Seeing Xiao Chen's tattered clothes, Elder Bai wondered if he was a beggar. But then he dismissed the thought. No. Yifeng wouldn't bring back someone like that. This person is probably here to cling to Yifeng's coattails. At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was filled with shock. He had discovered that this rundown sect had 3 tribulation transcendence experts and 2 nascent soul experts. Is this the standard for small sects 200 years later? I never thought tribulation transcendence experts would become more common than the great monks in the Dan Temple. It seems my prospects here won't be great. I should leave as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Chen decided to leave the soul sect, Elder Chu suddenly appeared, catching his attention. To be precise, it was the weapon in Elder Chu's hand that caught his eye. As Xiao Chen exclaimed, is that a demon spirit artifact? All the sect's experts immediately rushed over. Among them, Luo Qianxue was the first to notice Yifeng's lecherous gaze on her. As Luo Qianxue was still wondering why Elder Chu had a demon spirit artifact, Yifeng pulled Xiao Chen, who was standing nearby in a daze, over to Luo Qianxue and said, Master Wife, this is Elder Xiao Chen. He's a soul cultivator who wants to join our sect as an elder. His strength is at the level where he could ascend at any moment. Hearing this, everyone who had been marveling at the demon spirit artifact was utterly shocked. Good heavens, a cultivator who could ascend at any moment? Isn't that stronger than the great elders of the Star Palace? When Xiao Chen saw everyone's shocked expressions upon learning of his strength, his desire to leave the soul sect and join another sect began to waver. While Xiao Chen was still hesitating, Yifeng instructed the system to draw 100 soul spirit trees. The system immediately executed the command. 83,000 squander points consumed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 soul spirit trees with 9,000 years of age. When Yifeng heard that the squander points consumed were within his budget, he was delighted. He then enthusiastically instructed Elder Xia to show Xiao Chen around and familiarize him with the sect. He also asked Elder Chu and Elder Luo to accompany him to the residential area. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue was unhappy. Good heavens, how dare you, a disciple, command the elders? Are you trying to seize power? Hearing this, Yifeng smirked mischievously. Then, with a playful tone, he said, Oh, Master Wife, why are you saying such things? After all, we'll be together in the future. A few minutes later, in the elders' residential area, Yifeng stood in front of a wooden building and said to Elder Luo, help me tear down this small wooden building. I've prepared some timber to build a new residence for Elder Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Luo Kai was stunned. Good heavens, Yifeng is so fickle, and I feel like he has a special preference for collecting old men like us. Elder Chu Hongshan, however, disagreed. Elder Luo, you're not entirely correct. We came here voluntarily to cling to his coattails. As the two continued to argue, Yifeng, who overheard their conversation, felt extremely awkward. He immediately asked the system if he could give them some small items to make them stop bad-mouthing him. He planned to spend some money to shut them up. When he heard the system's confirmation, He immediately, excitedly shouted at the two elders who were moving the timber. Elders, thank you for your hard work. Once the wooden courtyard is built, I'll give each of you 10 drops of essence from a great demon, and the types are varied, so you can choose whichever you like. Hearing this, Luo Kai, a top-tier body cultivator, was overjoyed. He immediately tore off his shirt and began frantically moving the timber. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the elders' residential area. Yifeng watched as the area that had once been a wooden house was instantly flattened by Luo Kai's strength. He couldn't help but feel delighted. He shouted excitedly, "Elder Luo, you're amazing." After marveling for a while, Yifeng placed the large trees he had just drawn from the system in the courtyard. Seeing this, Luo Kai was curious. He asked Yifeng, "What are these golden trees?" Yifeng smiled and explained, "These are soul spirit trees. They're over 9,000 years old." After explaining, Yifeng instructed the two elders to use up all the timber. He planned to give Elder Xiao Chun a huge surprise. With that, he turned and ran. Seeing this, Luo Kai asked Elder Chu in confusion, "How can a courtyard need so much timber? Elder Chu, what should we do?" Elder Chu, with a serious expression, replied, "Humph, this is probably Yifeng's test for us. It seems those 10 drops of demon essence won't be easy to obtain." Meanwhile, on a shaded path within the sect, Xiaochen was shocked by Elder Xia's words. "Old Xia, what did you say? Our sect leader is the daughter of the Star Sect's leader?" After Elder Xia confirmed it again, Xiaochen reluctantly accepted the truth. "Good heavens, Yifeng, you said this was a small sect. How did it suddenly become a branch of a top-tier sect?" While Xiaochen was still in shock, Elder Xia's continuous vomiting snapped him out of it. Seeing someone vomit from eating pills for the first time, he curiously asked, "What are you eating?" Instead of answering, Elder Xia asked, "Do you know what a pure spirit body is?" Xiaochen replied that he only had a vague understanding of it. Elder Xia said it didn't matter, as Xiaochen would soon experience the taste of these pills, which were worse than feces. As they spoke, they arrived at the heaven-grade cauldron toilet that Yifeng had built. Xiaochen, seeing this strange structure, asked curiously, "Who lives here? Why is there a thatched hut?" When he reached the center of the hut, he was stunned by what he saw. He never expected to find a heaven-grade cauldron inside the hut. Did Yifeng build this strange courtyard? Elder Xia confirmed. "Yes, it's Yifeng's. And let me tell you a little secret. Yifeng plans to use golden silkworm star stone to turn this into a bathroom. In the future, anyone who wants to transcend tribulation can just come here, and their success rate will be 100%. Xiaochen was utterly shocked. He never expected Yifeng to be so extravagant. "Back in the day, I endured 18 heavenly tribulations to reach the 9th level of tribulation transcendence. But now you're telling that just by hiding in a bathroom for a while, I can easily transcend tribulation? Old Xia, do you know how I feel right now?" Hearing this, Elder Xia immediately took out a pill and handed it to Xiaochen, intending to calm him down. Seeing the pill, Xiaochen thought it was the same pill that Elder Xia had been vomiting after eating. Just as he was about to refuse, Elder Xia said, "This is the legendary enlightenment pill, and it tastes quite good. I usually don't even dare to eat it. Why don't you give it a try?" Hearing this, Xiaochen finally took the pill. As soon as he swallowed it, he was stunned, because he had truly entered the legendary state of enlightenment. A few minutes later, Elder Xia, seeing that Xiaochen had exited the enlightenment state, excitedly asked, "How was it?" "Amazing, right? This enlightenment pill is also Yifeng's. He even used it to awaken the dog's intelligence." Hearing this, Xiaochen, who was still savoring the experience, was even more astonished. In disbelief, he immediately asked, "With such a high cost, don't you guys try to stop him?" Elder Xiao laughed and said, "That brat Yifeng has so many good things. Old Xiao, you should know why you're here, right? Didn't Yifeng give you something before you came?" Hearing this, Xiaochen, as if remembering something, felt a bit awkward. Seeing this, Elder Xia just laughed it off. An hour later, after a long tour, the two finally arrived at the elder's residential area. When Xiaochen reached the construction and saw Luo Kai and Chu Hongshan diligently chopping wood, he was stunned. Strange, this would look so familiar. When he got closer and took a closer look, Xiaochen could no longer remain calm. "Good heavens, isn't that the soul spirit tree I've always dreamed of?" Seeing Luo Kai and Elder Chu chopping the soul spirit trees, Xiaochen could no longer stay calm. As he rushed to stop them, shouting, "Don't chop them!" Luo Kai and Elder Chu simultaneously swung their axes, splitting the tree into several pieces. This cruel scene left Xiao Chun, who had just arrived, in tears. He muttered, "Wasting treasures like this will bring divine retribution." Hearing this, Luo Kai, who was chopping wood, was a bit annoyed. "We're kindly building a residence for you, and yet you curse us. If anyone deserves divine retribution, it should be you." Hearing that, the soul spirit trees were being chopped to build his residence. Xiao Chun was stunned. Then, snapping out of it, he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he snatched the axe from Luo Kai's hands. This sudden move left Luo Kai dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, he immediately asked Xiao Chan, "Didn't you say chopping soul spirit trees would bring divine retribution?" Hearing this, Elder Chu immediately said with a smile, "Don't worry. I've been struck by lightning so many times that I'm used to it by now." A few hours later, a dazzling golden palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Elder Xia, utterly shocked, exclaimed, "Good heavens, is this the special treatment for a transcendence expert? Now I feel like I'm living in a slum." As Elder Xia fell into self-doubt, he suddenly heard Luo Kai's gruff voice. "So that's it. I know why Elder Xiao gets special treatment, while we don't." Hearing this, Elder Xia immediately asked Luo Kai why. Luo Kai, with a serious expression, replied, "Don't you see? This is Yifeng's way of hinting to us that we've become lax in our cultivation. That's why he's giving Elder Xiao such high treatment. He's using this luxurious palace to motivate us." Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Only Xiao Chun, feeling awkward, muttered softly, "That can't be right. Although I haven't known Yifeng for long, my intuition tells me that Yifeng did all this just to squander resources. It probably has nothing to do with motivating us to cultivate." Meanwhile, in Yifeng's room, a sudden notification from the system woke Yifeng from his sleep. "Ding! Congratulations, host. All soul spirit trees have been used. System detects no squandering behavior. Therefore, no rewards." Hearing this, Yifeng immediately sat up in bed. "Impossible. Why didn't I get any rewards? We're squandering. System, did you steal my rewards?" The system immediately replied, "Because Xiao Chun accepted the courtyard and participated in its construction, this behavior is not considered squandering." Yifeng was furious. He never expected that Elder Xiao would accept the chopping of soul spirit trees and even participate in the construction himself. Meanwhile, it was late at night. Within the soul sex courtyard, two figures sneaked outside the wall, whispering and plotting something. Chu Hongshan, who was about to use the restroom, noticed the situation and hid. He wanted to see who these two intruders were, daring to sneak into the sect. As he was planning how to capture them, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It turned out the newcomers were none other than the long-absent Grand Elder and the local celebrity who had been trapped in the heavenly Dao City for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Chu Hongshan decided not to take action. A few minutes later, the Grand Elder and Bai Gang had entered the courtyard. When they saw the magnificent golden palace before them, they were stunned. Good heavens, in just a few months, Chinchua has managed to develop the sect to this extent. The Grand Elder and Bai Gang felt like country bumpkins entering a grand palace. The dazzling golden palace almost blinded them. As the Grand Elder was marveling at the palace's luxury, Bai Gang suddenly pulled him aside. Look. This isn't just about luxury, don't you see? This entire palace was constructed using the legendary soul refining technique, a divine art of unparalleled craftsmanship. You must understand, this is a treasure that soul cultivators would go to great lengths to obtain. I've worked in Heavenly Dao City for hundreds of years, and the savings I've accumulated probably couldn't even buy a single piece of this wooden armor. After finishing his words, Old Man Bai Gang couldn't help but ask the stunned big head if his sect still needed a skilled cook to manage the kitchen and prepare meals. He mentioned that he specialized in the culinary arts and was now in urgent need of a place to showcase his skills. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was momentarily stunned. He never expected that this scoundrel Bai Gang would already plan to stay here permanently. He even offered to dedicate his culinary skills. How despicable. Every year, I beg him to cook a dish, but he always refuses, saying I'm not worthy of his cooking. What shamelessness. Just as the two were about to start fighting, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Gentlemen, I have plenty of rooms in my villa. If you don't mind, you can stay here for the night. Hearing this, the two fighting men were immediately They never expected someone to appear so silently nearby. It seems this person's skills are far above theirs. Fortunately, they arrived early. such a skilled individual, has already joined Qianshue's sect. Fortunately, they arrived early. Such skilled individuals have already joined Qianshue's sect. If they had arrived a few days later, the soul refining sect would likely be overcrowded. As the Grand Elder lamented, Chu Hongshan, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared before them. After some small talk, Chu Hongshan solemnly introduced Old Man Xiao to the Grand Elder and Bai Gang. When they learned that this old man was a peerless expert capable of ascending to the upper realm at any moment, they were utterly shocked. Good heavens, Qianxue, what has she been doing these past few months? We only asked her to establish a branch of the sect. We never said she should surpass the main sect in one go. If she continues like this for a few more months, she might become the unrivaled ruler of the entire continent. Hearing this, Old Man Bai Gang was even more determined to stay. No matter what, I must remain here. Even if the heavens try to drive me away, I won't leave. Hearing this, the Grand Elder couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood from 99 years ago suddenly sprayed out of his mouth. After catching his breath, the Grand Elder turned to Old Man Chu and asked, Old Chu, why are you here? Have you forgotten your original goal? Back then, you swore to forge a peerless divine weapon on your own. To forge a peerless divine weapon on your own. Why have you fallen so low? Hearing this, Old Man Chu remained calm, clasped his hands, and explained, since meeting Yifeng, I've let go of all worldly concerns. In the past, I was too ignorant and obsessed with things like spiritual energy and cauldrons. The Grand Elder refused to believe this. Nonsense. Your excuses are nothing but tricks to me. Seeing the Grand Elder's insistence on knowing what benefits Yifeng had given him, Chu Hongshan felt utterly speechless. Reluctantly, he revealed the truth. Yifeng gave me 10,000 refining fragments. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, they all wished Yifeng would give them a chance to shove the fragments into their hands. At this moment, Bai Gang, upon hearing that joining the sect came with such incredible benefits, was determined to stay. He immediately asked Chu Hongshan to ensure that after he joined the sect, he would receive extra support and care. When Chu Hongshan heard that Bai Gang also wanted to join the sect, he curiously asked him if he also wanted to become an elder. Bai Gang immediately denied this, saying that all he wanted was to stay in the soul refining sect and be a good cook. The next morning, in the sect's main hall, Luo Qianxue was surprised to ask her Grand Elder when he had brought his friends to the soul refining sect without informing her. Sitting in the main seat, the Grand Elder didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled and asked, Qianxue, my dear, what if I resigned as and came to work with you? What do you think? Hearing this, Luo Qianxue immediately refused without hesitation. No, Grand Elder. You are the pillar of the Starry Sky sect, a treasure of the sect. If you came here, what would the other elders do? As she spoke, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but wonder why the Grand Elder suddenly wanted to join her sect. Could it be that her rebellious disciple was behind this again? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifeng was enjoying the delicious food Old Man Li Gang had just prepared, while constantly asking the old man how the dish was made. Beside him, Old Man Bai Gang, hearing Yifeng's questions, calmly began to explain. This dish is made from the meat of a demon beast, the great strength demon ape, combined with numerous spirit herbs. The cooking process requires precise control of heat, the amount of spirit herbs, and timing, all of which are crucial. This dish is not only delicious, but also enhances one's strength. The only downside is that it has a time limit. Hearing this, Yifeng was even more impressed with Old Man Bai Gang. Good heavens, there's so much intricacy in making this dish. We absolutely cannot let such talent leave the sect. As Yifeng was busy calculating in his mind, the next moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. Ding! Today's squandered item is a set of 7 Dragon's Roar knives. The 7 Dragon's Roar knives are specially designed for cooking. There are 7 knives in total, each imbued with the essence of dragons and cheelants. Using these knives can maximize the flavor and preservation of ingredients. Having just finished breakfast, Yifeng was utterly speechless when he saw this squandered item notification. Good heavens, the sect just got a professional chef, and now you want me to squander a set of divine knives? Are you trying to drive him away? I still want to eat. After some careful thought, Yifeng turned his attention to his junior brother, Wu Feng. After all, before the old man arrived, Wu Feng was the only one in the sect whose cooking skills were somewhat passable. With this in mind, Yifeng immediately approached Old Man Bai Gang and began enthusiastically recommending his junior brother as a disciple. When Bai Gang asked Yifeng if the person seeking to become his disciple was also pursuing the culinary path, Yifeng was momentarily stumped. At that moment, he didn't know what to say. After all, his junior brother only knew how to refine pills and was about to become a third-grade alchemist. Hearing that the person seeking to become his disciple was a cultivator who only studied alchemy, Old Man Bai Gang was completely dumbfounded. As Bai Gang and Yifeng were busy discussing the matter, the little blue cat, who had just returned from the heavenly ocean, was waving at them as it walked over. Seeing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed the little blue cat's hand and rushed toward Bai Gang. When the little blue cat learned that the old man before him was the sect's newly recruited chef, he couldn't hold back his emotions. As a third-grade alchemist, he had been spending his days cooking for the entire sect instead of refining pills. Those dark, endless days were finally coming to an end, just as the little blue cat was fantasizing about his future blissful life. Yifeng's words jolted him back to reality. Junior brother Wu Feng, I've been thinking for a while now, and I feel that the path of alchemy isn't quite right for you. Now that Elder Bai, who specializes in the culinary arts, is here, why don't you just become his disciple and switch to the culinary path? What do you think? Without waiting for the little blue cat's response, Yifeng pulled out a golden box from his spatial storage. After a moment of thought, Yifeng took out a kitchen knife and forcefully placed it in his junior brother's hands. When the little blue cat held the gleaming knife, the dragon and Qilin spirits within suddenly awakened. From the moment the little blue cat grasped the knife Yifeng handed him, the entire sect descended into chaos. The reason for this was the sudden appearance of a heavenly tribulation, triggered by the dragon spirit within the knife. As everyone was preparing to deal with this calamity, Yifeng received a reward notification from the system. Ding! Host has completed the squandering task. Reward, 1,000 squandering points. Culinary path comprehension fragments, x 100. Hearing this reward notification, Yifeng was overjoyed. At that moment, he thought to himself, it seems the dragon spirit has recognized my junior brother as its master. Just as Yifeng was happily accepting the rewards, the little blue cat nervously spoke up. What the? This knife has a spirit inside. Senior brother, you're too good to me. But there's still a heavenly tribulation outside. What should we do? Yifeng, regaining his composure, smirked and said, Junior brother, don't panic. With me here, a mere heavenly tribulation won't harm you. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly tribulation lightning that had just struck down from the dark clouds was suddenly severed in midair. Everyone below was stunned. Isn't that the mysterious guard by Yifeng's side? How is he so powerful that he can cut through heavenly tribulation lightning? As everyone was in shock, the one-armed man, after cutting through the lightning, began to with a fierce smile, he challenged the tribulation clouds to increase their power. Faced with this, the tribulation clouds, unable to retaliate, turned and left without a word. Below, Luo Qianxue, watching the one-armed man effortlessly sever the heavenly tribulation lightning, was utterly stunned. She never expected that such a terrifyingly powerful expert existed in the profound sky continent. As Luo Qianxue stared in shock at the direction where the one-armed man had disappeared, Yifeng finally emerged from the hall. Seeing him, Luo immediately confronted him angrily. Yifeng, what on earth have you been up to? You rebellious disciple, speak up. What's the deal with the dragon spirit that triggered the heavenly tribulation? Was it you who brought it out again? At this moment, Yifeng, seeing the murderous intent in his master's words, didn't dare to reveal the truth. Just as he was racking his brains on how to shift the blame to someone else, to his surprise, the next moment, the little blue cat spilled the beans. When Luo Qianxue learned that the tribulation lightning was indeed caused by Yifeng, and that he had tricked the little blue cat into becoming Bai Gang's disciple to pursue the culinary path, she was utterly stunned. Damn you, rebellious disciple. I knew it was you behind this all along. And Wu Feng, what were you thinking? Do you even have any talent for cooking? Hearing this, the little blue cat immediately put on a clueless expression and replied, Sect Master, Senior Brother said talent doesn't matter. As long as I have enough culinary comprehension fragments, I can become invincible. As soon as the little blue cat finished speaking, Yifeng immediately chimed in, saying that he had already given Wu Feng 100 culinary comprehension fragments. Now he could already cook fourth-grade dishes. Old Man Bai Gang, who was standing nearby eating melons, immediately made up his mind to serve Yifeng well in the future. After hearing his words, someone who could instantly make a person with no culinary talent cook fourth-grade dishes. If he could build a good relationship with Yifeng, he could have as many rare treasures as he wanted. As Bai Gang was deep in thought, Luo Qianxue noticed him and asked in surprise, Elder Bai Gang, when did you join our sect? I didn't know about this. Hearing this, Yifeng was also stunned. Huh? Elder Bai, weren't you recruited by Master? At this moment, Bai Gang, facing the gazes of both of them, broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, I haven't even said much yet, and I've already been found out. Bai Gang's plan to sneak into the sect was ruthlessly exposed by Luo Qinxue. Bai Gang was so scared that he wanted to hide in a toilet. He couldn't understand how his plan had been discovered so quickly. The clever Luo Qinxue, seeing this scene, immediately understood what was going on. She sighed and said, Forget it. Everyone, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Yifeng, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. A moment later, Luo Qinxue, walking in the hall, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to Yifeng and asked him 2 serious questions. First, Yifeng, is that one-armed swordsman related to you? Second, what is your true purpose for getting close to me? The sudden questions caught Yifeng off guard. But as a seasoned flirt from the 21st century, he immediately put on a deep, affectionate expression and replied, Master, that one-armed man is indeed my subordinate. As for my purpose in getting close to you, it's naturally to make you my wife. Hearing this, Luo Qinxue immediately blushed and scolded, Damn you, rebellious disciple. I've never seen someone so shameless in my life. The system, hearing this, immediately chimed in with a sarcastic remark to Yifeng, Host, I'm too embarrassed to expose you. You don't actually like her, you're just after her body. You're so shameless. Hey, hearing this, Yifeng felt a little embarrassed. Stupid system, what do you know? I just want to give my beautiful master a warm home. After calming his nerves from being exposed, he quickly seized the opportunity while Luo Qinxue was still there to invite his master and future wife to join him for lunch so they could chat while eating. As if reading Yifeng's mind, Luo Qinxue rolled her eyes at him before nodding and saying, Fine. A moment later, Yifeng and Luo Qinxue were seated at the dining table. Seeing Luo Qinxue sitting in silence, Yifeng asked, Master, aren't you curious about who I am? Although Luo Qinxue was curious, she replied with a hint of annoyance. Sometimes, being too curious can be deadly. Hearing this, Yifeng's expression became even more playful. Master, have you heard of the Wuji Holy Land? Luo Qinshue's composure immediately faltered. She couldn't understand how Yifeng knew about the Wuji Holy Land. Could he have discovered that she was the reincarnation of the Holy Maiden? But how much did he really know? Seeing Luo Qinshue's unsettled expression, Yifeng chuckled and said, Never mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Master, just trust that I won't harm you. By the way, I happen to have 2 Heavenly Dao tokens. Let's each take one. Since we have nothing else, why don't we go explore Heavenly Dao City together? What do you think, Master? Luo Qinshue thought for a long time, before sighing softly and saying, Fine. Since you say you like me, you probably don't mean me any harm. With that, she nodded and agreed to go with him. Alright. Since Yifeng says he likes me, he probably doesn't mean me any harm. With this thought, Luo Qinshue nodded and agreed to go with him. But suddenly, Luo Qinshue thought of another question. But Yifeng, can the Heavenly Dao token be used outside? Should we go to the Heavenly Dao battlefield first? Yifeng casually replied, I'm not sure. Let's try it out. With that, the two activated their tokens and teleported. A few minutes later, Yifeng found himself on the streets of Heavenly Dao City. Excited, he wanted to tell Luo Qinshue that the tokens could indeed be used outside, but he suddenly realized that Luo Qinshue was nowhere to be seen, as he was frantically searching for his master. Heavenly Dao City taxi pulled up right beside him, and the driver inside was none other than the ponytailed guy who had refused to give him a ride last time. Yifeng, in his eagerness to impress his beautiful master, had invited her to Heavenly Dao City, but upon arriving, his master had mysteriously disappeared. Just as Yifeng was frantically preparing to rush off to begin searching the garden, a P.1-Dao City taxi unexpectedly pulled up right beside him. Just as Yifeng was about to tell the driver to move the car away and not block his path, he suddenly realized that the driver inside was the same ponytailed guy who had refused to give him a ride before. At that moment, the driver, who had stopped the car, also noticed Yifeng outside the window. When he saw Yifeng, his mind went blank for a second. Damn, I'm really unlucky. Out of the 2 trips I've made, I've run into the same person both times. Just as he thought, Yifeng was trying to freeload a ride again. But to his surprise, Yifeng directly handed him a glittering, gold-plated Supreme Union Pay card. As he handed it over, Yifeng kept saying, Brother driver, I have an urgent matter and need you to take me to find someone. This is my T.1 number 1 Union Pay card, and it's loaded with money. You can charge whatever fare you want. Upon hearing this, the ponytailed guy felt like he was about to explode on the spot. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary and foolish guy was actually a man holding a Supreme Union Pay card. But unfortunately, his P.1-Dao token only had half a day left, and it was impossible to cover the entire city within that time. Hearing this explanation, Yifeng was immediately shocked. He never expected that even driving for half a day wouldn't be enough to search the entire city. It seemed that finding his beautiful master would still rely on himself. With that, he activated his system function, preparing to perform a heavenly tribulation peak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qianxue, who was wandering around the pedestrian street, was utterly shocked by the prices of every item on display. When he saw that a branch of the soul-shocking Holy Spirit tree cost as much as 50,000 Tiandao points, he completely lost his composure. As for the heavenly Ji Ludi, displayed by the shopkeeper, it was priced at 20 million Tiandao points. Good heavens! You need to know that here, 1 Tiandao point is equivalent to 1 top-grade spirit crystal. Haha, how many lifetimes would it take for me to afford this? 4 hours later, Luo Qianxue, whose imagination was limited by poverty, sat gloomily on a bench by the street. He kept muttering to himself, living without money is truly torturous. Just as Luo Qianxue was sinking into deep self-doubt, he suddenly heard Yefeng's voice, calling out anxiously from a distance. Luo Qianxue was overjoyed at the sight. Without waiting for Yefeng to catch his breath, Luo Qianxue, with a flushed face, immediately asked Yefeng, "How many top-grade spirit crystals do you have on you right now?" Yefeng, panting heavily, replied, "Not much, just 100 million. Hearing that Yefeng had 100 million spirit crystals, Luo Qianxue was instantly stunned. But before he could react, Yefeng had already pulled him away for a wild shopping spree. A few minutes later, Luo Qianxue found himself back in the most bustling CBD area of Tiandao City. As he passed by a century-old herbal medicine shop, Luo Qianxue declared with great enthusiasm, "I want to buy out all the medicinal herbs in this shop." Just then, Li Fei, a chubby little guy working there, was completely stunned. Good heavens, this demeanor and aura feel so familiar. As Li Fei was silently venting his frustrations, Yefeng also noticed Li Fei, the little guy. Their meeting was like dry wood meeting a blazing fire. They immediately started an excited conversation on the spot. When Yefeng learned that the little guy had been discovered by his family's ancestor due to the death sword intent on his body and had run away to Tiandao City to avoid the grueling sword training, he immediately pulled out Sword Heart Advancement Fragment and handed it to him. "Bro, I know you don't like practicing sword techniques, so I'll help you break through to the Sword Heart realm. Don't worry, buddy. From now on, whenever I find anything good related to the sword domain, I'll save a share for you." With that, Yefeng pounced on Li Fei like a hungry wolf. Li Fei let out a series of yelps, his cries so pitiful that even Luo Qianxue almost couldn't bear to watch. Last time, we mentioned that while accompanying his master on a shopping trip, Yefeng unexpectedly ran into a chubby little guy who was working part-time. Upon learning that the little guy had been discovered by his sex ancestor due to the sword intent on his body and had fled to Tiandao City to avoid the grueling, Li Fei had fled to Tiandao City to work part-time to avoid the grueling sword training. Upon hearing this, Yefeng became excited. Without waiting for Li Fei's consent, he forcefully pinned him to the ground. Without a word, he fused a Sword Heart Advancement Fragment into Li Fei's body. After completing this, Yefeng finally stepped back, satisfied. At this moment, the store manager, noticing the commotion, came over to investigate. Seeing that the manager was the person in charge, Yefeng immediately demanded, asking how much it would cost to fire his good brother. Hearing Yefeng's arrogant words, the manager was about to object, but Yefeng, who could read the manager's thoughts, didn't give him a chance to refuse. He immediately asked, "How much is Li Fei's monthly salary?" "I'll give you 30 times that." Hearing the offer of 30 times the compensation, the manager's attitude immediately changed. A few minutes later, Yefeng, now accompanied by the dismissed Li Fei and Luo Qianxue, wandered aimlessly through the pedestrian street. Just as Yefeng was about to start another round of wild spending, he suddenly heard a system notification in his ear. Ding! Reminder to the host. Items purchased in Tiandao City must be consumed in a wasteful manner. Even if you gift them to others, they must still be wasted. Otherwise, you will face certain penalties. Hearing this, Yefeng couldn't help but retort with some dissatisfaction. "Wait, if I waste the items I bought in Tiandao City, will I still earn waste points?" The system, hearing, immediately replied with a sly tone. "Of course, you won't earn waste points, but the host can still enjoy the thrill of wasting money." A moment later, Yefeng turned to Li Fei and asked, "Where's a good place in Tiandao City to have some fun?" The little guy immediately replied, "If you're looking for the best place to have fun, it's definitely the specialty foot massage parlors and the red rooms. The foot massage parlors are staffed by top-tier experts, and the red rooms have beautiful women who can accompany you for a good time." Just as the little guy was about to continue, Luo Qianxue appeared, carrying a sack of golden silkworm star stones. As he walked over, he kept muttering, "Things in Tiandao City are ridiculously expensive. I only bought 999 golden silkworm star stone. All my top-grade spirit crystals are gone." At this moment, Yefeng, seeing his master and wife returning with a large sack of golden silkworm star stones, immediately lit up with excitement. Without a word, he took the sack of star stones and said, "Master, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Luo Qianxue, seeing Yefeng take the sack, immediately understood what was happening. Yefeng was about to go on another wasteful spree. Sure enough, the next second, Yefeng handed the sack of star stones to Li Fei and sternly instructed him to spend all the golden silkworm star stones. Li Fei, hearing this, was almost stunned. Good heavens! How am I supposed to spend a whole sack of golden silkworm star stones? Yefeng, hearing this, immediately replied without hesitation, "Li Fei, just use the golden silkworm star stones to build an outhouse. What did you say?" Hearing this, Li Fei dared not agree. He frantically shook his head, saying, "No, no. If I use such precious materials to build an outhouse, my sect's elders will probably beat me to death." The next day, seeing Li Fei about to refuse, Yefeng immediately said, "You can refuse, but I'll beat you to death right now." At this moment, Luo Qianxue was lying on the bed, feeling as if he were floating in the clouds. Experiencing the pleasure of a foot massage for the first time, he immediately said, "Stop, stop, stop. We can't continue like this. Last time, we mentioned that after Li Fei took Yefeng and Luo Qianxue to the foot massage parlor, the moment they stepped out, they all felt incredibly relaxed." While Li Fei was still savoring the skilled hands of the foot massage therapist, Luo Qianxue interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Li Fei, do you know where Yefeng went after leaving the foot massage parlor?" "He disappeared." Li Fei pointed to the end of the street and said, "Brother, you want to play with the claw machine? It's over there, at the corner of the street." Meanwhile, Yefeng was standing in front of an adult claw machine, grumbling with a resentful expression. "Damn this 10 yuan claw machine. Today, I'm going to spend 100 yuan. Play with you. I refuse to believe I can't win a prize." Just as Yefeng was focusing intently on his next attempt, Li Fei's sudden voice caused the prize he was about to grab to fall back into the machine. Seeing this, Yefeng was not pleased, fuming with anger. He immediately wanted to grab Li Fei and give him a beating. But when he turned around to act, Li Fei, who had just been speaking, had already disappeared. As Yefeng was puzzled and looking around for Li Fei, Luo Qianxue, who had just arrived, answered his question. When Yefeng learned that Li Fei had been forcibly taken out of Tiandao City, he muttered, "Humph. That guy got lucky. I was just about to scold him when he ran away." After grumbling for a while, Yefeng, now composed, invited his master to join him in his claw machine endeavors. Although Luo Qianxue was intrigued by the claw machine, he knew their time in Tiandao City was almost up, so he immediately declined Yefeng's proposal with a wave of his hand. When Yefeng learned that he and his master were about to be forcibly removed from Tiandao City, he earnestly suggested, "When we leave, we must hold hands to avoid getting separated during the teleportation." As he said this, the perverted Yefeng secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking he would finally get to hold his beautiful master's hand. A few minutes later, Yefeng was in a state of confusion. Not only had he and his master not landed in the same teleportation area, but Tiandao City had also thoughtfully dropped him off at a brothel. Faced with the enthusiastic ladies, Yefeng struggled to maintain his last shred of dignity. After much effort, Yefeng finally escaped from the brothel. At that moment, a disheveled man was also thrown out by the ladies inside. Seeing this, Yefeng stopped in his tracks and prepared to watch the drama unfold. But to his surprise, the man who had been thrown out for not paying was none other than Zhou Tong. At the same time, Zhou Tong, who was adjusting his clothes, also noticed Yefeng's presence. Seeing a like-minded acquaintance here, Zhou Tong immediately walked over to borrow some money from Yefeng. As the two were whispering to each other, Luo Qianxue approached them. Seeing this, Yefeng immediately, just as Yefeng was about to say something to his disciple, he heard the voice of a charming lady from the brothel, calling out, "Yefeng, come visit us again." Hearing this, Yefeng immediately wanted to explain, but was coldly interrupted by Luo Qianxue, whose face had turned dark. "Humph, who would have thought that my master is also a dog of a man?" After escaping the brothel, Yefeng unexpectedly ran into Zhou Tong and his disciple, Luo Qianxue, at the entrance. To avoid misunderstandings, Yefeng had to exhaustively explain the situation to both of them. When they learned why Yefeng was there, they couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of Tiandao City. At this moment, Yefeng suddenly noticed a small issue. Why was Zhou Tong, this old man, also here? When Zhou Tong was asked, he mysteriously said, "This is a sect secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you." But in his heart, this kid is too unpredictable. Last time I tried to spy on him, I got counter-spied. I still don't know how he found out. I was going to find the Holy Mother. So, this time, no matter what, I can't let him know I'm going to borrow the soul cauldron from the soul sect. A few hours later, Zhou Tong was utterly confused. Yefeng was sticking to him like glue, refusing to leave no matter what. Helpless, he decisively pulled out his giant eagle and planned to take Luo Qianxue away from this troublesome situation. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue, being a top-notch spy, immediately claimed he got airsick and wouldn't be able to handle flying. Zhou Tong couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Saintus, are you even listening to yourself? You flew for 3 days straight before, and I didn't see you getting airsick then. Just as Zhou Tong and Luo Qianxue were whispering to each other, Yefeng interrupted their conversation. Hey, Zhou Elder, your flying device is quite large. Where are you planning to go? If you're passing by the soul sect, could you give me a ride? Hearing this, Zhou Tong, who was still discussing with Luo Qianxue, immediately became uneasy. Instead of answering, he asked Yefeng if he was from the soul sect. Yefeng nodded without hesitation and confirmed it. He then briefly explained his identity. When Zhou Tong learned that Yefeng was the chief disciple of the soul sect, he was about to say something, but was interrupted by Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue, with a serious expression, suggested to Zhou Tong that they take Yefeng along, as it would increase their chances of borrowing the cauldron. Although he said this, in his heart, he was thinking, finally, I get to see my master's sect. Hearing their conversation, Yefeng felt since Luo Qianxue needed to borrow the soul cauldron, and he had plenty of such items, he decided to give some to his disciple. With that, he immediately patted his chest and assured Zhou Tong that if he took him back to the sect, he would handle the cauldron matter. Zhou Tong, who had been hesitating, immediately decided to take Yefeng along. After hearing his promise, they set off together for the soul sect. A few hours later, the three of them arrived at the soul sect. When Luo Qianxue saw the dilapidated gate in front of him, he was utterly confused. How could my master, such a generous person, live in such a desolate and small sect? While Luo Qianxue was still in self-doubt, Zhou Tong was completely stunned by what he saw inside. As soon as he approached the soul sect, he sensed several powerful auras emanating from within. He couldn't understand why so many Tribulation Realm experts were gathered in this small place. While the two were still in shock, a gray figure suddenly flew out of the gate with a loud bang. When Yefeng and the others arrived at the soul sect's gate, they were startled by the sudden commotion. After the dust settled, Yefeng recognized the gray figure. Good heavens, isn't this our sect's Grand Elder? What's going on? At this moment, the Grand Elder, who had just stopped himself, also noticed Yefeng. When he saw Yefeng, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He immediately explained the situation to Yefeng. Yefeng, I'm being chased by Chu Hongshan and by gang, each carrying a heavenly cauldron. Do you understand how that feels? I heard you have another cauldron. Can you lend it to me? Today, this old man is going to loosen their bones. Hearing this, Zhou Tong, who was standing nearby, was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that in the entire Xintian continent, there were only 4 heavenly cauldrons, yet 3 of them were in this unremarkable little sect. And you're saying, you want to use heavenly cauldrons to fight? Isn't that a bit too much? Don't the cauldrons have any dignity? Hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Yefeng was also confused. When did I give a heavenly cauldron to the sect? The Grand Elder, hearing the question, calmly replied, haha. That cauldron was taken from your outhouse. Yefeng was speechless. Before he could react, Xiaohong and Luo Kai arrived, each carrying a cauldron. They stood in front of the Grand Elder and demanded that he lend them his cauldron. Quick! We're just missing you to start the fight. Hearing this, Zhou Tong was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that there were now 2 heavenly cauldrons. Are these cauldrons being mass-produced? While Zhou Tong was still in shock, Xiaohong spoke up again. Grand Elder, let's borrow Long Mofeng's cauldron. It's just sitting idle as a water bucket in the bathhouse. Hearing this, Zhou Tong couldn't hold back anymore. He immediately ran to Yefeng's side and asked him curiously, what are they doing? Yefeng replied with a smirk. What's going on? Can't you see? They're bored and want to fight. With that, Yefeng pulled out a heavenly cauldron from his spatial ring and said to the Grand Elder, if you win the brawl, this cauldron is yours. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he turned and left, determined to defeat everyone in the brawl. A few minutes later, inside the Soul Sect's training ground, Xiaohong was looking at Xiao Chun, who was panting and holding his waist, and said, you lost after just a few moves? That's too weak. As Xiaohong continued to complain, a graceful figure suddenly appeared carrying a large cauldron, rushed toward them. Zhou Tong and Luo Qianxue, following Yefeng, arrived at the Soul Sect and witnessed firsthand a chaotic brawl involving heavenly cauldrons. At this moment, Zhou Tong watched as Luo Qianxue quickly joined the battle and couldn't help but ask Yefeng curiously, "Who is this woman?" Hearing the question, Yefeng smiled and replied, "She is our sect master." Hearing this, Zhou Tong was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that Luo Qianxue, a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm, could attract so many powerful experts. How did she manage this? Just as Zhou Tong was sinking into deep self-doubt, Yefeng interrupted his thoughts. "Elder Zhou, with so many experts fighting, don't you feel bored just standing here watching? Why don't you join in?" Hearing this, Zhou Tong, who had been interrupted, immediately asked in shock. "This brawl requires a heavenly cauldron to participate. Do you have another one that I can use?" Hearing this, Yefeng confidently replied, "I have one that's being used as a doghouse. You can use that." Zhou Tong was momentarily stunned. At this moment, he even felt that his life wasn't as good as a dog's, as the two were whispering to each other. Yefeng's mind was interrupted by the system's reward notification. The sect competition in the secret realm has ended early. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 100,000 waste points and a barrel of pure chaos water. Seeing the reward, Yefeng couldn't help but complain, "Good heavens, I still have 100 drops of pure chaos water left that I haven't even used yet. Now you're giving me a whole barrel? How am I supposed to use all of this? By the way, I already have 940,000 waste points. That should be enough for me to break through to the divine burial realm." Just as Yefeng was planning his breakthrough, Zhou Tong interrupted his thoughts. "Little friend Yefeng, I'd like to try this brawl. Is it possible now?" Hearing this, Yefeng smiled and nodded. "Of course, no problem. But first, I need to break through to the next realm. Then I'll take you to get a heavenly cauldron. Wait a moment, it won't take long." Hearing this, Zhou Tong was shocked. He immediately urged Yefeng to choose a safer place for his breakthrough, as the current environment was too chaotic. Just as Zhou Tong finished speaking, Yefeng sat down cross-legged and began his rapid breakthrough. A few minutes later, Yefeng had already broken through to the peak of the divine burial realm. Luo Qianxue, standing nearby, was utterly terrified when he saw this scene. "No wonder my master initially looked down on my low cultivation level. Now I finally understand why his breakthroughs are so terrifying." As everyone was sinking into deep self-doubt, Yefeng's ears rang with the system's voice again. "Ding! New task issued. Within 1 month, find enough Tiandao tokens to lead the entire sect to Tiandao City. Reward for success, a large amount of waste points. No penalty for failure." Hearing this, Yefeng immediately asked curiously, "Don't you have Tiandao tokens yourself?" The system replied, "I do, but you need to complete waste tasks to have a chance of obtaining them." Hearing this, Yefeng couldn't help but immediately fell into deep thought. So, how should I waste money in a stylish way now? When he saw that the brawl had already concluded, Yefeng quietly approached his disciple and asked how Zhou Tong usually treated him. When Yefeng learned from Luo Qianxue that Zhou Tong had always treated him well, he immediately smiled. Then, he summoned the system and asked, "System, since Zhou Tong has been so kind to my second disciple, can I just give him a heavenly cauldron as a thank you gift?" Continuing from the previous episode, Yefeng asked the system if he could give Zhou Tong, who had won the brawl, a heavenly cauldron. The system boldly replied, "1? That's not enough. At least 2 to maintain your reputation as the richest man in the Xinjiang continent." Hearing this, Yefeng could only sigh at his own lack of vision. Even the system thought he was being too stingy. With this in mind, Yefeng approached Luo Qianxue and explained everything to him. When Luo Qianxue learned that his master was planning to give the heavenly pavilion 2 cauldrons, he was utterly flustered. "Master, if you really want to give a heavenly cauldron, 1 is enough for the heavenly pavilion. You don't need to give 2. Hearing this, Yefeng replied with a smile, "Haha. But I noticed that Elder Zhou doesn't seem to have a suitable spiritual tool." Hearing this, Luo Qianxue finally understood what Yefeng meant. A few minutes later, Yefeng, seeing that the brawl had ended successfully, sneakily approached Zhou Tong and said with a grin, "Elder Zhou, we're old acquaintances now. Why don't I just give you 2 heavenly cauldrons as a gift? What do you think?" With that, Yefeng pulled out 2 large cauldrons from his spatial ring. Seeing this, Zhou Tong was utterly shocked. Just as he was about to politely decline, Luo Qianxue interrupted him. "Elder Zhou, brother, you said that you don't seem to have a suitable spiritual tool. So, he decided to give the heavenly pavilion 2 cauldrons. One of them is a gift for you." Faced with this earth-shattering generosity, Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment. When he regained his composure, he immediately bowed deeply to Yefeng and said solemnly, "Little friend Yefeng, if there's ever anything you need from me in the future, just say the word. I, old Zhou, will be your vanguard through fire and water." With that, Zhou Tong and Luo Qianxue boarded their flying device and waved goodbye to Yefeng. A few minutes later, Yefeng looked at the elders, who now resembled pig heads, and couldn't help but laugh when he heard them say that the fight wasn't enough, and they wanted to continue after lunch. Yefeng immediately saw an opportunity to waste money. He quickly asked the system if he could give them tens of thousands of healing pills. The system, upon receiving the inquiry, immediately confirmed, "Ding. This request aligns with wasteful behavior, granting the host 30,000 high-grade healing pills." Ding. Reminder to the host. These 30,000 pills are locked for the bruised and battered elders. You must distribute them all within 1 day. As the system and Yefeng were discussing this, at this moment, Elder Xia, with a proud expression, took out a pill and placed it in front of the elders. Seeing this, the elders were utterly shocked. Elder Xiao even exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this the legendary 9-rank life-sustaining pill?" Elder Xia, seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. "It seems, my show of wealth and power has hit the mark." With a smug expression, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. As he ate, he couldn't help but boast, "Haha, yes, this was once my life-saving treasure, but now, it's just a snack for me to enjoy." Just as Elder Xia was basking in his glory, Elder Bai, standing nearby, quietly tugged at his sleeve. Elder Xia was momentarily confused. Before he could understand his friend's warning, he heard the eerie voices of Yefeng and Luo Qianxue whispering beside him, "So, Elder Xia, do you enjoy seeing us in such a miserable state?" Hearing this, Elder Xia, last time, it was mentioned that Old Man Xia, in order to show off and squander in front of everyone, he boldly swallowed a 5-penny life-extending pill. Seeing the old man instantly recover from his injuries, Yefeng wondered if it would still count as squandering if he were to take the system's pills again. He immediately began to ask the system. Upon hearing Yefeng's question, the system quickly responded, "Target locked. The prerequisite is that the target must have a bruised and swollen injury. Therefore, please proceed with squandering behavior based on this condition." Seeing this pop up, Yefeng immediately knew what to do. Ignoring Old Man Xia's resistance, he instructed the others present to restore the old man's injuries and let him know the consequences of trying to show off and squander in front of everyone. A few minutes later, Old Man Xia had once again become a helpless, swollen mess. As Old Man Xia weakly asked Yefeng why he had been beaten back to his original state, despite having recovered, Yefeng chuckled and said, "Because you need to take my pills to fully recover." Before Old Man Xia could respond, Old Man Bai, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Seeing this, Yefeng smiled and said, "Don't laugh, Old Man Bai. Everyone here will get their share." Hearing this, everyone was startled. Luo Qianxue, in particular, spoke up in frustration, "Yefeng, your pills taste pretty good. Why don't you leave them for the dog? We can handle our own injuries." Yefeng shook his head and replied, "Master, my dear, how can I give these pills to the dog when you all are injured? Here are 30,000 pills. For the sake of your health, please finish them before dawn. This is entirely for your own good." Hearing that they had to consume 30,000 pills in 1 day, everyone felt like crying. Their minds were filled with memories. Yefeng immediately shook his head repeatedly. "Master, my dear, you are all injured. How can I give these pills to the dog? Here are 30,000 pills in total. For the sake of your health, you must finish them before dawn. This is entirely for your own good." Hearing that they had to consume 30,000 pills in 1 day, everyone felt like crying. At this moment, their minds were filled with memories of the times they had been dominated by Yefeng's pills. Luo Qianxue, furious, immediately announced the first iron rule of the sect. From now on, no more brawls within the sect. Anyone who causes trouble will be punished. As everyone lamented their fate, Yefeng suddenly thought of his junior brother. "I wonder what he's been up to all day," Yefeng said as he headed off to check on his little brother. A few minutes later, Yefeng arrived at the remote kitchen. There, he found his junior brother, a little blue-haired boy, happily cooking. Seeing this, Yefeng couldn't help but laugh. The little blue-haired boy noticed Yefeng and greeted him warmly. "Senior brother, I find cooking much more interesting than alchemy. In the past, I needed others to push me to cultivate, but now I can cook whatever I want. This newfound joy is incredibly satisfying." Yefeng, surprised, asked, "Junior brother, have you discovered a talent for cooking?" The little blue-haired boy nodded enthusiastically and even praised Yefeng. "You hit it so well, senior brother. I always thought you were just a squanderer, but now I see how sharp your vision is. You could tell at a glance that I was born to be a chef." Yefeng, hearing this, was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Yefeng didn't know what to say. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that my judgment is off? Just as Yefeng was blushing and accepting the praise from his junior brother, Chu Xiaoxiao walked in with a bowl of vegetables, smiling. Seeing this, Yefeng curiously asked how the two of them had ended up together. The little blue-haired boy whispered the reason to Yefeng. When Yefeng learned that Chu Xiaoxiao had been hanging around the kitchen because she was a foodie, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Chu Xiaoxiao is such a glutton? Continuing from the previous episode, Yefeng arrived at the kitchen and discovered Chu Xiaoxiao's love for food. As Yefeng and the little blue-haired boy started whispering behind, Chu Xiaoxiao noticed Yefeng's presence in the kitchen. Ever since Chu Xiaoxiao saw Yefeng summon that terrifying doobie nan, she had developed a sense of fear and unease toward him. What if Yefeng is in a bad mood and summons doobie nan again? That would be terrible. As Chu Xiaoxiao was lost in her thoughts, Yefeng interrupted her chaotic musings. Hey, Chu Xiaoxiao, I almost forgot about you. It seems like in the sect with nothing to do, right? Snapping out of her thoughts, Chu Xiaoxiao retorted indignantly. Hey, I'm not just freeloading in the sect. I'm the only inner sect steward, responsible for supervising Wu Tianjiao's training. Yefeng, unimpressed, replied, senior brother and the others are constantly training, but I never see you around. Since you're so free, I'll give you an additional task. With that, Yefeng took out a virtual ring and explained, this contains pure water. Your new task is to use it to make tea for everyone in the sect. Chu Xiaoxiao was speechless. Wow, combining the roles of chef and tea maid? How did you come up with that? Before she could react, a loud bang echoed as a massive barrel of pure water appeared before them. The two immediately started complaining to Yefeng. Yefeng explained, hey, I didn't expect the barrel to be this big. Also, anyone can drink this water, except Elder Xiao. If he takes even a sip, he'll probably fly away in an instant. Meanwhile, the little yellow-haired boy and his father were flying toward the Star Soul sect. Their purpose was to gauge Luo Qianxue's stance on the blood spirit pill prophets. As they approached the sect, Huang Dahai suddenly noticed numerous powerful auras surrounding the area. Luo Qianxue, below, also spotted the three figures in the sky. She immediately instructed Elder Xiao to conceal his aura, and then inquired about Huang Dahai's purpose for visiting. However, Huang Dahai, sensing the overwhelming auras, hesitated to bring up the profit-sharing discussion. Meng Haifeng, beside him, asked curiously, President, what's going on? We've come all this way. Why aren't we going down to discuss with sect leader Luo? Huang Dahai, feeling frustrated, replied, don't you see the powerful auras around us? This isn't the right time to bring up profit-sharing. Meng Haifeng, still confused, asked, but President, we've traveled so far. Why not just go ahead and talk to sect leader Luo? Huang Dahai snapped, do you not understand the situation? Old Meng, don't you see what they're eating? That's the legendary 9 times refined blood essence pill. A single pill of this is far more valuable than any blood ginseng spirit pill. Yet sect leader Luo is treating them like candy, eating them casually. In this situation, even if we offered a 10-year profit share, they probably wouldn't care. With that thought, Huang Dahai bid farewell to Luo Qianxue and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Elder Xiao, having consumed too many pills, was extremely thirsty. As he searched for water, he was suddenly drawn by the aroma of tea. After following the scent for a while, he finally found its source. To his surprise, it was Chu Xiaoxiao, brewing tea. Eagerly, the old man asked for a cup to quench his thirst. However, Chu Xiaoxiao immediately refused his request, reiterating Yefeng's warning. Elder Xiao, you can't drink this water. If you do, you'll probably fly away. In an instant. Hearing this, Elder Xiao was stunned. He realized how precious the water must be for Yefeng to give such a warning. He began to lecture Chu Xiaoxiao, telling her to cherish the rare water, as it was even more valuable than the 9 springs of Lingquan. However, Chu Xiaoxiao, annoyed by his nagging, pulled out a large barrel of the so-called precious water and showed it to him. Elder Xiao, look. This is the precious water you're talking about. Elder Xiao was speechless. When he saw the barrel filled with the legendary water, he couldn't believe that such a rare resource could be stored in such quantity. Feeling utterly defeated, he muttered to himself, I must still be dreaming, and stumbled away. This is the so-called precious water you were talking about. Elder Xiao, upon seeing the barrel of pure water, was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He never expected that such legendary water could be stored in such large quantities. Utterly defeated, Elder Xiao turned and stumbled away, muttering to himself, I must still be dreaming. A few minutes later, Elder Xiao sat atop a mountain peak, watching the sunset. His heart was filled with regret and unease. He regretted ever coming to this sect. The constant shocks to his worldview were too much to bear. As Elder Xiao lamented his fate, a cold, sharp voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Xiao-chun, I finally found you. So, you've been hiding here. Elder Xiao froze. The voice belonged to Ding Yi, the man who had betrayed him and caused him to be sealed away for 100 years. Ding Yi sneered. Who would have thought? It was indeed Ding Yi, the man who had betrayed him and caused him to be sealed away for 100 years. At this moment, Ding Yi was filled with mockery as he taunted Elder Xiao. Who would have thought that the man once praised as the most handsome soul cultivator would now look like a beggar? Ha ha ha, you really are pathetic. As he spoke, Ding Yi pointed toward the Star Soul sect and said with a smile, I suggest you take this chance to run while I deal with the sect that dared to shelter you. Escape now, or you won't get another chance to flee. Standing atop the mountain peak, Elder Xiao, upon hearing the words of Ding Yi, his sworn enemy, could no longer contain his rage. He immediately unleashed his most powerful technique, wants to settle the score with Ding Yi. Seeing this, Ding Yi beside him became furious, but he just sneered disdainfully. Heh, summoning such a weak stand-in, you're just playing around. Do you really think that in 100 years, others haven't made any progress in their cultivation? Lei Ba, today, Mother Nature will let him see clearly. Yin Ba, Ding Yi then released a spirit far larger than Old Xiao's. A stand-in dozens of times larger, stood fiercely atop the mountain peak. Just as Old Xiao was sitting on the mountaintop, lost in thought about life, he unexpectedly encountered Ding Li, who had come out searching for him, and just as the two were about to clash, ready to start a fight, Yi Feng, who was inside the Star Soul Cave, received a warning alert from the system at that moment. Seeing this, Yi Feng immediately instructed Xiao Hong to follow him, preparing to rescue the troublesome school principal. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment, Old Xiao and Ding Yi were locked in an intense battle. After exchanging hundreds of moves, Old Xiao, who hadn't been able to cultivate for a century, was no match for Ding Yi in terms of strength. Seeing Old Xiao easily pushed back, Ding Yi began to mercilessly taunt him, one jab after another. Getting more excited as he spoke, he even laughed and urged Old Xiao to reveal his trump card, warning him not to hold back anymore, or else he would face imminent death. Hearing this, Old Xiao decided to oblige him. Immediately he pulled out his secret weapon from his spatial storage, and when Ding Yi saw what Old Xiao had brought out, he was utterly terrified. Ding Yi couldn't comprehend how Old Xiao had managed to refine 2 civilization orbs larger than watermelons. Meanwhile, Old Xiao, seeing the disbelief on Ding Yi's face, calmly spoke up, Heh. 100 years ago, I could crush you with my own strength, and now, I can still easily take you. Also, today, I'll use my strength to teach you one thing. What you call a soul orb is just a backdrop. What I call a soul orb is called having money to burn, or in other words, wanting to splurge. And as the two were passionately competing with their soul orbs, standing atop the mountain peak, watching this battle of amateurs, Yi Feng, who had been watching the battle for a long time, couldn't help but start mocking the situation. Is this what you call a battle? It's truly earth-shattering and tear-jerking. If this goes on any longer, I'm afraid I'll be hypnotized by them. At this moment, Xiao Hong, who was engrossed in watching the battle, upon hearing Yi Feng's sarcastic remarks, was momentarily stunned. Master, can't you feel the immense spiritual energy they're unleashing? On the other hand, Ding Yi no longer wanted to continue competing with Old Xiao using soul orbs. Growing impatient, he distanced himself from Old Xiao, and then leaped into the sky. Immediately after, a massive, radiant golden wheel appeared behind him. Old Xiao, realizing the danger, let out a desperate shout. But before he could gather his strength to activate his defensive shield, the massive radiant golden wheel, in the next moment, released a torrent of needle-like attacks with terrifying force. After Ding Yi flew into the sky, he unleashed a fearsome attack with the radiant golden wheel. Old Xiao, not being foolish, was struck and immediately lost the ability to continue fighting. Just as he was about to collapse, on the verge of passing out, Yi Feng and Xiao Hong, who had watched the entire battle, appeared by his side in a flash, supporting him. At the same time, Ding Yi, flying in the air, also noticed the two. Seeing this, he showed no sign of panic. Heh, Old Xiao, don't think that just because reinforcements have arrived, you're safe. Do you know why my master deliberately spared your life? He wanted to know how you broke the soul suppression array. Now, I'll give you 1 minute to think. If you answer my questions honestly, you might still have a chance to survive. If not, what awaits you will be a torrential downpour of divine wrath. Hearing this, Old Xiao, before he could say anything, Yi Feng had already spoken up. Heh, even if I broke the core of the wind demon array and saved Elder Xiao, what can you do to me? Do you have any objections? Ding Yi, standing in the sky, laughed at these words. What a load of nonsense. Such big talk. You, a mere divine treasure realm cultivator, dare to claim that you destroyed the wind demon array? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Yifeng, hearing Ding Yi's belittling words, immediately retorted with a fierce statement. Fine, fine, that flashy wheel of yours is hurting my eyes. Why don't I use my secret technique, like I did with the array core, to destroy your golden wheel? Hearing this, Ding Yi wasn't angered, but instead sneered disdainfully. You? Destroy my golden wheel? Fine, I'll stand right here. You can give it a try. And just as Ding Yi's arrogant words finished, Yifeng activated his secret technique, the divine pupil of annihilation. In the blink of an eye, a loud boom echoed, and Ding Yi's golden wheel shattered into pieces. Due to the destruction of the golden wheel, Ding Yi was also severely injured, vomiting blood profusely. Unable to fight back, he immediately prepared to summon his master to resolve the situation and deal with Yifeng. Seeing this, old Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly got up and urged Yifeng, hurry up and deal with him. Upon hearing this, Yifeng smirked disdainfully and waved his hand, declaring that he wanted to fight that so-called great emperor himself. Just as the two were whispering to each other, a golden light suddenly burst forth in the sky. In the next moment, a figure with an overwhelming aura slowly appeared before everyone. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately summoned the system, ready to call upon an entity to resolve the situation. Upon being summoned, the system offered a different strategy. Host, I have a better recommendation. This person can use a projection to summon the enemy's true form. Once captured, you can deal with them as you see fit. Hearing the system's suggestion, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. He never expected such a method. Meanwhile, the projection of the Golden Wheel Emperor had already arrived before Ding Yi, and the moment the Golden Wheel Emperor appeared, the golden wheels behind him began to emit a dazzling divine light, spinning wildly and uncontrollably. At this moment, the Golden Wheel Emperor, seeing Ding Yi's miserable and injured state, felt his eyelids twitch in anger. With a cold expression, he asked, Ding Yi, what exactly happened here? Why are you so severely injured? And where is your golden wheel? The Golden Wheel Emperor's projection had just arrived in the Xintian realm when he saw Ding Yi's pitiful state. After hearing the full story, he was filled with rage. I want to see who dares to harm my disciple. Who has the audacity to challenge me? They're practically asking for death. As he spoke, the golden light around him flared up, and his aura surged violently. Seeing this from below, Yifeng felt a surge of anger. In the Xintian realm, he couldn't allow such an overpowering presence to exist. Thinking this, he asked the system, how strong is this so-called great emperor in the upper realm, and how does he compare to the Wuji Holy Land? The system, upon hearing this, immediately replied without hesitation. The Golden Wheel Emperor could single-handedly destroy the entire Wuji Holy Land. Hearing the system's response, Yifeng was shocked. He never expected that this great emperor would be so overwhelmingly powerful. This was absolutely terrifying, and yet, his guard members could break through dimensional barriers to forcibly pull the true form of this projection down to the lower realm. Then, the strength of the guard must be enough to dominate the upper realm. At this moment, the system, hearing Yifeng's muttered thoughts, decided to give him a small hint. Host, the upper realm is just one insignificant grain of sand in the vast expanse of the myriad realms. Only the top powerhouses of the highest realms can pose a slight challenge to the main guard. So, every time you squander resources, you might receive hidden rewards, which the system distributes to the reserve guards to enhance their strength. Yifeng, hearing this, felt a sense of clarity. So, part of my squandering is to help the system train the reserve guards. As Yifeng and the system conversed, Ding Yi clung to the Golden Wheel Emperor's leg, pointing at the three below and cursing loudly, emphasizing their actions. Meanwhile, the Golden Wheel Emperor glared down at them with a cold expression, ready to unleash his wrath. The mastermind is this little brat, Yifeng. Hearing this, the Golden Wheel Emperor was filled with rage. Without caring whether Ding Yi's words were true or not, he prepared to crush the ants daring to provoke him. But just as he was about to act, the moment he compared Yifeng to an ant, Yi, a member of the reserve guard, appeared behind the Golden Wheel Emperor. With a cold voice, Yi demanded, who are you calling an ant? After speaking, Yi turned to Yifeng and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, the Golden Wheel Emperor was shocked. He couldn't believe that someone as powerful as Yi would bow to a mere divine treasure realm cultivator. Panicking, the Golden Wheel Emperor immediately questioned Ding Yi. Who exactly did you provoke? Ding Yi, equally confused, could only stammer in response. Master, I don't know who they are. I was just following your orders to cause trouble. Hearing this, the Golden Wheel Emperor's heart sank. He immediately denied everything, even going so far as to expel Ding Yi from his sect, to distance himself from the mess. Seeing Yi's indifference toward him, the Golden Wheel Emperor turned and fled without hesitation. Yifeng witnessing this, was utterly speechless. After regaining his composure, he ordered Yi to capture the fleeing emperor. Yi, without a second thought, teleported next to the Golden Wheel Emperor and unleashed. Meanwhile, the Golden Wheel Emperor's true form in the upper realm suddenly felt an overwhelming force, pulling him toward the lower realm. Realizing the danger, he struggled desperately, but the force was too powerful to resist. In a flash, his true form was dragged down, and he found himself standing before Yifeng, helpless and at the mercy of the reserve guard. Yifeng, with a cold smile, looked at the Golden Wheel Emperor and said, "Now, let's see who's the ant here." The Golden Wheel Emperor, trembling in fear, could only beg for mercy, but Yifeng had no intention of letting him go. With a wave of his hand, the Golden Wheel Emperor was sealed away, his fate sealed. Before he could even react, he was dragged through the dimensional barrier and appeared in Yi's grasp. With a wave of his hand, Yi pulled the Golden Wheel Emperor's true form down to the Shantian realm. Now, both Ding Yi and the Golden Wheel Emperor, thoroughly subdued, kneeled before Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng, without hesitation, ordered Yi to execute them. The moment Yi received the order, he swiftly beheaded Ding Yi with a single strike. After dealing with Ding Yi, he turned to the Golden Wheel Emperor and asked Yifeng, "Master, should I kill this trash as well?" The Golden Wheel Emperor, already terrified, couldn't hold back. He immediately began pleading with Yifeng, begging for his life. "Please, spare me. I'll apologize and make amends. I beg you, Great One, have mercy." Yifeng, however, didn't act rashly. Instead, he turned to Old Xiao and asked for his opinion. "This guy sealed you for 100 years. Such a deep grudge should be settled by you. This way, there will be no regrets." Old Xiao, hearing this, was deeply moved. He never expected Yifeng not only to rescue him from the Wind Demon array, but also to avenge him so thoroughly. Tears welled up in his eyes as he muttered, I could cry." As Old Xiao was overwhelmed with emotion, Xiaohong, standing nearby, watched the scene with deep admiration. To use the life of an upper realm emperor to win the loyalty of a lower realm powerhouse, such a selfless act is something only my master would do. Though it seemed wasteful, Xiaohong couldn't help but feel fortunate to serve such a master. Meanwhile, Old Xiao, after composing himself, made up his mind. Facing the Golden Wheel Emperor, he spoke with a cold, determined voice. "You will pay for what you've done. Yifeng, I think killing him outright would be too merciful. So, I've decided to, for all eternity, if I die, he'll die with me. Only then will my hatred be avenged." Yifeng, hearing this, nodded in agreement. He instructed Yi to prepare a contract for the Golden Wheel Emperor to sign. To be extra cautious, Yifeng asked Yi, "Will this contract still be effective if he returns to the upper realm?" Yi assured him that as long as the Golden Wheel Emperor's strength didn't surpass his own, there was no way he could escape the contract's binding. Reassured, Yifeng turned to Old and asked, "Old Xiao, how strong is the Golden Wheel Emperor now?" Old Xiao hesitated before answering, "Young Yi, don't be shocked. But even though his strength is sealed, if he were to fight seriously, he could easily defeat 100 weaklings like me." Yifeng, after understanding the Golden Wheel Emperor's strength, instructed Old Xiao to return to the sect. As for the Golden Wheel Emperor, Yifeng decided to assign him as a janitor in the Wind sect, since they were short-handed. Additionally, Yifeng ordered that the Golden Wheel Emperor's identity be kept secret for now, only to be revealed when the time was right. Old Xiao nodded in understanding, and quickly set off to carry out the orders. A few minutes later, at the gates of the Star Soul sect, Luo Qianxue stood gazing into the distance, her mind filled with questions. Why did Elder Xiao leave without a word? And why did Yifeng take Xiaohong and leave the sect? What's really going on? Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Yifeng's voice. When she turned to look, she was stunned. Yifeng stood before her, smiling. Luo Qianxue, seeing him, couldn't help but exclaim, "You rebellious disciple. Are you trying to cause trouble again? 3 people went out, and now you've brought back an extra one. My bad feeling was right after all." She immediately approached Yifeng, demanding a proper explanation. "You rebellious disciple, tell me, who is this little brat, and why did you bring him to the sect? If you don't give me a good reason, I'll have to clean house today." Yifeng, bringing the Golden Wheel Emperor back to the Star Soul sect, was caught by his master and wife, Luo Qianxue. She demanded an explanation, pressing Yifeng for answers. "Who is this little brat? And why did you bring him to the sect?" Yifeng, hearing this, immediately put on a charming smile and approached his wife, launching into a smooth-talking explanation. Master, you should really praise me for this. Look, our sect has every position filled. We've been missing a janitor. So, during my trip, I caught this little brat to help out around the sect." Luo Qianxue, hearing this, was utterly speechless. Everyone in our sect just lazes around all day. They're all a bunch of slackers. If they need something, they can do it themselves. And even if we were to recruit a janitor, the minimum requirement would be, at least the tribulation transcendence realm. Does this little brat you brought even meet that standard? Before Yifeng could respond, the Golden Wheel Emperor, standing nearby, was stunned. What kind of place is this? I haven't been to the lower realm in years, and now the minimum requirement for a janitor is the tribulation transcendence realm? As the Golden Wheel Emperor was silently marveling, Yifeng turned to Luo Qianxue and said, Master, my dear wife, you're thinking too small. As the only janitor in our sect, how could I settle for just a tribulation transcendence cultivator? The little brat I brought today is actually a top powerhouse on the verge of ascending to the upper realm. Only someone of his caliber is worthy of joining our sect. Luo Qianxue. Hearing this, only then can we truly showcase the invincible might of our sect. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue couldn't hold back her disbelief. How can you say such things with a straight face? Aren't you afraid of putting pressure on the other elders? As the two of them chatted casually, the Golden Wheel Emperor, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile. Good. Yifeng is clearly trying to please this woman. If I play my cards right, once she learns of my true identity, she'll surely fear my background and force Yifeng to release me. Just as the Golden Wheel Emperor was lost in his fantasies, Luo Qianxue suddenly pointed at him and asked, Tell me, disciple, how much did you spend to kidnap this little brat? The Golden Wheel Emperor, hearing this, was utterly speechless. He thought to himself, Girl, you've got it all wrong. It's Yifeng who forcibly dragged me here from the upper realm. He's the real villain here. No, I need to make a good impression now, or else old Xiao will never let me off easy. Thinking this, the Golden Wheel Emperor quickly changed his expression, but before he could explain, Luo Qianxue cut him off, already resigned to the situation. Fine, if you want to be a janitor, so be it. As soon as she finished speaking, the Golden Wheel Emperor tried to interject. Old Xiao interrupted him. With a sly smile, Old Xiao said to the Golden Wheel Emperor, Who would have thought that the mighty Golden Wheel Emperor would one day become a lowly janitor under my command? Truly, the world is full of surprises. But don't worry, I won't make things too hard for you. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met these little troublemakers. The Golden Wheel Emperor, hearing this, could only sigh in resignation, realizing that his fate was now sealed. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Luo Qianxue watched the scene unfold with amusement, knowing that their sect had just gained a powerful, albeit unwilling, new member. And so, the Golden Wheel Emperor's new life as a janitor began, marking the start of a truly unexpected chapter in his storied existence. As for Yifeng, he couldn't help but smirk. Consider this your gift to me, so I won't be too harsh on you. Just do your job well, and after 100 years, you can leave freely. Hearing this, the Golden Wheel Emperor was overjoyed. Overwhelmed with emotion, he immediately knelt down in gratitude. A few minutes later, the Golden Wheel Emperor followed Old Xiao into a magnificent pavilion. When he saw that the pavilion was constructed from 9,000-year-old soulwood, he was so shocked that he fainted. Before passing out, he muttered, What was I even fighting for back then? Was this all just a setup to humiliate me? Meanwhile, in the Blazing Flame realm, at the Profound Rock sect, Li Fei stood proudly before the sect's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, seeing Li Fei's smug expression, was both confused and annoyed. This kid ran away from the sect because he couldn't handle the rigorous training. How come he's back now, looking so confident? Li Fei's master, seeing his disciple's arrogance, didn't hesitate, ready to teach Li Fei a lesson. Just as his fist was about to connect with Li Fei's face, Li Fei calmly spoke up, freezing his master's punch mid-air. Grand Elder, I left the sect to seek a breakthrough opportunity, and now, I've returned with great news. The Grand Elder, hearing this, paused and looked at Li Fei suspiciously. What kind of breakthrough? Li Fei, with a smug grin, replied, I've reached the nascent soul realm. The entire sect fell silent, as everyone stared at Li Fei in disbelief. Even his master, who had been ready to beat him, lowered his fist, stunned by the revelation. Li Fei, enjoying the moment, continued, and I've brought back treasures that will benefit the entire sect. The Grand Elder, recovering from his shock, finally spoke. Li Fei, if what you say is true, you've done a great service to the sect, but if you're lying, the punishment will be severe. Now that the opportunity has come, I've reached the Sword Heart realm, in the sword intent of death. Grand Elder, save me. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, a figure flashed to his side, and with a loud thud, Li Fei's master was sent flying by the Grand Elder, his face swollen from the slap. With me here, who dares to lay a hand on Li Fei? He is the future unparalleled sword cultivator of our sect. How can you? As the Grand Elder continued to scold Li Fei's master, Li Fei, bored, pulled something out of his spatial ring, which immediately caught the Grand Elder's attention. What the? Li Fei, where did you get these spirit crystals? And why are there so many of them? Li Fei, instead of answering, asked with a grin. Grand Elder, what do you think about using these spirit crystals to build a bathroom? The Grand Elder and Li Fei's master, hearing this, were utterly speechless, unable to tolerate such wastefulness. They immediately forgot about Li Fei's status and launched into a furious beating, leaving Li Fei howling in pain. Meanwhile, back at the Star Soul sect, Yifeng had just woken up and was already complaining about the day's loot. Another day, another useless spirit box, he muttered, tossing it aside. After grumbling for a while, he shouted toward the door. Grand Elder, Elder Bai, come here. I've got some trash to throw away. The moment he finished speaking, the two elders rushed in, eager to see what treasures Yifeng had discarded this time. Little did they know, Yifeng's trash was often more valuable than anything they had ever seen. And so, another day of chaos and surprises began at the Star Soul sect, with Yifeng at the center of it all, unaware of the impact his actions would have on the future of the sect and the realms beyond. As the elders examined the discarded items, Yifeng leaned back, smirking. They rushed toward Yifeng's residence. Seeing this, Yifeng summoned the system and began asking questions. System, if I give away 500 sticks of divine calming incense to someone living a beggar's life, does that still count as squandering? The system responded, yes, host. Luo Tianqing's current mindset is truly that of a beggar, so the system considers this a valid act of squandering. Be assured, Yifeng, without hesitation, tossed the 500 sticks of divine calming incense into the beggar's bowl. The Grand Elder, seeing the day's reward arrive, excitedly rushed forward to claim it, leaving Elder Bai behind, who could only pound the ground in frustration. After wallowing in regret for a while, Elder Bai decided to head to Shao City early, hoping to find some treasures before others arrived. As he sneaked toward Shao City's pavilion, he noticed the Golden Wheel Emperor standing nearby. Curious, Elder Bai approached him and struck up a conversation. So, you're the new janitor? It's true. A sect without a janitor does seem lacking. By the way, what's your cultivation level? The Golden Wheel Emperor awkwardly replied, about to ascend to the upper realm. Elder Bai was stunned. A soon-to-ascend powerhouse working as a janitor? What kind of madness is this? Elder Bai, realizing the Golden Wheel Emperor's true strength, couldn't help but marvel at Yifeng's audacity. It seems Yifeng has a knack for recruiting extraordinary people, even if they're just janitors. Meanwhile, Yifeng, unaware of Elder Bai's thoughts, continued his daily routine of squandering treasures, leaving the elders to scramble for the leftovers. And so, another day passed at the Star Soul sect, with Yifeng at the center of it all, unaware of the chaos and surprises his actions would bring. As the sun set, the sect buzzed with activity, each member eagerly awaiting the next day's treasures, and the ever-unpredictable antics of their prodigal disciple, Yifeng. Meanwhile, the Golden Wheel Emperor, now a humble janitor, sighed as he swept the pavilion, wondering how his life had taken such a bizarre turn. But deep down, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of belonging, as if this eccentric sect was exactly where he was meant to be. And so, the days continued, with Yifeng's squandering bringing both chaos and prosperity. It seems Yifeng doesn't have strict standards when it comes to recruiting people based on strength. Well, that puts my mind at ease. The Golden Wheel Emperor, seeing Elder Bai's nonchalant attitude, felt a mix of frustration and confusion. How can no one care about my status? This is so strange. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on his work, hoping to leave this bizarre place as soon as possible. As he swept the sect's main hall, he noticed a glowing blue formation, and Luo Qinxue meditating at its center. His eyes widened in shock. What the? That's the Infinite Profound Spirit Formation, and the Infinite Profound Palace Technique. Only the Saint Lord and their successor are allowed to cultivate that technique. Is she the reincarnation of the Saintess? This is huge. Just as he was lost in thought, Yifeng appeared, interrupting his musings. Master, my wife? I need to leave the sect for a while. I'm taking Wu Feng to Sky Pill City. He's switching from alchemy to sword cultivation, and we need to discuss it with his family. With me there to persuade them, the chances of success will be much higher. What do you think of this plan? Luo Qianxue, hearing this, immediately stopped her cultivation and stood up. With a serious expression, she said, Yifeng, I agree with you leaving. There's one condition. No matter how many people you take with you, you must return with the exact same number. Do you understand? Yifeng, eager to venture out, nodded immediately in agreement. After making a series of promises to his wife, Yifeng set off with Wu Feng, unaware of the adventures and chaos that awaited them. Meanwhile, the Golden Wheel Emperor watched them leave with a mix of relief and curiosity, wondering what kind of trouble Yifeng would stir up this time. And so, another chapter began, with Yifeng's journey promising both excitement and unpredictability. As the Star Soul sect braced for his eventual return, he happily picked up the little blue cat and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Yifeng, along with Xiaohong and the little blue cat, were leisurely flying through the sky. The little blue cat, gazing at the vast horizon, couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother, you're too good to me. I just mentioned missing Sky Pill City, and you immediately brought me along. You even borrowed the Gourd Palace from Elder Xiao to make the journey more comfortable. I'm so touched, I could cry. Just as the little blue cat was lost in gratitude, Yifeng delivered a blunt reality check. Wufeng, don't get too emotional. I'm only doing this because I have a mission. I need you to take me to Sky Pill City to participate in the Alchemy Grand Competition. If it weren't for the rewards, I wouldn't bother. The little blue cat, hearing this, felt like a deflated balloon, his earlier gratitude vanishing. Time flew by. And soon, they arrived at Sky Pill City. Looking at the bustling city, Xiao Hong couldn't help but marvel. This place is so lively. Yifeng, jumping off the flying gourd, instructed the little blue cat to find his grandfather, while he and Xiao Hong headed to the Sky Pill Pavilion. Few minutes later, Yifeng stood inside the Sky Pill Pavilion, listening to the examiner's requirements for the competition. When he learned that participants had to pass a preliminary test, he was dumbfounded. I've never even practiced alchemy before. How am I supposed to pass this test? As Yifeng racked his brain for a solution, Xiao Hong whispered to him, Master, maybe we can find a way to cheat? Yifeng shook his head. No, that's too risky. We need a better plan. Just as he was about to give up, an idea struck him. Wait, what if I use the system? Maybe it can help me pass the test. With renewed hope, Yifeng activated the system, ready to turn the tables in his favor. At this moment, the system prompted Yifeng with a new mission. If the host uses the system-provided spirit herbs to pass the preliminary alchemy test, you will be rewarded with 500,000 squandering points. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up. He immediately approached the examiner and asked if he could use his own materials for the test, without waiting for a response. He instructed Xiao Hong to bring out their secret weapon. When the examiner saw the massive cauldron Xiao Hong produced, he was utterly stunned. Yifeng, noticing the examiner's reaction, smirked and said, This is my personal cauldron. I'll be using it for the test. The examiner, still in shock, could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong looked at the cauldron with a mix of pride and sadness. Master, this cauldron has been with me for so long. I feel like it's going to get dirty after this. Yifeng, ignoring Xiao Hong's protests, pulled him aside and said, I know you love this cauldron, but I don't have another one to use right now. So, we'll have to make do with this. Xiao Hong, still reluctant, pleaded, Master, can't we find another way? I feel like this cauldron will lose its purity after this. Yifeng, unmoved, replied, Don't worry, it'll be fine. Now, let's focus on passing this test. With that, Yifeng began preparing for the alchemy test, using the massive cauldron as his tool. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong watched with a heavy heart, wondering if his beloved cauldron would ever be the same again. As Yifeng started the test, the examiner and other participants watched in awe, curious to see how this unconventional alchemist would fare. Little did they know, Yifeng's methods were about to turn the competition upside down, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. And so, the alchemy test began, with Yifeng determined to pass, no matter the cost. Xiao Hong, watching from the sidelines, could only hope that his cauldron would survive the ordeal. As for Yifeng, he was already planning his next move, ready to shake up the alchemy world once again. With a confident smirk, he muttered, Let's see how they handle this. Master, how can you not have a cauldron for alchemy? What about the 9 dragons burning heaven cauldron? Isn't that a legendary alchemy tool? Before Xiao Hong could say more, Yifeng quickly interrupted. No. The burning heaven cauldron is for barbecues. It's my favorite toy. I can't waste it on something like alchemy. Xiao Hong, your idea is too impractical. With that, Yifeng dragged Xiao Hong out of the room, citing that his presence would disrupt the alchemy process. The examiner, witnessing this bizarre exchange, could only shake his head in disbelief. What kind of alchemist uses a cauldron like that? But if he has such a precious cauldron, he must have some extraordinary skills. With that thought, the examiner walked to a gong and struck it loudly, announcing, The alchemy test begins. As the gong echoed through the room, Yifeng pulled out a large sack of herbs and dumped them into the cauldron filled with spirit water. The examiner, watching this, felt a twinge of doubt but reassured himself, maybe he's just overeager. This is just the first step. But before he could finish his thought, Yifeng tossed a handful of green powder into the cauldron, causing it to shake violently. The examiner's eyes widened in alarm, but before he could intervene, the cauldron exploded with a deafening boom, sending the examiner flying across the room. Amidst the chaos, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You've completed the branch mission. Reward, 500,000 squandering points. Yifeng, covered in soot but grinning ear to ear, turned to the stunned examiner and said, Well, that was fun. Now, let's see if I pass the test. The examiner, still lying on the floor, could only mutter, What just happened? Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, watching from the doorway, sighed and whispered, I told you the cauldron wasn't for this. And so, another day of chaos and surprises ended with Yifeng's unconventional methods, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. Reminder, this mission can be repeated indefinitely, until the examiner declares the test over. Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately approached the examiner and said, Sir, I was a bit nervous earlier. which caused the cauldron to explode. Can I try again? I think I've got the hang of it now. The examiner, though agreed to give Yifeng another chance, warning him to be more careful this time. Yifeng, without hesitation, began the alchemy process once more. A few minutes later, the cauldron exploded again, leaving the examiner in tears. Before Yifeng could ask for another attempt, the examiner declared, "You've passed the preliminary test." Yifeng, though disappointed, accepted the result, muttering, "I was just starting to enjoy the explosions." Meanwhile, in a tavern room in Sky Pill City, Long Julong, the little blue cat's grandfather, was examining the heavenly cauldron. "What's this? Why is the cauldron filled with water?" The little blue cat casually replied, "Oh, that? I used it as a water tank and forgot to empty it." "Just ignore it, Grandpa." Long Julong, hearing this, could only sigh and shake his head, wondering how his grandson had ended up with such a peculiar master. Back at the alchemy hall, Yifeng was already planning his next move, determined to make the most of his newfound alchemy skills, even if it meant causing a few more explosions along the way. And so, the chaos continued, with Yifeng's unconventional methods, leaving everyone in awe and disbelief, as he prepared to shake up the alchemy world once again. Meanwhile, the little blue cat, watching from the sidelines, could only hope that his cauldron would survive the ordeal, and that Yifeng's next experiment wouldn't bring down the entire city. And so, another day of chaos and surprises, ended with Yifeng's antics, leaving everyone wondering what he would do next. With a mischievous grin, Yifeng muttered, "Let's see how far I can push this." And so, the legend of Yifeng, the most unconventional alchemist in the realm, Long Julong, hearing his grandson's explanation, was so furious that he almost lost his temper. He wanted to give the little blue cat a good beating, but before he could act, the little blue cat quickly explained, "Grandpa, I've decided to switch to sword cultivation, and I'm giving you this cauldron as a gift." Hearing this, Long Julong's anger melted away, and he broke into a wide smile. Good, Wufeng. Though you've been reckless, your filial piety warms my heart. I once saw a heavenly cauldron 100 years ago, but it disappeared along with that old ghost, Xiao Chan. I was heartbroken for years." The little blue cat, hearing the name Xiao Chan, was momentarily stunned. "Grandpa, are you talking about a soul cultivator?" Long Julong, surprised, asked, "How do you know about him?" The little blue cat explained, "Xiao Chan is now an elder at the Star Soul sect." Long Julong was shocked. "What kind of sect is this? How did it attract someone like Xiao Chan?" The little blue cat asked cautiously, "Grandpa, do you want to join our sect too? But I should warn you, the sect is already full. The latest recruit is a janitor, and he's a top-tier powerhouse about to ascend. So, it might be hard for you to join now." Long Julong, hearing this, could only sigh and shake his head, wondering how his grandson had ended up in such an extraordinary sect. Meanwhile, back at the Star Soul sect, Yifeng was already planning his next move, determined to make the most of his newfound alchemy skills, even if it meant causing a few more explosions along the way. And so, the chaos continued, with Yifeng's unconventional methods, leaving everyone in awe and disbelief, as he prepared to shake up the alchemy world once again. Meanwhile, the little blue cat, watching from the sidelines, could only hope that his cauldron would survive the ordeal, and that Yifeng's next experiment wouldn't bring down the entire city. And so, another day of chaos and surprises, ended with Yifeng's antics, leaving everyone wondering what he would do next. Long Julong, hearing this, immediately retorted, "Nonsense. A strong cultivator like me has dignity. I would never stoop to being a janitor." Just as they were arguing, Chung Hai, the examiner, rushed into the room, shouting, "Elder Long, something terrible has happened. That Yifeng kid has been giving away heavenly cauldrons like candy." Long Julong, hearing this, was utterly shocked. How can someone be so, and where did he get so many heavenly cauldrons? Before Chung Hai could explain further, Yifeng suddenly appeared in the room, smiling as if nothing had happened. "Ah, Chung Hai, you're here too. Since you're one of us now, how about I give you a heavenly cauldron as a gift?" Chung Hai, stunned by Yifeng's generosity, could only nod in disbelief. Yifeng, without hesitation, pulled out a heavenly cauldron from his spatial ring and handed it to Chung Hai. The system immediately chimed in, "Congratulations, host. You've triggered a squandering behavior. Reward, 100,000 squandering points." Yifeng, grinning from ear to ear, turned to Chung Hai and said, "If only you'd let me try a few more times, I would have given you a cauldron with a spirit inside." Chung Hai, hearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief, wondering how he had gotten involved with such a bizarre character. Meanwhile, Long Julong, watching the scene unfold, could only sigh and mutter, "What kind of sect is this? And what kind of disciple is this Yifeng?" And so, the chaos continued, with Yifeng's antics leaving everyone in awe and disbelief, as he prepared to shake up the alchemy world once again. Meanwhile, the little blue cat, watching from the sidelines, could only hope that his cauldron would survive the ordeal, and that Yifeng's next experiment wouldn't bring down the entire city. And so, another day of chaos and surprises, ended with Yifeng's antics, leaving everyone wondering what he would do next. Cheng Hai, hearing Yifeng's words, couldn't help but laugh. He thought Yifeng was just joking. But Long Julong, overhearing the conversation, felt a pang of doubt. How could such treasures exist in the lower realm? Just as he was about to dismiss the idea, the little blue cat stepped forward and pulled out a golden dragon cauldron spirit, along with 7 divine cooking utensils. Grandpa, look at these. Senior brother wasn't lying. Long Julong, seeing the treasures, was utterly shocked. Where did you get all these divine items? The little blue cat grinned and said, Senior brother gave them to me. Meanwhile, in another room, Yifeng was busy collecting his daily squandering rewards. When he saw that the reward was a small barrel of 10,000 herb nectar, he was both excited and worried. This nectar is made from 10,000 spirit herbs and aged for 10,000 years. Just one sip can make anyone addicted to it, and all other drinks will taste bland in comparison. I can't just give this away recklessly. After thinking for a while, Yifeng came up with a plan. He rushed out of the room, calling for Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, I need your help with something. Xiao Hong, hearing Yifeng's call, quickly ran over, curious about what his master needed. Yifeng, with a mischievous grin, handed Xiao Hong the barrel of 10,000 herb nectar, and said, Take this and mix it into the city's water supply. Let's see how everyone reacts. Xiao Hong, though hesitant, couldn't refuse his master's orders. And so, another day of chaos began, with Yifeng's antics leaving everyone in awe and disbelief, as he prepared to shake up the alchemy world once again. Meanwhile, the little blue cat, watching from the sidelines, could only hope that his cauldron would survive the ordeal, and that Yifeng's next experiment wouldn't bring down the entire city. And so, another day of chaos and surprises ended with Yifeng's antics, leaving everyone wondering what he would do next. With a mischievous grin, Yifeng muttered. In another guest room, the little blue cat and his grandfather were soaking their feet in a bucket of water. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, the old man couldn't help but ask in disbelief, Xiao Wu, is this really your daily life in the sect? Using 9-leaf soul revival grass to soak your feet? This is truly extravagant. Hearing this, the little blue cat nodded repeatedly in response. As the two of them were whispering to each other, Xiao Hong came over carrying a bucket of hot water. Just as Xiao Hong mentioned that the hot water was sent by Yifeng for them to soak their feet, the little blue cat and his grandfather were momentarily stunned. Is this really for soaking feet? The reason for their reaction was the strong aroma of alcohol emanating from the bucket. The rich fragrance made them want to taste it. As they were considering whether to take a sip, Xiao Hong immediately warned them, Stop, stop, stop. The master said this wine is only for soaking feet, not for drinking. If you drink it, no matter what wine you drink in the future, it will all taste bland and flavorless. Hearing this, the old man immediately sobered up. Seeing that his grandson was still entranced as if under a spell, he didn't hesitate and punched him, sending him flying. After a moment of chaos, the little blue cat, now facing reality, returned with the old man to continue their foot-soaking endeavor. Having never experienced such a novel thing before, the old man couldn't help but sigh. I really want to become an elder in the Soul Star sect too. Hearing this, the little blue cat immediately advised him not to joke around. Right now, the number of elders in our sect outnumbers the disciples. What use would you be, old man? Besides, whether you can join depends on our senior brother's approval. Only if he agrees can you enter the sect. As soon as the little blue cat finished speaking, the old man, determined to join the Soul Star sect, immediately stood up and declared, This time, in the alchemy competition, I will make sure Yifeng takes first place. Time flows like water, and days pass like a shuttle. The days of not being able to squander wealth always fly by. In the blink of an eye, it was already the second day. Yifeng, who had just woken up, was still reminiscing about last night's alcohol bath and its lingering effects. Laughing, he sighed at the system, which had rewarded him with 10,000 bottles of 10,000 herb nectar. He then immediately asked the system to activate today's squandering field. Upon hearing this, the system quickly responded. Today's squandering item is a divine pill refining card. After using the divine pill refining card, you will have the ability to refine one divine pill within 24 hours. The grade and type of the divine pill will be randomly generated by the system. As soon as the system finished speaking, Yifeng smiled happily. System, if I use the refining card to make a divine pill and then crush it in front of everyone, would that count as a squandering act? Hearing this, the system immediately replied, Indeed it would. If the host does this, the system will additionally reward you with 1 million squandering points. Hearing this, Yifeng felt like he was about to ascend to heaven from joy. It seems that to earn these million points, I'll have to inconvenience those alchemists a bit. Just as Yifeng was determined to stir up trouble, the little blue cat came running to urge him to go participate in the alchemy competition. Yesterday, his grandfather had already signed him up for all the tiers of the competition. A few minutes later, the square was bustling with people. As soon as Yifeng arrived, he immediately used the divine pill refining card. Ding! Card fusion in progress. The system has randomly selected a 9th grade pill for you. The pill type is either 9th grade or core formation. All the pills that can be refined are poetic. After arriving at the central square, Yifeng directly used a divine alchemy card. In the next second, the system's explanation echoed in his ears. Card fusion in progress. The system has randomly selected a 9th grade pill for you. The pill type is either 9th grade or core formation. All refined pills are poetic. 9th grade tribulation breaker. Cultivators who have endured one heavenly tribulation or more can ignore one tribulation after consuming it. If a cultivator has endured 8 tribulations, they can directly ascend to the upper realm after consuming it. Hearing this, Yifeng was immediately shocked. At this moment, he never expected that the system's random selection would give him an SSR-grade miraculous pill. If he could refine a few more within these 24 hours, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for his sect members to break through and ascend? Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately asked the system, "Can this tribulation breaker pill be obtained from the pill jars?" The system quickly, but the probability of obtaining it is very low. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately said, "A low probability is fine. If all else fails, I can use my squander points to stack the odds." Time flies. And in just a moment, Yifeng had successfully fused the alchemy card. At this moment, the system, he had already firmly memorized the pill formula, techniques, and heat control in his mind. After digesting the alchemy steps for a while, Yifeng had arrived at the quiet, 9th grade rest area. When he saw 3 people in this area, he couldn't help but start complaining inwardly, "Damn, this so-called top-tier alchemy city's refining is really underwhelming." The number of 6th to 8th grade alchemists participating in this grand event is actually less than 200. The talent in the Xintian continent is truly too scarce. Just as Yifeng was silently observing the 3 people in front of him and feeling a bit down, the 3 9th grade alchemists in the rest area also noticed Yifeng's presence. One of them, a monk, frowned in displeasure and commented, "Whose disciple is this kid? Why is he wandering around without wearing a robe and even barging into this place? He really has no sense of propriety." A man dressed as a Taoist nearby, however, had a different opinion. "Wait, haven't you noticed that Elder Long has been watching him intently? I think this person might be an old monster who has maintained a youthful appearance." Hearing this, the other 2 immediately looked over, and sure enough, Elder Long was indeed staring at Yifeng with a serious expression. This little shrimp they had initially dismissed suddenly became the center of attention. They then began to comment on Yifeng again. At this moment, Yifeng, with his sharp senses, noticed that they were frantically labeling him. He suddenly felt a sense of injustice. Just as he was considering whether to teach them a lesson, a loud gong sound suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately suppressed his anger. Calming himself, he rushed to the alchemy area and lit the flame. The spectators, seeing this, their expressions immediately changed. The reason for this was that they never expected someone as young as Yifeng to possess such a terrifying innate flame, to be so terrifyingly powerful. Meanwhile, Yifeng paid no attention to the spectators' exclamations. He swiftly prepared the immortal herbs required for refining the tribulation breaker pill, threw them into the furnace. Elder Long and Cheng Hai, standing nearby, were utterly shocked when they saw this. Never that alchemy could be done so casually. Not to mention, with Yifeng's level of strength, how could he possess such a terrifying innate flame? Even the herbs he took out were ones I've never even seen before. What exactly is he trying to do? The other 9th grade alchemists nearby were also stunned. They immediately began to tutal mock. Is this guy really refining pills right now? It feels like he's using immortal herbs as firewood. I thought someone participating in a 9th grade alchemy competition would be a top-tier expert. Who would have thought he's just a big fool? Isn't this just hilarious? But just as they were secretly mocking Yifeng, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. The overwhelming pressure of the heavenly Tao descended, making it hard to breathe. Elder Long, seeing this, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He never expected that Yifeng's flashy alchemy could actually summon the legendary heavenly tribulation. This was truly unbelievable. He never expected Yifeng's flashy alchemy could actually summon the legendary heavenly tribulation. This was truly unbelievable. Not long after Yifeng added the herbs to the furnace, rolling dark clouds gathered above. Thunder has already begun to rumble, and lightning is appearing within it. After Yifeng fiddled for a few minutes, he suddenly raised his hand, and with one palm, he directly split open the furnace lid. Then, spiritual pill emitting a peculiar fragrance appeared. Seeing this, Cheng Hai was immediately struck with awe. He never expected that a scene only recorded in the ancient texts of the Xintian sword sect, unseen for thousands of years, would actually manifest here. To witness the birth of a divine pill with his own eyes, he felt truly blessed. At this moment, Old Man Long, standing beside him, after carefully examining the wine-breaking pill, He was also struck with astonishment. The pill that Yifeng had refined actually bore Dao patterns. The onlookers in the distance were also buzzing with discussions. At this moment, they spoke with overwhelming amazement. Damn, did the pill succeed or not? My heart is stuck in my throat right now. Why hasn't the heavenly Dao's tribulation lightning fallen yet? Hearing the crowd's chatter, Yifeng was also deeply puzzled. He was certain that the steps he followed to refine the pill were completely correct. So why was the heavenly Dao's tribulation lightning hovering in the air, refusing to strike down? Just as Yifeng was sinking into deep self-doubt, Xiaohong, who was watching from the side, spoke up to offer a suggestion. Master, maybe you should move further away from the divine pill. Perhaps then the heavenly Dao's light, the divine pill's tribulation. Yifeng, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned when he heard Xiaohong's words. Good heavens, could my presence here really be affecting the tribulation's performance? But being someone who always heeded advice, he eventually took Xiaohong's suggestion and began to retreat. The moment Yifeng stepped back 100 meters, countless terrifying bolts of tribulation lightning struck down around the furnace. The sheer force of the created a massive crater spanning 100 miles in the square. Half an hour later, the heavenly Dao's tribulation finally subsided. What followed was the appearance of a radiant divine pill, shining with golden light. A divine pill radiating with dazzling golden light appeared before everyone's eyes. Old Man Long, witnessing this scene, was moved to tears. To witness the birth of a divine pill with my own eyes, even if I die now, it would be worth it. Cheng Hai, standing nearby, exclaimed, Yifeng is forever the god in the hearts of all alchemists. But just as everyone was still marveling at the pill, at the moment when the miraculous divine pill had just survived the tribulation, Little Blue Cat felt an ominous premonition rising from the depths of his heart. But before Little Blue Cat could even utter a word, Yifeng, in front of everyone, casually tossed the tribulation pill onto the ground. Then, he raised his foot high, and everyone watching felt a chill run down their spines. Before they could even react or stop him, Yifeng brought his foot down with a crushing force. In the next instant, Yifeng stomped down fiercely, crushing the tribulation-breaking pill beneath his foot. The divine pill, having barely survived the lightning tribulation, was now mercilessly discarded onto the ground. The crowd watched, their hearts struck with a wave of shock. Before they could utter a word, Yifeng suddenly raised his foot again, shattering the divine pill completely. The moment the tribulation-breaking pill was destroyed, a familiar ding echoed in Yifeng's ears. The system's prompt. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Reward, 2,001,000 prodigy points. Yet, as Yifeng happily counted his newfound points, the 3 9-cauldron alchemists behind him nearly burst with rage. Where's my sword? My 49-meter-long sword. This brat destroyed a divine pill and dares smirk about it? This is outright disrespect. Destroying my divine pill is like destroying my life's work. Don't stop me. I'll fight him to the death. As the wails and curses behind him grew louder, Yifeng remained unshaken. In fact, he almost wished there were more people cursing him, just as he pondered whether to refine another pill and crush it again for provocation. Elder Long's booming voice cut through the chaos, shattering his train of thought. Do any of you know the meaning of destruction before creation? The crowd fell silent. Most present were low-tier alchemists. How could they grasp the cryptic wisdom of a supreme master? No one dared to answer. Minutes passed, seeing no response. Elder Long continued solemnly. If we cling too desperately to divine pills, they become shackles that imprison our Tao. When Yifeng forged the divine pill and crushed it underfoot in the next breath, it sparked a sudden revelation. If mortals can craft divine pills, we can also shatter their tyranny. Do not settle for a single pill. We must pursue the supreme Dan Dao itself. Yifeng's heart lurched. How had his reckless act, smashing a priceless treasure for prodigy points, been twisted into profound enlightenment by these alchemists? Before he could stammer an explanation, the entire crowd dropped to their knees in awed submission. Yifeng, unprepared for this worship, scrambled to regain control. He spun toward Elder Length, instigator of this madness, desperate to set the record straight. But as Yifeng turned around, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Elder Long's aura surged violently, crackling with unrestrained power. Cheng Hai, standing nearby, gasped, he's breaking through. He's ascending. Panicking, Cheng Hai tried to speak. But Elder Long's voice boomed first. I can no longer suppress my cultivation. Today, I ascend to the upper realm. Cheng Hai, tell the old fools. I'll see them in the heavens if fate wills it. His gaze then softened toward the blue-haired youth, whose eyes brimmed with reluctant tears. Elder Long patted his head gently. Hush now, little one. Don't cry. This isn't an end. It's merely ascension. We'll meet again in the upper realm. This is not death. Why are you sniveling like a child? Your senior brother is extraordinary. He crafted a supreme divine pill with ease. His origins must hold profound secrets. Stay and your future will far surpass this old man's. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Elder Long stepped onto the celestial ascension path, but as his foot touched the glowing staircase, Feng flicked a spatial ring. Elder Long, take this. It's filled with treasures that might save your life one day. Elder Long clutched the ring, his eyes widening with joy. You truly are full of surprises. But before he could thank him, the celestial light engulfed him. Peering into the ring, Elder Long's eyes lit up at the sight of the 100 herbs nectar. Young Master Yi Feng, this old man owes you a life's debt, he declared solemnly. With a final nod, he soared into the celestial light. As Elder Long vanished, the blue-haired youth, moments ago drowning in sorrow, sniffled once, then bounced back to his usual, carefree, mischievous self. He even flopped onto the ground, scrambling to collect scraps of the shattered, tribulation-breaking pill, like a raccoon hunting treasure. Yi Feng gaped at the absurdity. But before he could react, the crowd erupted. No one laughed. Instead, they stampeded toward him, like starved beasts spotting prey. Grab the remnants. There must be remnants stuck to Yi Feng's soles. Scrape them off, every speck is priceless. The crowd's eyes locked onto Yi Feng, hunger and desperation blazing in their gazes. Yi Feng, never one for heroics, scooped up Xiaohong Little Red and bolted from the square like a startled hare. Behind him, the mob roared. After him, even the dust on his robes is a treasure. Yi Feng didn't stop until he'd zigzagged through alleys, losing the crazed cultivators in the labyrinthine city. Slumping against the guest chamber door, he gasped for breath, only to freeze mid-sigh. A chilling voice drifted from the shadows behind him. Young Master Yi Feng, did you really think you could escape us? A soft voice whispered in his ear. Master Yi Feng. Startled, Yi Feng turned to see Hua Yuming. What brings you here? Hua Yuming sighed. Since gaining the pure spirit body, the Valley Elders have hounded me day and night for answers. I couldn't explain, so I came to you. Before Yi Feng could reply, a system alert chimed. Ding. Mission. Visit the 10,000 Flowers Valley and squander resources to enhance disciples' living conditions. Reward. Heavenly Dao Token Rare. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Dao Token, that's the ultimate cheat code. I'll handle this, he declared. Stall the elders for now. I'll personally explain at the valley. Hua Yiming nodded, but as Yi Feng ended the call, she added slyly. Oh, and Master, when you visit, please knock first. I'd hate to repeat that awkward incident where you accidentally saw me bathing. Yi Feng choked, his face flushing crimson. That was an honest mistake. But Hua Yuming had already vanished, leaving him mortified. Understood, Master. I'll await you at the sect, but do warn me before arriving. Unless you want a repeat of that incident where you saw me bathing. Yi Feng's face burned, his toes curling in embarrassment, hard enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Time flowed like water, days slipping by swiftly, especially without prodigal antics to savor. By the second day, Yi Feng, Xiaohong, and the blue-haired youth gathered around a dining table. We're detouring to 10,000 Flowers Valley. Before returning to the sect, Yi Feng, the trio launched into Operation Feast, shoveling food while Yi Feng multitasked, checking the systems. Daily prodigal loot. His eyes widened at the item listed. Void Flame Spirit Fire. The very flame he'd used to craft the divine pill yesterday. This innate stellar flame grew stronger. With his cultivation, its power scaling endlessly. At its peak, it could refine any spiritual herb, no matter how rare or volatile. Now this is a treasure worth squandering for. How should I squander this treasure? His eyes landed on Xiaohong, who was devouring food like a starved beast. Since joining the sect, all I've given you is a mountain of heaven-grade spirit rice. Time to upgrade your perks. Xiaohong paused mid-bite, ears twitching as Yi Feng declared. Listen, Xiaohong. While Guzi trains to become the world's greatest dog, you've been lounging around like a sun-dried salted fish. As your senior, it's time to shed this lazy shell. And as your master, I'll spare no expense to transform you into a legend worthy of my prodigal legacy. Xiaohong paused mid-bite, rice grains clinging to his whiskers. His eyes sparkled like twin galaxies treasure incoming. He knew the drill. Master's funding meant absurdly extravagant gifts disguised as training. Divine beast blood? A mythic sword? He yipped eagerly. Yi Feng shook his head. Better. I'm gifting you a revolutionary cultivation method. He unfurled a scroll titled, The Path of the Prodigal Spirit Beast. Xiaohong blinked at the elaborate diagrams of napping, feasting, and casually absorbing cosmic energy. Relax. You'll ascend to the upper realm by doing absolutely nothing. My treat. Xiaohong shrugged. With Master, even a pig could transcend just by breathing his golden aura. He resumed eating, already mentally spending his future prodigal perks. Time to act. Minutes later, Xiaohong had absorbed Yi Feng's innate stellar flame, now envisioning himself as the continent's greatest alchemy beast. He glanced at his battered heaven-grade cauldron, now dented from smacking enemies. Like a hammer, I used a divine tool. For petty thuggery? Yifeng chuckled, thrilled at the new prodigal opportunity. Perfect. Take this 9-dragon celestial cauldron, embossed with divine Shilin. Toss that junk cauldron. We're upgrading to legendary squandering. Xiao Hong's eyes widened, as Yifeng added, oh, and your old one? We'll melt it down into golden chew toys. Keep the old cauldron as a weapon. It'll make a fine bludgeon. Xiao Hong's tail wagged furiously. To have such a master. I've won the cosmic lottery. But Yifeng wasn't done. Before Xiao Hong could thank him, Yifeng declared, I'm gifting you another innate stellar flame. Xiao Hong recoiled. 1 flame's enough. 2 would. Yifeng pinned him down. Resistance is futile. With a whoosh, the second flame fused into Xiao Hong's core. The blue-haired youth gaped. Grandpa spent 200 years mastering 1 flame, and this mutt gets 2 in 5 minutes? Xiao Hong glowed like a furnace. While Yifeng dusted his hands smugly, the blue-haired youth face-bombed. The blue-haired youth stared in disbelief. If Grandpa, who spent 200 years mastering 1 flame, saw this, he'd scream into the void for a week. Xiao Hong now radiated dual stellar flames, glowing like a walking supernova. Yifeng nodded approvingly. Now, off to the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Time to improve their disciples' lives. As they neared the valley's gates, Yifeng gaped at the vibrant spring scenery, blossoms cascading like immortal confetti. A true utopia. Xiao Hong coughed. Master, this utopia is laced with soul-devouring pollen and razor-petaled lilies. The blue-haired youth added, last month, a nascent soul elder tripped here and got turned into fertilizer. Yifeng grinned. Even better. Danger means higher budgets. This place once poisoned a nascent soul grandmaster to death. Most avoid the valley unless they crave an early grave. Yifeng's smile froze as the reality sank in. This paradise was a glorified death trap. Note to self. Never trust flowers that sparkle, like they're dipped in liquid karma. Minutes later, they entered the valley. Hua Yuming awaited outside the great. Master, she called, waving. The blue-haired youth whispered to Xiao Hong. Since when does seem... He never mentioned her. Xiao Hong shrugged. Master collects strays like. I collect chew toys. Don't overthink it. As Hua Yuming approached, Yifeng muttered, time to improve this death garden. With some responsible prodigal investments. Xiao Hong side-eyed him. Translation. Chaos incoming. But her aura, it's stronger than mine. She's at least half-step ascension realm. As they whispered, Yifeng hopped off his flying gourd and followed Hua Yuming into the grand hall, casually asking, Disciple, does your valley have a mountain guard formation? Hua Yuming smirked. Our sect's 10,000-year-old mountain seal array can repel even ascended powerhouses. Yifeng's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Let's upgrade it. With 10,000 tons of divine crystal, Hua Yuming blinked. But master, that's enough to bankrupt 10 kingdoms. Exactly. What if I deploy a battalion of ascended powerhouses to test your formation? He playfully retorted. Hua Yuming face-bombed. Prodigal madness strikes again. Little Ming Ming, how will your valley survive? A siege by ascended powerhouses? Hua Yuming's smile froze. Master, are you trying to get us annihilated? You're a peaceful sect. Why would ascended beings target us? Yifeng smirked. Hypothetically. But your formation's clearly outdated. System. My disciple's mountain seal array is mid-tier at best. Give me the ultimate cosmic defense blueprint to fix this glaring weakness. Ding. Mission accepted. Upgrade for cost. 5 million prodigy points. Reward. Heavenly Dao token guaranteed. Yifeng grinned. Deal. Let's turn this garden into a fortress even gods fear to tread. Hua Yuming face-bombed as golden runes began raining from the sky. The prodigal apocalypse had begun. Reward. 100,000 prodigy points. Blossom seal formation supreme upgrade. And heavenly Dao token. Yifeng grinned. Now we're talking. But as he handed the formation manual to Hua Yuming, a devious thought struck him. He yanked it back, narrowing his eyes. Disciple, did you use the divine phoenix pills I gifted you last time? Or are they collecting dust? Hua Yuming blushed. They're too precious. I've stored them in our ancestral vault for emergencies. Yifeng face-bombed. Useless. My second disciple smashes divine artifacts for fun, yet you're hoarding pills like a dragon with trust issues. Hua Yuming wilted under his glare. Time for prodigal boot camp, starting with burning those pills. As incense for ambience, I must guide her onto the righteous path of prodigality. He turned to the system. If I withhold the formation manual now, will you revoke the reward? The system scoffed. This is a divine prodigal system. We don't take back gifts. Any improvement you suggest for the valley, no matter how absurd, earns rewards. Burn it, bury it, whatever, just squander with style. Yifeng nodded, relieved. Minutes later, inside the valley's grand hall, he stared at a group of lowly-sized disciples, barely reaching his knees. Are these the elders? They look like they raided a kindergarten for immortals. One stepped forward, her voice sugary. Honored guest, we've prepared tea infused with soul-numbing venom. The mighty elders of 10,000 Flowers Valley are ankle-biters? Seeing the gaggle of lowly elders, Yifeng grinned mischievously. Disciple, fetch 100 stalks of soul snare herb. Let's gift these wise seniors something spicy. The elders blinked, unaware they were about to become test subjects. Yifeng knelt, adopting a grave tone. Honored elders, do you know your sin? The tallest elder, barely 3 feet tall, puffed her cheeks. Sin? We watered the flowers. Yifeng brandished the herbs dramatically. Your valley's formations are weaker than a kitten's sneeze. As punishment, you must refine these herbs into soul snare pills, or no dessert for a century. The elders wailed, clutching their candy pouches. No, not the dessert ban. Huayuming facepalm masters bullying toddlers again. The lowly elders blinked in confusion. Sin? We've never even met you. How dare you accuse us, honored guest? Yifeng smirked, tossing the bundle of soul snare herbs onto the floor. Your crime? Letting these precious herbs gather dust. Blue hair. Grind them to paste. We're making poison confetti. The lowless gasped. You monster. Even as our sect master's master, you can't vandalize our treasures. Ignoring their protests, Yifeng barked. Grind faster. These herbs are worth 10,000 spirit stones. The blue-haired youth shredded the herbs mechanically, while the lowless clutched their pigtails in despair. Is he mentally sound? One whispered. He's either a genius or a calamity in human form. Yifeng, undeterred by the lowless blank stares, snapped his fingers. Huayumeng. That 100 stalks of ghost whale ivy stat. The elders twitched. Ghost whale ivy? That's enough poison to wipe out a medium-sized kingdom. Yifeng grinned. Perfect. Let's brew sentient tea for your flower beds. The lowly elders exchanged panicked glances. Is he trying to genocide our ecosystem? Third elder, the only adult at 4 feet tall, cleared her throat. Perhaps these herbs are his twisted way of gifting our valley. Through Huayuming, the other lowless froze, then gasped. So destroying treasures equals affection? This man's love language. Chaos. Yifeng, overhearing, winked. Call it prodigal philanthropy. Collective property? Nonsense. These are my toys now. The lowly elders lunged. Cling. Stop. Those 5 poison blossoms are 500 years old. You can't turn them into potpourri. Yifeng shrugged. Watch me. The blue-haired youth gleefully shredded the blossoms, reducing them to glittering dust. The lowless collapsed. Our genius great herbs. Now floor glitter? They sobbed hysterically, mourning the botanical carnage. Yifeng crouched, adopting a mock-stern tone. Your sin? Hoarding treasures like dragons. These herbs were meant for bathing, foot soaks, or confetti, not rotting in a vault. Huayuming facepalmed. Master, no one uses soul snare herbs for pedicures. Then you're not prodigal enough. He retorted, hoarding treasures like misers instead of splurging for greatness. That's your crime, elders. The lowless whimpered. But frugality is virtuous. Yifeng slammed the supreme enhanced blossom bamboo formation manual onto the table, roaring. Virtue? Your frugality strangles progress. This formation can repel ascended armies, but you'd rather debate dusting shelves. The lowless sniffled. But Master Yi, extravagant waste feels wrong. Yifeng's eye twitched. Fine. Let's blue hair. Fetch 1,000 heavenly jade tablets to pave their flower paths. The lowless shrieked. No. Those jades are sacred relics. Don't turn them into garden tiles. Yifeng cackled. Prodigal lesson 101. If it's expensive, it deserves to be destroyed gloriously. The valley echoed with the sound of shattered jade and tiny lowly sobs. Doubt me? Fine. But in the next second, this manual becomes confetti for your next tea party. The lowly elders lunged, screeching. Stop. Even if it's fake, don't destroy sacred texts. But the blue-haired youth, channeling fruit ninja finesse, unsheathed his blade. For the prodigal Tao, he declared, slicing the formation manual into glittering paper snow. The lowless froze in place like statues, their tiny minds short-circuiting. The celestial guardian formation, reduced to arts and crafts scraps? Third elder, usually unflappable, dropped her candy staff. This isn't prodigality, it's heresy. Yifeng smirked, sweeping the paper shreds into a golden urn. Relax. I'll rebuild it. 10 times stronger. My heart, it aches. As the lowly elders clutched their... Yifeng casually asked, what toxic plants are you missing here? The elders froze. Was he planning to expand the carnage? First elder stammered. We lack void fong orchids, soulrot vines, and... Yifeng cut her off. Perfect. Let's order a ton of each to beautify your gardens. Third elder whimpered. But Master Yi, those plants could wipe out our entire... Exactly. A challenge builds character. Yifeng declared, then barked at the system. My disciple's too poor. She lacks even basic poisons for her 10,000 poison body. Ding. Reward. 100,000 prodigy points. Heavenly Tao tokens x2. Now, let's flood this valley with enough toxins to melt a dragon. The Lolas fainted in unison as Yifeng added cheerfully. Prodigal renovations start now, and 100 batches of 10,000 poison spirit herbs. Yifeng's eyes gleamed at the heavenly Dao tokens. Pathetic. A valley of 10,000 flowers. Can't even stock basic poisons? How dare you cultivate the 10,000 poison body? He dumped 50 bundles of venomous herbs on the table. Chop these into confetti. For decorative purposes. The Lolas wailed, but these are void-scorched thistles. They take centuries to grow. Second Elder Qin Weimong begged, stop this madness. We'll do anything. Just spare the herbs. Yifeng paused, smirking, anything? Then promised to waste resources extravagantly, or I'll turn your gardens into a poison rave. The Lolas sobbed, we promise. Just, please don't shred anything else. After extorting a promise to waste responsibly, Yifeng led the lowly elders to the valley's central plaza, a vibrant garden of meticulously cultivated flora. Pathetic. Yifeng scoffed. These flowers are as exciting as boiled cabbage. Time for a makeover. We're ripping them all out. The Lolas wailed, but these took 300 years to cultivate. You're vandalizing history. Yifeng shrugged. History is boring. Asterisk, let's plant glowing venom lilies instead. 2 hours later, the plaza lay barren, a wasteland of upturned soil. The lowly elders huddled together. Our home, it's gone. Yifeng cheerfully patted their heads. Relax. Now we'll build a floating poison paradise. As the Lolas sobbed, the system chimed. Plus 1,800,000 prodigy points, and 9 heavenly Dao tokens. Yifeng cackled, closer to my dream of taking the whole sect on a heavenly Dao city tour. Before leaving, he declared to the traumatized Lolas, submit a wish list of anything you need. I'll fund it all. Let's cure Hua Yuming's frugal syndrome. The Lolas muttered, at this rate, the valley will be a glittery apocalypse by next week. As Yifeng soared away, he checked the day's prodigal loot. Ruthless sword Dao canvas, a painting imbued with the essence of merciless sword intent. How to squander this? Asterisk, maybe gift it to a mortal toddler, as a coloring book? Xiao Hong, overhearing, Master, that painting could slaughter a nascent soul cultivator. Even better. Let's see if it survives crayons. How to squander a sword Dao artifact? Time. And so do prodigal opportunities. By dusk, Yifeng's group reached a bustling town. As he debated lunch options with the blue-haired youth, a violet-haired man approached. His gaze locked on Yifeng with unsettling intensity. Is he flirting with me? Yifeng whispered. Master, maybe he's just admiring your prodigal aura. Xiao Hong snorted. The stranger halted before them, producing a scroll radiating lethal sword intent. Young master, care to purchase a painting infused with the annihilation sword Dao? Yifeng's eyes lit up. Chaotic squandering opportunity detected. How much? 10,000 spirit stones. But be warned, its aura can shred a golden core cultivator's soul. Perfect. Yifeng tossed a bag of gems. I'll use it as wallpaper for my outhouse. I'll sell it cheap, just 10,000 spirit stones. Yifeng face-bombed. You stalked me for salesmanship? Master, maybe he sensed your prodigal buyer aura. Xiao Hong snickered. Yifeng shrugged. Fine. Let's splurge. But first, drinks on me. The duo headed to a tavern. Unaware, an elderly man was sprinting toward them at nascent soul speed, shouting, stop that fraud. Those paintings are cursed replicas. At the tavern, Bai Lei unrolled the scroll. Behold the annihilation sword Dao's essence. Yifeng squinted. Let me inspect it. Then grabbed a wine jug and dumped it onto the painting. Bai Lei screamed, madman, that's a priceless artifact. Relax. Now it's modern art. Asterisk, Yifeng said, as ink bled into abstract splatters. Thus, the two made an appointment and arrived at the tavern. After Yifeng finished the banquet, he immediately turned to look at Xiao Bai and asked how much this scroll painting was being sold for. Hearing the question, Xiao Bai promptly stated that covering his drink tab once would be enough. Everything else didn't matter. When Yifeng heard Xiao Bai's surprisingly low offer, he instantly grew displeased. Furious, he snapped at Xiao Bai. Are you looking down on me? He then demanded Xiao Bai name a higher price, vowing to pay 10 times the amount to buy it. Xiao Bai, hearing Yifeng's words, couldn't help but think this man was out of his mind. Seeing no point in further talk, he turned to leave immediately. But just as Xiao Bai was about to step out of the 9th floor, Xiao Hong suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Xiao Bai, suspecting a double cross, prepared to fight back. But after sensing Xiao Hong's true power, he quickly changed his mind and handed the scroll to Yifeng. He confessed bluntly, I stole this painting, so I truly don't know its worth. My reason for stealing it was to get expelled from my sect. Yifeng froze, stunned by his words. After a long pause, he suddenly remembered an item he'd acquired that day, a mysterious sutra scroll imbued with ruthless counsel, obtained through a recent sign-in. It was far more potent than the painting Xiao Bai had presented. With this thought, Yifeng promptly proposed an idea to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, now holding the sutra scroll, after examining it, Xiaobai scoffed in disdain. Yifeng could only facepalm in exasperation. No wonder he's desperate to be expelled. This explains everything. With judgment this poor, no wonder he's unfit to stay. As Yifeng wrestled with his frustration, the chamber door was suddenly smashed open with a crash. An elderly woman stormed in, shrieking curses at the top of her lungs. She grabbed Xiaobai by the collar, screaming, "You wasteful brat! I spent 7 days and nights studying a swordmaster's movements to paint this masterpiece. And you're just selling it off for scraps? You heartless ingrate." Xiaobai, not wanting an earful, quickly shoved the scroll into Yifeng's hands and hastily recounted the negotiation to his master. The old man, upon hearing Yifeng's intent to trade his own painting for Xiaobai's, stood frozen in disbelief. Desperate to salvage the situation, he declared he would cancel the deal immediately, but Yifeng refused to back down. Not wanting further complications, Yifeng suddenly, without warning, tore the scroll into pieces. As he shredded it, he sneered, "This scroll's craftsmanship is laughably fragile." The old man, witnessing this, erupted in fury. He never imagined someone in this world could be more reckless than his own wayward disciple. This is utterly unforgivable. But just as the old man stood there questioning his life choices, Xiaobai, awkwardly clearing his throat, gestured toward Yifeng's scroll and spoke up. Master, don't be angry yet. Why not take a look at the scroll we got from this guy first?" Without waiting for approval, Xiaobai yanked the scroll open. The moment it unfurled, a golden dragon materialized, roaring as it lunged toward the old man. The old man staggered back, horrified. "By the heavens, who trades away a scroll of ruthless counsel?" Xiaobai's master trembled, his face paling at the sight of Yifeng's trade. This is impossible. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine such a treasure existed. Someone would trade a scroll infused with ruthless counsel. Before the old man could react, Xiaobai, in the next instant, casually ripped apart the priceless scroll. The old man stared in stunned silence. After a long, soul-crushing pause, he snapped back to reality and roared at Xiaobai, "You damned rebellious brat! What were you thinking?" The moment the scroll was destroyed, Yifeng's ears rang with the system's reward notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Reward, plus 10,000 extravagance points. Reward, 10,000 shards of painting insight. Yet Yifeng felt no joy. He hadn't expected this outcome. In this vast continent, there existed someone more extravagant than himself, fueled by competitive fire. Yifeng challenged Xiaobai to a wastefulness duel. Xiaobai, however, smirked dismissively. "Brother Yi, don't embarrass yourself. You can't compare to me. I have a master who funds endless treasures at my disposal. What do you have? Even my master's toe-scribbled drafts outclass your pathetic scroll." Before Yifeng could react, the old man, now branded a laughingstock, furious beyond measure, delivered a kick. "You wretched brat, not only do you squander my legacy, now you tarnish my reputation? Mark my words, when we return, I'll make you hold brushes with your toes." Still fuming, he landed another kick, squarely on Xiaobai's backside. Thud, he sputtered between kicks. "Do you even know what you've just destroyed? That scroll was priceless, and you, a talentless hack, dare mock me?" Xiaobai, pinned and battered, shot back defiantly. "Doesn't matter, even if it was precious, I'd shred it again. The title of Xiantian Continent's greatest prodigal belongs to me." Yifeng, watching Xiaobai get pummeled, flinched at the boast. He leapt to his feet. Being upstaged was not his style. Pulling out his painting insight fragments, Yifeng ordered to pin Xiao by the walking disaster in place. "Today, I'll show you who's the true prodigal of Xiantian Continent." Xiaobai gaped in horror. "What are you lunatics planning?" Before he could resist, Xiaohong slammed him to the floor. Desperate, Xiaobai screamed at his master, "Master, help me!" But the old man, sipping tea and enjoying the chaos, joined in pinning him down harder. "Traitor, you're supposed to be my master. Consider this, tough love." Minutes later, in the 9th floor chamber, Xiaobai sat slumped, muttering tearfully, "I've been defiled." His master, utterly unrepentant, patted his shoulder and quipped, "Cheer up, at least you're famous now." The old master delivered the final blow sarcastically. "Tisk, look at you. Now this is a true prodigal. Your antics are child's play." He paused, then sighed deeply, his earlier mischief replaced by melancholy. Your skills, enhanced by the painting insight fragments, now surpass mine. It's time to let you go." Xiaobai's eyes widened. Before he could sputter a word, Yifeng's instincts flared something was wrong. "Wait, he can't." But the old man cut him off, voice trembling. "Our master-disciple bond ends here." Xiaobai's mock defiance crumbled. "Master, please." Yifeng lunged forward, desperation sharp in his tone. "You can't take him. He's my rival." Before he could protest, Xiaohong, sensing Yi Feng's hesitation, suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Master, she whispered slyly, why not recruit him into Fengmin? His master has nothing left to teach him in the Tao of painting, no pride, no purpose. The old man, as if on cue, declared solemnly, our bond is severed. Xiao Bai's jaw dropped. Before he could protest, Yi Feng, panic rising, blurted, I won't take him either. Fengmin has no room for. Xiao Hong yanked him back. Her grip iron tight. Think, she hissed into his ear. He's a prodigy of wastefulness. Isn't that exactly what your extravagant system craves? Yi Feng paused. A wicked grin crept across his face, but memories of Luo Qianxue's furious glare flashed in his mind, and his enthusiasm withered instantly. Xiao Hong, reading Yi Feng's conflicted expression, leaned closer and whispered, Master, think bigger. Imagine gifting Xiao Bai to your master, Lao Mohua. His antics would amuse her for decades. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. After all, what woman could resist such a unique present? And when boredom strikes, Xiao Hong added, he can paint you, special artwork. Yi Feng grinned, yanking Xiao Bai forward. Senior, since you've disowned him, my star soul will pamper him like a prized pig. Guaranteed, plump, polished, and perpetually troublesome. The old man's eyebrow twitched. The old man's face contorted finally rid of that prodigal menace. Feigning solemnity but barely contained glee, he bid Xiao Bai a curt farewell, and fled faster than a startled hare. Tonight, he cackled to himself, Xiao Taohong and I will have 300 rounds of all-night, strategic discussions. Time flowed like water. Years slipped like shuttles. Days without extravagance blurred into oblivion. Dawn of the next day arrived swiftly. Yi Feng's group stood before the gates of the Star Soul sect. Xiao Bai gaped at the crumbling gate, its paint peeling like dead skin. This is a sect? He turned to Yi Feng, utterly aghast. You the prodigal king, live in a dump like this? Xiao Bai froze, his instinct screaming. Something about this sect felt, are they gonna harvest my kidneys? The moment I step inside, as existential dread consumed him, a shadow blazed across the sky. A dog riding a flying sword. Xiao Bai blinked. The shadow was a golden retriever striking a heroic pose mid-air, sword gleaming with netherworld sword intent. Xiao Hong and Xiao Lanmao erupted. Doggo, since when did you master aerial swordsmanship with that sword heart realm aura? He's basically the #1 sword dog in Xintian continent. Yi Feng smirked. Fengmin's training program works wonders. But then, thud, Doggo face planted into a mud puddle. Xiao Bai deadpanned. Yep, kidney theft confirmed. Doggo now brandished 2 massive swords, clashing fiercely with Old Man Bai. Xiao Bai stood frozen, utterly awestruck at the spectacle. He never imagined that within this sect, even a dog could wield such terrifying power. After being cast out by his master, Xiao Bai followed Yi Feng to the Xian Hun sect. The moment he stepped into the sect, he was greeted by a scene that left him speechless. A man and a dog locked in combat, their duel raging, from the ground into the heavens. Xiao Bai turned to Yi Feng, bewildered. Does this sect train demonic beasts? Yi Feng shook his head. Currently, we only have Xiao Hong and Xiao Dog. That's all we've got. But just as while Feng was introducing the situation of the Wind Gate to Xiao Bai, Jin Luan, who had been assigned as a labor disciple, was already holding a broom and walking towards him. Seeing this, Yi Feng was naturally overjoyed and handed Xiao Bai over to him to take care of. After that, he turned and left with a light heart. Meanwhile, Jin Luan, seeing that Yi Feng was getting farther away, immediately sneaked over to Xiao Bai's side. Then he spoke up, brother. Were you also captured? Are you also a powerful ascendant? Hearing this, Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly denied it, saying he wasn't. But now, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why would a labor disciple ask such a question? Could this person be a powerful ascendant? Thinking this, he quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. A top-tier expert would never work as a laborer. This is utterly ridiculous. This sect is too mysterious and bizarre. I need to find a way to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might not be able to keep my life. Meanwhile, Jin Luan was also deep in thought. Just by looking at Xiao Bai, he could tell he wanted to escape. Yi Feng sent me here, so I should probably keep an eye on him. To prevent him from thinking about running away, I need to give him a little shock. With that, he pointed to the sky, and a surge of terrifying spiritual energy shot into the heavens. In the next moment, a golden eagle at the Tribulation Transcendent stage was instantly roasted. Seeing this, Xiao Bai was utterly shocked. Having secured dinner for the night, Jin Luan looked at Xiao Bai's expression and spoke with satisfaction. I also wanted to leave here before, but since Yi Feng didn't agree, I didn't dare to go. The reason for this is that I know the consequences of leaving without permission, and it's something no one can bear. After this warning, Xiao Bai finally gave up the idea of escaping. Meanwhile, inside the sect's main hall, Luo Qianxue was expressionlessly praising Yi Feng, calling him her good disciple. Going out for a trip? and quietly bringing back another person. Hearing her cold tone, Yifeng was immediately startled. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly today, his master and wife would not hesitate to kill him. Thinking this, he hurriedly explained that the person he brought back was a painter, specially brought to honor her. With this person, even if you ascend to the upper realm, your beauty will still be in the lower realm through his paintings. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue finally stopped pressing him. But just as Yifeng thought he had successfully passed the test, Luo Qianxue asked him, "What were you doing during this trip?" Hearing his wife's question, Yifeng carelessly recounted everything that had happened over the past few days. When Luo Qianxue heard about all of Yifeng's extravagant and wasteful actions, she was shocked. "You prodigal son. You crushed a peerless divine pill under your foot, forcibly merged two innate divine flames, and even gave away resources to other sections. Are these things even humanly possible? How can you not feel any pain from such wastefulness?" Hearing this, Yifeng was at a loss for words. On top of that, you've been actively helping other sections. Hee. Do you think these are things a normal person would do? How can you not feel any pain from such wastefulness? As soon as these words were spoken, Yifeng was at a complete loss for how to explain himself. He couldn't exactly tell his master and wife that he was essentially cheating. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a fitting analogy. Without saying a word, he stomped on the stone floor, creating a large hole. Just as Yifeng was about to explain that the so-called treasures were as worthless to him as this, he noticed Luo Qianxue's expression had turned sorrowful. Seeing this, Yifeng was completely dumbfounded. After asking, he found out that beneath the floor was a grand formation that his master and wife had just set up. But then, he immediately felt a sense of joy, because he knew another opportunity to be wasteful had come. Previously, it was mentioned that after Yifeng returned to the Star Soul sect, he destroyed the newly set up mountain protection formation right in front of Luo Qianxue. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue was left speechless. Damn it, I used to think being the sect leader was quite impressive. But now, I just feel frustrated every day. I feel so stifled every day. While Luo Qianxue was silently complaining, in the upper realm's infinite holy land, a beautiful woman seemed to sense something. Suddenly, she let out a loud sneeze. After sneezing, she muttered to herself, "How strange, is someone talking about me?" Meanwhile, back at the Star Soul sect, Yifeng, seeing Luo Qianxue's disappointed expression, felt a pang of panic. Wanting to make amends, he immediately asked the system if there was a way to compensate for destroying his master's formation with something even better. The system quickly responded with a pop-up notification. The sect's main hall formation is a low-grade version of the infinite profound spirit formation. Since the sect leader cannot find suitable materials in the Xintian continent, it is a low-grade version of the infinite profound spirit formation. The sect leader cannot find suitable materials in the Xintian continent, so the system will provide you with infinite spirit stones as a replacement. Hearing this, Yifeng was overjoyed. He immediately shared the good news with his master. When Luo Qianxue heard that there was a better replacement, her sadness turned to joy. But before she could even laugh, Yifeng took out the formation core, leaving her completely stunned. The formation core Yifeng brought out was enormous. As Luo Qianxue lamented how easily such a large core could be destroyed, Yifeng saw this as another opportunity to be wasteful. While Luo Qianxue was muttering about the size of the formation core, Yifeng overheard her and realized this was the He immediately understood that this was his golden opportunity to act recklessly. Without hesitation, he swung his hammer and smashed it toward the formation core. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue was utterly shocked. Before she could even react, Yifeng had already reduced the massive formation core, as large as a mountain, into a small stone. Luo Qianxue was both amused and exasperated. Damn it, I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just agreed with him. While Luo Qianxue was regretting her words, the system's Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a wasteful behavior. Reward, 100,000 waste points. Reward, 1 heavenly Dao token. Seeing the rewards, Yifeng was naturally thrilled. But when he saw today's wasteful product, he was a bit overwhelmed. The wasteful product this time was 100,000 three-leaf figs. The number of fruits was so large that he wondered how long it would take to consume them all. After thinking for about 10 minutes, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind. A perfect plan emerged in his thoughts. After carefully considering for over 10 minutes, Yifeng finally figured out how to waste all 100,000 three-leaf figs. His plan was to gather the entire sect and organize a fun activity. When Luo Qianxue, who was standing nearby, heard Yifeng mention a fruit fight, she was momentarily stunned. Having lived 2 lives, she had rarely engaged in. Seeing his master and wife's curious expression, Yifeng quickly explained his plan in detail. He immediately began preparing for the event. He explained the basic rules of the game. The rules of the activity are actually quite simple. Everyone can throw fruits at each other freely. However, The two people who get hit the most and the least will face punishment. The punishment for the losers is to eat 5,000 water-absorbing eggs. Hearing this, the elders standing nearby immediately felt that Yifeng's punishment was excessively cruel. 5,000 water-absorbing eggs? If someone actually eats that many, they'd probably be done for. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue, upon hearing that there would be punishments for playing the game, immediately declined, citing her position as the sect leader and the need to maintain her dignity. Seeing that Luo Qianxue didn't want to play and was trying to leave, Yifeng immediately took out another 3-meter-tall formation core. He used it as bait to lure his master and wife back into the game, as Yifeng expected. When Luo Qianxue saw the top-grade formation core he took out as an incentive, her face turned red, and she immediately nodded in agreement. However, when she learned that Yifeng wouldn't be participating, she became unhappy again. Seeing Luo Qianxue's displeased expression, Yifeng quickly explained. He immediately hurried to explain again. Actually, I also want to participate, but for the sake of fairness, game needs a judge. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue's expression softened. Just as Yifeng thought he had successfully convinced his master, the dog standing beside him pulled on his pants with its paw. The dog seemed to have something to say. Then, it barked woof 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 and expressed that as a cute pet, it wouldn't participate. But Yifeng, who was eager to waste all 100,000 figs, wasn't going to indulge it. With a kick, he sent the dog flying. While kicking, he kept saying, "The first Star Soul Sect fruit fight competition is now officially beginning." As soon as Yifeng announced the start of the competition, everyone picked up the high-quality spirit fruits beside them and began playing. Meanwhile, on the other side, an old man and a young man stood at the gate of the Star Soul Sect. These two individuals were no ordinary people. The elder, Zhang Dongfeng, was a senior elder of the Qiyang Kingdom, and the young man, Zhao Ting, was the crown prince, the second most powerful figure in the Qiyang Kingdom. At this moment, they were preparing to stay here for the night. Just as they were about to enter, young Zhao reminded the old man to address him as young master later. After all, his status as the crown prince of Qiyang was too prominent, and he held power over countless large and small sections. If his identity were even slightly revealed, it might frighten the people here. The old man nodded in understanding. However, as soon as they stepped into the sect, someone, caught up in the excitement, accidentally threw a fig directly at young Zhao's face. This unexpected welcome was something neither of them had ever experienced before. Zhao Ting and the old man, Zhang Dongfeng, had decided to stay overnight at the Star Soul Sect while passing by. But as soon as they entered the sect's main hall, they were greeted with a flying figure. As soon as they stepped into the entrance, Zhao Ting was lucky enough to be hit on the head by a third-grade figure. As he wiped the fruit pulp off his face, the scene inside left him momentarily stunned. Inside the Star Soul Sect's main hall, he saw many people happily throwing fruits everywhere. Some were even playing Fruit Ninja, swinging knives around like little blue cats. Zhao Ting, standing outside the door, was utterly speechless. Not wanting to disturb the fun inside, he quietly suggested to the old man beside him, "Should we just stay outside for the night?" However, the old man was no longer paying attention to Zhao Ting. He had noticed that the fruits being casually thrown around were none other than the legendary 3-leaf fig. This discovery left him completely shocked. Such a precious treasure. Even Zhao Ting had only ever tasted 3 in his life. Seeing them being wasted so carelessly infuriated both of them. Just as they were about to curse, Jin Luan, noticing something unusual, immediately shot a sharp glance in their direction. Seeing this, the old man quickly covered Zhao with his large hand. Zhao Ting, with his mouth covered, was utterly confused. As he mumbled, asking the old man why he was doing this, the old man hurriedly explained, "Don't speak. That man is dangerous." When Zhao Ting learned that the man who had given him a cold stare was actually a super expert, he immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Yifeng, who was acting as the referee, also sensed something was off. Noticing the unusual situation, he immediately turned his head. When he saw strangers standing in the sect's main hall, he was momentarily stunned. Before he could ask who they were, the old man quickly spoke up, "Young friend, do you know what they are throwing around? Is it some kind of spirit fruit?" Yifeng, hearing the old man's question, casually replied, "These are just some 3-leaf figs. I heard they're one of the top 10 treasures from the Heavenly Dao battlefield." "Old man, why do you ask? Is there a problem?" Hearing Yifeng's response, the old man, Zhang Dongfeng, grew even more furious. Unfortunately, his loud scolding was ignored, and it only made everyone play even more enthusiastically. As the old man was fuming, he suddenly noticed that Zhao Ting, who had been standing beside him, was now nowhere to be seen. Panicking, the old man followed Yifeng's instructions, and soon saw that Zhao Ting was shamelessly picking up fruit scraps from the ground. While eating and picking, he kept muttering, "What a waste! Such precious fruits shouldn't be thrown away like this." It's better to eat them than let them rot on the ground. After saying this, Zhao Ting didn't forget to enthusiastically invite the old man to join him. Hearing this, the old man was instantly furious. With such a weak temperament, how can he become the future ruler of the Qiyang kingdom? But despite his words, a few minutes later, the old man also joined in the feast, devouring the precious spirit fruits. Seeing this, Yifeng was utterly speechless. Damn it, I'm really impressed. Is this really the Grand Elder and Crown Prince of the Qiyang kingdom? They look more like beggars who came here to scavenge. When Zhao Ting and the old man entered the Star Soul sect's main hall, they were shocked to see the ground covered with shattered spirit fruits. Instead of being disgusted, they immediately crouched down and began eating with great enthusiasm. Just as everyone finished smashing all the premium 3-leaf figs, the system immediately sent a notification of task completion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing today's wasteful task. Reward, 1,000 waste points and 10,000 3-leaf figs. Seeing that his task was successfully completed, Yifeng was overjoyed. In his excitement, he waved his hand and gifted the smashed spirit fruits to the elder and the crown prince. Zhao Ting, hearing this, was deeply moved. How generous! Even if they're smashed, these fruits are still something I've always longed for but could never obtain. While Zhao Ting and the old man were secretly rejoicing, Yifeng approached Jin Luan to ask who had won and who had lost in the competition. Hearing Yifeng's question, Jin Luan immediately announced the results to everyone. When Yifeng heard that the dog and his master were the lucky ones in this game, he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yifeng's gloating expression, Luo Qianxue was visibly displeased. It seems this kid hasn't been disciplined for 3 days and already wants to cause trouble. If it weren't for him constantly egging me on to take hits voluntarily, I wouldn't have ended up as the loser of this game. Luo Qianxue sighed in frustration. While Luo Qianxue was secretly fuming, Yifeng, with a smile on his face, handed 100 3-leaf figs to Luo Qianxue. As he handed them over, he said, "Master and wife, how could I bear to make you eat those foul pills? After thinking about it, forcing you to eat those pills is too inhumane. So, let's change it to eating 100 fresh 3-leaf figs instead. What do you think?" Without waiting for Luo Qianxue's response, Yifeng also gave another 100 spirit fruits to the little yellow dog. Hearing this, Luo Qianxue, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. After realizing what was happening, she blushed and hearing this, the old man, Xia, bit his teeth in regret. Seeing this from a distance, Zhao sadly complained. Why do I, the crown prince of a kingdom, always feel like I'm worse off than a dog? A few minutes later, the sect's main hall was restored to its clean and tidy state. At this moment, Luo Qianxue was verifying the identities of Zhao Ting and the old man. After confirming their identities, she immediately asked why they had come to the sect. Are you here to collect protection fees, as the rumors say? Hearing this, the two were about to respond, when Yifeng, like a cat smelling fish, rushed over to the old man. Seeing this, the old man, not daring to delay, quickly explained to everyone, "We're not here for protection fees. Don't misunderstand us. The Qiyang kingdom never collects protection fees." However, Yifeng didn't care whether they were here for protection fees or not. Without hesitation, he took out some treasures from his ring and immediately shoved them into the old man's hands, saying, "My sect has a small matter. Elder, please help us out." Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue, seeing that the two weren't here for protection fees, asked Zhao Ting why he had come. Zhao Ting, without hesitation, explained that the kingdom was in crisis, and they were here to seek help. Luo Qianxue was momentarily stunned. Are you looking for the person who recently refined a divine pill and then crushed it? Are you looking for the person who recently refined a divine pill and then crushed it? As the conversation continued, Yifeng, who had already figured out what, immediately tried to sneak away. While walking, he muttered to himself, "You've come to the right place. But I really can't help you. The only reason I could refine that divine pill was because of the system's help. Otherwise, I'd probably fail every time." Just as Yifeng was about to quietly leave, a little blue cat with a mischievous grin ran up to him and asked, "Big brother, where are you going?" Yifeng, caught off guard, could only awkwardly smile. Nothing. Earlier, didn't you refine a top-grade divine pill in Tiandan City? Are they looking for the alchemy master? Who is actually you?" After the little blue cat ruthlessly exposed Yifeng's identity as an alchemy master, Yifeng, who had been trying to sneak away, was immediately stopped by Zhao Ting and the old man. Meanwhile, the little blue cat was gleefully imagining how much his senior brother would reward him for helping him show off. However, what he didn't expect was that Yifeng was now contemplating whether to just get rid of him. A few minutes later, the little blue cat began to sense that the atmosphere was becoming tense. Even though it seemed like he had said something wrong, he didn't dare to joke around now. After bidding farewell to Yifeng, he immediately turned around and left without delay. At this moment, the expressions of Zhao Ting and Old Man Zhang were filled with excitement. They had finally found the alchemy god. The pillar of their nation was now saved. Seeing this, Luo Qianxue, who was standing nearby, rarely softened her tone and spoke to Yifeng, trying to persuade him. As a fake alchemy master, Yifeng, upon hearing his master and wife speak to him in such a gentle manner, could no longer harden his heart to refuse her. Completely enchanted, Yifeng, immediately and without hesitation, commanded the system to help him specify the creation of 7 stone vein 9th grade tribulation breaking pills. Upon receiving the command, the system started up in the next moment. Smashing the jars consumed a total of 234,000 squander points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 7 divine grade tribulation breaking pills. As soon as this result came out, Yifeng couldn't sit still. 7 divine pills actually cost him 234,000 points. If this happened a few more times, he might as well go bankrupt directly. Just as Yifeng was about to complain a bit more, Xiao Hong had already arrived by his side. Standing nearby, Luo Qianxue, seeing Yifeng and Xiao Hong together, was instantly filled with a sense of unease. Then, a terrible thought suddenly struck her mind. No way, this guy, could he actually be delusional enough to make Xiao Hong refine pills? If this were really true, what on earth should they do? When Yifeng learned of Luo Qianxue's speculation, he confidently nodded at his master and wife, and even bragged without shame, saying that Xiao Hong was trained by him, a single man, and that he fully recognized her abilities. As he spoke, Yifeng secretly handed over the 7 divine grade tribulation breaking pills to Xiao Hong. He planned to have her consume all of them. While handing her the pills, he didn't forget to remind her, telling her to control the energy in her body when taking the last pill, or else she might have to leave their big family. Xiao Hong, standing nearby, upon hearing that she could improve her strength again, agreed without hesitation. A few minutes later, Xiao Hong was about to place the last tribulation-breaking pill into her mouth. The moment the pill entered her throat, a terrifying, overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Xiao Hong's body. Old Man Zhang, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. He never expected that a supreme powerhouse at the great demon level could rise 7 levels in just a few minutes. This was simply unbelievable. When Luo Qianxue saw this, she was also extremely curious. After learning that it was the result of the pills Yifeng had given her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. At this moment, if there was anyone more excited than her among those present, that would be Zhao Ting. At this moment, he was beginning to doubt his life. After recovering from her shock, Luo Qianxue immediately approached Yifeng and somewhat awkwardly said, "Yifeng, could you give me some of those tribulation-breaking pills too?" Standing nearby, Yifeng, upon hearing his master and wife as a top-tier flirt, naturally agreed without hesitation. Not only that, but in an attempt to show off in front of his goddess, he even boldly declared that he would take care of the entire sect's share. As the two of them chatted back and forth, Xiao Hong had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the divine pills, ascending to become a flying ascension-level powerhouse. After Yifeng gave Xiao Hong 7 divine-grade tribulation-breaking pills, just a short time, breaking through the tribulation, in just a short moment, Xiao Hong successfully ascended to become a top-tier expert, and at the moment Xiao Hong broke through, everyone in the Elder Council also sensed it. At this moment, Jin Luan couldn't help but wonder which faction Yifeng actually belonged to, and why the treasures in his hands seemed inexhaustible. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the entrance of the sect's main hall, Old Man Zhang at this moment was clutching his chest in pain, because no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand why Yifeng, a mere attendant by his side, received better treatment than him, a foreign scholar. And at this moment Luo Qianxue was deeply concerned and turned to Yifeng, accompany Xiao Hong to alchemy, to prevent Xiao Hong from making mistakes and deceiving him. Upon hearing this, Yifeng casually agreed, and immediately set off. He figured he could also take the opportunity to visit the imperial city, so without delay, they left. At this moment, Yifeng was leading Old Man Bai and Xiao Hong, preparing to head to Qiyangbua. Just as they were about to depart, Yifeng was shocked to discover that the flying spiritual tool they were to board was actually a massive mansion. This was truly luxurious. A few hours later, Yifeng and the others were already flying high in the sky. Inside the mansion, Old Man Yilu was looking at Old Man Bai with a disdainful expression and asked, "Do you know why we brought him along this time? It's because you're too weak. You need to train harder. Only then can I help you ascend." Hearing this, Old Man Bai immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that he had finally made it. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting and Old Man Zhang, upon hearing the conversation between Yifeng and the others, began to question their own existence. They never expected that the dream of ascension, which seemed unattainable to others, was as simple as eating or sleeping in Yifeng's words. Just as Zhao Ting and old man Zhang were questioning their lives. Inside the mansion, Zhao Ting and old man Zhang were in a state of existential doubt, when suddenly, Yifeng's ears rang with a warning from the system, warning to the host. A powerful guardian warrior has appeared ahead. He is here to assassinate Crown Prince Zhao Ting. Seeing this, Yifeng was instantly alarmed. Zhao Ting, as the Crown Prince, had left the imperial city. Such a secret had actually been leaked. And now a classic assassination plot was unfolding. This was truly intriguing. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, He Hai, the war god of the Lei Wu kingdom, was spouting threats, while swinging the meteor hammer in his hand. Old man Zhang, listen carefully. You have 1 minute to hand over the Crown Prince Wang Hao of the Qiyang kingdom. Otherwise, the day this mansion falls will be the day you all meet your end. Hearing this, Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Haha, I can't remember how long it's been since someone dared to provoke me like this. This guy is practically asking for death. Not long after Yifeng flew out of the Star Soul sect, they encountered a super expert who had come to capture Zhao Ting. At this moment, He Hai, holding the meteor hammer, stood in the way of the flying vessel's path, and from his mouth came a constant stream of taunts. Seeing this, Xiao Hong, furious, could no longer hold back. Overwhelmed with anger, he immediately turned to Yifeng and said, Master, can I just go and kill that idiot? Not wanting to waste precious time on a small fry. Yifeng casually nodded in agreement. After receiving Yifeng's approval, Xiao Hong immediately flashed to the entrance of the flying vessel. Seeing this, He Hai was slightly confused. The face of the person before him looked strangely familiar. Could she be the infamous female demon from the rumors? As he spoke, he pulled out a bounty poster from his spatial storage. However, the portrait on the bounty poster compared to Xiao Hong was far too unflattering. Thinking this, He Hai couldn't help but chuckle. But just as He Hai was critiquing Xiao Hong's portrait, Xiao Hong, now furious, lifted her massive cauldron and charged toward him. Seeing this, the burly He Hai was unfazed, because he had already reached the terrifying strength of nearing ascension. But just as he was proudly showing off, Xiao Hong swung her massive cauldron and sent him flying with a single blow. After that one strike, He Hai realized that he stood no chance against Xiao Hong. Unable to defeat her, he immediately called upon his powerful backer, hoping to intimidate Xiao Hong into retreating. But when Yifeng learned that the burly man's backer was none other than the Tianwu sect, he immediately ordered Xiao Hong to finish him off. Hearing Yifeng's command, Xiao Hong no longer held back. In a series of flawless moves, He Hai was reduced to a pile of dust by Xiao Hong's relentless attacks. And just as Xiao Hong finished off He Hai, at that moment, the situation took another turn. Yifeng received a notification from the system. Notification: congratulations, host, for killing He Hai. Upper Realm Revenge questline unlocked. Reward: Upper Realm Experience card. Experience duration: 15 days. Seeing this, Yifeng was slightly suspicious. System, why are you giving me such a reward out of the blue? Is there some hidden secret behind this? But the system, when questioned, chose to remain silent. Just as Yifeng was pondering this, the token in his suddenly transmitted. Little Blue Cat's urgent voice. Big brother, something's wrong. No one is causing trouble anymore. Hearing this, Yifeng was utterly stunned. And by the time he regained his composure, only then did he realize that this was the work of the system. No doubt about it, this situation was orchestrated by the system. Sure, in the next second, the system displayed a notification window. The content of the window explained that he had assumed the Star Soul sect would always be safe, so he hadn't shielded the upper realm. But who could have guessed that the Wuji Holy Land would have something capable of locating Luotian? At this moment, Yifeng had no patience to listen to the system's rambling. Filled with anxiety, he immediately wanted to rush back. Hearing this, old man were both shocked. Because if Yifeng didn't go to the Qiyang kingdom, the safety of the crown prince would be in jeopardy. Just as they were caught in a dilemma, Yifeng tossed a virtual ring into old man Zhang's hands. At the same time, he kept explaining, this ring contains to rescue the Qiyang kingdom's war god. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I won't be going with you. After instructing the two, he quickly turned to the others and said, Xiao Hong, old bai, on my command, turn around and fly at full speed. While Yifeng was on his way to the Qiyang kingdom, he suddenly received an urgent message from Little Blue Cat. Upon hearing that his master had been captured, he immediately rushed to the execution ground in the Qiyang kingdom. But by the time he returned to the sect, Luo Qinxue was nowhere to be found in the sect. Seeing this, Yifeng was immediately filled with shock. Old bai, standing beside him, was equally anxious. When he asked Yifeng what they should do next, Yifeng responded without hesitation, of course, to the upper realm and bring our master back. With that, he activated the upper realm experience card, given to him by the system. In the next moment, a celestial staircase descended from the sky to the ground. After solving the issue of ascending to the upper realm, Yifeng confidently ordered everyone to follow him. Meanwhile, Little Blue Cat and Chu Xiaoxiao, realizing their strength was too low, asked Yifeng, "Can those who haven't reached the Ascension Realm also ascend?" Hearing this, Yifeng replied with absolute confidence, "No problem. As long as I'm here, even the heavenly Tao would flee." But just as Yifeng was explaining this, Xiao Hong pointed to the sky in shock, exclaiming, "Master, look at what's in the clouds above." Hearing Xiao Hong's urgent words, Yifeng quickly looked up. When he saw a terrifying thunder dragon appear in the sky, he was momentarily stunned. He never expected that the celestial staircase provided by the system would trigger such a terrifying heavenly Tao phenomenon. Just as Yifeng was hesitating, the situation took another turn. Suddenly, from behind him, a clear and melodious voice rang out, "Master, this mere thundercloud is nothing to fear. Just wait a moment, and I'll take care of it for you." Before Yifeng could react, a cute little dragonfish began running and laughing as it stepped onto the celestial staircase. At the same time, several figures appeared above. When the little dragonfish saw other members of the guard trying to steal its moment of glory, it immediately became furious. Just as it was about to lash out and scold them, the guard members had already leaped into action, charging toward the thunder dragon. Seeing this, Chen Haoyu was utterly shocked. Such terrifying thunder, yet they treated it with such disdain. Their strength might even reach the level of divine illness. Thinking of autonomy, Chen Haoyu, he even glanced at Yi Zhong, that prodigal. Haha, truly worthy of being our junior brother. Easily accomplished what we could not achieve. Just as Chen Haoyu was secretly admiring, at this moment, the people from Xinghuan also began to ascend. Yefeng, after stepping onto the celestial ladder with the people from Xinghuan, it only took a moment for them to reach the end of the celestial ladder. And the moment Yefeng stepped into the heavenly realm, he immediately couldn't wait to ask Jinluan where they had arrived. Hearing the question, Jinluan respectfully replied that the territory they had arrived at belonged to the Tai Su Sword Sect. This is the territory of the Tai Su Sword Sect. If you want to go to the Wuji Sacred Land, just head in the eastern direction. When Yefeng heard that this was the territory of the Tai Su Sword Sect, he was immediately filled with rage. Seeing this, Little Dragon Girl and the other members of the Divine Guard team quickly asked if they should go and destroy that damn Tai Su Sword Sect. Hearing the question, Yefeng had not yet responded, but Jinluan, who was standing nearby, was already secretly in awe. At this moment, he couldn't help but mutter about the formidable strength of the Divine Guard team and Yefeng's seemingly limitless resources. But before Jinluan could say much more, Yefeng, who was standing nearby, gave him instructions on what to do next. Jinluan, I remember you were once a supreme powerhouse in the upper realm. Then, in this upper realm, do you also have a territory of your own? Hostility, Hearing this, Jinluan, who was standing nearby, immediately waved his hands in panic and explained, saying that he had only established a small sect here. Just a small one. Yefeng, seeing this, casually remarked that, even if it was a small sect, it would do. At this point, he shared his idea of creating the Xinghuan Sacred Land with Jinluan. And in his heart he thought, this would be the best gift for his master and wife. After giving instructions to Jinluan, Yefeng finally turned to the Divine Guard team and spoke. When the three of them learned that Yefeng wanted them to lead the Xinghuan sect, to seek revenge against the three major sects, and, by the way, loot everything from their sects. At that moment, they immediately laughed. But when they heard Yefeng instruct them to cause trouble while not completely destroying the entire sect, Little Dragon Girl, who was standing nearby, was speechless. Seeing this, Yefeng squatted down and gently explained to her, Haha, Little Dragon Girl, do you know what the most despairing thing in the world is? It's when a person is gone, but their money isn't spent, or when a person is alive, but their money is gone. The pain of this is something only those who experience it can understand. But just as Yefeng was explaining to Little Dragon Girl, while Yefeng was explaining the principles of life, at this moment, the Tai Su Sword Sect was visited by some uninvited guests, and these visitors were none other than Xiao Chun and a few of his wives. At this moment, they were arrogantly shouting at the gates of the Tai Su Sword Sect. The enraged sect leader of the Sword Sect immediately grabbed his 3-foot sword and charged forward. In his heart, he secretly vowed to slice that venomous old man into pieces. But little did he know, just as he was about to reach Xiao Chen, the true leader of the group, Little Dragon Girl, who had come to loot the Sword Sect, also made her move at this moment. She flashed in front of the sect leader, and with a high kick, sent the sect leader flying, directly knocking him out cold. At the same time, on the other side, Penglai Immortal Island and Tianwu Sect also heard the sounds of people flying and shouting. Last time, it was mentioned, after everyone had flattened the three major sects, Yefeng immediately began to ask the system, and when the system learned that Yefeng wanted its help to create a unique and extraordinary reign, the system was completely baffled. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Wuji Sacred Land, Luo Qianxue was anxiously scratching her while also stroking the fox's fur. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, why did you bring me back so urgently? What's the matter? 2 days have passed, and you still haven't mentioned it. Did you bring me back just to groom your fur?" Hearing this, the fox beside her smiled and playfully retorted, "Why not? Your master went through so much effort to bring you back. After all that hardship, can't you, my dear disciple, give me a few more scratches?" After saying this, he angrily cursed the 3 major sects that had caused his disciple to be reincarnated, and vowed that once his divine power was fully restored, he would annihilate those 3 sacred lands. Sitting beside him, Luo Qinshue, upon hearing that her master wanted to avenge her, immediately spoke up and said, "Revenge is something I should handle myself." Hearing this, the fox lying beside her didn't say much more. A few minutes later, in Luo Qiangshu's private room, Luo Qinshue looked at the empty room and couldn't help but feel a longing for the lower realm. She wondered how long it would take for her father, younger sister, and everyone from her sect to ascend to the upper realm. But when she thought about the tribulation of ascending, she felt it was far too dangerous and worried deeply whether everyone could withstand such a trial. However, when she remembered that Yefeng was still in the sect, she suddenly felt she could relax a little. After all, the title of Xintian Continent's #1 spendthrift was no joke. As she rambled on, Luo Qinshue, missing everyone more and more, couldn't help but shed sad tears. Just as she was silently weeping, the sky above suddenly began to rain down a dense shower of immortal coins. Seeing this, Luo Qinshue was instantly struck with a sense of déjà vu, because the sight of money falling from the sky was all too familiar. But just as she was in a state of shock, the fox, having sensed the situation, quickly flew over to her. While flying, he urgently asked Luo Qinshue, "Qinshue, did you have a marriage contract in the lower realm?" Snapping out of her daze, Luo Qinshue blushed deeply upon hearing her master's sudden question, and immediately, quickly waved her hands, denying any such thing. But just as Luo Qinshue was hastily denying, a sudden, golden ship appeared in the sky above. At that moment, a loud and eerily familiar voice rang out. When Luo Qinshue heard the content of the voice, it was Yefeng proclaiming that he had come to propose to her. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes again, as Yefeng stood on the golden ship. The fox, hearing someone trying to steal his prized disciple, became furious. "What nonsense is this Xinghuan sacred land? I've never even heard of it. How dare some nobody like you think of courting my precious disciple? This is nothing but a dream." As the fox took it upon himself to sternly reject the proposal, little did he know. Luo Qinshue, standing beside him, but with a flushed face, she quickly changed the subject. "Master, do you still remember the Star Soul sect I established in the lower realm? That Star Soul Holy Land, if nothing unexpected happened, was likely founded by my disciple, and he is the person standing on that golden spaceship." Upon hearing this, the fox couldn't believe it. Being stubborn as ever, he immediately declared that if Yifeng could create a realm's holy maiden, he would eat the sacred bamboo token in his hand right then and there. Just as the fox was confidently making his bold declaration and swearing his oath, Yifeng, at that moment, had already decisively jumped down from high above. As he jumped, he was also shouting. He kept shouting his master's name. Seeing this, the fox below immediately realized that he was about to be proven wrong in an instant, just as he was planning to break his promise and sneak away. Luo Qinshue, who stood nearby, fierce and imposing, began questioning Yifeng about why he had come here, and how he had managed to create his own holy land. Hearing the question, Yifeng seemed completely unfazed. He even said that creating a holy maiden was a trivial matter, and even if it were a sect's holy maiden, if he wanted to, he could easily recruit one without any issue. With a smug expression, he told Luo Qinshue that he had already led the Star Soul sect to conquer the 3 great holy lands. Standing beside him, when Luo Qinshue heard this news, she was so moved that she started crying. But before she could say anything, Yifeng, with a playful smile, turned to Luo Qinshue and asked, "May I know your esteemed name?" As he spoke, he softly asked Luo Qinshue if she would be willing to marry him. At the same time, Yifeng opened a token of love. Luo Qinshue, her face flushed, was curious when she saw the box in Yifeng's hand. She asked what the token was, wondering why it looked so strange. When Yifeng told her that the box contained a mechanism capable of destroying the 3 great holy lands in 1 second, she immediately expressed her delight, saying that this proposal token was truly unique. Just as Luo Qinshue was about to nod and accept Yifeng's proposal, something unexpected happened. At this moment, the fox wanted to shout, "I disagree." But just as he was about to speak and voice his opposition, the onlookers from the Star Soul sect noticed and immediately took action. Despite his persistent scheming, the fox ultimately failed to voice his objection. Meanwhile, Luo Qinshue, immersed in the sweet scent of love, was completely unaware of the commotion happening around the fox. As they chatted and laughed, she gently pressed the mechanism button in her palm. Then, with a deafening roar, the 3 renowned holy lands of the upper realm were instantly reduced to ashes. The moment the 3 holy lands were destroyed, Luo Qianxue, who had been watching the fireworks in the sky, finally spoke up. Yi Feng, my disciple, I want to experience the path of extravagance with you. Would that be all right?